Behind the Glass. It's a Friday. Get you to the weekend. Good morning.
By the way, on our big monitor, and I'm regretting not wearing my Australian rules football jersey that my nephew got me from Australia about 10 years ago. Australian rules football is up on our monitor. Do you ever watch Australian rules football there?
I have no idea what I'm watching right now.
It's Australian rules football.
No, I know,
It's
but
weird.
like
I have no idea either. It's just weird. When ESPN first started, way before you were born, they had the Phil programming, and that was like their biggest thing they had in their first year or so.
So it's 27-14. I don't know who either team is.
Neither do I.
They don't do downs, right? So it's just free flow.
It's more that's like a cross between.
Why does one team look like they're dressed as referees?
It used to be the referee behind the goalpost used to wear this like white. It was like a straitjacket, and that doesn't happen anymore.
The field is a circle?
Yeah, it's bizarre.
I've never watched.
It's some good hitting though. I'll tell you that. This is not for the
He just
meek.
took a good shot.
Not for the meek. No helmets. It's like rugby on speed, basically. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
This is why you tune in, so you can get play-by-play of
No, you're
rugby.
not getting play-by-play.
I don't know enough to do
No,
play-by-play.
either do I. All I know the stadium's packed. Anyway, enough of that.
Stoney, I love having you in.
Hey, by the way, Tigers, they didn't play yesterday, so
didn't
it
lose.
was a good day.
They didn't lose.
They start out the weekend 5 out of the division, game and a half out of the wild card. And by the way, if you check the schedule, a week from tomorrow, Scooble versus Valdez at Comerica.
Yeah, I saw that Saturday.
You want to tease something a week out?
Oh boy,
We
yeah.
have
So
a very
next
special treat next Friday, leading into Scooble if it stays on course for Scooble Valdez Saturday.
Oh, Scooble's going to be on the show?
No,
Oh.
Jeff Rieger is. We're gonna have Jeff Rieger in the Friday before Scooble returns to Comerica Park.
troll horns will be out. It'll
Oh,
be
my
great.
God. That'll be awesome.
So I guess you're welcome in advance. That's 1 week away. Hey, this weekend the Lions are going to play a bunch of starters in their preseason game. We'll get to that at 6:35. Who's in and who's out, and what are you watching for? We're watching for an update on the Red Wings general manager search. And Stoney, we certainly got one yesterday.
Yeah, you think they reacted to this show or a little bit of Bob Duff or, you putting the Duffer up on Twitter?
Yeah, look, we go on what we've got, and we've got more from the team to give people today than yesterday. Yesterday, I was flummoxed at the idea that they hadn't even interviewed somebody. That has now been refuted.
Yes.
Max Boltman, Helene St. James, Ryan Hanna, multiple sources confirming, yes, you can breathe a little sigh of relief. The Red Wings have actually been conducting a search and interviewing people.
Nice.
We've got some quotes from Helene St. James in the Free Press that I want to pass along just so we got the full scope of what's going on.
And just before you read them, usually anonymous quotes are a little vague. You know what I mean? They're dropping little hints here and there. But proceed, please.
Yeah, these are full paragraphs. There's not a person whose name is attributed to them other than a person with knowledge of the Detroit Red Wings organizational thinking, but they use the phrase and the word "we."
Yeah.
So this is someone in the inner circle.
You think?
Quote, from the beginning, we were never going to let the process or the timeline dictate the decision of whom to hire. We were always going to be really be super thorough. I can tell you that when we moved on from Steve, we did it rather strategically. I mean, I would push back because they let him go a month into the offseason. I don't know how strategic this really was, but
I agree.
The quotes continue. People forget right around the Olympic break, we were not only contending for a playoff berth, we were in first place. So it's hard to say, hey, Monday morning quarterback, why didn't you do this in April? The real reason is we didn't want to make a knee-jerk decision. We want to be super thorough.
What's not said is that in April, the captain of this team did not want to trade.
Right. Chris challenged everyone, quotes continue. Chris challenged everyone to go find the next leader that's going to bring a Stanley Cup to Detroit from whatever level they're at in the organization that they're with right now. Let's go find that person. So we started with over 100 names, and we're making our way methodically through that in a manner where we're being strategic, trying to figure out how do we get the right person in that role. I'm not going to comment on specifics of where we're at. I don't want to paint a picture that, we have a specific date. But yes, we'd like to have someone in by training camp. But at the end of the day, what people should feel is really confident that we're turning over every stone and going through a very thorough strategic process. Did they mention they're thorough?
They're thorough, man.
So
Yeah,
100 names to me is such a funny rebuttal to not only have we interviewed people, we have 100 names.
Yeah, I mean,
minor league baseball jobs aren't canvassing 100 names.
no, but I mean, it's a stretch, 100. But
It sounds kind of defensive, is how it sounds to me.
They didn't mention the search committee, did they? Or
Not in these
company.
quotes.
The company.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the
search
Freep
firm.
article referenced that they are using a search committee, that they were the first to report that.
Yes.
What do you make of all of it?
It's a PR stunt. It was what that is. Now it can still turn out fine.
We've said that all along.
Yeah.
Get the right person.
But I mean, really, I don't know. Whatever. It's 100 names. Yeah, they might sit in a room and sit there and just comb through every NHL team's, maybe some college things, and their people in their organizational, and just say, well, him good. No.
Stoney, I'd pay $100.
But I doubt it.
I'd pay $100 to hear the 100th name on that list.
Yeah, it's Tom Milliken.
Yeah, I mean, he might be.
I'm not good for hockey ops. I might take the interview for football. Maybe baseball.
But think about it. There's
Well, how good? Weren't you good in NHL '94?
Sports change, Stoney.
I know.
I'd be like Iserman.
What's Corsi? What's Fenwick? There's 32 teams. Their number 2 player, or their number 2 general manager, which gets you to 64. Let's go 3 deep in every organization.
96.
We're at 96. And then just for good measure, a couple guys hanging around the arena.
Or KHL.
Sure. Sergey's in there.
Yeah, Igor.
Larionov's in there.
Kozlov, I think, is a GM of someone out there.
Sure. Fetisov, what's he up to?
Sure. Call Putin. He ain't doing anything.
100 names, Stoney. Thorough. In the instance of being thorough, Vladimir did get an interview.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a big hockey guy.
I don't know. What do I make of it? I do think that they took some heat yesterday for Bob Duff's report. How have you not interviewed people? So there was clearly a concerted effort to make sure that they inform the public we are doing interviews. That is a good thing.
Yes.
The smoke around this has been not very... They say fans should be confident. I would not call it confidence.
No. Look, the optics of this whole thing is just absurd.
I'm going to ask you to rank these 4 headlines as to which concerns you most.
Okay.
That there would have been no interviews, that they have as many as 100 names, that Jeff Greenberg is a serious candidate, and that ownership squashed multiple free agents under Iserman. Which of those headlines are the most concerning? They're not all true. Clearly, they've conducted interviews, but what's the most concerning thing that you've heard about the process?
That ownership squashed free agent stuff. That's number 1. Number 2 would be Greenberg. Number 4 is the 100 names. I don't know.
It's whatever.
Yeah, that's funny more than anything else. What was the third one?
That there had been no interviews.
No interviews.
Which has now been squashed.
Yes. So that's how I would rank them.
Yeah. Well, what people have said that the new person will have total autonomy. So your biggest concern about squashing multiple free agency moves is allegedly not going to happen moving forward.
The big question is, when this was announced a month ago, whatever, that Horkoff would be running the show, but there'll be no transaction. They made a trade yesterday.
They did.
Yeah. Who did it? Was that Horkoff? I don't know.
Maybe it's whoever we is in this article.
Yeah, they acquired Sutter Mazzatti from the Predators.
Yep.
Plays at Notre Dame. He's 6'8". He's like the new Elmer Soderblom.
And would they give up?
Nothing. Cash considerations, I think.
Yeah. So I think while they don't have a GM and they're not authorized to make trades, this is as small a deal as could be made.
Obviously. Yeah. I remember his father played goal in the NHL for a little bit. He was a goalie from Michigan State, Jason Mazzatti.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So I do have a question about this 100 names.
Yeah.
They said 100 and they didn't say 100 names. I'm just wondering if this isn't a generalization of exaggeration, like Izzo saying Michigan shot 1 million free throws.
We started with over 100 names, is the quote.
Right.
So it could have been 200 names.
Yes, it could have been.
Could have been 1 million names. They could have done a I love it. It was Paul Serra's joke yesterday. A Willy Wonka golden ticket situation.
Like Akron.
Yes, they're letting someone call plays.
Yeah, yes, right. So what they're going to do is somebody won the golden ticket,
Yeah.
and somebody's going to make a trade. Season ticket holder.
I think Paul Serra's joke was you're going to flip open a hot and ready,
Yeah.
and it's going to be your chance to interview for the job. I don't know. No, I don't think they're going to conduct 100 interviews.
No.
Which is why it was so silly to even put. What
Right.
is that reference? Yeah, on a whiteboard in an Excel sheet somewhere, we had 100 names.
Right. The Red Wings war room. All the draft prospects are gone. They have the general manager prospects on the whiteboard now.
Yeah. If you've interviewed people, that's great because the process needs to be moving because you do want someone in place because even if Larkin's going to be here and even if you're going to match on Edvinson, you do want to have some stability at a time where the organization doesn't have any.
Yeah.
So there you go. 248-539-9797. Red Wing fans, that is the rebuttal from the organization. We are doing the job. We are interviewing people. What concerns you most in this process? We've given you some of the storylines. Yeah. It's 97.1. Tell you about Shaner Roofing. They've got their act together. Over 30 years of trusted service. Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. They've got a proven track record serving Michigan homeowners. 5-star quality with everything they do. That's roofs, windows, and siding. And with Shaner, you know you're working with a family-owned company. They can treat you like family because they are one. No pressure promise. When you have Shaner out, they're going to do a true, full, honest assessment of what your home needs, and you're not going to get some high-pressure sales pitch. Shaner's going to give you peace of mind. Every roof installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. That means you're not planning on selling your home today, but 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you move. That's going to be a feather in your cap. And when we talk lifetime, you want a company that's going to be in business for the long haul. That's Shaner, over 30 years, trusted service. You want to get started today? Get your quote today. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. MyMichiganRoof.com.
Hey, Cosm brings fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. At Cosm, you can watch all your favorite sports on these massive, high-resolution displays surrounded by fellow fans. When you watch a game from inside the dome, which features these massive wraparound displays, it feels like you are being transported right there to the field or the court. Plus, they're going to bring your drinks and food right there to your seats. Then you've got the hall, that features wall-to-wall live multi-view sports, so you can catch every game while cheering on your teams with fellow fans. And of course, don't forget the deck, Cosm's top-level bar with amazing views for when you need a break from the action. To get more information on upcoming events, including pre-sale access to tickets, go to cosm.com/Detroit.
The Red Wings want you to know they are being thorough. The word used 3 times, quoted in the Free Press. Over 100 names when the process began. They are being very strategic and very thorough. And this person with knowledge of the organizational thinking says that fans should feel confident. I'd leave it up to you how you feel. 248-539-9797. Text saying, the concern is with who's doing the interviews. Ed in the car.
Correct.
Did they interview Ted Lasso? This is a complete embarrassment. Super thorough, more than 100, no stone unturned. Illich challenged everyone. Sounds like an admission they're total amateurs who don't know anything about the league and have no clue what they're looking for. What a joke. That's Roger.
I picked up a little bit of a tone over the last, 24 hours here, roughly, of, we had the one story from Duff, now you have this. Listening to other shows yesterday, there is a little bit of a despair coming from Wings fans.
There should be.
Like, there's a tone from, I would almost say it's like, it's not the hardcores. It might not be the season ticket holders. They're already there, and they're already mad, and they've been angry for months. I think it's the guys that, casually watch, casually care about this team. It's not their favorite team. They like baseball more than hockey. Those people are I feel like they're coming out of the woodwork a little bit and just saying, wow, I haven't really been paying attention completely to every single nugget that's come out.
You're like, wait, what do you mean?
But this thing in general feels like it's it's a rudderless ship almost.
It's from the outside, and it doesn't pass the smell test. So you're right. Like, let's call it the more casual hockey fans. Like, well, hold on. I like the Red Wings. What do you mean they don't have someone in place? Yeah. What do you mean this Bob Duff guy is saying they haven't interviewed anybody and he's never seen anything like this? Well, that's why the team made sure to start getting some stuff circulated yesterday. We are doing this. We are interviewing people. Interviews have started.
That was my point yesterday, sort of like, yeah, this is where we're at, and it sucks and it's awful, and I don't like it as a Wings fan. But I don't think the next couple weeks really matter as long as they get somebody in place.
Correct.
Yeah, but do you agree with me that the over 100 names is kind of defensive?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that's real. I think that was almost like somebody felt like they needed to get it out there so much that they exaggerated that they're looking under every single stone.
Which I appreciate and is noted and good. But when you say over 100 names, it's like, okay, is this like a little kid exaggerating the story? 100 names. A minor league baseball team isn't taking 100 people seriously. Right. So the Detroit Red Wings certainly don't need to be canvassing 4 deep into organizations to find somebody.
No, maybe they're looking under a tree that, the NFL has a little bit with TV analysts. Maybe they're looking at some NHL analysts just to kind of, that never has really happened that much.
Well, Paul Woods isn't calling games.
No, but the John Lynch approach, but you can also get Matt Millen out of that.
Right.
Mike Mayock.
Right. Yeah.
But I don't have a problem with them look under that.
No, but 100, it does seem a little weird. But whatever. My biggest concern is who is conducting these interviews?
Well, it's got to be a firm and a leadership group. And
okay, but once they get to, all right, these are the search firm. We think of the 5 best guys. Is Chris Illich doing the interview?
Of course he's going to be in on those interviews.
But who else? I mean,
right.
he's got other stuff to worry about besides just the Wings and his business.
Well, it's going to be whoever we is from this article.
Yeah, well, maybe
it's some kind of like a like a senior advisor for the Red Wings.
That's a good one, Greg. Now, there are some people that are getting after us. Says, fellas, all I remember yesterday was whining from you guys about not hearing anything, and now you finally heard something, and you're still whining. Would you like some cheese with that wine? That's Chad in a truck.
I don't think we're whining. I'm pretty much guffawing. I'm laughing.
Guffawing.
Guffawing.
Yeah, sometimes I can sound whiny, so whatever.
No.
This text says, this is why you idiots come out angry thinking you know what the team's doing. Just let the process work out instead of bitching about what's happening. A classic let it play out, if you will.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Never talk about anything, right?
No, right. Just exactly.
Never have an opinion.
When they hire the GM, could you imagine we come on that day and I go, I can't offer an opinion. I got to see how it works.
Yeah.
That's the everything is awesome approach from the Lego movie.
Right. I admit I'd have no problem if they just promoted Horkoff.
Really?
People think he's really sharp. The optics aren't good because he's been in the organization for a few years, but he seems to be a guy that is just ready for that next step.
You know what people will say? It's Al Avila all over again.
Yeah, they might. Yeah, they might, and they might say he's the cheapest guy. Probably that's what people.
You know what they'll say is, why did you canvass 100 names to hire the guy that was already doing the job?
Well.
Because it made us more confident in our decision, will be what they say.
Well, yeah, I have no problem with that. That even if they might have liked him, they do want to see what else is out there. And as Gub suggests, look at every tree.
But it would be more damning if he doesn't work, though. That you supposedly did this super thorough, no stone unturned check with every GM, assistant GM, scout, agent, mascot in the league, and you still hired the guy under your roof. And if he doesn't get the job done, I mean, you can forget about preaching your aptitude and capability moving forward.
I know.
The other comparison to Avila would be that the franchise is somewhat analytically broken like the Tigers were back then.
Correct. But at least the owner wants analytics this time around. I'll give him that.
Yeah. I got no issue with that. Before training camp is what they'd like to have it done. They are not setting a hard and firm date. That's in the Free Press article. We'll get to the Lions at 6:35. Got a couple injuries from yesterday. They're going to play some starters, want to avoid some injuries. What are you watching for and who should play? But first, Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Well, a key stretch of southbound I-75 will be closed going into the weekend. So the freeway is shutting down between Springwells and Schaefer so crews can work on the Rouge River Bridge. So, of course, there's going to be a detour that's available from westbound 96 to 94 or southbound Telegraph to I-75. So this closure actually went into effect Thursday night, and it will continue through 5 a.m. on Monday. They say normally this type of closure would start on a Friday to kind of minimize traffic disruptions, but they added an extra day to make sure they could make up for some of the previous weather-related delays that they ran into. So just be aware on your commutes. It's almost time for kids to head back to school, get back into the classroom, but getting there could be tricky. There's apparently a big bus driver shortage in our area, and obviously the impact could be huge on parents and on students. So there are districts like Utica that are still looking to fill between 25 to 30 open positions, and the man responsible for finding those drivers says that it's been tough.
Here he is.
Yeah. Anyway,
Never mind.
He says that in today's economy, it's really difficult because he says there's so many other competitive driving positions that people are taking over being a bus driver. And he said the biggest thing you're probably going to see for parents is that your buses could be late and impacted by this. But it's not just local. It's happening across the state where they are looking for bus drivers. They're doing what they can to hire more. Some of the school districts are hiring or offering hiring bonuses.
I was just going to say, money
Right?
is one way.
Yes.
What other perks can you offer?
And they're the work culture, focusing on creating a great work culture, right? They say bus drivers can make between $21 and $28 an hour. So If you're interested, contact your local school district. At least 10,000 registered nurses at Corewell Health East have ratified their first contract with the health system after more than a year of negotiation. So the nurses approved their 3-year agreement on Thursday, and this contract includes a 15% pay increase over that 3-year period, along with a one-time lump sum payout covering a previously withheld wage increase. And then it also created like the safe staffing committee where nurses can go directly to certain people with their concerns over like ratios, nurse to patient ratios. The agreement also gives nurses the option to choose a PPO health insurance plan and includes other workplace protections. So obviously this is great news. The contract covers registered nurses at 8 Corewell hospitals across Southeast Michigan: Dearborn, Farmington Hills, Grosse Pointe, Royal Oak, Taylor, Trenton, Troy, Wayne. It says it also includes the Southfield Service Center and dozens of outpatient clinics.
Good. They deserve
Yes.
the money.
And yet we need these nurses.
You want good
Bad,
nurses. If you're at the
yes.
hospital, you don't
Yes.
want someone
Exactly.
who's not getting compensated, and you lose good people.
Man, listen to this story. It's quite disturbing. An Oakland County man accused of posing as a teen boy online to exploit girls and posing as a father looking for a babysitter has accepted a plea deal in the case. This 29-year-old man, Brandon Sifani of Oxford, agreed to plead guilty to 1 count of sexual exploitation of children, which has a minimum of 15 years, maximum of 30, in exchange for the dismissal of 2 other charges he was facing. He was arrested back on September 16th of 2025 following this months-long investigation. It all began when a Border Patrol agent found basically child porn on his phone. This was at Detroit Metro Airport.
Hey.
And apparently, though, there had been complaints about him for several years. There's one woman who she found him on care.com. Jim, that's kind of like where people can go to look for babysitters.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a site where people have been like, I don't know.
Vetted?
Yeah, like you background checks. You
Right.
should feel like you're finding good people through this site. I've looked for childcare through care.com before. This woman who was going to be a hired babysitter contacted him. And she said he came over without his child and then started asking really inappropriate questions, said he was looking for companionship, asking her if she would go outside of her relationship. And so she got him out of her house immediately. But then they say he also was posing as this boy named Brody online, was talking to 12-year-old girls, asking for all sorts of atrocious things. So anyway, he's going to be sentenced on December 7th. Finally, some good news. The Odyssey just became the highest grossing R-rated movie of all time, with a global take of almost $1.4 billion. The previous record holder was Deadpool and Wolverine with over $1.3 billion.
Have you seen it yet?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He saw it like
okay.
right
I
away.
haven't.
You got to see it.
I know. Eventually I will. Yeah.
Okay.
Sean, did you recognize Sean Avery?
No,
Red
I
Wing.
didn't.
Oh, yeah. He's got.
What's his role in the
I
movie?
forget. I know he's got a mask on like everybody
Well,
else. Yeah.
Would have been hard for me to recognize
Yeah.
that
Well,
stuff.
I don't. Anyway, he's been in a lot of films. Actually.
Yeah, interesting. We got to get you into the theater and see this.
Yeah, I know.
You could go again. Take him.
I'll go with Stoney.
All right. Absolutely.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, what do you want to see on Saturday out of the Lions? Who do you want to see play? It's 97.1. Good morning, 97.1, Jim Costa. Stoney in today. Heather, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. Ready to roll on a Friday. Tomorrow, we're going to see more of the Lions.
That's right.
Significant starters, but we will not see Sam Laporta or Ennis Rakestraw. They are both dealing with injuries.
Yeah, I was actually at practice yesterday, and you saw Rakestraw. It was a non-contact injury. He was defending against, I think it was Meeks, and he just went down, and he was down for a while, and everybody's sitting there, oh, my God, here we go again. And he did walk off on his own power, escorted to the locker room by a trainer.
I said he's not playing tomorrow. Is that confirmed?
Well, I wouldn't. Rakestraw, there's no way.
And
I'd be
Laporta
stunned.
might not be ready for week 1.
Yeah, and that's an issue because all these guys, Laporta, I love him. The guy's so freaking good. The running game wasn't just the offensive line that screwed up last year. It was the fact that he didn't play a lot of games, and he was just such a good blocker. He's so good. But he gets hurt all the time, and it's just like, all right, they have to make a decision on him coming up. Don't forget. And, God, I hope he's ready for game 1 because he's key to that offense, man. He really is, especially with a new offensive coordinator who
featured tight ends.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I don't think he's always injured. He had the back last year as the first significant time I think he had missed, right?
No, I thought, didn't he miss some games early, like his second year maybe? I don't know.
Maybe. But I agree with you on the point.
He was banked up heading into the playoffs in 23.
Yeah.
But he
Okay.
played.
Yeah, because I'm looking at it. He played 17 games
Okay.
his first year, 16 games his second year. He played 9 last season, and I agree with your point. They did miss him. As much as the injury of the offensive line let him down, they did not get what they needed out of the tight end position. And I don't have the numbers in front of me, but their record and their points scored with him versus without him, it was noticeable.
Correct. And in fairness, they didn't have Brock Wright at the same time last year,
Right.
too.
It kind of domino effect.
Yeah.
So anyway, no Laporta, no Rakestraw, no Jared Goff. Campbell had said it's going to be Dobbs, give him some extended run, and Altmaier's going to play too. They're high on him as a young quarterback.
I'd like to see Goff play a series, but if God forbid he would get hurt, I mean, is it worth it? No. Different coach. We were seeing more and more this year of the starters playing a little bit around the league.
Yeah.
But look, personally, I'd play him for a series, but it's no big deal. I'm not going to go crazy
So
on it.
I'm going to just kind of rapid fire, throw out some names, and you tell me if you want to see them play or not. Okay. Goff.
I'd like to see him play a series.
Okay, you would. Jameer Gibbs.
Yeah, I'd like to see these guys play one series. I'd like the first team offense. I want to see play one series.
St. Brown, yes. Sewell,
yes.
Hutch.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody for at least a series.
Everybody for at least a series.
Okay.
Because everybody's saying, well, usually the joint practices when they go against somebody else are, that's better than the preseason games.
That's what they said that. The coaching staff. Now, have you seen what's going on around the league this year?
Yeah, fights all over the place. The Cowboys and Saints got fined $500,000 each. Jerry Jones says he's going to fine some of his own players for causing the fine.
Well, because it's a disruption. And
Dolphins, Giants had one yesterday too.
And maybe the Campbell and company got out a year early at the right time because this disrupts your practice, your flow. All the advantages go out the window if you can't actually practice.
Right, but the point being is if you're not going to have these, maybe it's good to let these guys play a series at least.
Sure. If you were erring on the side of caution, which they are with Goff, I think I also would with Gibbs.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think he'll play tomorrow.
Sewell, I think you do play because of continuity on that offensive line.
Yes.
Hutch for a series or two, and then I just want to play it safe with him. What do you want to see outside of health? Like, I just want to put that caveat so we don't get 5,000 texts. What do you want to see tomorrow that is not get out of there healthy?
Well, it depends on the opponent, what Washington's throwing at him. Look, I want to see the secondary. I want to see how the safeties play. I mean, that's going to be the biggest concern going into this team, especially on the defensive end. Offensively, I'd like to have Blake Miller have another, decent game. I want to see is Scruggs going to be the center? I mean, or is they going to have Ratledge play a few plays? I mean, these are the things you need to see, especially you talk about continuity offensive line. The guard situation is so in flux with his Mahogany, all these guys.
Barch is in concussion protocol now.
Yes, and look, every team has a lot of tryouts, but there's obviously some concern at that position when you consider that they had former first-round draft pick Laken Tomlinson and Will Hernandez, veteran, played for the Giants and some other teams.
Cardinals, too.
And for tryouts yesterday.
Speaks to, hey, we need another body here because we're not super confident in the depth we've got.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, the biggest thing is the offensive line and the defensive line because coverages are vanilla. I obviously want to see Tesla catch the football. I want to see some people make plays in the secondary. But the trenches, I think, is where you can get maybe the truest, honest assessment. You got someone lined up mano a mano. It doesn't matter if it's a vanilla play or not. Can you win your matchup? Can you be disruptive? Can you move the offensive? If you're the offensive line, can you move the line of scrimmage? There's going to be things to look for up front, both sides.
I want to see Ozarike play. I want to see if he's, legitimately back. I mean, no pun intended on his injury.
But I'd love to see a flash from Tyleek. We're talking about a year 2 for their first-round pick. That would be awesome. Aleem McNeil continuing to build some confidence. I think a lot of this season hinges on if Aleem McNeil can be the player he was pre-ACL.
Yes.
And he can't prove that on Saturday, but can I see a flash? Can I see a play?
Yeah.
Can I go, that's the guy I need? So I'm looking in the trenches.
We're going to see Jaden Daniels? I don't think so.
I haven't looked at any of the Commander stuff. Maybe I'm a bad radio host.
I don't either. I have no
it.
idea.
I'll go along with your trenches thing in terms of I want to see physical dominance. That's what the Lions at their peak were. They would, on both lines, but especially the offensive line, physically dominate.
Yeah.
Are they going to be as good as that 2023 line? No. I want to see McNeil make a little bit of an impact. By the way, Laporte, I did look it up. They were 6-3 with him, 3-5 without him.
Yeah, he's very.
And I think the points per game, it might have been a full touchdown last season. And for his career, I think it's a whole field goal difference.
Against
they
better
have with
defenses, they struggled without him big time.
Well, think about it. One of the things that we were critical of, their inability to convert on those 3rd and 4th downs, because Dan Campbell's going to do it. He believes in it, but they weren't converting as often. And, well, how valuable is a tight end when you're selling play action or you're trying to set the edge or get the extra guy blocked up in the front? That stuff adds up, and I think it really did hurt him.
Yeah, I mean, you're throwing to Frisker, basically, if you're going to even do that. Remember him?
Firkser.
Oh, sorry.
Might as well have been Frisker.
Yeah.
Stony. 248-539-9797. We have some Dan Campbell stuff we want to pass along that's coming up at 6:50, talking about the window and where it's at and the future of this football team. He was very clear on his position. We'll get to that. It's 97.1.
Hey, Tigers fans, this is for you. The team that brought you Surfside is back with something new. Meet Super Light, a refreshing vodka plus aid inspired by classic sports drinks flavors. With 0 bubbles, 0 carbs, and only 90 calories, Super Light is here to fuel the moment. So whether you're celebrating a home run or cheering on the Tigers at Comerica Park, enjoy it with Super Light. Super Light, proud partners of the Detroit Tigers. Find it in the stadium and in stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
He's honest. That's Dan Campbell on Laporta.
He didn't sound too happy, put it that way.
No. I'm not too happy about it either, Stoney.
I know.
Cade May's going to miss probably 4 or 5 games, and Laporta maybe misses the start of the season.
Maybe.
And those are the 2 position groups you needed to see bounce back to get the offense back to where they had been. Text says, on Saturday, I want to see the Lions play anyone that does not get hurt. Dan and Evan.
Of course.
Do we have to look at Campbell here? Why are so many of his guys getting hurt at practice?
Okay, it's not as physical as it used to be. Look at other teams around the league. All these injuries. The Lions actually injuries are not as bad as a lot of teams.
Yeah, I mean, they've lucked into the Saints in the first week with them not having Kamara and the draft pick Tyson.
Yeah.
And their defensive lineman, what's his name? The one from Clemson, Brian Brissy, whatever his name is. He's out for the year, right?
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
Okay,
I believe so.
I mean, I would argue previous Lions defenses, and hopefully it's better, the players like Kamara are the ones that really gave them trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, I think every team's going through injuries. We fixate on our own.
Right.
But I don't feel like, what do you want Dan Campbell to
Look
do?
at
outside
look at the Chargers.
their center's hurt.
Yeah, he's done for the year.
And last year they had awful luck with both their tackles missing significant time.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the alternative? They don't have the joint practices.
Right.
You've talked about it. And I've seen other beat writers say, hey, they've cut down on as much of the live tackling and the physical. They still have to build calluses. You can't run like a
You
slumber
can't play
party.
flag football
Right.
in training camp and then go out there week 1 and try to tackle people.
Right. And I believe the what we see on Saturday will be the dress rehearsal. These guys then won't play in the next preseason game.
Yeah.
So this is, I mean, I get it. Knock on wood, nothing happens on Saturday, but we're going to watch. We're going to see if we can glean anything from it. Tex says, I need to see the offensive line look good. My concern is starting to grow about the interior of this line.
Yeah, that's rightfully so. I mean, Mahogany did not look great the other night, did he?
No, mixed bag for sure.
I think you could argue that Tate Ratledge is becoming maybe one of the most important players on this team. That you know what you got with your stars. I'm not saying he's more important than them, but if this guy elevates to an above average guard, it changes the entire dynamic.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, he was drafted in the 2nd round. That was a good pick. Look at the Chargers. You know, their starting center that they paid a decent amount of money for is a free agent who got hurt.
Yadish.
Okay. The guy who's going to replace him is going to be a rookie. He was drafted, I believe, from Georgia Tech in the 2nd round as a guard, but he played center in college, and he's getting all the reps.
Hey, I mentioned we had some Dan Campbell quotes on the Lions window, and he was pretty straightforward about how he feels. Dan Campbell, this is quoted in ESPN, our window is not closed, which I think we all agree with, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Says our window is not closed. It's not closed. It was the whole reason we did this. We fell short last year, but we need to get in the playoffs, and then it's about matchups, who you're playing. Says we want to be able to do that every year, and sometimes just saying it is what it is. I'm just saying I'm just saying what happens is you want to go all in for one player. How do you know that one player doesn't get hurt? Or how do you know the 3 players behind him don't get hurt and now you've got no depth? Whereas let's just get a unit together. We can compete every year, and then it's about that moment. We're making those plays and finding ways to win those games.
Well, you can take that 2 ways. You can take it, oh my God, they're not going all in to win a championship. But the other part of it is on the window, and he's right. I am so sick of people, some people nationally, says their window is closed. You tell me how the hell their window is closed when their best players, and there's a lot of them, are young players. Most of them are under contract. The only older guy out there is Goff, and he shows no signs of, not being effective. And in fact, when you look at quarterbacks around the National Football League now, they're playing into their 40s. So he's in the prime. Just go down all the great players we have, or good players, whatever you want to call them. I'm not going to get into semantics. The window is not closed. They have all these great, really good young players. Yeah, how's the window closed? I don't get that mindset. No, they didn't.
Stoney, I'm with you. And let's just focus on the guys who I consider their A-level players.
Yes.
The all-pro and all-pro caliber players.
Right.
I say Sewell,
Yes.
St. Brown,
Yes.
Gibbs,
Yeah.
Hutch,
Yeah.
and Jack Campbell.
Yeah.
All of them are in the prime, locked up long term. It's not a 1 year, got to do it this
Right.
year. They're going to have a couple cracks at it with that core.
And you might want to say throw JMO in there too.
Well, you go one tier down. Maybe it's the JMOs, the Goffs, the Laporta, Branch.
Right.
Got to get them right.
Correct.
They've got a nucleus of dudes
Right.
who are going to be here for the foreseeable future.
They have at least one player in every position, if they're healthy, that is a Pro Bowl player. Offensive line, it's Sewell. Running back, it's Gibbs. Quarterback, it's Goff. Wide receiver, it's St. Brown and maybe JMO. Tight end, Laporta, he's maybe not the best tight end in the world, but he's damn freaking good. Okay? Hutch, Campbell, you mentioned. You got Branch, when healthy, is an all-pro safety. I mean, what are these people looking at?
I think another key thing is going to be Aleem, expensive player.
Yes.
But if he's locked up, but if he's the player pre-ACL this year, full year removed,
Right.
now you start talking about a group that you're going to be in this. So on that first point,
Yes.
I agree. The window's not closed for the
No.
Detroit Lions. In
And
fact, ESPN just did their Bright Future deal early in the week,
Yeah,
and they were third.
yes.
Exactly. So you and me, and I think if you look at it logically, no, the window's not closed. The second part of that, though,
Right.
where they say, and Campbell says, you want to go all in for one player, how do you know that player doesn't get hurt?
Yeah, that's...
But I think that's kind of a defeatist attitude
Yes.
because I could be snarky and say, why add Cade Mays at the offseason? What if he gets hurt? Why do anything if the player might get hurt? You never add a player with the assumption that they're going to get hurt.
No, it's talking about giving up a lot of capital.
Yeah, but here's the
probably.
thing, Stoney. The Rams
I know.
don't make first round picks, and they've done more than us. They've won a Super Bowl. They've
Correct.
won more playoff games. And they're not afraid to nuke their draft.
Well,
we got to keep our draft so we can do what we did in 24. See, that's the thing. It's the idea of if we keep everything, it's always going to work out. There's a danger in that way of looking at it too.
Yes, absolutely. Because if they have some injuries, and if Nakua's mental state, who the hell knows what it's going to be?
Take another bite out of somebody.
Everybody's like, obviously, the Rams are the best team in the league going in. That's what everybody thinks. The odds say and all that stuff. If you're betting, you're taking the field, right? I mean,
Oh yeah, I would take that.
they still have a lot of question marks.
Some text. Window's definitely closed. Stoney, the window isn't closed. It's just in Chicago now.
Okay.
I'm not even watching the preseason. I never gather any info from preseason games, but hearing Rakestraw go down leads me to believe this team can't be great. Our starting four DBs are DJ Reed, Avonte Maddox, Chuck Clark, and Keith Abney. My God, Josh Allen's going to eat week 2. Greg and St. Pete.
Okay.
And I think Laporta is going to be critical for the flow of this offense. Need to have a big season. You can hear it in Dan's voice. They need Laporta healthy, Chad,
Yes,
in a try.
absolutely. Look, Ben Johnson is a really good offensive mind. I mean, I'm not breaking any ground there. They lost him to Chicago. Get it. But he was not the reason that they were so good.
Who's going to have more wins this year, Lions or the Bears? Because I feel very strongly about this.
Schedule's going to play a role probably.
That's going to be a huge deal.
I think the Lions will win about 10 games. I think the Bears, it's going to be close. I'll say the Lions.
Okay. Homer. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. And I think the schedule is only one way of looking at it. So the Lions are going to play, just as a comparison, the Titans, Cards, and Giants, where the Bears will play the Seahawks, Jaguars, and Eagles.
Yes.
Well, it could be the difference in 2 or 3 wins right there. But then I want you to understand, the Bears' defense is bad. They're 29th last year in total defense.
And
what they benefited from was one of the best turnover margins of the decade. They were plus 22. And you know who's gone? Both safeties, their slot corner, and their interior linebacker. They lost all the guys who had 2 or more picks.
Right. Kobe Bryant got hurt. Some people are talking about injuries.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So if their defense takes a step back, they're going to have to win a lot of shootouts. And Caleb was a 58% passer last year. He's fun coloring outside the lines, but
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to need a huge leap for him.
Well, he'll be better.
I think there'll be some leap, but a huge leap, I think, is what they're going to need. So I think the Lions have a couple more built-in wins. For everybody saying the Bears are going to be this and the Bears are going to be that, I'm selling Bears stock.
And then their running back got hurt too?
They're running my guy?
Yeah.
I have him on fantasy. You're breaking news to me. I hope he's not hurt.
I think it's small, though. I'll try to look that up here. We'll get it after the update.
Okay.
We can pass that along, and then I know we got Shabath in here, and I got a question for him in one of his programs. We'll get to that after the update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. Jackson Kohler, former big man of Michigan State, transferred to BYU yesterday. He averaged 13 points and 9 rebounds for the Spartans last year, went undrafted this summer, and played in NBA Summer League games for the Utah Jazz. He was allowed to return to college after the court ruling last week provided all athletes in the class of 2022 an extra year of eligibility. Kohler now returns to his home state of Utah for another year of college hoops. We got an update from the Free Press yesterday on the Red Wings GM search. According to Helene St. James and her confidential team source, the team has gone through a list of 100 names and is slowly working through it, trying to be thorough. Ryan Hanna of the Winged Wheel podcast says his source told him the team has begun interviewing candidates. We have some Lions updates from yesterday as well, ahead of their second preseason game tomorrow. Dan Campbell informed the media that Sam Laporta is dealing with a minor hip injury that the team feels good about long-term, but he would not give a definitive timeline nor say whether Laporta will be ready to go for Week 1. Josh Dobbs will start at quarterback tomorrow against the Commanders. He will split equal reps with Luke Altmaier. Do not expect to see Jared Goff. There was also a report from practice that Ennis Rakestraw left practice early with a non-contact injury. He did walk off under his own power. And the Tigers start a 3-game series with the Kansas City Royals tonight. First pitch is at 8:10 here on 97.1. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Brendan's giving us the stiff arm. Try to get him back in a couple minutes here. I have a question about one of his teams. Okay. Do we have an update on my fantasy running back, Kyle Monangai?
He's week to week, hyperextended his knee.
Kidding me?
Yeah, I do think they had an intriguing backfield, and I thought he would emerge. He was kind of a sneaky fantasy pick. He could still be sneaky, but you might have to wait a little bit.
And so I clarify, I'm not one of these idiots that drafted their fantasy team too early. This is a keeper league. It's the Valenti TJ Lang league. And I've got Monangai super cheap, so need him
I'm
to have
with
a
you
big
on
year.
him. But now, we'll see. I thought he was going to be one of the keys of their offense because it would keep it balanced and help things open up for Williams, because I'm with Jim. I still got to see better performance from Caleb Williams in terms of completion percentage.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, look, can you count on his heroics in the late in games to build your offense on? No.
Well, that's the thing. They were the Bears, division champs, 7-4 in one-score games.
Right.
They won a lot of those close football games last season.
So real quickly, when I Googled him, I came across a website called thewindycity.com.
Yeah.
Guess take a shot at what old veteran they want to bring in to just make things stable.
Jamal Williams.
Nope. That would be
Chase
that was
Daniel.
great on the fly. Nice pull.
That was
Who is it?
Chase Daniels.
a run.
Take a few stabs.
Is this a
here.
running back?
A veteran running
Matt
back.
Forte.
No. We're not come on. Within reason. Frank
You set
Gore.
it up like it was funny.
Yeah.
But you say,
Austin Eckler.
No. Nick Chubb
okay.
in his one knee.
Yes.
He actually did decent last year for the Texans.
I know. Boy, Montgomery's going to have a good season
You think so?
if he stays healthy.
I like that team.
Yeah. I love that team. That's my Super Bowl pick.
Oh, wait. Okay.
All right, Brendan
I'm
Shabath.
bailing.
Brendan Shabath back in the studio. I got a question about your basketball team.
Yeah.
Why didn't Tom Izzo make a roster spot for Jackson Kohler? This guy was 12-9 last year, shoots the three. You're going to be a preseason top 10 to 15 team. You're chasing a national title. It's here in Detroit. Why not kick some redshirt freshman off the roster? Is Izzo too nice?
Well, it's interesting that you brought this up today because this actually came up in our Michigan State group chat a couple days ago before the Kohler news, because it was pretty clear that he was not going to come back.
Correct.
The social media rumblings between him and his father who was on there, and there were no signs pointing to him returning. And same for any of the other guys.
Isn't he from Utah?
Yes, he is. He was famously the only Michigan State basketball player ever from the state of Utah. So he goes back home.
It sounded like Kentucky and BYU were the two teams it came down to.
Right, and I don't think it was ever about money or about wanting to return to Michigan State. And a point that my friend brought up in this conversation is if this court ruling comes down in April,
I know,
right after the season, Kohler's probably instantly back.
And I think Izzo had alluded to that in some quotes I read. But my point is, should he have been more cutthroat and said, we'll make room? sorry, Timmy, you're going to have to.
But you see,
Find another team.
you're making it out like the guy who's going to lose his spot or lose his scholarship is some, schlub.
Well, no, but they're not Jackson Kohler. It's year to year.
No,
It's college sports. Sorry, someone's better than you. Is Izzo's unwilling to do that?
Maybe, Tom Izzo's
He's a principled man. I get
a
it.
decent human being where you're trying to recruit kids and then you tell your parents and all that all of a sudden a month before classes start, sorry, you're gone. You can't do that.
How many wins is being a decent human worth?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I'd rather be a decent human.
All right. Well, you can let Michigan win another title. I don't know.
Whatever.
I agree with Stoney's point that I think it's the principle of the decision to remove somebody that you had already promised a spot. I mean, it's today's August 21st.
Yes. Classes, the kids are moving into school already.
I mean, yeah, there are schools around the country that have already started classes.
Well, then I would make the contention Tom Izzo is too good of a person to win in college basketball
but
now.
This is the point that will, I feel like you and I, as far as how we judge and talk about the Michigan State basketball program differ, is that I don't expect Tom Izzo to make that decision. Would I like Jackson Kohler on this basketball team? Absolutely. But I have zero expectation that Tom is going to do the quote-unquote cutthroat or sleazy modern college thing to get the guy on his roster. And I don't know if BYU cut a guy to make room for Kohler, but the
just
point
wait for an
is,
honor code violation. They'll be fine.
I am okay with there being one decent human in college basketball, right? And to another point too, he's bringing in a 7-foot 4-star freshman.
Right.
He brought in Anton Bonk, the transfer. The portal is closed, so if you do cut a guy, they can't go anywhere else at this point right now. Like the roster is full, the rotation is full. Would they be better with Jackson Kohler?
Yes,
absolutely. But I don't think it's the end of the world, and we can just move on from the front court. It's kind of the end of an era of the Kohler Cooper days.
If you want Will Wade to coach your basketball team, fine, go get him.
Right. And here's the thing: Will Wade's a winner, but has he won more than Tom Izzo? No. Will Wade's got 4 players on his he's
team
also
right
got
now.
4 guys on his roster.
Yes.
Like you could be him or you could be Tom Izzo.
You're taking it further than I'm going.
I know,
I'm not
I know.
suggesting everyone should be Will Wade.
There's
I know.
a middle, yeah.
I know.
Say Kentucky and BYU both wanted this guy. They were going to find ways to add this guy, and I'm sure they wouldn't have been the only 2 schools in America that would have found ways to get Jackson Kohler onto their roster. Michigan State did not want to get creative and cutthroat and mean and nasty and screw a kid over, so they will pay for it this season by not being as good a basketball team as they could be. And you're okay with it, and Stoney's okay with it, and that's fine.
But I don't know the depth chart like you do. Maybe there's, the people who he would replace were actually going to be people who are going to contribute, not bench warmers.
Well, you can only play so many. You have 15 spots.
Well, so
they're not
they're
all
going
going
to start. They're going to start Anton Bonk, the center that they went and got in the transfer portal.
He was from Charlotte.
Yes, big dude.
That's the guy that's probably going to start. They're bringing in a 4-star 7-footer who is probably more of a project and more of some development, but has a lot of promise. I think he'll probably see the floor this year, but I don't know how much. Jesse McCullough was that guy 2 years ago. So Jesse McCullough didn't see the floor a ton last year, but he's another big man forward that will probably be the side piece to the Anton Bonk weapon that they have down low. And then they've got a couple other bench warmers. So he would have been absolutely their starting center for sure.
Yeah.
But it's just not
how they do it.
Not how he operates. And I even question, would Dusty May have cut somebody to make room for a guy this late? Like
I don't know. I don't think so.
The decision just comes. There's so little you can do when it comes out in August.
Let me just be clear on that. I do think this puts coaches in an awful position.
Yes.
This is terrible how this decision played out, the timeline of it. This made it terrible.
It's ridiculous. I mean, there's other things that happen in college football that we're going to talk about later in the program.
Yeah.
I'm almost turning into Mike with it. It's like the whole thing is revolting.
Yeah.
That said, I can't wait till they kick off.
Couple quick texts. Izzo didn't keep him because he knows there's a great chance this all gets overturned on appeal and you'd be cutting someone and being down a roster spot. That's Matt in Commerce.
I don't know the specific legality.
No.
I mean, a lot of this stuff is temporary. Like the operative word in the report yesterday about the college football players in Louisiana is they've been granted a temporary restraining order. I mean, we saw Charles Bediako for Bama last year.
Yes.
Like he did everything he could to get on the floor and was there for like 3 games and didn't really do anything for them either.
Tell Lil Bro to get off Izzo's lap. Fun question for the NIL portal era. How much money would it take for you to get transferred to BYU and have to live under Mormon code of conduct and not have sex your entire time you're enrolled there?
Okay, yeah, if you're some dude like from California or
Right.
New York, or he's from Utah.
He could probably be a Mormon because you mentioned Kentucky. Mark Pope used to be the head coach at BYU, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Good connection there. And we don't know. It's if you're, I don't know their full honor code, but I think is Jackson single? Does he have a partner?
I don't know.
Married?
I feel like I vaguely remember
Does he drink pop?
a girlfriend on social media, but I'm not totally.
Okay.
I don't remember.
We don't need to go that far down the rabbit hole. Anyway, that's Brendan Shabath. He's on the updates all morning. Spartan fan perspective. I saw the Kohler news overnight, and I thought, why wouldn't you find a way to make room for him? And the answer is because you'd have to kick someone off the team, and Izzo's not going to do that.
Is polygamy still legal in Utah?
I have no idea. I believe so.
Ask Kyle Whittingham the next time you see him. I don't know. That's the only. I'm not suggesting he's polygamous. He's someone in the state who was in Utah. Let me be very clear on that. I'm not suggesting anything. He was in Utah. He would have more of a perspective. He also went to BYU. So that's also how we have a perspective.
That is true.
All right, let's keep the show rolling. 248-539-9797 before I take it too far off the rails.
That's usually my job.
Yeah, well, you're a bad influence. 735 The Cookie Jar, 97.1.
Hey, those of you who wear glasses, contacts, or have reading glasses stashed in every room in the house, please listen. 7 years ago, I said, enough! I went to see the amazing Dr. Yaldo, Michigan's premier eye surgeon, and asked, tell me about these bifocal lens implants I've been hearing about. He explained that by about 45, most of us need reading glasses because our natural lenses lose the flexibility to see nearby objects. In a brief, pain-free, and completely safe procedure, he replaced my poorly performing natural lenses with 2 tiny implanted ones. I left his office as a new man. 7 years later, I see 20/20 at all distances and will continue to see just as well for as long as I live. Thanks to these amazing bifocal implants, get it done. Let technology and the amazing Dr. Yaldo set you free. No glasses, contacts, readers, and your best vision ever. Get the free evaluation at yaldoeyecenter.com.
Get to the cookie jar coming up at 7:35. Greg Hargrave found this, and I think it's something I'd like to see more of in college sports. We got a lot of things we don't like. This is one thing I do like. Bama and Tennessee are going to play one another this fall wearing their home jerseys, both sides. You get the burnt orange and the crimson. And you see UCLA and USC do this, and it looks incredible.
It's beautiful. It's wonderful.
I love
the UCLA USC. It's great.
I would love to see Michigan and Ohio State do this one year.
Yes.
The scarlet and the blue on the other
That
side.
would be cool. Absolutely.
Both teams wearing their home jerseys for your big rivalry game.
That'd be awesome. But it can't work for every rivalry.
Okay. What do you mean?
Like Michigan State. They're
Too similar?
Too close.
The dark colors?
Blue and green. I don't know. I don't think it looks as nice. I don't know.
I do agree with that, Stone. The colors aren't quite as vibrant for that.
It's not as vibrant. They clash too much. I mean, not that there's going to be controversy, did the ball we replayed it for everything. But you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think it looks as good. Blue green.
You don't think the maize green would work?
Maize and green would work, but that's not their home jerseys.
It is sometimes.
No, it is not.
Not anymore.
No.
Okay.
No, I think they only did it once, didn't they?
Wasn't it that game down in
In Florida, right?
Yeah, where Tariq Black was going to be the next great Michigan receiver.
But you'd be with me for Michigan, Ohio State.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And Greg, you were the one that found this story.
Yeah, I've played video games and I have done this. I have had them both play with their home jerseys on. Yeah, I think another one I want to say is last year, mentioned it last year, the most aesthetically pleasing football game of the season was Utah BYU.
Yep.
And it was a little bit extra too. Not a big fan of monochromatic football jerseys, same color helmet, same color shirt, same color pants. It works in that rivalry because it's a vibrant blue against vibrant all red.
I think that game was at night, too.
Yes.
It's a holy war game, too.
Yes.
I wouldn't mind it in pro sports when it works too, where the colors work. Like the Texans played last night. They wore blue. They played the Raiders. If the Raiders went black, there's no way you could do that.
No.
But what if the Lions wore the blue against the red Texans? I think that would be cool.
Sure.
That would be sweet, actually.
Or like the Lions open the season against the Saints. If they show up in the black jerseys and we're wearing the lighter Honolulu blue, I think it could work.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the old days, unless you still have a black and white television, that was part of the problem. That's why they
Yeah. That makes sense.
That's part
That's
of
where it
one
would've
reason they
started.
was created. Yeah, you can see on television.
So why don't we see more of it? The league has just rules that don't allow it. I mean,
Probably.
You put a common sense clause. If the two teams' home jerseys are too similar, then
Well,
it
yeah.
defaults to the old way.
Well, you see it in basketball, all in the NBA, because who
They have so
the
many
hell knows?
jerseys.
The NBA is so weird. You put on a game. It used to be you turn on a game, you just know where the game is. Now you have to sit there and figure it out because one team's wearing this color. It's nuts.
What is the home jersey? Has been, those lines have been kind of blurred
Right.
quite a bit.
I know.
In basketball, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's so many jerseys. People are buying them. That's the only reason they do them. It's not for the eyes. It's for the green.
You're right about that.
Like everything else in this world.
Kind of an opposite opinion. I wish hockey would go back to wearing the white jerseys at home.
So do I. I do too.
And some of it is like the Red Wings in those white jerseys
It's
growing
weird.
up.
When I was indoctrinated in hockey as a kid, they wore the dark jerseys at home. Then they switched. I don't know if it was early 70s or whatever was when they switched. And it was great because if you went to a game, tickets, so the Flyers wore white every game. And so when the North Stars came in, it would be green. If the Bruins came in, it'd be black. You'd see white. And now, if they're home, it's always red and white. Mm-hmm. Although they sometimes wear a little off-color teams. The road jerseys are a little different sometimes. But for the most part, it's red and white. Red versus white.
Are the Wings is every team getting like a new alternate jersey?
Yeah, Fanatics, and it's called like Hometown Revisited or something like that. I don't know. There was some kind of leak yesterday, but
I don't know if it's right.
But it's not correct. I don't think.
Unless Bob
it's
Duff
been
tells
confirmed.
me, I don't.
And hopefully, what we saw yesterday is not going to be it.
You didn't like what you saw.
No, I don't want Hockey Town on the jerseys.
Yeah, it's this weird
I
tripling
don't.
down.
I don't want it. I was pissed that they're going to bring it back on the ice.
Yeah, so they brought it back for the Centennial season, and now they're bringing it back moving forward. And if they would put it on the alternate jersey, it's this weird tripling down at a time where the team is at its most pathetic. I don't want to be putting
No.
Hockey Town on everything, kind of
No.
as this desperate attempt to.
No.
It doesn't fit.
No.
We got to earn it.
Yes.
Get back to playing playoff hockey every year. Get back to
Right.
challenging for Stanley Cups every year. Then, hey, Hockey Town, let's do it.
It's Wingstown, baby.
This text says, I want both teams to wear all white against each other. That's Mike in Royal Oak. Text said, no, you guys have gone too far. You've reinvented Color Rush.
I was kind of thinking that a little bit.
So where's the line? Because it worked for BYU Utah last year. And I think it would work for...
It works for UCLA, USC.
I think it worked for Michigan, Ohio State. You made a face about Tennessee and Alabama.
They're a little close.
That orange is pretty distinct.
I know, but it's
I think there's two families here. There's a red family and there's a blue family, and they got to be on opposite sides of the family.
So orange is in the red family, so you don't think
Yeah.
so you don't think they should do this.
No, this is awesome.
like in the NFL, like Cowboys, Commanders, blue and red and burgundy, blue against burgundy. I think that would be awesome.
Well, here's the thing. We're going to find out the third Saturday in October. Oh, that's his sixth interception of the game. I don't know how he didn't see that linebacker right there. The jerseys are too close.
Too similar. By the way, on the Red Wings, we're going to talk more about them at 8 o'clock. We shook the tree yesterday, I think, and we got some response. They have interviewed some people, so we'll give you the latest on the Red Wings GM search coming up at 8 o'clock, maybe a few minutes before top of the hour. Can we please make sure Stoney's comment on the colored teams is archived for the soundboards? That's Timmy in a car. I didn't catch you saying it, but
All right, I'm sure it will be. Come on, revival's minority blood, I guess. I don't know.
we're going to get to Cookie Jar, but first, Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Hey, good morning. There's a really heartwarming story that's coming out of Detroit, and it all unfolded on Thursday when a family who had been living in a homeless shelter more than a year was gifted a home from the city.
Awesome.
It's really neat. So the family started making headlines recently after 14-year-old Latea Crowder shared her story of overcoming the struggle of living without a home while also excelling at school. She was the valedictorian. 8th grade. I think she's going off to high school. She was just accepted into Detroit's Cass Technological High School, but she was the valedictorian of her 8th grade class. So she did really well, despite the fact that she said, it was loud. I didn't always have internet access and how difficult it was, but she still excelled. So after officials in the city heard the story, they made their dreams come true. Got a home for the family. They got it on Thursday. Mom was able to sign the lease. It's a really incredible story. So you can check out video online. It's really touching. The University of Utah is suing former assistant coach Freddie Whittingham, accusing him of breaching his contract after he left the Utes to join his brother Kyle Whittingham's coaching staff at Michigan. So university attorneys filed the lawsuit earlier this month, and according to the lawsuit, Freddie was under contract with Utah through January of 2027, but left his position as the tight ends coach to take the same job at Michigan. Utah alleges that Freddie abandoned his position and is seeking more than $300,000. Let's see, where's all this detail here? For the breach of contract, and then at least $1 million for general and special damages.
You never really hear stories like this.
I know.
Normally, it's just accepted that you're going to let assistants go, right?
Yeah.
But then they also say that he was actively recruiting Utah players to Michigan while still
Sure.
employed by Utah.
Okay,
That's
that's
get being annoyed,
problematic
yeah.
if that's true.
So what's the result? You're going to be like money for damages?
Yeah, probably.
It's not like he's going to go back and coach Utah.
No, there's just going
And
to
they're
be
not going to suspend him from coaching Michigan.
No.
Well, with the start of the school year right around the corner, districts across the state are dealing with bus driver shortages. So a lot of districts are trying whatever they can. They're doing hiring bonuses, or they're trying to improve the workplace culture so that they can hire more bus drivers. But obviously, the impact could be huge, because if we don't have transportation, it relies on the parents or on siblings or on friends, because a lot of parents have to get to work and are not able to get their kid to school. So it can be a huge hassle. There are districts like Utica that is still looking to fill between 25 to 30 open positions. Wow. And the man responsible for hiring those positions say it's a really tough job.
So he says that like Amazon jobs, other driving jobs.
Yeah, and
trucking.
I also read a different article, not this man individually talking, but somebody else saying there's just more opportunities in general for work. Like not only in driving, but there's just so many more things that exist today than years and years and years ago.
Because like the gig economy, side hustle stuff?
Yeah, there's just so much more.
Well, it puts
and
a
also
premium
it's a
then.
really hard job.
Oh, I know. You got to put up with those kids.
You're driving a huge vehicle. You need to drive it very safely. And you've got, I don't know how many kids can fit on a school bus, 80 max that you're dealing with. And do you remember what you were like on a school bus? Right? Like you get out of school and you're just like,
kids are crazy.
You're
Yep.
crazy. So it is a hard job. And it's happening all over the state.
So how are they incentivizing? Is the pay, benefits, perks?
Well, it sounds like it's more of the hiring bonuses were included in this article, and then like the workplace environment, the culture. They say bus drivers can make between $21 and $28 an hour. So about 10,000 registered nurses at Corewell Health's Southeastern Michigan hospitals are getting a significant pay bump after ratifying their first union contract. So the nurses spent more than a year negotiating the agreement. The 3-year contract will include a 15% pay increase over the life of that contract. The nurses will also receive a one-time lump sum payout tied to a previously withheld wage increase. And then the deal isn't just about money either. It's going to create this safe staffing committee that gives nurses a way to directly raise any concerns with management about nurse to patient ratios. And then nurses will also have the option of choosing a PPO health insurance plan along with other workplace protections. So It's great. I'm glad.
It's an important job. It's a
Damn
backbone
right.
job. If you were in the hospital, you'd want to make sure they have the best
For
people
sure.
possible working. This is how you keep the best possible people.
Yep. Hey, if you're already looking ahead to fall colors, man, what a week we've had weather-wise. I can feel, I know it's still summer, but it hasn't been humid, so you can feel the fall in the air. It's coming, but Michigan's leaves are expected to start changing in the Upper Peninsula in September, with the colors moving then south across the state. So according to Explore Fall's 2026 foliage map, the eastern Upper Peninsula should start seeing colors around September 16th, followed by western UP around September 28th. The northern lower peninsula is expected to begin changing around September 28th, and then the southern lower peninsula, including Metro Detroit, is estimated to start around October 2nd. But if you're planning an up north vacation, peak color, let's see, and the northern lower peninsula will be around October 20th. So plan your vacations
good,
around that.
I am already looking forward to fall. This morning it was 60 degrees.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
I just need a little.
You can feel it.
I need to be a little hotter next week because I'm going up north. I want it to be nice.
It should be great. I mean,
I know.
I was just up there 75, 70.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, perfect.
I love it. Without all the humidity, it's been awesome.
Yep.
Still hot in the
Well, we
sun.
did a topic. Was it last week? Are you sick of summer? Sony, are you sick? You ready for fall?
No, I love summer. Love summer.
Cookie jar next. It's 97.1. It's the Cookie Jar. It's brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. On this episode of the Cookie Jar, we have pizza, ice cream, beer, ice dancers, and back to school. We start with pizza.
Okay.
I was hanging out with some friends, and the text came through, can one of you pick up the pizza? To which I said, yeah, I'll pick up the pizza. I show up, there's no pizza. He expected me to order and pick up the pizza. Who was in the wrong?
He was in the wrong. Semantically, he should have just told you to order the pizza and pick it up.
Because you would have done what I did. Pick up the pizza. You
Yeah.
just show up and go, hey,
you think
order for Aaron.
Or you could have, did you ask him what the pizza's name is under? Like sometimes they do
I
a
asked
first
him
name or last name.
As I was pulling up, I said, what's the name it's under? And he goes, you were supposed to order it.
Oh.
Yeah, he should have just used the word order.
Yes.
Could you order the pizza?
Yeah.
He used the wrong words.
Yes, generally, I think it should have, if you said get the pizza, I think there would have been a expectation that you order it. This sounds like it was for a gathering.
Yes. He semantically failed his friend.
Man, I think if it's
Yeah.
for a gathering, the people are coming from different places and they're getting it. I think, I don't know. I think the word choice is questionable.
Yes.
I think that if my wife had told me to pick up the pizza, yes, there's more of that expectation that it's already been ordered and paid for and just to pick it up.
He should have ordered it. He's clueless. He should have been direct with you and not left it out there. So then you had
Right.
to wait.
Yes, I had to sit at the pizza place and
you
wait.
were inconvenienced, and he took time out of your life. You know, not only should he have ordered it, he should have paid for it already. Where you literally go in and say, "Yeah, I'm picking this up." Boom, boom. I grab it and go.
Yep.
You should have even got you a car side.
Is it fair or foul to drink a non-alcoholic beer at work?
It's fair. However, if you're doing that, you just look like such a loser for some. I don't know why. It just it's so.
Well, you never see it. Nobody
No.
walks around holding a beer can.
Yes.
I mean, non-alcoholic. Or I don't walk around with like a mocktail in my hand.
Right.
Like
If you
a
wanted
pina
to, I
colada
guess
or
you,
something.
you could. You wouldn't get in any trouble. But it's just really, you're going to do that in front of people. You're a loser.
Yeah, I'll say
Dale?
foul.
Wait, why is it foul? You're not drunk.
It's fair. I know. It's everything Stoney just said. Like, yeah, of course, go for it. I
it's
don't
fair,
really
but
care
you're
what
a
you
loser.
drink, but
Yeah.
it just doesn't seem. It seems weird.
Yeah.
I'll say no.
Can you ever drink non-alcoholic beer? Or are you always a loser? Or is it only at work?
I'm talking about at work.
At work.
At work. People
So,
sometimes.
but then what's the difference?
Because when people, your colleagues see beer, they're not sitting there going, figuring out if it's non-alcoholic or not. It's just, especially if it's on a Friday. You're drinking a beer, it's non-alcoholic. You know, people want to go out and, have a little happy hour and things like that. No.
Do you think the
don't do
bosses
it.
should say something if they saw a coworker drink a non-alcoholic beer?
Well, first of all, they said, "What are you drinking for?" And the coworker would say, "Well, it's non-alcoholic." And the boss would say, "Well, you're a loser."
I mean, I've never seen it happen anywhere, and I've
Never.
worked at a lot of
Never.
places.
Never. I know people who drink out non-alcoholic
Sure.
beers, former alcoholics, people who have diabetes and things like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, I like to think that I want to concern with what is and not what things look like. I think this is one of the things that I'm thinking about what it looks like more
Yes,
so. And I
yes.
think it does not look good. That's not a phrase that I like saying a lot, but
Right.
I'm going to say it's foul.
Imagine if I'm sitting here right now and there's an O'Doul sitting right
Right.
next to me. That would look so weird.
I know, you'd be a loser.
Yes. I think it's foul. I mean, around these parts, anything's
Yeah.
fair game, but
How many free samples are you allowed when you go to get ice cream during busy hours? I had this experience up north. 3 samples, people, that's way too many.
Too many people waiting in line. One. That's it.
You get one. Basically,
One.
and I had the same opinion. You have the one that you have in your mind as your safe pick, but you want to try something
Yes.
and be adventurous.
Yes, can
and
I-
then it's a yes or no. I'm
Right.
getting it or I'm doing the fallback.
Yes, exactly.
It's busy.
I'm right
move,
on.
move it along. I don't need every kid to get 3 samples.
Exactly. We're on the same page on this one.
Man, I wrote down 3 ? Like, I'd like to say unlimited. You can try every ice cream, but if it's busy,
Not when it's busy.
3. I think, is 3 is appropriate. I mean, not every single person in your family. Like, if me, Colin, and the kids, we're not all going to get 3 samples. That's
So you're going,
ridiculous.
I want to try the one with the pretzel pieces. What about the bubble gum? Oh, that one. Seriously?
Yeah.
Move it along.
I gotta go.
I never do it. I've never asked for an ice cream sample,
It's-
but I think 3 sounds good.
And you're taking time of the people waiting in line. You got to go pick up some pizza.
But you're spending money, and I'm sure it's not like cheap. You want to make sure you're getting the kind you really, really
but
want.
But are you new to ice cream?
Well, maybe.
There's maybe one different one that you're not sure about.
Yes.
Get the sample and then move on.
Right.
I still say 3.
At the 3rd, I would throw up a mental, really? So the answer's 2 for me.
Yeah. 2. Okay. Mine's 1.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I know where you were at when this happened. It was Moomers.
Yes.
Oh, I
Up
love,
north.
Yeah.
love that
Great
place.
ice cream.
Yes.
And I think because of the place, it matters that you should be able to do at least 2 because they have such unique, good, well-tasting ice cream.
Yes.
Versus if you do this at DQ, you're a loser. Let me try the chocolate soft serve and then the vanilla.
Oh, is this a different strawberry this time?
You're at Moomers, man. That is like
It's the best
I'm
Michigan
willing
ice
to
cream
wait
to me.
for somebody to have it to get what they want.
Okay. We saw the ice dancers at Lions training camp, the
yeah.
Olympians,
Madison Chalk, Evan Bates, they were there at
Oh.
training camp.
and they are a couple.
How the hell did they ice dance? It's August.
I know.
They're married.
They're married, and their job is to work with one another. Would you like to work at the same job with your spouse?
Not really. I was in a situation where that happened when I worked for George Michael, the sportsman. His wife was a writer, and it was okay. I mean, we liked her, but she would influence him on decisions, and you don't want that dynamic.
I'm not asking, do you want to work with a couple? I'm saying, do you
No.
want to work with your wife?
Not really.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say no. I mean, I think that I could work well with him, but I just wouldn't want to be with him every second of the day.
Yes.
Oh, I-
Carpool?
I'd have no issue working with my wife. I'd like it. I like spending time with her.
I do too. I'm not your
know,
wife, but
I do too, but it's just like
I mean, I've never really hung out with your wife, so I can't say that. But
But I wouldn't get sick of her,
no, I wouldn't get sick of it. It's just
like you
know,
people who don't like your partners.
But if you're in a situation where you have to make decisions and you argue, you don't need that dynamic in there,
I
do
think
you?
it's nice to have your own thing going on.
Yeah, my wife kicks ass, and we're a great team. So yes, I would like to work
There you
with my
go,
wife.
Greg.
No, awkward.
All right, last question. Back to school. Who would be the best teacher at the station?
I have to think about this one for a second.
You're doing some substitute teaching.
I know. Well, I'm
You think you're a good substitute teacher?
depends on that. Well,
People probably love having you as a sub, Stoney.
if they know,
We
well,
do.
Yeah, we do.
Substitute, a great song by the Who. I think Doug would be a really good teacher because he would go through the lesson plan. You'd actually learn things, and he's got enough of a dry wit that it would be okay.
Gosh, I kind of agree with you. In my head, I was thinking you, Stoney, because if you walked it,
How about you? You were a teacher.
I was. Well, it depends on the grade, too.
Yeah.
But if you were my teacher, like, yes, I got Stoney. Like, how
mean, I
awesome
have-
would that be?
I mean, you saw the videos when I did some music, when I was doing some music for the kids. It's weird.
But Doug, I think, is a great choice.
Yes.
I think Doug would be a great teacher.
I think you'd learn the most from Doug, and I do think there's enough of a sense of humor that you'd enjoy the class. You couldn't do Valeni. He'd just send everybody to detention.
No, I know.
You guys nailed it, Doug Karsh.
Yeah.
Married to a school teacher, not spa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Easy answer is Heather because she's been a teacher. You know,
Well, Stoney is now.
I thought Doug, he's a substitute.
Yeah.
Just like here.
we can roll in the TV when we have Stoney.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
And turn on Aussie Rules football.
Clash of the Titans. I remember watching that in high school.
Remember the Titans.
Yeah. Heather, easy answer, but I think Doug would be a great high school teacher. I
Yeah.
can see him doing high school history.
History, yes.
I have to say, though, the most fitting role at the station would be, I believe Gator being a gym teacher would be fabulous. I think when the kids would walk into the gym class and see Gator, it's like, this is going to be fun.
Yes.
Well, if we're expanding subjects, Greg could be the math teacher.
That's right. He's an engineer.
Yeah. What subject would you teach, Stoney?
Drugs in society. No.
oh my gosh.
What would
Health
Rena
class.
teach?
Oh, no. Trolling 101?
Yes.
Oh, my.
Actually, Wojo would be a fun teacher.
Yeah, he would be.
Oh, he would be.
He'd be a blast. Because
think
he
he'd be a
wouldn't
better
show up.
substitute teacher.
He'd show. Well, actually, Gator. I mean, you'd be sitting there in class. If Gator was the teacher, we're gonna get a substitute today. He's not here yet. He's not here yet.
Pardon me, by the way. Did you guys mention Rico's been a teacher?
Yes, that's
Oh,
true.
yeah.
Wait,
What did he
Specs.
teach?
He's at Specs.
Broadcast.
He still
Oh,
is.
cool.
Does he still do it?
I'm not sure.
I think Rick could be a good teacher.
Yes, absolutely.
Well,
be the-
Mike.
Well, I said Mike could give everybody the attention. He'd be the worst teacher.
What do you
You're
mean?
gonna-
Not
you're gonna
here.
A or an
Not
F.
here.
It's either win or lose, A or F.
Yes, exactly.
Pass, fail.
You're right. That would be Valenti.
you
Pass
go.
fail.
It's a cookie jar, Moran Chevrolet, 97.1.
Hey, Cosm Detroit is opening soon next month, actually, and it's a venue that brings fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. At Cosm, you can watch all your favorite sports on massive high-resolution displays surrounded by fellow fans. You're going to want to check out a game from the Dome. When you watch a game from inside the Dome, it feels like you're transported directly to the field or the court. Plus, you have food and drinks brought directly to your seat. Cosm has a huge selection of games from NFL and NBA to college football, Premier League soccer, WWE, and more. Plus, they also have immersive movie experiences, which make it perfect for the whole family or even a date night. To get more information on upcoming events, including pre-sale access to tickets, go to cosm.com/Detroit.
We got to set the record straight with the Red Wings. We'll do that as we round out the hour. We shook the tree yesterday. Certainly plenty of response.
Yeah.
The process is ongoing, I'll have you know, and it's very thorough.
Good.
Did I mention it's thorough?
It's thorough.
No stone unturned. We'll get to that. Cookie jar reaction. Non-alcoholic beer at work, LOL.
Yeah. I mean, why?
Who the hell slams an O'Doul's at work? That's weird.
Just think about that.
I
It's
know.
Sitting here that would be so weird.
I know.
He's got like 3 bottles off to the side of his desk.
Jimmy walks in here. It's like,
Yeah.
it would stop him in his tracks.
I know.
I kind of want to do it just to see the reaction now. I never thought about slamming a couple non-alcoholics at work. Might have to give it a try. Patrick in Grand Rapids.
I'm sure, you know what? It's kind of funny,
What
actually,
rule are
if you think
breaking?
about it.
Yeah, you're just kind of walking up to the line. On the samples, 1 sample. Anything more than that is rude. Tony in a truck.
Especially when it's busy.
That was the caveat.
yeah,
If no one's there, you,
yeah, whatever.
different. Don't be a sample abuser. Don't abuse your sample privileges. There's a great scene in Curb Your Enthusiasm. Morgan on his way to work.
Yes.
For ice cream samples, if you're an adult, the answer is 0. There's no ice cream flavor that's that big of a mystery. You know what you're getting.
Oh, no, I disagree with that. I totally disagree. There are some flavors that, you want to try, and certain ice cream places, it's different too. Like, is Moose Tracks the same in one place as it is in another place? It could be called something else. I don't know.
Yeah, like one of the places up north had a cow tracks.
Right.
Well, what is it? You just ask. But I could ask the question. They go, oh, there's peanuts in it. Oh, okay. Well, I know if I want it or not.
Sometimes you just want like a taste of something else, though. It's not about like, I need to see what this tastes like. It's like, I just want a little of that, but I'm going to have a whole scoop of this.
Well, when you do you ever do that? When you do the 2 scoops, do you do same flavor or 2
It
different?
depends.
Yeah, it depends.
You can vary it.
I do milkshakes with 2 flavors, which is really weird.
Yeah, that
That's
is kind of
different.
weird.
Yeah. Peanut butter and mint chocolate chip.
That's a very odd combination.
Yes, I know. And I'm an odd guy.
I was just thinking, if you're going to do 2 different flavors, they should go together, and then you throw out 2 completely different flavors. To each their own. Heather sounds so unaware of her surroundings. 3 samples? Come on now.
I also wrote down unlimited question mark.
Imagine being in line behind Heather. Oh, I'll have the Rocky Road sample.
Yeah.
Oh, the mint one looks nice.
Ooh.
Is that
No,
bubblegum?
I do-
Is the Superman good here?
I've not had your Superman.
I've never
Blue
actually
Moon.
done this. I'm just in my head trying to like, I don't know.
By the way,
how
what-
much time does it
I
take
think
up?
Emily would like one of these, and Brooks would like 2 of those.
Is there an age age specific cutoff for Superman ice cream?
no.
Okay. I'm just asking. I don't know.
Sorry, that was aggressive.
Yes.
Yell at him.
I know. I never have it. I never get it, so I don't know.
It's the meanest I've been to you since you've been in. It's over Superman ice cream. How was the pizza text worded? Did he say pick up the pizza or some pizza? In my head, pick up the pizza means it's on order. Pick up some pizza means still needs to be ordered.
It is a semantic debate.
Did he tell you where to pick it up?
Yeah.
Okay, to me
We
then
had
that.
determined the place in the text chain.
Okay.
And can one of you pick up the pizza?
Yeah, it's his bad.
Yeah, I think it's his bad too. No, I decided to use the radio show to shame him.
Okay.
Would you want to work with your spouse? No, I don't want to work with my wife. That would mess up my relationship with my work wife, church and
Oh
state.
my gosh.
Working all day with your wife says for Costa would make swap time even more special. Signed, Jeff.
Oh my god.
You can tell which host's spouses listen to the station based on how it was answered. We have a full page on the teacher question.
Okay.
Who at the station would make the best teacher? It's back to school season. I can see Doug teasing a pop quiz at 11:36.
Oh, that's good. That's really good.
John Jansen for Military Academy. Also John Jansen for Woodshop and American History.
Yeah, Jansen could be a shop teacher.
Rico is literally a college professor, guys. How is he not the answer? That depends on the age group, too.
Yes.
Wojo would be the best substitute teacher of all time.
He probably would be.
You wouldn't show up 3 days a week.
I know, exactly.
You only have to show up a couple times, right?
Yeah.
Stoney would teach recreational gynecology. What?
No, I don't think so.
Jansen's
Well, I understand that.
Jansen's sex ed teacher, Kelly on a golf course. Heather's groan says it all. What are you guys talking about? Valenti wouldn't give you detention. He would get you thrown out of school altogether. Or he'd be the teacher you get on his good side and you get passed no matter what. And how about David or Mark for a religious school teacher? Gotta get an amen. Shabath, who would be the best teacher?
I don't know. That's a good one. I like the idea of John Jansen teaching shop or sex ed. Those would be good.
Why would John be good at sex ed? Please enlighten me.
Because it would be a modern take on the topic.
John and modern?
That's true.
You completely lost me there.
How many drops do we have that would suggest why we would probably be able to do that? Got your answer yet?
Jim delivered on that question.
I think I got all of them. Did I miss one?
I don't think sex ed covers that last one.
Jim will be the drop teacher.
I just couldn't
The only
stop.
one
There's
you
so
miss,
many of
the
them.
only one you miss is Jansen sucks.
Careful. Hey guys, what I miss while I was gone? 248-539-9797. All right, 8 o'clock hour. We got a Red Wing update. We want to know what you guys think of this, but we shook the tree yesterday, and there were certainly some responses. Multiple writers confirming, yes, interviews are taking place. The process is ongoing. 100 names? Even more. And a very thorough process. We'll tell you more of what the sources inside the Wings organization told the Detroit Free Press. Oh, and a development that everyone's going to hate about NFL players potentially going back to college football. We'll get to that in the 8 o'clock hour. Look forward to that. All right, Stoney in for John. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. Jackson Kohler is going to be a BYU Cougar as he announced his intentions to transfer back to his home state yesterday. Kohler was made eligible for an unprecedented fifth year of college athletics after a court ruling came down last week that granted all class of 2022 athletes another year. He averaged 13-9 for the Spartans last season. The Red Wings reportedly have a list of over 100 candidates that they are working through to fill the GM job left vacant by Steve Yzerman's promotion. Ryan Hanna also reported yesterday that a team source confirmed they have begun interviewing candidates for the job. At Lions practice yesterday, Dan Campbell shared this update on Sam Laporta. Mike Stone also confirmed to the ticket update desk that Lions corner Ennis Rakestraw exited practice with a non-contact injury yesterday. He was able to walk off under his own power. Campbell said yesterday the team will start Josh Dobbs and split his reps with Luke Altmaier at QB tomorrow against the Commanders. Jared Goff will not play. Kickoff is at noon right here on 97.1. Before that, we have a Tigers game tonight as they're in Kansas City to face the Royals. KC enters on a 5-game winning streak. First pitch at 8:10 here on 97.1. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Jim
morning.
Costa, Stoney's in for Jansen, Heather Park, Govin Greg behind the glass. Heather could also have been the teacher. We have plenty of drops of her.
The sex ed teacher? Is that what you're saying?
I could have done the very
thank
same
you.
thing with your drops, but
I'm sure
I will
you could
spare
have.
you.
I'm sure you could have. You have drops too?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we do, Heather.
Yeah.
Where's the do you want to swap?
You know, conveniently, I don't think that one's on my
Oh,
board.
really? No.
I'm sure there's
What
some.
you about, Jim?
I'm sure there's some for me too.
I'm sure there are,
Yes,
Stoney.
like the anatomy one.
All right, we'll move on. She's like, please move on. Red Wings. Yesterday we talked about the. Oh. Okay, Gov.
All right.
Yesterday on the show, we played the Bob Duff audio that they hadn't even done interviews for this GM search, and we were perplexed. We were outraged. A lot of people were as well. Well, once we got off the air and the conversation only continued, it felt pretty obvious the Wings needed to address this. So you saw reporting from multiple writers. Max Boltman saying, hold on, interviews have happened. Ryan Hanna, interviews have happened. Elaine St. James, I've got quotes from inside the organization. We've had over 100 people considered for the job, which feels a little ridiculous, but let me give you the quotes.
Go ahead.
You go from there, Stoney. This is from a person with knowledge of the Detroit Red Wings organizational thinking. And they use the word we a lot, so you assume this is someone on the inner circle. From the beginning, we were never going to let the process or the timeline dictate the decision of whom to hire. We were always going to be really super thorough. And I can tell you that when we moved on from Steve, we did it really strategically. People forget that right around the Olympic break, we were not only contending for a playoff spot, we were in first place. So it's hard to say, hey, Monday morning quarterback, why didn't you do this in April? The real reason is we didn't want to make a knee-jerk decision. We wanted to be super thorough. I want to pause for a second.
Well, what does the fact that they were in first place at the Olympic break have anything to do with the timing of this?
They made the move after the draft and the start of free agency.
Yeah, I mean,
that's not being strategic or thorough. That's being derelict of duty.
No.
More of a timeline to be, evaluate everything
Yeah.
and make sure you're doing the right thing would have been 3-4 weeks.
Yes.
Right.
Not to be able to make moves and all that stuff. And I think that we didn't want to get, the whole first place thing, that works if it happened in 1 year. You've had 3 marches.
Right.
So I'm already kind of sensing that this is PR fluff,
Oh, absolutely.
but it continues.
The fact that they use the word we.
You had made the note. It's very rare that you get. I got 2 more blocks of quotes that you
Yes.
have this thorough a response without a name. Like sometimes
Right.
it's like a vague
Yes.
sources have
Yeah,
indicated.
exactly. It's
But
like-
to have these direct statements, normally there's a name associated.
Right. They're either name associated or they're not as detailed. This is detailed.
Well, I get more detail. Chris Ilitch, I'm assuming. Chris challenged everyone. Let's go find the next leader that's going to bring a Stanley Cup to Detroit from whatever level they're at in the organization they're with right now. Let's go find that person. We started with over 100 names, and we are making our way methodically through that in a manner where we are being strategic, trying to figure out how to get the right person for the role. I'm not going to comment on specifics on where we're at in the interview process or timeline because I don't want to paint a picture that we have a specific date. Yes, we'd like to have someone in place by training camp, but at the end of the day, what people should feel really confident in what we're doing, turning over every stone and going through a very thorough strategic process. Thorough. It's thorough. Have you heard? It's thorough. Over 100 names that were methodically... Minor league baseball teams aren't going through 100 names. I don't know. Where are they getting that from? Why do you have a search firm and you still have 100 names?
Well, from what reading, if you believe the quote, if they are going through organizations to look at every level to see where they can find their next leader, then it probably could be over 100 that they just start with.
Stoney, there's 32 teams.
I understand
We're going
that.
4 deep in the Sharks organization.
They might, I don't know. They might, people that.
I get that would be thorough. I'll give them that.
It seems like an exaggeration, slightly.
It kind of felt like in response to Bob Duff's report.
Oh yes, that's why this came
Not
out.
only have we interviewed people, we've interviewed 1 million people.
Oh, they
Okay.
haven't said they interviewed those people.
No, that's fair.
So they said they've combed through lists, which I'm sure they have done that.
We started with over 100 names, and we are making our way methodically through that in a manner. So they are working through 100 names.
Yes.
That feels unnecessarily excessive.
Yeah, it does.
That would also explain why maybe the process has taken as long as it is. We're over a month in, and
right.
at least they are interviewing, but we're not naming somebody.
I mean, we can't criticize them for being, if all this is true, if quotes,
Yeah.
too thorough.
No, and I'm not saying that, but would you say that's a waste of resources if you're taking the time to go through 100 names? You hired a search firm. I would hope they would help you narrow it down to like 15,
You would think.
and then you interview like 5. Then you hire one or two, depending on how they want to carve out this role.
That's probably it. You know, most people would do that, but hey, they're being extra thorough.
They are. Of all the things that matter, getting the right person is the only thing that matters.
If they get this right, who gives a rat's ass about this?
I do wonder what headline has concerned you most.
Okay.
The idea that Jeff Greenberg is a serious candidate, that ownership has squashed multiple free agents under the previous guy, Yzerman, that they are going through as many as 100 names, or the idea that they would have had no interviews as of yesterday. That has since been squashed. But which headline concerned you the most?
Oh, that ownership squashed some free agent signings. Now, we don't know who they were. There was rumored Stamkos and Mantha, but that does concern me because you have no idea if that's because of economics or, well, for whatever reason. The Greenberg thing would be second to me. And if I'm ranking them, the length of the list, that would be the least of my worries.
It's a very substantial list.
I know. But I'm not worried about that.
No. Tom, what stands out about all the headlines and the noise and the smoke?
Look, I think they wanted to get it out there that they certainly have interviewed people, number one.
Yeah.
And that counters Bob Duff's report yesterday. So I believe them on that. I thought it was kind of almost seemed silly. Maybe they haven't done the hardcore interviews yet, but they've at least done some introductory stuff. Correct. I don't know. I think certainly they felt they needed to have some damage control because it didn't look good yesterday.
Yeah, you got a guy going on NHL Network saying he is unaware of any interviews, and Bob Duff is a guy that's been in the game a long time, and he's saying things like, "I've never seen anything like this."
Yeah, the optics are horrendous.
They had to, whether they put a name on it or not, they had to do some damage control yesterday.
Yeah, we need to hear something, that, hey, there's something happening down there. It seemed like it was like on life support a little bit yesterday. I don't think anything's changed my opinion from yesterday in terms of there's kind of at rock bottom image-wise. I've noticed a tone from maybe some casual Wings fans, not the hardcore people who follow it every day, but they're kind of seeing stuff like this and like, wait a minute, what is going on down there? I mean, I'll watch the Wings. They're my third favorite team in town. But wait, whoa. They're almost like despair. And I don't think that like my perceptions really changed because I said yesterday when we got in a little argument and stuff, I feel like today's no different than 2 weeks from now, as long as they get the right person. That hopefully they can't do anything worse to damage themselves, that some crazy report that we haven't heard yet comes out.
Can I add one thing that I did think about after our exchange yesterday? Because you said, as long as they get someone in place, Larkin's going to be here regardless. Evanson, they will match. The roster is largely the roster. They
did make a trade.
And that's not even what I wanted to bring up. They traded Cash for a 6'8" dude, a little more size, fine. They aren't just hiring a hockey ops person or persons if they do a dual role. We also want this person to fire pro scouts from the organization, right? And bring in their own players.
Some of them, yes.
Their own people.
Absolutely.
We would, the idea that Horkoff and Draper are kind of minding the store right now, this new person should bring in their own people. Okay. So you're going to have to do all of that
if it's
on
from
the
outside
fly.
if it's from outside the organization.
Well, don't we want them to go outside the family?
I'm a big Horkoff guy, as you know, and there's somebody I know who's, I won't say he's well connected or anything like that, but he's a huge follower of the sport. And he texted me yesterday, said, Horkoff is great. You put him in, you get him a GM 1A who only does the analytics. Let Horkoff deal with players and agents because he has a former player. He knows his bleep.
Yeah, okay. Again, we're dealing with some optics. He could do a great job. If you do 100-person search a month late into the offseason and a month up to the season, and you just go, it was the guy we had you take the Scooby-Doo mask. It was him all along.
Right. That optically, that does not look good. But you still, even if you think you want to hire him, you still have to do due diligence to make sure he's the right guy in your mind.
And if they did hire Horkoff, it would be less of what I'm saying. But if they truly hire an outsider, you are rebuilding a pro staff and an amateur scouting staff, and you have to do all of it as the season's going on.
Absolutely.
So Horkoff gets the credit for Grand Rapids, right?
Supposedly.
Yeah. Well, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you're going to keep one person around, for me, it's him.
Yes.
I want none of the other cronies around, all the old players. Bye-bye.
What if he's the number 2 and they hire a true number 1?
Bingo.
Okay.
I will make a comparison. I've been trying to find somebody in sports that recently has done this and stayed with an organization but wasn't named the guy. And if you follow Chris Getz's journey
Yes.
with the White Sox, he gets credit for player development and the drafts of the core they thought they had with Luis Robert, Moncada, Jimenez, Giolito, and Cease. And they had to break that up because the GM made poor decisions after they put that core together.
Yeah?
That what, Kenny Williams? Was that the
Yeah, I
GM?
think it was Kenny Williams.
Yeah, some guy last name Hahn too was there. I think was the so they promoted him to the general manager. He was the assistant GM.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So that's the press. That's not hockey, but sports comparison.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he's flipped the White Sox around when they were the worst team in
And they
baseball
got
2
a
years
good-
ago.
We talk about our group of young, baseball players. They got a good young core over
Yes,
there in
they do.
Chicago too.
But I do think a lot of this has to do with Horkoff saying it. How good is he with analytics? He's got to have that future because I think that when this is all settled and done, that's going to be the guy they hire. Somebody that is progressive in analytics.
Like the guy who, the general manager of Carolina.
Yeah, that's his background, right?
Look, I
And
wanted
that's
to-
what Chris wants. He did it with Scott Harris,
and
he did it with Avila when they started fixing. They had no analytics. Remember that?
Right, and they brought that Sam Menzen guy who did the whole thing. And then he
But
had
it
his.
was it was going to be a
issues.
too higher
Yes.
problem because the organization was so bad. I
Right.
think the Wings are not as bad off as the Tigers were back then.
Yeah, and I also think if you were selling us, hey, we're going to try to do the Scott Harris thing with our hockey team a year ago, it wouldn't go over as well as it is today.
Correct.
And I know the records aren't what they should be, but I think we feel better about Scott Harris today than we did a year ago.
Oh, no doubt.
So that's
He had a core plan, whether we liked it or not. He always said that 2027 was going to be the year that the young kids come, and we weren't going to jeopardize that by making different roster decisions no matter what. His core plan worked.
I saw a text yesterday, and it just didn't come up in the flow of conversation, but someone had texted in. I actually give Scott Harris credit for not trying to take the leap too soon because that was the critique of Yzerman, that he should have tried to be bad for another year or two,
Right.
and that Harris was a little more disciplined about it. That it doesn't matter if you don't ultimately deliver, but
Right. Look, would you rather have, I'm not even talking about Magano or Clark, but one of the other prospects or a right-handed bat they could have used last year? Who knows?
Wing Stuff is out there, 248-539-9797. Lions going to play a preseason game on Saturday, and you're going to see some names. You're going to see some of the significant starters out there. We're going to talk about them later in the hour. Plus, this could be an issue. We're seeing a trend. NFL players back to college? Oh, boy. That's at 8:35. It's 97.1. This football season, elevate your tailgating game with Moran Chevrolet. A great tailgate starts with the right truck. The 2026 Silverado 4x4 Crew Cab with the V8 engine is ready for your game day and for hauling all your toys in the summertime, too. See for yourself why Moran Chevrolet is Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Shop anytime, MoranExpress.com, or stop by. They'll take care of you in person. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Got some texts on the Wings report. They have interviewed people. They wanted to make sure that they refuted the Bob Duff report. They are interviewing people for the GM job and emphasizing that they are trying to be thorough in this process and leaving no stone unturned. Over 100 names when the process began.
Wonder who some of those names are.
A few of the 100 names on the Wings list have to be the Carolina Hurricanes owners' kids. Their names are on the cup, after all.
That's true. Good point.
They better get it right then if this is this thorough.
Yeah.
And they're kind of operating outside of a normal timeline. So they need to get it right.
They made a trade yesterday, a minor trade.
You want to break that down for us?
No.
Okay.
Spencer Mazzotti, 6'8" player from Notre Dame.
His dad played hockey at MSU?
Yep. And he's from Okemos, yes.
Okay.
That was a goalie, Jason.
Really super thorough and really strategically sounds ridiculous. It sounds like a teenager with limited vocabulary. I'm just reading the quotes.
I know.
Do you guys try to be bleep holes or does it just come naturally? Does it just come naturally?
It just comes naturally.
Okay. You guys are making me crazy. How about trade Mo, Raymond, and Larkin for Celebrini?
I don't think
this one?
I had to when I saw that.
You really
Because I
think
wanted this. I wanted that reaction.
San Jose would not do it.
No. I honestly wonder if he is the most untouchable player in hockey right now.
Oh, yes. The answer is yes.
Even more so than McDavid.
Yeah, because of the age.
Yep.
He just signed this huge contract where he'll become a free agent again, I think at age like 25 or 26 or something like that.
Cash in again.
Yeah.
It's smart with the fact that the cap's only just starting to come up after it was kind of frozen post-COVID.
Yep.
Tech said the Wings can identify people they'd like to fill the GM role, but that does not mean those people have interest in the Red Wings. The Red Wings used to be a prize job, but that is not the case anymore. It is more likely to be a career killer, and I think they're going to struggle to find a quality GM, Rob and Grand Blanc.
I disagree with that. There's so few of these jobs around that anybody who has inspiring desire to be a general manager in the National Hockey League, the Wings still have prestige in that. I think that's wrong.
I don't think it's a good job, but it is a job, and there are only so many of them. But I would not consider the Red Wing job a good job.
Well, right now, to use a old refrain from when Rich Rod took over from Lloyd Carr, the cupboard is somewhat bare, but it's not completely bare. Number one.
It's not. Sider and Raymond are good building blocks. But if you look at a team that's missed the playoffs 10 straight years, you would expect them to have a couple high-end prospects, and they really don't.
They don't. We went through that last week. The highest thing anybody said in the Athletic Report, which are middle of the pack, was, basically an average NHL player. However, it's so bad. That's a good part of the job.
It's so bad that it's good.
Yes. The pressure. No pressure.
Hold on. You're going to take over, and the season's going to start. You're going to have to put together your team on the fly. Yeah. You don't have elite prospects in the pipeline. You have cap space, but keep in mind, this has not been a destination.
No, I know.
And how about this domino? You're going to have to trade Larkin, and it's... Look, you wait till the deadline, maybe get a better return. He still got you over a barrel with the no trade clause. That's not an ideal situation for a new general manager.
No, but it's not. I'd rather you're taking over a team like the Red Wings. And look, I don't want to bank too much on the history of the organization, but it's still a really good job in a city that loves hockey. I mean, I think it's a good job. I really do.
It's a mess.
I would look at the roster though. That to me, that's what the GM's looking at, and I think they have something to work with. If I'm the GM, I'm trying to mend the fence with Larkin. I'm going to find out right away if that is this possible. I'm going right to him. I'm calling him.
Right.
Agent can be on the phone too if he wants, but I'm like, can we smooth this over, because he has a very NHL friendly contract.
I'm going to
all these guys do. That's the attractive thing. That if you can convince Larkin to come along for the ride, or say, hey, let's test trial this until the deadline and see where we're at.
Can I give you the? It's a fantasy land opinion of what I would like as a fan first living in fantasy land. What I'd love to see happen. You do have Larkin, Raymond, and Sider all on great team-friendly deals. They do have a mountain of cap space. You go to Dylan Larkin and say, that last guy was an idiot. We're going to do it better. We're going to make the moves he should have made. In fact, who's your buddy from the Olympics? Yeah. What's his name? Quinn something or other? He hasn't signed an extension in Minnesota. We're going to try to trade for him today. And if they don't want to do the trade today, we're going to show up at his house at the start of free agency, and we're going to bid $1 more than anybody else in hockey.
Yeah, and
we're going to get Quinn Hughes to the Detroit Red Wings to play with you, Dylan. We're going to do what the last guy couldn't. I mean, until he signs an extension or ends up in New Jersey,
right?
That's still on the table.
It's still on the table.
Now, it's probably fantasy land, because if Larkin's mind's made up or if Quinn doesn't come here, then it's dead. But in theory, that is the ultimate winged rosy glasses way that you could spin out of this and look like $1 million.
Yeah,
that should be plan number one for the new GM.
Absolutely.
And also ask Larkin, since he knows Hughes so well, find out if he wants to come here.
Yeah. Right? Could this really happen?
Tamper without tampering.
Yeah, do it so we can't. We can't, so you do it. Do it for us, please. We'll take care of you.
Just go to a summer house. Go to Hughes' summer house.
That would be the way to keep this group together and make the big move Yzerman never made and get this team back in the postseason and make one hell of an impression as the new general manager.
Yeah, absolutely.
But when I say it's a fantasy, you don't put like a percentage chance that happens less than 5%.
No, I think he's going to end up wanting. I think Quinn Hughes is going to end up wanting to play with his brothers.
Surprise, surprise. Yeah. All right, let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Hey, you guys. One of the biggest singers in the world did karaoke in a Detroit sushi bar this week. Pretty incredible. Ed Sheeran stopped in Suzuki. Actually, he was eating dinner with his wife at Hiroki-san. Suzuki is above it.
Okay.
And this was Wednesday night. He ended up singing a duet with one of the regulars. It's really incredible. This regular guy, well, he might be a regular guy, but a regular to the karaoke,
right.
Kevin Reddy, says that he was getting ready to sing one of Sheeran's songs when he got word that the singer was actually there in the building. So he said he had enough liquid courage in him to go downstairs, try to find him, approached him while he was there with his wife, said he ended up sitting down talking to him for 20 minutes.
That's awesome.
Then he said he got the courage again to ask if he'd like to come upstairs and sing the song with him. And he did. He went up there, sang his song together. They did Thinking Out Loud. Awesome moment.
How cool
and then,
is this?
then he said after the song, just boom, he was gone, disappeared. And
here's the thing. I've heard from so many people that Ed Sheeran is like the nicest superstar there is. I remember when he was coming up, they had like a meet and greet that one of our stations had together, and my niece went to go, and he's just so nice to everybody. He's a really good dude. And by the way, I was trying to figure out what the hell is he doing in Detroit. Mm-hmm. Well, he's in Toronto for 2 shows this weekend.
3 shows. He was there Thursday.
Oh, Thursday.
Yes.
So he played Thursday in Toronto. Was in okay.
He was in Detroit Wednesday night.
Wednesday was Toronto. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or whatever. He's here next Saturday.
Oh,
so. Also, next Saturday night is, or when I didn't check to see if it was a day game or not, but
I think it's a day game.
Oh, okay. So you won't have a traffic problem then.
Scooble.
Scooble versus the Dodgers, and then Ed Sheeran. That's a good doubleheader. Sheeran will be obviously at Ford Field.
Yes.
Maybe Scooble will sing karaoke with someone after the game.
It depends if Scott lets him.
You guys, a Detroit woman is making an emotional plea for the return of her French bulldog, Bruno, after she said he was stolen from her and she was dragged and injured trying to get him back. This woman says Bruno was taken August 14th as she and her boyfriend were walking from a gas station in the area of Harper and Gunston Avenues on Detroit's east side. She said her boyfriend had taken Bruno off his leash. Bruno was going to the bathroom when all of a sudden a black car pulled up into the alleyway. A passenger got out, grabbed Bruno, got back in the car. She says she actually tried to save him, tried to open the door, but of course the car doors were locked. So she put her hand through the window trying to grab Bruno, but the driver pulled away. She ended up being dragged in the process, injured her hand and her body. And now she just wants Bruno back, obviously. And she believes that he was targeted because of his breed, right? You can make good money, or she thinks maybe they'll use him to breed more French bulldogs and then sell those for a bigger profit. So if anyone knows anything, you should contact the Detroit Police Department. The University of Utah is suing former assistant Freddie Whittingham for breach of contract after he left the Utes to join the coaching staff of his brother, Kyle Whittingham, at Michigan. So university attorneys allege that Freddie abandoned his role at Utah as the tight ends coach despite being under contract through January of 2027 to go and take the same position at Michigan. So Utah is seeking more than $300,000 from Freddie for the breach of contract and at least $1 million for general and special damages. So there's a whole list of things. They said like he didn't get written consent from Utah to go engage with Michigan. He didn't provide Utah with a written notice of resignation, failed to pay liquidated damages, failed to, quote, devote full-time attention and energy to the duties of being Utah's assistant.
Well, they were saying he was actively stealing their players.
Plus, they say he actively recruited Utah players and recruits to Michigan when still employed by Utah.
You don't normally read these stories.
No,
but this happens.
He's going to lose, or they're going to win their lawsuit against him, and he's going to pay some money.
Yep. It's not like he's going back to Utah, and it's not like Michigan cares.
Right.
So it's just going to come out in dollars and cents.
Yeah. Well, Michigan, they paid $12 million for a law firm, so whatever.
Maybe they'll cover his costs.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Kyle will take it out of his salary. I don't know.
Absolutely.
Help out his family.
Yeah.
All right, that's Heather with the news. We'll get to the Lions at some point this morning. I think end of the hour, we want to get into their preseason game tomorrow. What are you actually watching for besides, knock on wood, keep people healthy? And Dan Campbell with some thoughts on their window. Everybody says it's closed. He made his position very clear. Coming up next, NFL players going back to college. Is this really going to happen? Come on. It's 97.1. A lot of Lions to talk about. We're actually going to play some guys on Saturday.
Good.
And we'll get into who you want to see, what you want to see, and Dan Campbell on the window being closed. Very strong statement. Before we do all the Lions talk, Stoney, this story that I think is going to bother everybody. NFL players, this could become a trend, could be leaving camp to go back to play college football.
Yeah, Louisiana judge granted a temporary restraining order centering around the NCAA's 5-year eligibility clock. So if you have eligibility left, even if you sign with an NFL team, you can go back to school. And it's ridiculous. Ole Miss tight end Daquan Wright played for the Cleveland Browns the other day. He's going to go back to school. Why not? Because he's going to get cut anyway.
And there's worlds where they'll make more money in college than a practice squad player in the NFL.
Yes, with NIL. That's the only reason they're doing. I assume that's the only reason they would do it. But yeah,
Or to re-roll, because can you re-enter?
that I don't know.
I don't know. But still a chance to improve your
Right.
image and standing, and maybe another team signs you in a better role.
Yeah. So 8 former players who were the plaintiffs in the court decision. Running back T.J. Harden from SMU, like I mentioned, Daquan Wright, some other players, Xavion Harris, Ethan Johnson. Anyway, Wright is listed on the Cleveland Browns roster. Harden played in the Seattle preseason opener before he was cut on Monday. Harris was waived by New Orleans on August the 8th. So you sign a contract, you get paid a little bit for being there in training camp. Yeah. You get cut, and then go back to school. What are we doing here? I mean, I don't want to sound like Mike too much, but this whole college football and basketball, it's getting absurd. There has to be, and I know the reason why, because the NCAA loses every freaking lawsuit that get filed against them because, look, these kids are 18 years old. They can do whatever they want. There's got to be some way. I don't know. Maybe the president can executive orders that this can't happen. I have no idea. It's ridiculous. We need some kind of guardrails in our college athletics. It's okay, in my mind, for NIL money. It's okay to have at least one free transfer and maybe another one if your coach leaves. But this is getting ridiculous. Once you sign a contract with the professional league, whether it's the G League for the NBA for basketball, you're done.
That's how it
Finished.
always was.
You don't like it? Go play in Europe.
The issue is the NCAA is a toothless organization.
Well,
there's no bite.
Because they lose every time they get sued.
So the answer is far messier. They need to create like a league, like college football. Everybody talks about breaking off. I don't know what it has to. They have to have like everybody agrees we're not signing these people. It's against the rules for you to sign these people.
But then they'll be sued for collusion.
Okay, Stoney, I tried. I don't know.
I don't know. It's just ridiculous. I don't know if the NFL can make an agreement with the NCAA with the college football superpowers.
But we have some, like 5 years is the rule, right? You can't play 10 years.
Right.
So why don't you got to find a way to create an enforceable rule at the college level where everybody agrees we're not going to take these guys falling from the NFL and catch them onto our college roster.
Right.
We agree Ohio State's not going to do it and Michigan's not going to do it.
Right.
No one's going to undercut one another. Ole Miss isn't going to do it and Mississippi State's not going to do it. We're not going to undercut one another to take these guys who are slipping between the cracks.
Right. And look, the portal reopened now for these players. And school started already. Oh, I forgot. They don't they don't go to class.
Well, and we talked about a little bit with Jackson Kohler earlier. The trickle-down effect is going to throw people off rosters. Tom Izzo wasn't willing to do it, and we can debate that separately, but there will be coaches who will kick kids off the roster.
Yeah.
And it's going to happen in bulk if this happens, right? If it's not one or two guys leaving the NFL.
Right.
It's going to kick a bunch of guys off of college rosters.
Correct.
For people who had already made the decision in good faith to leave college and join the professional ranks.
Yes.
That's what bothers me. This isn't like a limbo situation. Like Jackson Kohler was in limbo.
Right.
This was not a limbo situation.
No.
These guys made decisions to leave college behind, sign contracts.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be allowed to go back.
No, exactly.
So let me ask you a question here. Again, I will play devil's advocate because I'm disgusted with college athletics. I am so disinterested. My Sundays will be clear for NFL and Lions. And you know what? If I got a conflict with Michigan, I might watch it later. That's where I'm at right now. It's so disinterested. But how is this different than in baseball? You get called up and you get sent back down. You're not good. You're not good enough to make it. And so I'm going to go back to college and try to continue my career in football while I still have eligibility.
Well, you stay in the same organization. That's one of the differences.
Their argument would be, well, how is it different? But they don't offer. Yeah. So this is our outlet.
Version of a minor league, which a lot of people are saying college football is.
Correct.
We could have Donovan Edwards come back, couldn't we? Or he used up all his eligibility.
Not sure.
I don't think.
I think he did.
Yeah, he might have. Yeah.
I don't think he was there 5 years, but I think he played 4 years.
He's still even on our roster. I don't know.
I mean, at what point are
Remember
we?
the quote where he was going to change the running back position?
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah.
So this is just guys that are not drafted, right?
Well, I think anybody who's cut, right?
Anybody? Okay, so
Yeah.
like JJ McCarthy could he come back to Michigan again?
Yeah, he's got eligibility left.
I mean, who wants that world?
No, nobody.
Nobody wants this world.
But if they sued, if J.J. McCarthy said, you know what, I want to go back to school,
You're saying if he was cut
Yeah.
and then tried to go back to school and sued, he could get his way onto a roster.
Probably.
Yeah.
Because the NCAA loses every lawsuit. It's a weird freaking world.
Yeah, I mean, we got a text here, and I just don't know the legalese of this. Leagues should be able to set rules. Like the NFL has rules.
Correct.
Is it that the NCAA is not a league?
Yeah,
There's not a true governing system.
Right.
It's
That's
everybody
why
kind
they
of
have to find. That's why they have to form their own organization, maybe outside the NCAA.
Yeah, and I know there's.
He's right because, or he or she who texted us, right? Businesses can have your own work rules. So the NFL, but the NFL isn't doing anything wrong.
No, the NFL. This isn't about the NFL.
No.
This is totally about how college is going to police eligibility.
Yeah.
And they have to navigate it through the court system, which
Right.
Stoney's pointed out. They're just collecting L's left and right.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. I feel like one day we're going to put some guardrails back in place to save college athletics. We're going to get a crazy 30 for 30 on the absurdity of the current era we're living in.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You are. And it's going to look back on the other 30 for 30, like with the SMU at the Pony Express. Well, they got the death penalty because they were getting, payments.
This text says that college sports are broken. I've never been less excited for a college football season in my life, and I consider myself a diehard. I mean, it's what Tom was talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm starting to rev up a little bit,
I'll give
but normally I'm way more, edge of my seat, ready for college football to start.
I know. Like, I'm going on vacation. I would usually use that vacation to pour over the preseason football magazines.
This is the first year in a long time I didn't buy a single one of them.
No Street and Smith.
No Athlon, Lindy's, Phil Steele. And that used to be part of the rituals.
Yes,
I'd get those about midpoint of the summer. And then, but you know what it is? It's even harder to keep up with college football than ever before with the portal. You feel like you got to do homework.
Yes.
And it's one thing if you want to do it. It's another thing to feel like you have to study just to feel like you know who's on your team.
Who wants to do homework during the
summertime? Nobody does.
Exactly.
We could take some calls on this, read some texts on this, and then we'll get into all the Lions stuff. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, Cosm brings fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. At Cosm, you can watch all your favorite shows on massive, high-resolution displays surrounded by fellow fans. The Dome is this immersive experience with massive wraparound displays and reserved seating. When you watch a game from the Dome, it feels like you're being transported directly to the field or the court. Plus, you have the Hall. It features wall-to-wall live multi-view sports, so you can catch every game while cheering on your team with fellow fans. And, of course, you can't forget the deck, Cosm's top-level bar with amazing views for when you need a break from the action. To get more information on upcoming events, including pre-sale access to tickets, go to cosm.com/Detroit.
Got some rapid response to this annoying story. NFL players who are cut may go back to college. What a system we live in. And then we'll get into the Lions in the preseason game tomorrow, what you want to see and what we're hearing. Dan Campbell's quote on the window being closed is also pretty good. So we'll get to it. But first, we read your responses. I have no sympathy for the NCAA. They were bullying for years.
I understand that part. The players weren't getting paid and they were abusing players as far as taking advantage of them, not physical abuse or whatever. But this is different.
I hate it. They're not amateurs anymore with NIL. They sign contracts in both cases. So why shouldn't they be allowed to return after signing with an NFL team?
Because it's absurd. They were professionals. They were trying to leave. They weren't good enough, so let's do something else. No, go play minor leagues somewhere.
The only way to solve it is collective bargaining, but that'll never happen because then the students would be declared employees in order to do so. The easiest.
So you know what? Make them employees, but they employees with a codicil. You got to go to class.
The easiest fix is the NFL needs to adapt some sort of farm system like most pro sports have.
That's what he should do for his NFL Europe. That should be the farm system. All the cuts go to Europe.
Until you morons stop watching or going to college sports where they get paid, it's just going to continue to get worse and worse and more crooked as we go. We knew this was going to happen, and if you didn't, you're a moron from Cooper.
Yeah, this was projected.
But there was a way to do this.
There is a way for guys
there has to be a middle ground, a common sense middle ground.
Right.
Where you should be. The leagues, the Big Ten, the SEC, they're making money hand over fist. The player should absolutely have a slice of that pie.
Yes.
And the player should be allowed to transfer.
Right.
So like
once.
And I like what you said. And if your coach leaves, then maybe you get another exception.
Or you can transfer again, but you got to sit out.
Sure. I think that'd be fine too. That doesn't feel like an impossibility.
No.
Yet this is the world we live in where we've blown past that point.
Right.
Nobody put up the stop sign.
Right.
It's like Joey Cora was rounding us around third base. Let's get to Ricky in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
Hi.
Yeah, so I was just thinking about the NFL with the college thing, about the people going back to college. I was thinking, just like how baseball has minor leagues, why won't the NFL be with the UFL, and that's like the NFL's minor league until people are ready to go up to the NFL?
Because they probably can't. They don't think they can make enough money having a minor league when they can do it for free.
I mean, but then again, it's like, because the college thing, I think that's like they should never, they should not do that, because it's like, dude, you already signed a contract and everything is crazy. And that's like my thing. I don't know if it is possible, but it's just like, why don't we have like a minor league I mean, I know it's probably college, 3 years of college, 4 years of college, but people that's like not good or get cut from a team, why they don't just send them to the UFL? Even though the UFL does come and grab players like that, but why don't the UFL and NFL come to a conclusion with each other?
Well, and they may at some point. I think the challenge is college is so popular and there's so much money in college that you would be better served playing in college than the UFL.
Right.
See, I believe this UFL thing, though, like, I think it is exposed that the NFL knows it has almost a limit. There's very few UFL players that even go to the NFL.
Right.
It's like the pickings are already slim enough to be able to play at the NFL level, and I think it's because of speed. Speed is the thing that exposes everything. I mean, it's one of the concerns I have about Tesla right now a little bit. We'll see. I'm not writing it up, but separation is everything. It's why the run first quarterback doesn't work in the NFL, because the defense is too fast. You know, I don't think there's a need for a minor league, because you kind of already know the script here. I'm a little bit concerned here too. I know you didn't read this one text, that this is leading to a point where the whole 3-year eligibility thing is going to get challenged again.
The 3-year or 5-year?
No, the 3 in terms of going to the NFL.
Oh.
Remember the whole Maurice Clarett, Mike Williams?
You go earlier.
Yeah, I feel like the world we live in now, where judges seem to be, hey, we have no business denying a kid an opportunity.
Correct.
Is going to lead to this getting challenged again, and this time they would win. And I think that would be horrible for the NFL. Like, I've talked to John with this off the air. I've said to you, I go, is there any way you think you could have went pro after 2 years? He's like, absolutely not.
No,
my body isn't. Their bodies aren't ready. You haven't physically matured most of the time.
I don't view that as like this impending doom if they do that. Most people wouldn't be able to go to the NFL early.
And the NFL
running backs could maybe transition. I do, and that's about it.
In the NFL, they probably wouldn't draft the guys either, too.
Well, then that's you do it intentionally, and that's a lawsuit,
right?
Collusion.
No, but I'm talking about they wouldn't want to do it. Maybe a few, maybe a select few. But I guess if a player would see with NIL. Okay, if I'm an NFL team and there's a sophomore coming out, he goes, he's probably going to be like Jeremiah Smith after his first year or whatever. Yeah, you'd probably take him, but when do you take him? He's not. These guys aren't. Some of them aren't ready yet. Do you take him early? You take him in the 5th or 6th round, and then how much money are you're going to pay those 6th round draft choices? They could get more from their school at NIL.
They would just stay.
So I don't think you're going to have that would be that big of a problem.
Well, the argument is, okay, I'm a freshman and I just won the Heisman Trophy. I want to go make NFL money. I want to go be.
I got no issue if you want to. Go for it.
Currently you can as a freshman.
No, I know, but I'd have no issue if that changed. Go for it. What do I care?
I think that's a bad precedent long term.
Well, if you're a mega freak star, you're Jadeveon Clowney, and you could do it. What does it affect me?
There's going to be very few.
That's my point, and I think it would naturally, to Stoney's point, just kind of take care of itself.
Yeah.
Teams wouldn't just be in the business of drafting 18-year-olds to plug on their NFL roster, 19-year-olds on their NFL roster.
And look, the college, the guy who called up about the UFL, college is their minor league.
Yeah. No, it is. Love it or hate it, and a lot of hate for it. Like this text says, it's you guys talk about the world you want, not the one you have. These state laws make it illegal to restrict NIL money. Telling a kid he can't go to college restricts his ability to earn. That's why these judges rule this way. Like it or not, it's where we live. It says in Michigan should probably make JJ an offer.
Hearing good things about Bryce Underwood out of camp.
How are you?
Yeah. Well, I read that some of the people think he's going to be much better.
Look, I would hope so. I mean,
Yeah,
he played as a true freshman, and now he's going to actually have coaching.
Yeah, exactly.
So, anyway, this whole thing makes my head hurt. We're just going to move on and talk about the Lions. They're playing on Saturday. We're going to see some of the starters. We're not going to see some guys. We'll get into all of it. Who do you want to see? And more importantly, what do you want to see? Because this is really your only chance to get a sense of what they're bringing into the regular season. We'll do that coming up next, plus a quote from Dan Campbell on the window being closed. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Jackson Kohler is transferring to BYU after he was granted another year of eligibility from a court ruling last week. He averaged 13 points and 9 boards last season for Michigan State. At BYU, he will return to his home state of Utah. A Free Press report says the Red Wings are thoroughly working through a list of over 100 candidates for the general manager job. The team also made a small trade yesterday, picking up Suter Mazzotti from Nashville for cash considerations. Wings camp begins in less than a month on September 17th. The Lions will hit the turf at Ford Field tomorrow for the second preseason game this year. Some starters will play in tomorrow's game, but it's unlikely that Jared Goff, Sam Laporta, or Ennis Rakestraw see the field. Dan Campbell already said Goff is going to sit while backups Josh Dobbs and Luke Altmaier split reps. Meanwhile, on the injury front, Laporta has a hip injury that shouldn't keep him out long-term, according to Campbell. As for Rakestraw, he got hurt yesterday in practice on a non-contact play. He was able to walk off the field under his own power, but we don't have an official update on him yet. We likely won't get one until after the game tomorrow, as the Lions are not scheduled to speak today. Kickoff at Ford Field tomorrow is at noon. Pregame begins at 11 in the morning here on 97.1. And the Tigers are in Kansas City tonight for a 3-game series with the Royals. KC enters on a 5-game winning streak. They've also won 6 of their last 7, albeit against the only 2 teams worse than them in the AL, the A's and Angels. Troy Melton on the bump tonight. First pitch at 8:10 here on 97.1. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
A lot of Lions to discuss in the final hour of the show on a Friday. Tomorrow, we're going to see some of these starters in the preseason against the Commanders.
Good, but I only want to see him play a series. That's it.
Okay. Goff won't play at all.
Right. He should play a series, in my opinion. But I understand. Look, I'm the one who always, wigs out about guys getting hurt. But I think, especially with a new coordinator, he didn't play in the preseason last year with a new coordinator, so maybe change it up a little bit.
No joint practices, so this becomes your only effective tool to get your feet wet before the season. I don't anticipate the starters are playing in the final preseason game the following week. So this is it. No Goff. Gibbs, question mark?
Yeah. One series. Give him one carry. Get him out of there.
Your team give everybody a series.
Yeah.
Sewell, I think, will play. I'm just guessing, will play so they can get some continuity up front on the offensive line.
And they should, because he, playing left tackle, different position, but obviously he's going to be great at it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So.
But I think offensive line and defensive line are the things I'm looking forward to seeing most, because everything in coverage is vanilla. I mean, I want Tesla to catch passes, and I want guys in the secondary to break on the ball. But I think the lines of scrimmage, we're going to see, hey, it's one-on-one. It's mano-a-mano. Can we get something going up front? Can you reset the line of scrimmage on offense? Can you win your one-on-one and get in the backfield on defense? I'm looking at the offense and defensive line. Can I see a flash from Tyreek in the second season? Can I see a Liam McNeil a year removed from the ACL? I get it. They're only going to play a little bit. Show me a little bit.
Derek Moore, let's see what he can do.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for more than anything else are the lines of scrimmage in this game. And let me just save everybody the time. Don't text in, I'm looking to see them be healthy. We all know that's a given.
Safety. I want to see how the safeties play, because those guys are going to be starting, or some of them, because of the Joseph and the Branch situation.
Good point.
So Avante Maddox,
Chuck Clark,
any of the other rookies. I like to see Abney. He's not a safety, but he's a DB.
I keep hearing good things about
Defensive
Abney.
back, by the way.
He's a fine individual.
Yeah.
Good young man.
Yeah.
I want to see him too. I liked that pick at the time, and I've read good things and seen good things when we were out at Lions practice.
Right.
So maybe he gets a little more run.
Yep. I don't need to see Devin White anymore.
Okay.
He played pretty well. He played the first preseason game. That's fine.
He's a vet. You don't need to see it. You're good.
Yeah. He's
Hutch, series?
Series, yeah.
Okay. Any other notable? Amon-Ra, series?
Yeah, see them all series.
Okay. We won't see Laporta. That news broke yesterday.
Yeah. That sucks, man.
Well, you can hear how painful this is to Dan Campbell. I think playing the audio will kind of tell the story. This was Dan Campbell on the Laporta injury.
So Sam, the other night, he got hit in the hip, and it flared up a little bit. It's a little aggravated, but we feel good long term about him. We're resting for a little bit here and letting it calm down. What's that? Something that could go into the season. Well, I don't know, Dave. I don't know. I feel like we'll be okay, but I don't know.
It doesn't sound optimistic.
And Laporta, you were all over this today. Laporta was such a big part of this offense.
Yes.
And they missed him.
And statistically, it backs it up. I mean, they couldn't run the ball. Well, granted, they had injuries on the offensive line as well, and the offensive line didn't play well. But when Laporta went out, and then you doubled out with Brock Wright, they couldn't be the running team that everybody loved, right?
Here's your numbers. Laporta playing for the Lions, they're 32-10. Mm-hmm. Without him, they're 4-5. He's worth an extra 3 points per game for the team when he plays. And last season, they scored a full touchdown more with him in the lineup versus with him out of the lineup.
That says a lot, man.
You're already down Cade Mays. It felt like the interior O-line and getting Laporta back were two things that could take the offense back up to their spot at the top. And, both are dealing with injuries now. It's not doomsday. They're gonna come back at some point this season. You're gonna have to survive against a softer part of the schedule to start. Hell, New Orleans is talking about, hey, they don't have Kamara to start the season. They're not gonna have their rookie receiver Jordan Tyson to start the season.
With Brian Brissy, whatever his name is,
D lineman.
He's hurt.
Yeah.
There's injuries all over. The Lions are not unique.
No, we deal with
the
it more.
problem is they've had injuries from last year seep into this year, meaning Joseph and Brian Branch.
Yep.
That's the problem.
Hey, the other Campbell quote that I wanted to give people, we don't have audio, but he said this to ESPN. Dan Campbell talking about the window. Right? They finished last season. Our window is not closed. It's not closed. That was the whole reason we did this. We fell short last year, but needed to get in the playoffs, and now it's about the matchups, where you're playing and who you're playing. We want to be able to do that every year, and sometimes, I'm just saying, it is what happens is you want to go all in for one player. Well, how do you know that one player doesn't get hurt? Or how do you know the three players behind him don't get hurt, now you have no depth? Whereas, let's just get a unit together, compete every year. It's about in that moment, making those plays and finding a way to win that game.
All right. I am sick and tired of people saying the window is closed. Explain to me how the window could be closed when at every position you have at least one really good, if not great player. Quarterback, Jared Goff. He's, just turned, 31, 32? The way quarterbacks play in this league, these guys are playing. Aaron Rodgers is, 47? No, I'm just kidding. He's 42. But guys play a long time. Running back. Okay, Jahmyr Gibbs. Enough said, right? Mm-hmm. Wide receiver. Amon-Ra St. Brown, one of the best in the league. J-Mo's no slouch. We have a tight end, Sam Laporta. If healthy, one of the best tight ends. Offensive line, Penei Sewell. People think he's a Hall of Famer. Maybe Ratledge and Blake Miller can be good too, but Penei Sewell. Let's go defensive line. Aiden Hutchinson is one of the best defensive linemen in the National Football League. Ali McNeil, hopefully, coming back from the injury, another year removed from that, will be really good again. Jack Campbell, one of the best linebackers in the National Football League, correct?
Yes, he was an All-Pro a year ago.
Okay. Safeties, you have two of the best. The health, obviously, the problem. Okay? And then the cornerback, you don't have anybody there. All right. So when you have all those terrific players who are young or in their prime, how the hell can the window be closed? It makes no freaking sense to me. None.
I've never understood it.
Am I saying that they're going to win a Super Bowl? No. I'm not saying I can't predict that. Nobody can. Or say it's going to happen. But they should be good for years. How is a window closed? I don't get it.
So the first thing I'll say is windows exist. Windows are real. There are competitive windows. Good GMs extend those windows. I thought last year we got a real reality check on that offensive line. They hadn't done enough to keep the O-line up,
right,
which is why Goff was sacked more than any point in his career, and they couldn't run the ball, especially in the big games. You know the story.
Yeah.
Well, what did they do? They signed an offensive lineman who is going to play for them this season. It'll be okay, deep breaths. Mm-hmm. And they drafted one very early in the first round. They're resetting a young offensive line so they can have a second act with Jared Goff and this offense.
Right.
They have a group of you described it, this nucleus, these guys who are all-pro or near all-pro players.
Right.
And many of them are locked up. This isn't like expiring like a Tarek Skubal situation.
Right.
They're going to be here. So that means they're going to be in the mix this year and for years to come. That's why we talk about a window not being closed.
They have to make decisions, obviously, on Branch and Laporta, but still, they are young players.
But back up.
Really good players.
Every team's got expirings, but let's go through the guys that are signed long-term. Goff, Gibbs, Sewell, St. Brown, J-Mo. Those are pieces on offense.
Right.
Defensively, Hutch and Jack Campbell are two studs.
Yeah.
Ali McNeil need him to get back to it, but is also signed and paid in that front seven. Right. I guess the rebuttal from people is, well, but they have a hole here, or every team has a weakness.
Exactly.
Now, how you address those weaknesses has been the source of frustration. So Dan Campbell, the second part of that quote says, you can't go all in for one guy because then what if he gets hurt?
Right. Like the Rams, they had problems with their secondary. What they do? They traded picks for Trent McDuffie.
And I disagree. I agree with Dan Campbell's assessment the window's not closed. I would push back on the idea that, what if the guy gets hurt? Well, then why do anything?
Right. Yeah.
Why add Cade Mays? Why draft Blake Miller? What if he gets hurt? And I get it. We got to give up stuff.
Right.
But the Rams have been able to give up stuff and win more playoff games and a Super Bowl. Why is that not possible for us? Why is that foolish for us but wise for them? That would be my pushback on the second part of the Campbell quote.
If you don't go all in on a player, then the opposite is the way the Lions do it.
Right.
You have to hit draft picks.
And when you throw away the 24 draft.
Yeah, exactly. And I do think, I said this to you off the air the other day, and you kind of can see that. I think the Lions, the argument can be made, especially for the windows closed people, is they're top heavy. They've got, Stoney, you just listed all these great players.
Right.
What's the drop off though? Should Christian Mahogany be a starter in this league? That is a valid question.
Yeah.
Okay, so are you starting a backup? A guy who should be a backup?
Maybe.
your cornerback situation because you failed in the 2024 draft looks the way it does.
Right.
How many guys right now in the cornerback should be starting? Well, DJ Reed for sure. He's a starter in this league.
Yeah.
Number 2, is that worthy of a start? That's what I'm saying. Is the drop off, and it's all because you didn't draft well, especially in 24.
Yeah, that's
a valid point, but it doesn't mean that the window is closed.
No, I know, but that's the point. So you say it's a risk if we sign this guy, it gets hurt. Well, the risk is that you don't hit your draft picks because that's not a given that all your draft picks are going to deliver too. So like I'm digging even deeper into the Dan Campbell quote now, but I'm sure the reasoning is, well, if we give up those draft picks and the guy gets hurt, well, yeah, but if you keep those draft picks and you don't. It's not a given they're going to hit. There's a risk in everything. There's a risk in everything.
There's also free agency, and you don't have to give up draft picks too.
My thing is like if they have that philosophy of holding on to picks, I know we've beaten these dead horses, but it's the amount of darts they threw at picks. The Vakis, the Manus, the Martins, the Hookers.
Right.
When you could get guys, I know I've said it 1,000 times, you could have gotten Cam Jurgens at one point there. You could have got Roger Rosengarten. These are starting offensive linemen in the NFL.
Yeah.
And they took special teams players, backup quarterbacks, guys that weren't earmarked to be contributors, projects.
And
Giovanni Manu, right?
Yeah.
The Slaw's really important pick for Holmes right now. I
Absolutely.
think before people really get soured.
I agree.
Yeah. Hey, we're up against it. We got some good calls to get to. Lions fans, hang tight. It's 97.1. It's Brightside Dental for a brighter, straighter smile. I want to talk to the people that have been putting off going to the dentist. I was in your shoes. Skipping that 6-month cleaning, it's been a couple years at one point in my life. That post-college, you run out of your routine. It's okay if you haven't been to the dentist. Brightside's not going to shame you. In fact, they understand that there's some anxiety with going to the dentist in general. It's normal, and they're going to approach it comfort first. I go to Brightside Dental for cleanings, fillings. I go to the Southfield location, but they've got 9 across Metro Detroit. Easy to find an office right around the corner from you. $35 new patient special. Come see what I'm talking about. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Honest, as Dan Campbell often is.
Yep.
I don't know.
Doesn't sound promising.
It doesn't. That's Sam Laporta, the update. He's not going to play tomorrow.
No. I was there yesterday and watching Rakestraw go down on a non-contact injury. And then was down for a while, and then he walked off on his own power. And I would say, well, he's walking off his own power. I'll be all right. Then somebody said, another writer said, I've seen guys tear ACLs and walk off on their own power. You never know. But it looks like it's just going to be a leg thing.
Guys just can't stay healthy. He's catching so many bad and they need someone to step up at that corner spot. Dan Campbell's other quote was, the window has not closed, and we're getting some pushback on it. You and I are like, come on now. They're going to be in the mix. Text says the window is closed because of SOL.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Super Bowl is definitely closed. Below average defense, average at best O-line. It's not good enough to get it done.
The defense is a question. I'll grant you that, but the window is not closed because the defense is. When they went to the NFC Championship game, their defense was not great.
You remember who
secondary
was starting at corner in that game?
Yeah, Vildor.
Yep, everybody's favorite. Yeah. What I'd say to this guy, because defense is getting singled out on text. Another one says, no way it's good enough for a playoff run. I think the offensive line being invested in is good enough to get them in the playoffs. They'll have one of the best offenses in football this year. If you're in the playoffs, that's Campbell's point, you're in the mix. Now, for them to win a Super Bowl, I agree. I think the defense, specifically the D-line, I think is what can help out their secondary. I'm putting a spotlight on the D-line. O-line will get them in the playoffs. D-line is what would have to win them a Super Bowl.
Yeah, or corners, but yes.
Well, you help your corners.
Yes, exactly.
And I think they've got a better chance for their D-line to close that gap than the secondary.
Yeah.
Let's get to the phones. Edward in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. I know that there's a lot of sensitivity to the notion of same old Lions. These are not the same old Lions, but this is definitely a same old Lions fan conversation.
Okay.
The window is relative to what your standards are. Is the Super Bowl window closed? Absolutely. When they were at or near the top of the NFC, you can't point to me any decision, any move, any choice that was made to ensure they stayed at or near the top of the NFC. That window is closed. So now here we are having a conversation about whether or not they're a good team. Yeah, they're a good team. But the classic Lions fan only compares the Lions to the Lions. So you just mentioned the NFC Championship game. Well, that team had Branch and Joseph at safety. You could argue that they only have one legitimate front-line member of their secondary on the roster. Only one player that might play for the rest of the teams in the NFC. And then those same people want to tell me that they're going to compete against other teams.
We expect.
Hold on.
I expect Branch to be back during the season. That's number one, and number two, DJ Reed can start on most teams in the NFL. So there's two guys.
Okay, so we're hoping that halfway through the season we might get Branch. I'll bet you 2 conies that Joseph never plays in the NFL again.
I take that bet with you. I agree with you.
So I'm back. I am back to us comparing the Lions only to the Lions.
Well, hold on,
Because
Edward.
all
Edward,
these little internal-
Edward. I want to stop us from comparing the Lions to the Lions. I've got in front of me FanDuel's odds to win the Super Bowl, and everybody knows the favorite is the Rams. Seattle has the second best odds in the NFC. Do you know who has the third best odds in the NFC?
Tell me.
It's the Lions. So
Well,
I'm not comparing them to themselves. If I told you going into the year, Lions have the third best odds to win the Super Bowl of anybody in their conference, we're not saying, oh, they're a cute little good team that can make the playoffs. That's a team that's got a puncher's chance. Now, I agree they got to get better on defense.
Yes.
They're going to need some things to break their way. Aleem McNeil, Brian Branch, get these guys right. But we're not comparing them to the 9-8 Lions of a year ago or the 9-8 Lions of Jim Caldwell. We're comparing them against the Super Bowl. And no, they're not the Rams. Is that your point? They're not the Rams?
The appeal is that let's not overlook what other teams have. Other teams have secondaries full of very good players in addition to very good offenses. And to think that if our goal is the Super Bowl, to say that we're going to leapfrog, established very good football teams when we don't even have a defense. I argue we don't have a secondary.
Edward,
That's ridiculous to me.
Neutral third party. They don't have a skin in the game in Detroit. They're saying Lions just got a chance to win the Super Bowl as Eagles, right?
Right. The Eagles.
As the Niners, as the Packers. So, again, we're not comparing them with the Lions. I'm comparing them with other NFC contemporaries.
Right. Not every team has a great secondary either. I mean, the Eagles do, but that's about, the Rams should.
Yeah. Hey, let's get to Joe in St. Clair Shores. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning. The whole secondary conversation is a little overblown, in my opinion. If you're in the NFL, you can guard somebody for 2 seconds. You can't guard anybody for 5 seconds. That's all D-line, the pass rush.
Yep.
But that's not what I called for. I called for it because I am so sick of every general manager, coach in this city telling me, well, going out and getting this great player doesn't guarantee a championship. Why? No one's willing to pay the price to go get premium players unless we draft them. And then we try to make, especially in the Lions case, we make them the highest paid player in the position, even when they don't deserve it. It's so frustrating to me that we refuse to make certain moves and we pass up on good players and let them go to the Eagles and let them go to the Rams and let them go to the Niners. Like, when are we going to, outside of drafting the guy, go and get a guy? Everybody's so afraid to put their name on the line and their job on the line by making a big move to give us a better chance at winning.
So, Joe,
no move we make.
So you were upset with the second part of the Campbell quote, just so people maybe who weren't listening, who said, well, yeah, if you go for an all-in piece, what if he gets hurt? Your point is you got to be willing to take some risks.
Yes.
Exactly. I'm furious with that point because, one, that shouldn't come from Dan Campbell's mouth. That should be coming from Brad Holmes' mouth. Where is he to actually sit here and say, this is why I didn't make this move. I thought we would have better organizational depth if I got 4 backups instead of one great player who doesn't have an injury history. Yeah. Like, injuries happen. It's a part of the game. I don't understand why we're willing these injuries into existence. You're going to deal with them.
Yeah.
Go get the premium player.
Yeah, it's not like the Rams are sitting there going, what if Myles Garrett gets hurt? What if McDuffie gets hurt? That's the other big defensive piece they added this offseason. Anyway, cookie jar coming up first. Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Well, 2 Dearborn police officers have been shot and a suspect was arrested after a confrontation early this morning. The officers who were undercover at the time were trying to pull over a tow truck around 2:30 a.m. and the driver fled. I also saw in another article that officers responded to perhaps a strip club, an adult entertainment club, where an intoxicated person was waving a gun around. That person then got into a vehicle, fled the scene. The officer spotted the vehicle at a gas station, so maybe that's the tow truck. I'm not sure. Anyway, a confrontation ensued. That led to the shooting. The suspect was also shot and arrested. They're currently hospitalized in critical condition. Officers have been released from the hospital. They're going to be okay. Dearborn Police will be holding a press conference shortly later today.
Okay.
Sounds like, though, there was 3 crime scenes, so a lot going on, a lot to unfold. I love this story. One of the biggest singers in the world, Ed Sheeran, was in Detroit and did karaoke at a sushi bar this week. Happened on Wednesday. He stopped by Sakazuki. He was actually eating dinner with his wife at the time in the restaurant below the karaoke bar at Hiroki-san. And anyway, he ended up singing a duet with one of the regular karaoke goers. That's the regular singing.
Pretty good.
A really cool experience for this guy.
Yeah.
Kevin Reddy, he says that he was getting ready to sing Sheeran's song when he got word that Sheeran was there. So he said he'd had enough to drink, had a little liquid courage, took his, I don't know if his girlfriend or his wife, and went and found him in the restaurant, confronted him, sat down with him for 20 minutes, said it was just awesome, had this amazing conversation. And then he got enough courage to also ask him if he wanted to go up. He's like, I requested your song. I'm about to go sing. And Sheeran said, let's do it. Went up and kind of did a little duet and then was out of there. And this guy said it was like the best night ever. He had to go to another bar and share some video of it to anyone he could find. And Sheeran was in Detroit, it sounds like, for a stop before he went to Toronto for a weekend concert series. So
yes, and he's back here August 29th,
Yes.
a week from tomorrow, Ford Field, and across the street at Comerica Park at 1 o'clock. Tarek Skubal will be pitching against the Tigers.
There you go. That's such a cool story. And you think highly of Ed Sheeran to just,
Everybody says that he's like the nicest, most down-to-earth star there is.
it's awesome. I mean, would you guys, if
No.
you saw someone that you really admired, it doesn't have to be Ed Sheeran, but any superstar, would you go
I
say
don't think
hi?
I would approach him.
Well, when I met Springsteen, the night before, we found out where he was eating. We went to the restaurant. He was in a corner with his family, and I didn't go near him.
Okay.
And
Wait,
then the following,
just stalked him.
No, I just went.
Oh, you
we
found
went
out
home.
where he was eating.
Well,
and
somebody
decided to
what
go
he was
there
Well,
too.
I had no
Yeah.
idea. I was
Ordered
in the
the same
Bahamas.
thing.
Somebody told me, Springsteen's at this restaurant. So we just, whatever. Yeah.
So we went.
What about you? Would you?
No. I mean, maybe the guy said he had enough liquid
I was going to
courage.
say, if I had
so
enough to drink, maybe.
Maybe, depending on who it is.
Otherwise, you tend to just want to let
but I
people.
wouldn't want to interfere with their, he's there with his wife.
Right, exactly.
Just let him
Yeah,
eat.
they're doing their time.
Maybe if I saw him in passing, like
Sure, different.
while he wasn't like sitting down, maybe I would. But
You're on your way to the restroom and you see, hey,
Yeah.
what's going on, Ed?
How are you doing?
By the way, I'm doing one of your songs at karaoke upstairs. You
Yeah,
want to
wanna
join me?
Yeah.
never know.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, it's the Cookie Jar, 97.1. Feedback on the cookie jar gets you to Carson Anderson on a Friday. Good morning. Gator could be Jack Black on Schoolhouse Rock.
Oh, that would be
Yes.
great. Yes.
I don't know how much we would learn if Heather was the teacher. We'd be unfocused.
Oh. Thanks.
Yeah.
Rico would be the best teacher. Doesn't he actually teach?
Yes, exactly.
Well, Heather, you were going to be a teacher. You were a teacher.
I was a teacher. I taught for about 5 years. I wouldn't want to be a middle school. I taught kindergarten. That's like right up my alley. I love the little kids.
Have you ever run into anybody who
Yes.
you taught?
At a Tigers game once when I used to work
Right.
there, this girl came up to me and it took me a couple minutes, right? Because she was 6 when I was teaching her and 16 when I ran into her
Right.
or whatever she was, and I had to do like a double take, and then all of a sudden it clicked. She remembered me. We got a photo together.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's
cool.
great.
It was really neat. So grown up, but still looked the same, right? Like once I realized who it was, I was like, oh my gosh,
That's actually really
it
cool.
was really cool.
John is a sex ed teacher. Gee, why would you think that?
Jeez.
That's your final.
Oh my gosh.
Just a small sample of what we're working with here.
Got to get some of them in the drop tournament next year, or at least if they're the newer ones.
Yeah.
They're gonna let the Blue Wall region into the tournament. That should be. Yeah.
Yeah. Him and Mojo.
Mojo's objective. He doesn't care.
Yeah.
Mojo is out. Says, I'm with Stoney. Drinking a non-alcoholic beer at work makes you a loser. Grow up and drink a real beer at work like an adult. What's next after the non-alcoholic beer at work? Snorting baking soda in the bathroom?
Oh, God.
Jeez.
Non-alcoholic beer at work equals attention whore.
Yes. Agree.
Moomer sucks.
I've heard that from no one.
Yeah, said nobody ever.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What? Well, now, I have a question. Why isn't it sold around here? Like, I know we got Guernsey's, the Guernsey Mafia. They're holding down their turf. I know Hudsonville's made their way in, but you can't buy like a pint of Moomers anywhere around here, right?
Maybe they just don't want to. Maybe they want to keep it small.
Okay.
So it's up to them.
Money to be made.
I understand that. But
Good ice cream.
I know, but maybe they just like being up north.
Okay. I met my wife at work, and we work very well together, but we don't work together any longer, and are still married. Okay. A lot of people.
I would imagine a lot of people meet at work. I mean, depending on your age. I mean, if you're not going out that much and you don't want to be on a dating app, you're going to meet somebody where you work.
It happens.
Yeah.
Like
Depending on where you work, obviously.
Yeah. I never had when I mentioned George Michael and his wife, they never had a fight or anything at work. Maybe on the way home, But like they lived like 45 minutes away. So you're at work for 8 hours or whatever.
Yeah.
Then you drive an hour and out.
Each way, and then you're home, you make dinner, and
Yeah, but you could
spend all night.
You could carpool that way, save some money, drive into work together.
Well, I imagine they're carpooling, yeah.
Yes. They live in the same
that's a
house. They
perk of
work in the
working
same
together.
office. Yes.
Cut gas costs in half.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind working at the same place,
Just not in the same department.
like right next to each other.
Right.
I need some space.
So you couldn't do a show with Colin. It's
Oh,
Heather and
heck yeah,
Colin.
I could. I think it would be awesome. But I also like, I think it's nice having our own thing where we're not together 24/7. But yeah, it would
need
be
time
fun.
alone, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Doug Karsh will come in, and we'll have to award him as the person we deemed the best teacher of any host.
Yeah.
If someone was going to be a teacher, it would be Doug Karsh. I don't know if Gator agrees with that assessment. Gator did get some votes on the text. It's back to school season, so in the cookie jar, we wanted to know, who'd make the best teacher.
Doug's a good choice.
Okay. Treat everybody with respect.
Yeah.
Smart guy.
Oh, he's raised 3 great kids, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he knows what he's doing when it comes to that. So
Mhm.
I would think he would make an excellent teacher.
I like the one who said that he had he teases during the class.
A pop quiz coming up at 11:36.
Yes.
Doug's favorite part of the class would be dishing out the homework for the next day. Because it's like a tease anyway.
I can't wait to tell my wife this because she's a school teacher.
Right, I know. That was part of the rationale.
I suspect that she will roll her eyes.
What does she teach?
Fourth grade.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
But,
And it would depend a lot on the topic.
You'd be more like somebody suggested you a history teacher.
So what's funny about it is I was a terrible student back in the day when it came to history, but I love it now.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you make kids that don't really care is the question.
We had you as a high school teacher. Is that what you think too?
So if I were, it would only be the only thing I'm qualified to teach is like a media class. And I've thought about it, and I've thought about,
What about math?
Side hustle. My math skills have deteriorated since the day I walked out of the SAT thinking I had a perfect score.
Especially since
I did not, by the way.
Especially now you have to show your work.
We did back then too, Mike.
Really?
Yes.
We never had to show our work.
Yeah, well,
we definitely had to show
Oh, yeah.
you
That
guys
was part
wrote,
of the reason
you
why
guys
I-
wrote with feather pens.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, now it's easy. Everybody can use calculators.
My ink well's dry.
Yeah, I maybe someday.
I mean, I was a teacher's assistant for gym class. So
There you
What?
go.
I took when I was in high school. I was a teacher's assistant.
For Jim?
Yeah,
I didn't.
You could
didn't
pick
know
whatever
this.
you wanted.
I saw
gym teacher and I were good.
I
friends.
subbed for Jim once.
There you go.
I bet you were great.
Yeah.
Good times.
Lots of Lions talk.
Perfect. Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Wait, watch this.
All right.
Chris, you're on 97.1. Hello, Chris.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's
All
up,
right, all right,
Chris?
Hey, I was calling in on the most recent show, but at this point I wanted to make, I figured I'd hang on. There's a lot of anxiety about whether or not the Lions Super Bowl window is closed. I don't know if we're going to win the Super Bowl, but I would remind fans to think about what did they think of the Seattle Seahawks during preseason week 2 with a quarterback that had most recently embarrassed himself in the playoffs, question marks at wide receiver and all along the offensive line, starting a rookie at left guard from North Dakota State, question marks along the D-line because it's just journeyman and Byron Young, and unproven commodity at nickel and Nicky Manwari, and veteran journeyman like Ernest Jones at linebacker. The point being is that We don't know. The Seattle Seahawks were 60-1 odds to win the Super Bowl at preseason 2025. They had a middling team and a middling offseason. They were on anybody's radar. The Lions are good. Are they going to win? I don't know. I don't think this is the most complete team they fielded.
Chris,
but is the window open?
Remember, they'd also lost DK Metcalf. Like, there was a big question about that, too. Your point is very valid in the context to remind ourselves that many good teams have legitimate questions and very, very legitimate concerns. And the Lions are no different than a lot of other good teams. So when people call up and say you absolutely cannot win with blah, 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 and have a hard and fast rule, remind yourself that what you brought up, I think you make a great argument that the 2025 Seattle Seahawks, who went on to win the Super Bowl, have way more questions than the Lions do going into this year.
That's exactly right.
Yep.
And is the Lions Super Bowl window open? Well, if the Seattle Seahawks can win it with the question marks they had, then yeah, it's still open for us because we have I think we have a much more complete team now than they did in 2025 preseason week 1, just on paper.
Well, and your point, remember also Seattle was breaking in a brand new offensive coordinator last year, just like the Lions this year.
Right.
Chris, it's good for perspective, and it's a great point. And it's not to be fooled with. All you need is a new offensive coordinator and a bunch of questions, and you'll win the Super Bowl. That's not the point. The point is, if you are discounting the Lions for reasons A, B, and C, well, you would have clearly discounted Seattle a year ago for all of their questions. So, it's a good point. It's a good point. Hey, perspective to open the show.
Well, sure. And one of the things you talked about on Wednesday's show when you're out was, where along this window time frame do you think the Lions are, at the beginning, the middle, or the end of their Super Bowl contending window? And I tend to think that they're more to the beginning of the middle. Mm-hmm. But I think there's definitely a window here because they've got their core group of players signed for this next 4 years or whatever. Their coach isn't going anywhere. Hopefully the coordinators work out. And hopefully they'll continue to draft well and continue to add to this team. But because the core is as good as it is, I think that they're poised. Injuries can derail any team's season, but it doesn't necessarily derail the window of opportunity unless it's towards the end of that window.
So what's up, man? Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right.
Yeah?
I'm all right.
Anything exciting going on in the Gator household last night?
I started to watch some football.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I flipped on. I was watching a little bit of Mendoza's outing with the Raiders against the Texans, and I did not stay up to watch I knew the other game was on. I forgot to flip over to it, and then I was watching a little bit of the high school game from Tennessee.
Oh, Brentwood versus
Baylor.
Is that who it was?
Yeah, I think it was actually.
What are we doing?
I don't know. But I just flipped over for a minute. I caught somewhere at halftime of the NFL game, and they were talking about the high school game. And I guess Peyton Manning's kid is a quarterback for one of those teams. I don't even know if he's starting just yet, but he's on the team.
Mm-hmm.
So that got me inspired to maybe flip over and watch a little bit of it, which I watched just a little bit of it.
You asked the question yesterday, and we never got around to it, but I cut and pasted and brought it over. It was a really good topic by you. I thought it was really good. When is summer over in your world, whatever your world is? And in my world, summer ended 2 weeks ago, and it's totally aligned with going into full throttle preparation for football. Like every position group at Michigan, deep dive on every player. I want to have a note on every player. So if they make a play and there's a stoppage in play and we have time to tell a story.
You've got the bucket full.
You've got the bucket full. That's right. So every player that is going to play, I'm hoping to have, and it's a lot of work, but it's the start of football season. Right. I've started preparation on Western Michigan and Oklahoma, Big Ten teams, and it ended for me 2 weeks ago, totally work related, and it feels like fall to me.
So it's going to be different for every person, obviously. And I can understand why that is for you because it's like, okay, now your fall job is starting.
Mm-hmm.
which is the lead announcer for Michigan football. So I get that, why that would, kind of interrupt your summer or end your summer, terminate your summer. Ooh, terminate. For me, it's different because I want to hang on to summer as long as I can.
You don't say.
Yeah. So it's like I'll hang on to that thing through September and hoping that we still have really nice days that reach the 80s into late September. But I think it might be that the end of the summer might be when you get like consecutive days where it's 60 something. And then I'm all right. It's done.
So weather
It's fall.
determines it more
It's
than
weather
anything?
determining more than anything else because I want to hang on to it. Desperate.
Just keep this in mind about Gator. He has many, many, many adult qualities, but he also has some thinking that is totally aligned with a high schooler.
Well, how is that aligned with being in high school? Because I just don't want to go back to school? Is that it?
Yes. Yep.
Well, I don't want to. I don't have to. I'm done with school. I don't know how to do it.
Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, part of it's like but it's also like I'll determine. You've heard me say a million times. I don't like fall golf. When the leaves start falling, I hate it because then you lose your golf ball on the fairways and all this, and it really annoys me. Even though it's beautiful, even though it's peaceful, and it can still be warm. When I start seeing the leaves fall down, then that literally screams to me it's fall. So maybe it's more that. It all ties in together, I guess. But yeah, for me, it'll probably be late September.
Kang, is yours completely aligned with your kids' school schedule?
Yeah, ever since I had kids and they started going to school, that's when summer ends for me. So summer ends as soon as the first day of school starts.
Sorry, bro.
I know. But I'm with you, Gator. I want to hold on to summer as long as possible. I think the summers in Michigan are so great and we just don't get enough of it. And so I cherish every moment. I cherish every 75, 80 degree weather day. I cherish the sunset at past 9 o'clock. Last night I was driving home and it was like 8:30 something. I was leaving my brother's house and it was getting dark out. And I said to my wife, I'm like, look, it's getting dark out. And she's like, I know, it's only going to get worse every single day. And that sucks. Like when it's dark out in the middle of winter and it's like 5 o'clock or something and it's like pitch black out and you're like,
it's brutal.
Yeah, it's brutal, right, Gator? And that seasonal depression really does hit me. And so I love summer. I'm with you, Gator, as long as possible. So as far as the official end of summer for me, Doug, it is when the kids go back to school and then things start getting real.
Feedback coming in here regarding this. Kier Duchesne, please, on Twitch says, summer's not over for me until the weather stops being 70 at least once a week. So around the end of September.
My man.
Kai Tech says, summer ends when college football kicks off week 1. Which is 2 weeks from tomorrow. Det313, yeah, when you see multiple days with highs in the 60s and one day is low 70s, then summer is over.
Yeah, kind of is, right?
Yep.
I mean, I also think that there's something that happens every year, and when it does happen, I'm like, is it the end? And then I tell myself, it's not the end. It's still early enough here, but it's kind of an indicator. Cider mills.
Yeah.
Usually open up the weekend of Labor Day weekend. So that's like a week from now.
We're about to get hit with the Starbucks bringing back the pumpkin spice latte advertising blitz.
Yeah. All that crap.
Yeah. From an unnamed texter, Doug is wrong. Summer ends on September 22nd. It's not different for every person. There's only one date for the end of summer. Oh, thank you, Captain Literal. From Kyle in a truck, summer's over the first week. I have to put a hoodie on in the morning 3 consecutive days. When is summer over for you? 248-539-9797.
What you know about the equinox? You're welcome.
Yes. Yes, we should all adhere exactly to the calendar.
Yeah.
We'll talk some Lions with an insider today at 10:30, 248-539-9797. Hey, you love music? Sam Bernstein Law is giving back to the community by launching the Bernstein Box Office. Follow them on Facebook, Instagram, or TikTok for your chance to win free tickets to a dream concert. It's free and easy. Sign up and follow Bernstein Box Office and win. Do you remember, like 4 years ago, I got a Cameo request, and I was supposed to rip on a guy who lost. Somebody asked me to rip on their buddy who had lost in cards. And he needed to stop playing poker with the group because he always lost.
I remember that vaguely. Yeah.
And make fun of this guy.
Oh, yeah.
And the guy's name was Brendan. And so I took this request and I lit into Brendan.
He had it coming.
Yep.
He sucks at cards.
And, you know, do what you do with Cameo. I took this request, lit into Brendan.
They give you the information. You do the best you can. Hopefully they like it.
Only to find out shortly thereafter that it was one of my son's friends, my son Brendan, and he had lost at cards the night before, and his buddies then took the money that they won from him
Savage.
And helped pay for his dad to cut a cameo that they sent out to his entire fraternity of me trashing him.
That's awesome.
It really kind of is.
That's funny. And the funny thing is, I was about to say to you, I mean, it should be easy for you. Your son's name is Brendan. Not knowing that this was the case.
Yeah. So today I was asked, actually earlier in the week, I was asked to cut a cameo for a fantasy football league's draft order. And Kang, you remember some of the names of the teams I ran past you? And I'm like, I'm not sure I should say this one or that one.
Yeah, fantasy team names get very creative and not safe for work.
Yeah.
Right. You shouldn't say him at work, but on the Cameo we can do it.
Well, no, sometimes I've said no, I'm not going to say that.
Cameo. Oh.
Well, so
He's really saucy.
No, I'll just say I'm not going to say, because if somebody makes you say something and it's taken out of context, right? So I did this and I
mean, that's
ha ha ha.
That's an example.
Ha, ha.
An example.
So there are things that you don't want to say because they could, I'm very careful about that, right? So today I did a draft order and my son just sent me the link to the cameo that I cut where I asked for information on each team so I can make fun of them in their draft order.
Mm-hmm.
And it was for my son's league and I didn't know.
So
he just
you did it. Did you record it already?
I already recorded it.
And now you know that.
I didn't know before that my son just sent me the link.
Karsh from 97.1 The Ticket, host of Karsh and Anderson.
That was what I was. That was from the cameo that I sent out.
No, I've done a few of those lately. They're fun. The group seems to enjoy them.
Yep.
And yes, if you're doing a cameo request, it's best to give as much information as you can.
Yes. If you do, and I often have to send a message back. I need a little more information, so I just don't say hello. Congratulations, Emily and Jason, on your engagement.
Yeah, the ones I get are like, hey, you did a great job with it last year. Here's a list of teams. We've already done the draft order, so you just have to just rip on each team.
Okay.
Not a ton to go on, but I'm game. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I end up doing it, and I end up having fun with it. More fun than I thought.
We do have a question that just came in. Kitech says, Gator, are you willing to say anything on Cameo for the right price?
No, there are things I won't. And I've only turned down one or two based on the subject matter. Like, I'm not going to do that. Or somebody wants me to rip on somebody, and I'm like, that's not going to happen.
Right. Anyway, so apparently I did it again.
I mean, it depends. Understand, I can't give the whole context of why I refuse to do it. I will rip on people if that's what you want, but it's not when it becomes personal. You got
to be a little bit careful.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I've been asked again, and now that's circulated.
Yeah. And Lois usually makes an appearance in the cameos.
Lois does.
Yeah. She's almost. I think she's about 80% of them. She's in.
Yeah. All right, feedback coming in. Summer's over for me the day after Labor Day. I generally have a large barbecue on Labor Day with the family to kind of end it and get ready for fall. Summer is over when my lake toys are coming out of the water. That's from an unnamed texter. Summer ends when I start to see the Little Debbie Pumpkin Delights. That's from Max in Bath, Michigan. Gator, are you going to eat that? The Little Debbie Pumpkin Delights?
I don't even know what they are, but yes. I mean, you just said Little Debbie, which automatically gets a yes. I don't think there's anything from Little Debbie that I would say no to.
Yeah.
And then you say Pumpkin Delights. Oh, hell yeah. That sounds like some sort of cream cheese frosting and pumpkin flavor, obviously. Yeah.
Aaron writes in, summer is over for me when the kids start sports practice first week of August. It's different for everybody. Summer is over October 1st when I climb up that tree stand. That's from Vern. Erica McComb just writes in, boaters hate fall.
Yes. That was one of the other things is like you want to have as long of a boating season as you can.
Yep.
And that was one of those things that, okay, the temperatures, it's too cold. I'm not going out in the lake. Because when I go on the lake, when I used to go on the lake on the boat, I also wanted to be in the water, not just on the water. I like to swim and just hang out. So, yeah, at some point it got to be a little cold outside.
I work pest control. Summer ends the last day of mosquito service, which for us is October 31st. Used to be when deer season began when I was younger. That's from an unnamed texter. Stephen McComb says summer is over when you have to turn on the heat. I haven't done that yet. Tom in a truck. Summer is over when I hear Gator rant for the Gator rant for the first time.
Got a couple weeks.
We got the hard break now at the end of the.
All right.
At the end of the show, we're gonna have to back time it, Kang. We're gonna have to back time that.
We have a new hard out.
Yeah.
On Fridays.
Well, every day, at every hour, we have a hard out.
No, but a new one for that last Friday.
That new Friday, yeah, starting on a Friday. Yeah.
I'm just going to say this. I have looked up the Little Debbie Pumpkin Delights.
Of course you did.
Oh, man. Those look good. Those look good. They're like little jack-o'-lanterns. They're like cookie jack-o'-lanterns. It looks like that oatmeal pie, but made to look like a jack-o'-lantern with pumpkin flavor. Oh, that was good. Officer Matt?
Officer Matt's been known to drop off things from
that guy is such a king.
From how are you going to eat that here at the station for live on air taste test? We've got a library of stuff backed up there. We haven't even tried yet. He brings us so much stuff. Thank you, Matt. Let's see. Summer's over for me. The day after Labor Day, I generally have. We already read that one. That one already came through. My bad. Okay. You and me.
Oh.
I mentioned when summer is over, but a big part of it is the start of football season, and the Lions play tomorrow. And it's hard, like the context of the preseason is one of those deals where they matter for some players, and they obviously don't matter for others. Who's not playing tomorrow? It's been announced that Goff isn't playing. There's no way Jahmyr Gibbs is going to play, is there?
I can't imagine Gibbs plays.
What about Hutch?
I can't imagine Hutch plays.
Penei Sewell?
The only reason I think he might is because reps at left tackle, because he hasn't played there since his rookie season, and maybe try to have a little continuity with the offensive line. But if he does, I don't think he's going to be out there long.
Amon-Ra.
I wouldn't.
J-Mo.
I wouldn't, and my reasoning isn't because necessarily these guys are veterans and don't have to. It plays a role in it. It's more because I think there's competition at that wide receiver spot that they want to get a better look at with other players. And that might be the same thing with Sewell. Like we want to know who our backup offensive linemen are going to be. So let's give these guys a run at tackle as much as we can without having to use these guys.
Jack Campbell. Does he play?
It depends on the health of that room.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is Rodriguez ready to go full bore? I think he is. Jimmy Rolder's not ready to go, but I think they have questions about some of the back end running backs like Reeder and Bashy. So I wouldn't. I know they still want to have Devin White didn't come into camp in the shape that they wanted him to be, and it looks like he was in shape, but they wanted him to be in better shape. So imagine Devin White still plays. So maybe Campbell doesn't.
Yeah. Anyone else? Aleem McNeil. The more I think about it, every name I've mentioned, I would not play. I wouldn't play any.
I'm kind of with you.
Wouldn't play any of them.
But Ratledge plays.
Yeah, Ratledge has to win that job.
Blake Miller plays.
Do you think it's any way meaningful that they brought in Will Hernandez and Laken Tomlinson? Or is that only because Ben Barch And those guys tried out. Did they sign either of them? They had them both in for a workout. Did we see if any of them?
I thought I saw
signed?
something. I don't know how reputable it was, so maybe I shouldn't say. But someone was reporting that it sounds like they're going to have Will Hernandez.
Is that right?
But it was Will Hernandez and Lakin Tomlinson were the two guys they brought in to work out. But I haven't
both
seen
guards,
official.
by the way.
Yeah.
And my first instinct is that's only because Ben Barch is in concussion protocol, and it looks like he's going to be out for a minute.
Well, that's not where my first instinct went. My first instinct went, are they happy with what Mahogany has done? Was he not coming to camp in the greatest shape that they wanted him to be? Did they feel like, wait a minute, there's still a couple free agents out there that actually are pretty good guards and have shown an ability in the league? You know, Tomlinson was a pick back in 2015. But Hernandez isn't. He's a little bit younger, if I'm not mistaken. Both guys have had starting experience and extensive starting experience. So, you know, if you can look for an upgrade anywhere you can, go ahead and look for an upgrade.
I thought I read recently that Mahogany's pretty well set, but maybe not. That's why I was leaning towards this is just a Barch reaction. But I'll tell you what, let's talk to our Lions insider, the Birchie Kid, who's been there covering the team this entire fall camp, and we'll be there tomorrow when the Lions, of course, play Washington at Ford Field. We'll get the very latest straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Lions football is back, and they got a preseason game at home tomorrow. Let's bring in our Lions insider, the Birchie Kid, Will Birchfield, who writes for our website, covers a lot of our teams here, and has been entrenched at Lions training camp, fall camp, and joins us at this time here on 97.1. Birchie, what's up, my man?
What's going on, boys? How we doing? It's good to be back on with you.
We love it.
Doing well.
Yeah, we absolutely love it. Is there going to be a TV appearance this weekend?
You know, there is not going to be, as far as I'm aware. I believe the pregame show in the preseason is handled by the distinguished Lomas Brown and the equally distinguished Jennifer Hammond. So look for them on Fox 2 tomorrow. But you will hear from me during the radio pregame show with Dan Miller and Lomas around 10 o'clock. So you can't escape me one way or the other.
We're not trying to. We embrace it. I did notice last week, I sent Hammer a text because I saw some of the pregame coverage, and she was like in the end zone with Lomas talking. And she had to have been standing on top of something because she was almost at Lomas' eye level. I'm like, oh, my God. How high of a ladder is Hammer on right now?
I think she was on Drew Petzing's shoulders.
Wow.
That may have been. She's a great sport about it, so it was cool.
Yeah, no, she's the best.
Okay, you wrote about Aiden Hutchinson and how he has, and it's on our website, 971theticket.com. And you know, we always hear good things, good reports. This guy looks great. That guy looks great. People can't start raving about him. Is Aiden about to have one of these absolute monster seasons where he is considered amongst the elites of the elites in the league? I mean, he already is kind of there, but is he about to even take it next level?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the next step for him, right? I agree. He is in the elite of the league. I guess the next phase would be the capital E elites of the capital E elites. You know, he was even on the verge of that last season. This is a guy that did finish fourth in the NFL in sacks behind only Myles Garrett, Danielle Hunter, and Brian Burns, and led the league in quarterback pressures for whatever you might think of quarterback pressures. He had 100 of them, and only 3 players in the last 10 years have had more in a season. It goes Micah Parsons, Aaron Donald, and Max Crosby. So, like, Hutch has established himself as, I would argue, one of the 25 to 30 best players in the league and one of the 5 to 7 best edge rushers. Where he can get better this year, in my opinion, and in the opinion of the Lions, is by actually playing a few less snaps per game. He was the only defensive end in the NFL last season who played 1,000 snaps. And to put that into perspective, he played about 150 more over the course of the season than guys like Myles Garrett and Brian Burns, both of whom ended up with more sacks than him. And, you know, I know there is a commitment this year on the part of Kelvin Shepherd and Dan Campbell to get Hutch a few extra breathers per game. And they now have the pieces, at least on paper, that will allow them to do that in guys like Derek Moore and DJ Wanham, some fresh legs on the edge, some legs that aren't those of Marcus Davenport. And that will allow them over the course of the second quarter or the third quarter, those middle series in a game, to get Hutch a few more breathers. And he said, look, we started to do that at the end of last season, and I felt my production tick up. And if you look, over the first 13 games last year, Hutch played 93% of the defensive snaps, which is like an ungodly load for a defensive end to carry. And over the final 4 games, that fell down to 83%. That's in the range of guys like Burns and Myles Garrett. And in those 4 games, Hutch had 6 sacks. It was his best 4-game spurt of the season. So I think the Lions saw that. He felt that. He said in those games, by the fourth quarter, it makes a big difference. It really helps my conditioning, and that's when you want your best players at their best. So I think this year we'll see Hutch probably play more like 80 to 85% of the snaps, and they're hoping and he's believing that'll help him make more plays over the course of the game and over the course of the season.
You know, when you think about it, maybe one of the most coveted positions in football, if you're a free agent, would be the other defensive end position, because Hutch has been so good and he deserves so much attention from the offense. He's going to get the double teams and all that the other edge rusher kind of gets, you know, forgotten in the mix a little bit. And the guys you mentioned with Wanham and Derek Moore stepping into their opportunities, and Hassanin, you know, how are you seeing that battle shape out for that other edge rush position?
Yeah, so it's been really fun to watch Hassanin, for one. You mentioned him, although he's not so much in that traditional rush group. That's what they had him playing last year, and it wasn't a great fit for his play style. He was more of that big end at Boise State, and that's more in the mold of, say, Tyler Lacey, and that's what they have Hassanin playing now, and that's been one of the biggest reasons for his explosion during training camp. So when it comes to those traditional rush ends, I do agree that Wanham and Derek Moore are in position to make a lot of plays this year, playing opposite a guy who draws obviously tons of attention from the opposing offense. And I'll tell you what, guys, Derek Moore was a monster in practice a couple of days ago. And I get it. It's one practice on one day of training camp, but he had missed some time with a minor groin injury. He was back out there a few days ago and was wrecking things. And it was also a glimpse into how the Lions might use more this season and use their defensive ends at large. Like there were plays on Monday where on third down, Chef would have 4 defensive ends out there, and they were just wreaking havoc on the offensive line. And you can interpret that one of 2 ways. The offensive line is sagging, the defensive line is surging, but they were using alignments that we never really saw last year. And this is part of the defenses and Shepard's commitment to being more dynamic and more flexible this year. So Derek Moore is definitely carving a role out as, at least in the beginning, a situational, movable pass rusher on third down. And based on the way, Doug, you know this, he played at Michigan, that seems to suit him really well.
Yeah, the other guy that it's certain players, it's easy to buy into the hype, and you can see it. And Hutch being an example of that, and you just mentioned Derek Moore. What about this new and improved version, now with less weight, of Tyleik Williams? Is he going to live up to the first round billing?
Yeah, I think this is a huge year for Tyleik Williams. I think the duo of Tyleik Williams and Aleem McNeil will dictate in a really big way how good this defense can be this season. The Lions definitely shifted this offseason away from some of those heavier players in the middle, those DJ Readers and Roy Lopez's, and toward the maybe slightly smaller but much quicker players like Aleem and Tyleik, and those two are going to get all kinds of opportunities this year to wreak havoc. And yes, Tyleik has slimmed down. He also had ballooned a bit in the offseason when he went on a cruise, he said, and just couldn't stop eating all of the awesome food. So he made a concerted effort to drop close to 50 pounds this offseason. I think a lot of that, to be honest, he had put on, but he does feel like he's not just lighter, but also stronger. And he said it, I feel 10 times quicker than I did last year. And he's already a guy who processes the game really quickly, but now it seems like he has a burst in his step that maybe wasn't there last year. And it'll be interesting to see how his role evolves this season, because last year he hardly ever played on third down. In fact, I went back and looked at this recently, and I think like 95% of his snaps last year were on first or second down. And even when he came in on third and fourth down, it was in like 3rd and 1 or 4th and 2 clear rushing downs. But this year, I think we're going to see him more on passing downs. And the Lions were missing in a huge way interior penetration last year. But the hope is that Aleem and Tyleik together can provide that.
The offensive line, obviously, is it's something everybody's going to focus on. You got Panay switching over to the left side. Cade Mays was going to be the starting center to start the season until he had the wrist injury. And now there's a little bit of chaos going on with Scruggs and McLaughlin, or is Ratledge going to get snaps and all that. It seems like things have calmed down a little bit, and it looks like it's Scruggs' job right now for the first, at least until Mays comes back. How has that competition helped with kind of solidifying that offensive line?
Yeah, it's crazy, guys, how quickly depth can dissolve, even in training camp. I mean, this team entered August feeling like it was really well fortified, especially on the interior of the offensive line. And then, Ben Bartch comes in with an injury, and then Cade Mays gets hurt, and then you got to move Juice Scruggs, who is one of your 2 backup guards, along with Ben Bartch to center, and now Ben Bartch is out again with a concussion, and all of a sudden the Lions are working out their first-round pick from 2015, Laken Tomlinson, and Will Hernandez, who spent the past couple of years in Arizona. So, they're not on quite as stable ground as they were, say, 2 weeks ago, but the center position and the center job does feel like Scruggs to lose, and I think he played pretty darn well there as a starter for the Texans in 2024. He wasn't nearly as good at guard for Houston in 23 or 25, but I think that his NFL experience gives him the obvious leg up on McLaughlin, and there is still some work to be done there, as you would expect. I mean, in that same practice a couple of nights ago where Tyleik Williams and Aleem McNeil were wreaking havoc, there were also a couple poor exchanges, fumbles, between Juice Scruggs and Jared Goff, and those were very simple under-center snaps where the ball ended up on the ground based on either a mistiming or a miscommunication, including one play down by the goal line that in a game could have cost the Lions a chance to score a touchdown. So that relationship is still growing, as you would expect it to, but I do think the Lions see Scruggs as the guy in week 1, but McLaughlin has a lot of potential as well.
After what you've seen out there this fall, do you feel better or worse about the secondary?
I feel the same way I did. That's a total hedge. I feel like I'm stony. Well, it's good, but it might be bad. I feel better about DJ Reed, and I think that's huge. I think in a lot of ways he's the X factor for the defense, or at least the secondary, in the first half of the season. And, it seems a little bit counterintuitive to call a marquee free agent signing just a year ago an X factor, but we saw two versions of him last year. There was pre-injury Reed, who looked like a cornerback one, and there was post-injury who looked nothing like a CB1, more like probably a CB3. But he went down to Panama this offseason at the suggestion of Fred Warner, his former teammate with the 49ers, and got stem cell treatment on the hamstring. And he said it made a huge difference, and it looks like it has. I mean, he has his long speed back, and that was clearly lacking in the second half of last year. Like, go turn on that Cowboys game. He could not physically keep up with their top receivers like CeeDee Lamb, and he was exposed in a lot of games, big games down the stretch. Now, he was healthy enough to be out there. He'll tell you he should have been better, but he'll also tell you it was a tale of two tapes watching himself back last year. So he looks more like the player they signed, and if they can have a stable cornerback one, I think you can survive with Rock Ya-Sin as cornerback 3. And then look, they're going to play a lot more nickel, it sounds like, this year. So there's going to be opportunities for guys like Keith Abney, Christian Izien, maybe even Roger McCreary to help add some different looks to the secondary.
Real quick, who doesn't play in the game tomorrow? What starters are not going to play that you think?
We know Jared Goff isn't going to play. I don't think we'll see Amon-Ra St. Brown play. I'd be surprised to see Gibbs play, maybe even Hutch. I think basically if you're an established Pro Bowler, all-pro level player, there's probably not much purpose in playing, but the other guys definitely.
Birchie, appreciate it. Boots on the ground, fully entrenched in Lions fall camp, and now doing a lot of video interviews. Where can people find those?
Oh, yeah, go check those out. I post those on my Twitter, but also on our station accounts on Instagram, Facebook. I think they're on TikTok and YouTube too. So, yeah, go check those out. Had a good catch up with DJ Reed yesterday. The first one I did, you guys will love this, was with Isaac TeSlaa. And most of the comments were the Spider-Man meme, where they're all pointing at each other like, who's who,
right.
which one is which. But, yeah, those are fun, so go check those out.
On Twitter, at Birchie_kid, or you can see him on our website, 971theticket.com. Thanks. We'll do it again soon.
All right. Talk to you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy.
There's our guy, the Birch Kid, joining us from Detroit Lions fall camp. And, of course, we'll be covering the game tomorrow. For us here on 97.1, read them at 971theticket.com. Hey, sports fans, we finally made it to the weekend, and Twin Peaks can't wait to host the party. That's right. The best sports bar on the planet has it lined up nicely this weekend. Of course, our local baseball team in the fight for the playoff lives, series against division rival KC tonight. Honolulu Blue Cats back in preseason action at noon tomorrow, where it is. There'll be a little bit more of the starters playing. Raleigh Romero and Teofimo Lopez put a nightcap on Saturday with a massive pay-per-view boxing matchup. Why check it all out at Twin Peaks? Why the heck not? Picture the ultimate man cave, comfortable lodge setting, 50-plus wall-to-wall TVs with a minimum of 8 satellite boxes showing every sport under the sun, including all your favorite teams across all leagues. And now it gets even better. Your favorite draft beer poured at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, exquisite craft cocktails made with top-shelf bourbons, margaritas, scratch food. The scratch food, let me tell you something. I love it, and that might not be important to you. Gator loves it. That might mean a little bit more. But they also do the key thing that sports bars do. They pump in the volume for big games. So check it out. And, of course, the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls, they're serving up all the food and drinks. Come see what a difference Twin Peaks makes all weekend long. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Just set the table with some Lions discussion. There's a bunch of questions that we have going into this game. Meanwhile, Tigers back in action tonight. Weekend series with Kansas City. Did you call this? I don't want to misinterpret this in your show sheet. Did you call this a must sweep?
I did not. I said it feels like, though. This is one of these. It's not until it is, right? But it does feel like it. We've had these series in the past where you should come away winning some games here. It feels like if you're not going to take 3 from Kansas City, that's problematic. And it's also a little unfair because I think Kansas City has a winning record at home. But I mean, in the standings, they're way behind the Tigers, and the Tigers are playing for something right now. Kansas City is playing for pride, and the guy who's pitching tonight has been pretty impressive lately. In fact, had a complete game shutout his last start. So this is now two pitchers they're facing. They've recently that have gone to complete games, although they did it in different fashions. The previous pitcher did it in 85 pitches, and this guy did it in like 115 pitches. This guy's also thrown over 100 pitches. Noah Cameron is the pitcher for Kansas City. He's thrown like over 100 pitches 8 times this year, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So, but get off on the right foot. Troy Melton's going for the Tigers.
Let's get to your phone call. Sam in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hello, Sam.
Hey, what's up? So, Gator, I'm kind of with you, but I do think this is a must-win series. Okay, I won't say must-win.
He said sweep. Well, I asked him sweep. I think winning this series.
I think, yeah.
But
sweep.
They're running out of time.
It feels like it should be.
Yeah, I think this is you have to sweep them series. Like, this is the series where I'm going to either continue to watch or I'm officially checked out.
Yeah.
Because the Royals suck. Like, yeah, they got Bobby Witt, but overall the Tigers are a better team. So if you can't sweep the Royals, then you have no hope in the playoffs. And why should I bother wasting my time to continue watching you?
Well, it's a little unfair to say that. I mean, Kansas City is 33-30 at home, right? And bad teams beat good teams all the time. It happens. So it's a little unfair to throw it there, but I'm just talking. It's getting to the point in the season where it feels like this is kind of what you have to do because the schedule gets really tough starting next week.
Yeah, and with football coming up,
yeah, that's the other part.
You have to keep me interested for me to focus my attention away from football to continue watching the Tigers. Like you have to sweep the Royals. And maybe I'm sorry. Maybe it was a little rude to say they suck, but like overall, the Tigers are a better team than the Royals.
I think there's no question of that.
This series.
Yeah,
it's sweeping or winning, whatever. The interest level, the intensity, maybe with which everybody watches, is teetering here a little bit. I just keep going back to 3 weeks ago. They pulled the plug on their realistic chances of putting the best version of themselves on the field for the remainder of the 2026 season. So the fact that we're still talking about them with a degree of intensity, that there is a level of premium on this series with Kansas City, to me feels like a bonus. So I'm not that much sweating it. And then the other part of me is it's all part of spring training 2027 that we're watching right now.
Well, they've got 19 games until they play again on Friday, September 11th against Colorado. So during those 19 games, they got some tough games, right? They got the Kansas City series, which shouldn't be on paper, and yet I mentioned Kansas City's got a winning record at home. But then they're home against Tampa and the Dodgers. Those are going to be really tough. And then you got in-division games at Minnesota, at Cleveland, home against Minnesota. These games mean everything. The next 19 games are massive for this organization if they want to play in the playoffs.
We did the math the day that Skubal was traded to the Dodgers and played out the schedule game and made the prediction at that time that Skubal would indeed make an appearance at Comerica Park in that series at the end of August, which now turns out it's like next weekend. It's like, and the math indeed is lined up as he is scheduled to start in Detroit a week from tomorrow. Did you see who he's pitching against?
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, because I was trying to think what would be the most interesting pitcher for him to be pitching against, and I thought it was Job or Melton.
I think Melton would be the most interesting.
It would be, okay, the past ace against what we are all hoping and praying will be the future ace. And Jober Melton, one of these young studs. Sadly, it is neither. It is Framber. Now, would it be cool if Framber outdueled him? Sure.
Yeah. It'd be really cool.
I wouldn't be mad about
if
that.
that happens.
But do you think this is an insanely popular ticket, or do you think people are moving on emotionally?
I think it was before he got traded because it's the Dodgers.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a Saturday afternoon game. It is, I guess it's not Labor Day weekend, right? So it's before Labor Day weekend. So is it before college football begins still for locally, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think it's a massive ticket.
Although, does Eastern play a week 0?
Like I said, not playing until.
Fair
No
enough.
offense to Eastern, but I mean, come on, Eastern's not going to
They
keep
don't
people
play.
at home.
Sorry, they don't play week 0.
I mean, we're talking
My bad.
Michigan State, and that's the following weekend. So.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, Eastern does play week 0. Remember, MAC opponent, Sacramento State, travels to Ypsilanti. It's true. Of all the changes that have occurred in college football, Sacramento State joining the Mid-American Conference is amongst the least irritating thing for fans to get used to. Anyway, series tonight. All right, so starts tonight in Kansas City. Lions tomorrow, Washington at home. So a lot of people hold tickets to this game because they come with the tickets that you kind of have to buy this one. Question for you. And this is really for our audience. We got a list from an insider. The 5 players that have the most on the line to watch tomorrow. Who for you are you zeroing in on? 248-539-9797. Phone calls and texts. Want to see if your guy aligns with what this insider says. 5 players to keep an eye on, perhaps have the most on the line for this game tomorrow. If you send a text, make sure you give your reason why you're focused on this guy and sign your text. And let's see if you and the guy that you are most focused on aligns with what an insider says about tomorrow's game against Washington. Fans aren't allowed, well, most fans aren't allowed at most practices. Media members see some of practice, of course. But what about this game tomorrow? 248-539-9797. Of course, we'll take your calls as well. And then we'll tell you who's on the list. But is the player you're watching the most, does it align with what an insider says has the most on the line tomorrow? Remember to sign your text. Give us a reason why. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers and Royals will begin their 3-game series at Kauffman Stadium tonight as Detroit tries to remain in the hunt for a playoff spot. Tigers are currently 5 games back of first place in the Central Division, but only 1.5 back in the wild card race. Kansas City is well out of the race, but has had decent success against the Tigers this year. Detroit is only 6-4 against the Royals with a minuscule run differential of +1. Tigers will send Troy Melton to the mound tonight. It will be Noah Cameron for Kansas City. First pitch at 8:10 here on 97.1. Pregame coverage starts at 7:45. Tomorrow, the Lions have their only home preseason game of the year against the Commanders. Josh Dobbs and Luke Altmaier will split reps under center as Jared Goff gets the night off. Some other starters are expected to play, except for those that are dealing with potential injuries like Sam Laporta and Ennis Rakestraw. Kickoff is at noon tomorrow. Pregame show starts here on 97.1 at 11 a.m. In tennis today, world number 1 Jannik Sinner has announced he will not play in the upcoming U.S. Open as he continues to deal with a knee injury. Yesterday, world number 2 Carlos Alcaraz announced he will be coming back from injury to defend his U.S. Open title from a year ago. This means the top 2 players in the world will go a calendar year without meeting each other in a Grand Slam championship. Singles main draws in the U.S. Open begin August 30th. In golf, Annika Sorenstam leads the U.S. Women's Senior Open at Barton Hills at 4 under. 7 players, including Rocket Classic winner Michael Thorbjornsen, tied for the lead at the BMW. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
I like how Shabath speeds up and then slows down because he knows he's running out of time. He speeds up and just get caught up, and then he realizes, oh, I've got some time, and he slows down. I'm Brendan Shabath.
You know, let's face it, the kid's come a long way. How long have you been here?
October. So how many months is that? Almost
10 months here.
8, 9, 10?
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I studied journalism, not math. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Well, and when I started, didn't have a time limit. We've gone network since after I started. Shortly after, so I've gotten used to it. Yeah.
There were parameters before.
Yes.
You know.
There were.
This is why you would play 2 cuts in your
We should tell
your
him.
update.
You're going to like this story. You know what I'm going to tell?
The Rob Sanford story?
Yeah. A guy named Rob Sanford, who was a program director here. He's
Really
one of the very cool guy to work for and fun to talk to. And he was doing updates one day.
Mm-hmm.
And he somehow, some way put in the wrong cut. Okay. And was it a Joe Dumars cut?
I think it may have been.
It was a Joe Dumars cut that I think he meant to put in like a 15-second cut. The cut that he put in was 2 minutes and 5 seconds long.
It was the raw answer.
The full thing.
Yeah. And not an edited down version, which would fit in the music bed of an update. So, he starts the update and introduces whatever Joe Dumars was talking about and starts to play. And the guys behind the glass are engaged in some argument.
Right.
And
they're not paying attention.
They're not paying attention. And this cut is going and going and going. And it's like now beyond a minute. And it's like a minute 20. And Rob is starting to freak out, like waving at the guys behind the glass, like, cut it. And it just keeps going and going. And they're just not paying attention. And they eventually see it, stop the cut. And I'm Ron Sanford, 97.1. That was the whole update. And Gator and I were just rolling laughing.
Yeah, that's a long cut, Rob.
Yeah.
I like it though. No, I miss Rob. Retired and on the west side of the state now, so that's good.
Yeah.
Good.
Anyway.
But yeah, when you write the script, it's supposed to be a certain length. But then if you fumble over like one word, then you lose some leeway.
The clock's ticking.
The clock doesn't stop. You lose a second, a half a second, so you got to speed up a little bit to catch up, and then slow down so people can hear what you're saying. So I actually got critiqued one time because I intentionally, there was so much going on, I intentionally jammed a bunch in, and the timer on my script was like 1:50, and I was like, I'll just read really fast to get it all in. And as soon as I got done, Jimmy was like, "You sounded like a rabbit. Like, don't do that again."
Please step into the corner office here.
Right.
Time fit.
Did you have the Ennis Rakestraw news?
No, the latest from
Yeah.
today? No.
Yeah, at this hour. Dan Miller tweeting, update positive news on Lions cornerback Ennis Rakestraw after leaving practice yesterday. He has an ankle injury, not expected to be serious. Status for tomorrow's game to be determined. So
it's not a deep thigh contusion.
it is not a soft tissue injury of significance.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Probably won't see him tomorrow.
No, I don't think so.
No, but at least, they're saying he might. It's not a typical Ennis Rakestraw season's over injury.
Right.
Not our annual.
For the second time this preseason, it is good Ennis Rakestraw injury news.
Yep. Thanks, Update Kid. All right, so we had the question about who are the guys that you're going to be focused on, the player that tomorrow's game actually matters the most. And we got an insider who kind of came up with a list of players, 5 players to keep an eye on. Question is, does your list or your number one player that you're going to be watching align with what the insider says? I'm going to say it because, and my guy is not on the list, but I'm going to be locked in on Blake Miller. And as I stated a week ago, every breath you take, every move you make, I'll be watching you. I will be watching you, Blake Miller, because so much is riding on this guy and his development.
There's a bunch of them, but for me, and I haven't seen the list, so I don't know. So the one that I'm definitely looking for is Derek Moore, edge rusher. I love what Birchie had to say. It echoes what others have said that are with Birchie out there practicing, reporting on it, that he just looks like he's had a really nice week of practice. And since he's come back from a little bit of an injury in the preseason and training camp, that he's ready to get out there and make a name for himself. Good. I want to see it because, they took him maybe a little bit higher than most people thought as a second-round pick, and everybody wants to add the edge rusher, the guy opposite Hutch. Well, when he was healthy at Michigan, he was a stud. So I'm hoping that we're going to see some of that stud show up tomorrow.
Derek Moore is on the list.
Okay.
And what is written is, and I will tell you who did this later, but we didn't see Derek Moore since returning and getting his feet under him. However, he's been on an absolute heater. The Lions have deployed Moore in a variety of ways, giving him more and more opportunities, pun intended, with the first team defense. He'll rush off the edge. He'll kick inside to 3 technique. He'll run stunts and twists. He'll win with speed to power. He's a physical presence along the defensive front, particularly on third down packages, and it's been fun to watch him settle in. You mentioned him. Birchie Kid mentioned him. And I completely buy the Aiden Hutchinson's going to take it next level hype. I am really watching Derek Moore and Tyleik Williams in particular because they are coming with I think, hype that is, I think it's too early, and I just don't know if I'm buying it on either of them.
That's why you want to see it.
And that's why you put them on the list. Kang, who is the player you're most going to be watching that has the most on the line tomorrow?
I guess it's really 2 players. It's whoever playing center. The Cade Mays injury is, I know he's supposed to be back, and don't ask me again, Dave, but but last year I still have nightmares of last year in the offensive line, and I don't want to put it all on Graham Glasgow, but the word that they always seem to use Mondays or after Lions games was miscommunication. If something happened with the offensive line, whether it was pass blocking or run blocking, was we didn't get our assignments, we have to do this, whatever, communication. And whether to talk to Taylor Decker or Sewell or anyone on that line, they all said the same thing. I think it starts with the center, and they got to get through these first 6 or 7 weeks or whatever it is with Cade Mays out. And even when Cade Mays comes back, he's got to be able to communicate with the line and Goff. So whoever's playing center, I want someone to be able to take control, know what they're doing, and be assertive with their calls. So it's Scruggs or McLaughlin.
Just to clarify so people understand what Kang was talking about, yesterday when Dan Campbell was speaking on the Sam Laporta injury and how he left practice with a hip, said he thinks we're going to be okay here. And Dave Burkett asked a follow-up question about, is it going to carry into the regular season? And Campbell's like, I don't know, Dave. So when Kang referenced an injury, he then added don't ask me again, Dave. What about you, Paul? Is there a player behind
kind of accusatory, man? You're like, what about you, Paul?
Hey, Paul.
What do you got?
Yeah.
What are you looking for?
Who do you think has got the most on the line tomorrow?
Isaac Tesla. He can't do what he did the first game. He can't look like he has stone for hands. He's got to get better separation on his routes. He's a guy, I think, if Laporta's out, could fill in and do a little bit like Puka Nacua-ish stuff, where you can move him around, move him into the slot, have him crack down on blocks, do a little tight end stuff. He's just got to prove that he can do it.
Okay. Here's some of the feedback that we have gotten from the people. Reno and Howell says, for me, it's Isaac Tesla. I want to see if the last preseason game was just a fluke and he shows his ability to be a reliable 3 wide receiver. RB and Ipsy. Isaac Tesla is the most on the line tomorrow. I feel like he needs to prove that he can catch the ball consistently and be a reliable option in our offense. This is interesting. I don't get the sense that Tesla has had a great camp. Okay? That he's got some proving to do. I also don't get the sense that he's in trouble as far as making the roster, but they might start looking at other receivers in that role if he doesn't kind of pick it up.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about him either. I mean, we saw him last year enough where obviously he's got great hands. It didn't show up last week. I think the first pass that went off his hands and into the defender's hands, I mean, part of that blame goes on Altemeyer for throwing a fastball there. But, the fourth down attempt that he dropped, that one hurts because obviously it means a lot in that situation. But I have confidence he's going to be fine. That being said, one of the moves that the Lions made in the offseason that I think goes way under the radar that might have a massive impact on this team in special teams is also a guy that could have an impact on this team offensively, and that's Greg Dortch, the wide receiver who's the return guy. He's a return specialist. He's worked with Petzing, and I think that maybe this is a guy that's going to be used as a weapon role to bring him out there on the field like Khalif Raymond was used. When Khalif Raymond was on the field as wide receiver, you had to pay attention because bubble screens or end around, get the ball in his hands because he's a playmaker. I think Dortch is kind of that same way. And Dortch is also, he's been in the league for a while here. He's got some experience. If he shows well, does he start to creep up to be the number 3 guy? It might be a bigger game for Tesla than initially thought.
Cannon Redford says, it's the center position. It's the most important offensive line spot to improve. Well, this insider did not mention Tesla and did not mention the center, but there's not wrong answers here. It's what's important to you. And this particular insider has 5 guys. You mentioned one of them, and that was Derek Moore. Who are you watching the most, and see if your guy aligns with what this insider says. Give us a reason why you have your eyes focused on him tomorrow, and we'll tell you the whole list today at 11:24. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, there's a moment when a home stops being a someday and starts being a plan. The University of Michigan Credit Union can help you get there today. If you're ready to buy a new home or refinance your current mortgage from another lender, UMCU should be your next call. Make your move by the end of August and you'll save $750 on closing costs, plus enjoy flexible fixed rates, free pre-approval, and no application fees. Seriously, let's get you into that dream home today. Visit umcu.org, insured by NCUA. We'll get back to some Lions discussion here in a minute, but there's a breaking news story that we want to touch on. Gator, I've often said, and maybe this is advice for the next gen of people who want to go into sports talk radio, major in law. I swear to God, how many times I read stuff and I go, I really wish I knew what that meant. I really wish I fully understood what that is. Austin Massey from SBI Insider tweeted out with a link to a ruling breaking the 10th Circuit has granted the NCAA stay request in Wisney versus NCAA. Judge Sweeney's nationwide injunction is now stayed pending appeal, meaning the qualifying class of 2022 athletes loses its federal fifth season protection for now. To which I first read and said, huh? Apparently what this means, because Pete Thamel has retweeted it from ESPN, the class of 2022 loses its federal fifth season protection. Obviously, this legal battle will continue. Okay. So by my interpretation, this means the class of 2022, which just missed out on the new ruling, the 5 for 5, you can now play essentially 5 years of college athletics. No more redshirting. When you start, your clock starts. You have 5 years. It's over. Very simple. They've added a fifth year. And so that's going to be the new normal. But again, of the asks of the college fan, I don't know that this one's particularly consequential compared to some of the others. But the class of 2022, some players then filed suit because they're like, well, we just finished our 4th years and some of us would like to keep playing. So now that this is a rule, can we come back? Like it was announced today that Jackson Kohler, the former Michigan State Spartan, was going to go to BYU next year. There's been speculation that Roddy Gale was going to perhaps return for another year of collegiate eligibility and maybe at Michigan, but that, he could go anywhere. But apparently all these kickbacks, the guys that are in NFL camp, that discussion has been going on the last couple of days. The guys that have been playing NBA Summer League or not, they are losing their option to come back.
Some things I think make sense. I think it makes all the sense in the world to say that if you're in an NFL training camp, I'm sorry, you can't go back to college. You're done. Your college eligibility is done the second you agree to any sort of deal with a professional team. I think your college eligibility is done. I think that over the years, they've tried to extend things as long as possible to give the collegiate athletes an opportunity to make a decision as late as they can. Hey, you can, agree to go to the NBA draft, but not sign with an agent, all these things, that they've kind of, and there's a blurry line there at some point. But the thought that players that would eventually, like in the NFL, agree to a deal this summer as an undrafted free agent to sign with the Detroit Lions, and then they go through training camp and then they get cut and all of a sudden they go, oh, wait, I can go back to college now? That seemed preposterous to me. The idea that the players should have a fifth year, I don't have any issue with that, but I think you have to, you got to make an announcement that you're not going pro, right? Shouldn't that be the easy thing to get that fifth year? Okay, if it's an NFL, if it's a college football player, then you have to make up your mind that you're before the NFL draft that you plan to come back for another year of college football.
It's funny because my interpretation, I would have agreed with you 100% until the players start getting paid in college. I feel like they're already getting paid. They're already pros. So they go for a pro tryout. They don't make it. They still have eligibility left. Under these new rules, what harm does it do to let them go back? And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that my approach towards college athletics and eligibility rules, as it pertains to getting paid, has changed completely because it's allowed now to get paid in college. I don't know what harm it does to go try for the pros. And if you're not going to make it, say, okay, you can go back.
Because you run down this, there's a slippery slope here.
Help me understand why it's slippery.
Because if you've got somebody that's going to go through, because if you're a college team, you're already hitting the portal. and the portal's only open for a certain amount of time. You can recruit the guys and sign the guys, and here they are. And you think you've got your class set, and players are choosing to go based on portal availability and roster availability. And then all of a sudden there's going to be this other period where a guy goes, hey, it's not working out in training camp. I'm going to come back and go to college.
Well, to come back, I would agree that a team would have to have a spot for you. Like, nobody should get bumped. I think that's important. If somebody is committed to you and you are and you have your roster limit of 90 met, you don't have a spot for a pro kickback. Okay, that I think that's a good point. But if you do have a spot, if you do have only 88 players or whatever the maximum is, I guess I don't see the issue.
You and I both like parameters. We like to know what the rules are, and then you work within those rules.
Yep.
I think part of that should be there should be a drop dead date of making up your mind. Are you pro or college? Because if you're going to take your shot and go for the pros, wish me luck on the Peloton bike, then go ahead and do it.
What if the rule
but that means you can't go back to school.
What if the rule is when classes start, you have to be enrolled?
I don't like that. I don't think it's too late in the year. I think this needs to happen before. I think it has to happen before the NFL draft.
That feels to me to be rather arbitrary. I don't know why it matters. If a kid can enroll in the school and they've got a spot for you,
I think it should align with whatever the transfer portal rules are in terms of when you have to enter and when you're out. When the last day is, I think there's a spring date. I think. Mm-hmm. I think that should be it.
Interesting. I wouldn't endorse that, but feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. College hockey players attend NHL camps every year.
It's a different set of rules, though.
Well, I don't think they're getting paid. They do go to those camps and skate, but I don't think they're getting paid. But again, the getting paid thing doesn't matter to me anymore because they're getting paid in college. When you're getting paid in college to play football, aren't you a professional at that point? Isn't there a gray area between college and pro now? That's from Michael O'Malley.
See, this is why these guys want to go back, because they know, particularly the football players here that are in training camp now, if they see the writings on the wall, they're going to get cut. And, okay, if they make the practice squad or whatever, they're going to get paid like $100,000 or whatever. If they can go back to college and get paid 5 times as much, because you're good enough to make an NFL training camp, but you're not good enough to play in the NFL just yet, you're definitely good enough to start on somebody's college football team and get a big old bump in pay there. That's why they want to come back. It's about the money.
It's about the money, but I think if they were going to make it, they'd probably stay. If they were going to make it in the NFL.
If they're going to make it in the NFL, of course they're going to stay. Yeah. But this is why
it's not only about the money. It's about, I don't have a seat on this in this roster. I don't have a spot on this pro roster. So if I can go back to college, maybe I'll have a seat on a pro roster a year from now.
I guess if I'm trying to nail down a date, it would have to be after the NFL draft when I'm thinking this through. It would have to be after the NFL draft. It'll be like a week after the NFL draft because that's when all the unrestricted free agent signings are. The undrafted free agent signings happen. So say by May 5th. That's an arbitrary day, but I'd say May 5th. It's like the end of the school year. And it's where the NFL rosters are set, and you're not set, but you've expanded them to include the undrafted free agents. At that point, make up your mind: are you going to chase this stream in the NFL because you've got an offer to sign as an undrafted free agent, or are you going to decline that and go back for a 5th year of college football?
You don't want to allow them the chance to go to camp and find out.
No.
Okay.
I think you have to make a decision. Life's tough.
It doesn't bother me if they go to camp and find out. But I do think it is. I think you brought up a very valid point of, and I don't know that this was your point, but as we talked it through, it became my point. Which because this is all
part
new,
of it, yeah.
But you have to have a roster spot. You can't bump a current player that is committed to you, that has gone through fall camp. Hey, we got our 90 guys on scholarship or whatever it is. Oh wait, you're coming back, pulling a scholarship from a kid that's there. You have to, and then which case coaches would probably save spots, knowing that they could maybe get a pro kickback. 248-539-9797. Look, we've gotten sidetracked because this story is just breaking. It's probably useless to even talk about it right now because now there's going to be, the players are going to countersue. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, great. That's good.
And
they're not going to get to play this year because it'll
drag out in court.
It's always an appeal. That's why it goes back to Doug, you being a major in law, because
should have majored in law.
There's appeals, there's trials, there's all this, right? And by the way, on the roster spot thing, Doug, do you need to be a scholarship player if you can afford to pay your own way?
It's a good question. I just don't.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't need it to. I'll walk on and pay with all my endorsement money.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. As I've said, when you change one rule, there's a lot of unintended consequences that you don't even think about. And those things then get challenged. They come up, and you have to then navigate those new situations, as we have seen over and over and over again. And I'm not sure that the game does a poor job of anticipating those unintended consequences, but I don't think there's any doubt that they're caught off guard. I think this 5-for-5 rule, I'm not sure they anticipated players suing to come back for their 5th year whose eligibility had just expired. 248-539-9797. We'll get back to the Lions stuff next. It's just a developing story, and we'll see what comes out of it. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1. Taking your calls and texts. Same number, 248-539-9797. Gearing up for the Lions preseason game tomorrow at Ford Field. Should be interesting. We will see some starters play, though Dan Campbell didn't say who would play. I think we can kind of speculate on who would not, and you can make up your own mind whether they should or shouldn't. You want to talk about that? More than welcome to. We got the Tigers returning to action tonight against Kansas City. Troy Melton on the hill for the Tigers to see if he can get back on track a little bit. Got hit around by the White Sox last week, gave up 8 hits, but only 1 earned run. Noah Cameron goes for the Royals, and the lefty has been really impressive lately, coming off a complete game shutout of the Angels on Sunday. And this guy's been a workhorse for that team. He's actually given up 1 earned run or less in 5 of his last 8 outings, and he has a bunch of games where he has thrown over 100 pitches, including his last 3, 5 of the last 8, and the other 3 that he didn't, he was above 90. So he's been impressive.
All right, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox regarding the Lions, who you're going to have your eyes on tonight. Here's an interesting one from an unnamed texter. Not tonight, but tomorrow at noon. Can Ahmed Hassanin keep it up? Well, we have talked I feel like the entire Hutch timeline as a Lion there's been a major discussion of who is going to be the edge opposite of him. You know, we've been hanging out for Marcus Davenport until they finally said enough is enough. But this year, between what Hassanin showed in the Bengals game and apparently what Derek Moore has been doing wrecking practice, it feels like there's some young alternatives. And then they went out and got DJ Wonnum as well. So would you argue that this year feels like the strongest, right here, right now, this snapshot in time, feels like the strongest resume of potential running mates for Hutch at the other edge spot that we've seen here in Detroit?
I think that might be fair to say. I think when they had signed Davenport the first time, I think everybody was skeptical because he had been injured in the past, and you knew that was part of what you get with Marcus Davenport. But there was an upside to doing it if he could stay healthy. The reality was Al-Qadim Muhammad was outstanding for them last year, and we've seen James Houston flare up and have half a season where he was outstanding as well. But this is different. They went out and got a free agent in Wonnum, who looks like it's more of a steady influence there. And then the draft pick of it, using a second-round pick, that's big for the Lions, to take an edge rusher in the second round with Derek Moore. And people know a lot about Derek Moore because he played at Michigan. But I think it's also interesting when we talked to Birchie about it, when I brought up Ahmad Hassanin as one of the edge guys, he doesn't look at him as an edge guy, looks at him as the big end, which is what Tyler Lacey is, also a big end. That not necessarily just this guy that's going to go in there on passing downs and get after the quarterback, that there's a different role accepted with that. And they think that he's better suited in that role. And he's flourished with that this year compared to last year as a rookie. Before he got hurt, he only experienced training camp for a few weeks, but was going to be one of these guys that they drafted as an edge rusher and see if he can get after the quarterback. But it appears that it's a different role for Ahmad Hassanin.
Kang, do you agree with that statement that the edge rusher is the best it's been? It's been the most promising it's been in the opposite of Hutch since Hutch got here?
Yes, and I think the keyword is promising. And the bar is kind of low, let's be honest. Marcus Davenport was just never available. And I think he looked the part. You guys interviewed him, and you saw him in person. The guy was massive. He prototypical size for a defensive end that you want, right? Get to the pass rusher, set the edge. But he just was never available. And then when he was, at that point, he really didn't provide anything. Promising as far as, I think, obviously, we're looking at Derek Moore, using a second-round pick, and the fact that he can be used apparently up and down that line is a big thing. And Wonnum is just kind of like that stable player that kind of like probably what you wanted from Marcus Davenport. Be there, be available, know your assignments, don't give up big plays. You might not necessarily get those, all those sacks that everyone's looking for, but occasionally you put some pressure on the quarterback. And because we all know the big money player is Aiden Hutchinson. So as far as opposite Hutch, I think this is the most quote unquote promising opposite of him. So we'll see what happens. I think this is a call and text we get all the time. You guys know this. We never stop. I mean, Brad Holmes is sick of it, and he doesn't even hear it as much as we do, right, on a daily basis.
I don't, Dave.
Right. So yeah, on paper it does look like that. And then you throw in Hassanin there. Like, I agree with Will. Like, he even came out and said during camp this year he feels more comfortable this year because of the way they're using him. So I think they are using him in a different role, and it's not to be just get to the pass rusher. He's a bigger end, set the edge. Even on passing downs, if he starts his maturation process by the middle of the year, maybe he plays inside on obvious passing downs to get to the quarterback.
People absolutely love the whole idea of there's a race to the quarterback. That you got an elite guy on one side and a guy that can try and race him to the quarterback on the other.
I mean, I just look back at the 23 stats. The year they went 12-5 and lost in the NFC Championship game. Aiden Hutchinson led the team in sacks at 11 and a half. Aleem McNeil was second with 5. After that, it was linebacker and safety, and Anzalone and Melanfon each had 3. The next highest total for an end was Romeo Juarez 2, and John Kaminsky had 2. That was in 2023. So it feels like since then, everybody's been clamoring, go out and get yourself an edge rusher. And that's when, James Houston flared up, but didn't do enough where the Lions thought he was part of the future of this team. And then the same thing with Al-Qadim Muhammad last year. Although it was a really nice season, I think El-Kini Muhammad was probably going to price himself out of what the Lions' range and what their comfort level was going to be. So they've had to pivot. But pivoting to Wano, I think, is a good thing. Drafting Derek Moore has potential to be huge for this team. There are a lot of varying reports on what people thought of Derek Moore. Some of the experts really impressed with Derek Moore. Others are more skeptical about him. But there's a lot to like. I mean, when he was on, he was on. When he was healthy, he was great.
Next text, it's great news on Ennis. Does that mean he has a bruise? And as I type this, I hear Gators high school football coach saying it.
Well, I mean, it's an ankle is what's been reported, right? So
Yeah.
it sounds like it maybe just kind of twisted it up a little bit. Hopefully it's not a high ankle sprain.
Is it
Doesn't sound like
the Liz Frank? It's not the Liz Frank?
Is that the Liz Frank? Is it stem cell?
Just a bruise.
Just a bruise.
So it does sound like it's good news for Rakestraw. But the bad news for Rakestraw is it's 2 injuries already that he's going to have to battle through, and they're going to be nagging. But please stay healthy so that you can prove to yourself that you can do things in this league. Because it sounded like he was having a great week of practice following a bit of an egg laying in the first preseason game, and he was trending in the right direction. And up until a day ago, up until yesterday at this time, was looking forward to seeing him play in tomorrow's game to show that he can improve from 1 week to the next.
All right. The story was done by Colton Pouncey about 5 players to watch here in this game tomorrow. One was kind of he went with the quarterbacks, Josh Dobbs and Luke Altmaier, for obvious reasons. And he writes, Campbell said Dobbs will start versus the Commanders, so perhaps he's finally getting up to speed with the offense. His practice results have been a mixed bag, but he's a smart veteran who fits the mold of what the Lions like behind Goff. That said, Altmaier has a chance to make this interesting and earn a spot as a third quarterback. Not something we typically see here, but it's not out of the question. Gator got the number 2 guy on the list, edge rusher Derek Moore. This one's interesting. Wide receiver Tane Martin made the list. And Colton Pouncey writes, Campbell and special teams coordinator Dave Phipp have raved about Martin. Chances are the Lions likely won't need Martin much on offense. It's rare to be down to your number 6 receiver. Instead, those guys make the roster because of what Martin has already proved capable of doing, adding value on special teams. If Martin can add a cherry on top as a receiver in these final 2 preseason games, he'll make this an easy decision for Campbell and GM Brad Holmes.
Yeah, good-sized receiver, 6'3", about 185 pounds, played last year with Washington. He's got 3 career receptions in the NFL for 72 yards. That's 24-yard average, Doug, and a touchdown. I mean, it sounds like there's big play capability there, and they love him on special teams, but yeah, if he can show that he's a good enough wide receiver to make this team, it sounds like he's already got a spot because of special teams.
Next up, Jackson Meeks, tight end. Colton writes, the recent injury to Lions tight end Sam Laporta could have a trickle-down effect on roster construction. You have to think they'll be looking for more of a receiving tight end, which could pave the way for Meeks to make a push. Meeks caught a touchdown in Thursday's practice and caught 1 pass for 17 yards in the preseason opener. This is his first full season at tight end. We talked about this a little bit yesterday.
He's undersized, 6'2", 235. For a tight end, he's undersized, but that's a big wide receiver. And effectively, I've always said that's what Sam Laporta is. And Sam Laporta is 6'3", 245. Sounds a little beefier. And then you look at Sam Laporta, like when we talked to Birchie, said, hey, you're doing a lot of these videos. There's a video of Birchie talking with Laporta. Laporta does not look that big at all. But he's obviously a big part of this team's offense. They're going to have to figure out a way to replace him.
And the last player is cornerback Keith Abney. Colton writes, one player whose growth has been linear this camp is Abney. Abney's instincts and fearless makeup were always going to leave an impact on the staff. Abney showed his physical presence in the Lions preseason opener. In practice, since he has worked in with the first team at nickel, he even locked up Amon-Ra St. Brown on a rep. It'll likely come down to Abney, Christian Eziem, Roger McCreary, and perhaps Rakestraw for the starting nickel position. We'll see if he can separate from the pack.
It's interesting. You look at ESPN.com's their depth chart for the Lions, and they list Abney right now as the number 1 corner on the right side. So DJ Reed and Abney at starting corners with McCreary as the nickel back.
Do you think that's put together? Is Eric Woodyard, isn't he their insider?
I think he is.
Do you think he puts that together, or do you think that's
I'm
just
not sure
some
who puts that together.
Chat GPT generated depth chart by the folks at ESPN?
I would hope they'd lean on the beat writers, but they're pretty updated on these things with injuries and whatnot. But interesting that, according to ESPN's depth chart, that Rock Ya-Sin would be behind DJ Reed and Abney would be starting. We'll see. I think they're all going to get plenty of time to play. That's for damn sure. And Abney is one of the guys I like to watch.
Coming up at 12:05, it was a popular promotion, like Kang said. I'll pass. We'll get to that at 12:05. Phone calls, feedback. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Hey, Detroit. Summer may be winding down, and I don't like to talk about it, but the savings are just heating up over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. If you've been thinking about upgrading your ride before back to school gets into full swing, well, now is the time to make your move. Get to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph and check out a Chevy Silverado or a Chevy Trailblazer with payments that are as low as just $179 a month. That's right, a Silverado or Trailblazer for as low as $179 a month. And at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, it's more than just a great deal. It's the Sarah difference. A team committed to making your car buying experience easier, more transparent, and focused on you. So before summer slips away, make your move. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield at 696 and Telegraph. Experience the Sarah difference, helping you get where you want to go.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Brian in Detroit, you're on 97.1. Hello, Brian.
Hey, fellas, how y'all doing?
What's up, Brian?
Fellas, I got Gator. I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. Once you go to camp, you shouldn't be able to go back to play college sports. But Gator, I always go back to thinking when Lane Kiffin left those kids, the NCAA didn't care about going and coming. Why do they care about it now? Why we got to put the restraints on the players, but we will never do it to the coach. Don't tell me it's just business. Everybody's getting paid now.
I think there's some different circumstances when you got a coach that's going from team, which by the way, I don't like. I think there should be some sort of punishment there too, with a coach going from job to job within college football, as opposed to a young man who's making his decision to join a professional football team, and then if it doesn't work out, he can go back to college. I think there's a difference there.
Gray, I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm with you 100%. But the Lane Kiffin leaving at that point in time, is just disgusting. But now the NCAA didn't take him to court. They didn't try to stop that. So why do you want to mess with this? It is only a one-time thing anyway if it goes through.
Brian,
Am I
I've
right?
said this a bunch. This world would be a lot easier if contracts were binding.
Say it again, Doug.
If you're
right.
a coach and you signed a 6-year contract with a school and you suck after 2 years, guess what, school? You're stuck with them. And if you're a coach and you sign with a school for 6 years and somebody bigger comes along, too bad, you're stuck with them. And if you're a team, and they should do the same thing with players and the length of their scholarships. And then everybody knows there's rules and there's parameters, and you have your own decision over your own time. If you want to sign a 4-year contract at a school and you suck, it's you get to stay and be a scholarship player for 4 years. And if you sign a 4-year contract and you want to go pro, you can't. It just make it black and white.
I don't care about leaving once the season over, but Doug, a coach shouldn't be able to leave. Because Doug, if a player, just imagine that kid from Saginaw that went up there was the quarterback, Chamberlain. Just imagine he would have decided somebody offered him more money to leave now. He would have been dragged in the mud. But the coach do it. It's business. And that's crazy to me.
Brian, thank you for the phone call. I sit here and I say this, Gator, and it sounds simple. Binding contracts. But that comes with unintended consequences that I haven't even thought of. Every time a rule gets changed, there's something else. And you know what else pisses me off? That doesn't piss me off. That just makes me unplug and not pay attention, and why I'm pretty much not going to pay attention to this story. Because fifth years, the 2022 class, they're eligible, then they're not. I mean, somebody brings up a great point here. Scott says, I bet many of these players would have stayed in school if the 5th year of eligibility was available to them prior to the draft. And it's a valid point. Like, if they knew they could come back, would they have gone pro? Would they have been in the draft in the first place? Or would they have said, oh, no, I'm coming back for my 5th year? But, it's just going to get appealed. All this, everything's going to get appealed. There's going to be injunctions everywhere. And I'm just going to, I'm going to unplug. I don't care. Because
when did things get so screwed up, right? Because it used to be, all right, you could redshirt and get the 5th year.
I don't want to say screwed up, but things got way more complicated. When did it start? It started with Ed O'Bannon suing the NCAA 20 years ago over his likeness being used in the EA Sports video game.
Well, but that's a separate issue from eligibility.
That changed everything.
I agree. It changed a lot of things. But I'm talking about from an eligibility standpoint. Like, it used to be, there was this really well-defined, hey, you play 3 games and then you can be redshirted and you can't play the rest of the season, but you'll get that 5th year of eligibility.
Because everybody who was playing 4 games started suing and saying, but I just missed it. And in the case, when the NCAA
caved on those cases, that's when it starts, because they
just
have
lost, or they just lost the case.
But they don't have these hard and fast rules.
Because
anymore. They need to have hard and fast rules, and it needs to operate like a business with rules.
Well, the reason it's not operating like a business with rules is because it's not a business. There's not a collective bargain in there. There might be someday between the athletes and the NCAA, or whatever the governing body might be in the future. But it's super complicated. Are we losing the audience, Kang? Do you think people just unplug with this stuff? Should we?
Well, don't say that out loud.
Well,
Inside Thoughts by Doug Karsh.
I don't know if it's interesting to the commoner.
No, but people care about
the commoner.
they care about their sports, just like you care about your sports, right? In college football and in amateur quote unquote sports, it's completely changed. It feels like, I don't want to say overnight, but now it's definitely not what it was 5, 6, 7 years ago.
And we could sit here and complain, but I honestly can genuinely say when Saturdays roll around in the fall, I'm as amped as I've ever been. It's just the Sunday through Friday stuff that makes me unplug from talk about the game.
I think you guys, I wonder how your kids, Doug, think about college sports. Do they care as much? Or
I'll tell you what they don't care
up.
about. They do not care at all about them getting paid. They just don't care.
That's completely out the window now. And I think gradually everything else that we're complaining about is going to be too.
Mike in Northville is next. Hello, Mike. Mike,
Hey,
go
how you
ahead.
doing?
What's up?
Hey, I just wanted to say that I think college sports now, especially football, is in a better position than it's ever been with the changes they've made with the playoff system. And, I understand everyone's apprehension about players getting paid, but it's always been a minor league. Everything's just up front now and visible. And as opposed to backdoor deals and some colleges being better at it than others, now everyone has the same opportunity. And I don't understand the hate for the players that are trying to do what's right for them and their families financially.
Well, I will tell you, I don't know that you're getting a lot of hate out of this 10-2 here on 97.1. I think that if you're talking about from the outside, are you sensing, and I'm just asking if there's something we need to defend ourselves against, are you sensing that we are giving hate?
I feel a little bit that there's, holding on to, I like the good old days of college football, and these kids should just all do it for the love of the game, and that would be better if they all did that. But I think, that's asking a lot of them when all these other institutions and the NCAA universities are all getting paid these insane amounts of money. And, they're at risk that if they don't get paid now, they get injured. And this generational wealth type of life-changing money isn't going to come their way. And I really think that it's just a minor league now, which I think is okay, and people just need to look at it as that way. It's a minor league that's under the banner of college sport.
You know what? Then if it's a minor league, then pay them minor league salaries.
Well, they are,
because they're not getting paid. Everybody focuses on the guys that get paid $1 million plus, right? There are plenty of guys that aren't getting paid that. But when the minimum salary in the NFL is $885,000, and you got college kids that haven't, played a down of college football, and they're signing, a multi-million-dollar deal, something's a little out of whack. I don't mind. At this point, I'm accepting of the players getting paid.
But the one thing about what you just said is, I do feel like if it's a minor league, they should get minor league salaries. However, my concern is, I don't think it's coincidental that since everyone has been allowed to pay players, the Southeastern Conference has slipped. What would be a logical conclusion is that perhaps, I don't want to impugn anybody here, but is it possible that the Southeastern Conference was paying players before more so than other
obviously
conferences?
And I think that also might cloud your vision on
It
this.
might, because
you're enjoying the fact that the Big Ten is now raising up and
damn
the
right I
SEC
am.
isn't, and I got that. Okay, that's kind of fun and little wink wink nod nod, and now we're saying it out loud. But I don't even put that into view. It's, for me, it's just this is something that should be kind of cut and dry, and it is. Even though I say that they're a minor leagues, they should get paid minor league salaries. The problem with me saying that, and I'll admit this, is that it's not minor league revenues that college football is bringing in.
That's
so
a good point. Yep.
That's why it's not minor league salaries.
And I have no issue with if they were going to put rules in place, if I was convinced they'd be followed. I think the moment you start limiting payments, any school that adheres to that rule will be at a competitive disadvantage. And because others will not and don't care and never did. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. In the meantime, Lions play tomorrow. We got a lot to get into with that. 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. Lions play-by-play announcer Dan Miller shared an update on cornerback Ennis Rakestraw today. He said Rakestraw has an ankle injury that the team does not expect to be serious. His status for tomorrow's preseason game remains to be determined. It would appear unlikely that he'll play. We will see Josh Dobbs and Luke Altmaier compete for the Lions' backup role tomorrow. Dan Campbell already said Jared Goff won't participate. Kickoff is at 12 noon here on 97.1. Pregame coverage starts at 11 in the morning tomorrow. And in major college athletics news today, the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals has granted the NCAA a stay in the original court ruling that allowed class of 2022 athletes, i.e. Jackson Kohler and others, to go back to college for a fifth year. This means that all athletes who had previously done so will now have to wait for more legal action to determine if they actually can play or not. For now, they cannot. This ruling came out just about 12 hours after it was announced that Jackson Kohler would be transferring to BYU. A major bummer in tennis today. World number one Jannik Sinner's withdrawing from the U.S. Open due to a nagging knee injury. His announcement this morning comes a day after world number two Carlos Alcaraz revealed his plans to return from his injury in time for the U.S. Open so he can defend his title. The two competitive rivals will go a full year without matching up in a Grand Slam. The U.S. Open singles main draw begins August 30th. Annika Sorenstam is your new U.S. Senior Women's Open leader at 5 under at Barton Hills. Tigers Royals tonight at 8:10 here on 97.1. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket.com.
All right, let's bang out a couple more on these as we are responding to this NCAA injunction that was granted. And now those fifth years that we're going to come back and play can't come back and play. And, you know, it's hard to follow. And I don't want, I'm at this point, Gator, Saturdays have not been ruined for me. I don't want that ever to happen. But trying to follow all the rule changes and, you know, a lot is being asked of the fan of college athletics. And, you know, if you don't like it, that's certainly you're right. I'm trying to focus on what's important, and I still enjoy the hell out of the games.
Yeah, I enjoy watching games once they're there, but the whole process leading up to it, and even in the first couple weeks, it's tough because the rule changes are one thing, but the roster changes are the other. It's just there's so much turnover. It's really difficult to follow along. And because the money has gotten so much, and I'm not talking about NIL, I'm talking about for coaches, it's been cutthroat there where guys get like 2 years or a year to prove yourself, get it done, or you're going to be fired. And that's not how it used to be. And it just, you had time to build something, and now you have no time to build anything. And part of that's awesome, and part of it sucks. The awesome part is a school like Indiana can hire Curt Cignetti. He can bring on, you know, a bunch of guys that nobody had ever heard of, bring them in through the transfer portal and contend for a national championship, and then win a national championship the second year at Indiana. Mm-hmm. The thought that Indiana is a college football power is still hard for me to process and digest. You know, I think it's kind of awesome, but at the same time, it's also kind of like unfathomable. And it goes against everything that I've known since being a college football fan. And this is how radically things have changed within the last 5 years.
Let's go to Kurt. You're on 97.1. Hello, Kurt.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator. Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
First and foremost, listen on 98.7 in Grand Rapids. I'm a Detroit to Grand Rapids transplant. Can't thank you guys enough for bringing 97.1 the ticket over to the west side of the state. But
thank you for listening.
Yeah, no problem. You know, I'm a MSU alum, and I know that, Doug, you were worried about losing the audience. I don't think you're losing the audience. I think there's a ton of college football fans that care, especially if they're grads of their school.
Yeah, they care about the rulings, though. They care about all the legalese.
I feel like we care about the progress that our teams make. And especially with the roster changeover, you see so much change year to year. Mm-hmm. Especially, I'll use my alma mater as an example. And it degrades what you used to know to the point that Gator was making. Like you saw your school try to compete and grow and develop players, and that's absolutely been lost with the rulings that have been made over the last 5 to 6 years by the NCAA, the Big Ten. I feel like what's needed is more regulation of what the athletes know they're guaranteed with coming into let's call it a 5-year scholarship, because I do think that they need 5 years now so that they can try and get to that master's level and still be able to compete on the athletics side of things. But what's been more disappointing to me is how much it's developed the parity to the point that you guys have made. There is now a level of, hey, you know what? Northwestern can compete if they decide that they're going to get Yeah, it absolutely does. It used to be that you would expect Ohio State, Michigan State. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
You're honest about it, and I appreciate that. But, the fact is, that's interesting that's what bothers him.
Oh, I'll tell you what, with NIL, the way that things are working, Northwestern could be the next sleeping giant. I mean, do they have any alumni?
Yeah,
that are wealthy.
Yeah, they have 5 of the highest paid. Now it's because of the new stadium, but the new stadium got funded by some pretty rich people. And there's things that I've thought about. The one thing I've thought about is basketball programs that don't have to split NIL money with football.
Mm-hmm.
Marquette, St. Louis, Duquesne. Gonzaga, Gonzaga's already good, but those schools, they don't have to give any money to football. Basketball programs could explode. Norm is next. Hi, Norm.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yes, go ahead, Norm.
Gator, Doug, how's it going, man? Blessings. Thank you for having me on the show.
Sure.
Big fan. First time calling. It's crazy that I'm on here. Sorry, I'm almost nervous.
All
now,
good.
Man.
All good.
I'm a former athlete as well, collegiate athlete, and
where'd you play?
I just wanted. I came out of Farmington Hills Harrison High School.
Yep.
And I got a 4-year scholarship to the University of Akron.
And what sport?
From Grand Valley State is where I finished at.
What sport was this?
ACL. This was football.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes, sir. What I recall, our when I was at the University of Akron, our season we didn't do too well my redshirt freshman year, and they fired our coaching staff, and a new coaching staff came in, and I remember the head coach was going around meeting all the players, and he walked into our running backs room. I was a running back. I walked into our running backs room, and he said, our focus is to recruit Ohio and Northern Pennsylvania players, and I was from Michigan. That big Ohio-Michigan thing was fairly real for those guys. And I just remember I left, and that's why I came home to Grand Valley because it was a better situation for me. It worked out better for me. It ended up being worked out better for my situation. The one thing that does, I love the conversation. I love the topic as well. But the one thing that does bother me is I do think, I agree with a couple of the callers, I do think that the players catch the shorter end of the stick. They get a bad rep for how college football is going. Where I also think that the coaches should be some type of punish or just some type of energy going towards the coaches as well. And I think about heavy Dusty Mays. I know it's a different sport, but I think about how a lot of those players that may have committed to Michigan or maybe going into their redshirt year or their sophomore year, some of them may have went there just to play for this coach or just to be. This was the main reason that they wanted to go to that school. And then when he can just leave and do whatever he wants, with no flock, with no people talking about him. I just think that that's unfair when the players should be able to do the same.
I guess I'll say this, Norm. I don't think there's as much animosity towards players as there used to be. I think people have grown to be rather accepting. I could be wrong, but my sense is that it's not about the player. It's just that the fan that wants to watch the guy for 4 years and get to know your roster and see the development and the arc, that's gone, but I don't think there's as much animosity towards the players as there used to be. Maybe I'm wrong, but Bill and Shelby. Hi, Bill.
Hey, how you doing today, sir?
What's up?
Well, first of all, let me preface this call by saying I'm an old guy. I hate what they've done to college sports, the NIL. Now, paying the players, that was eventually going to come, but, I mean, it's just I dislike everything about it today. But you had a caller a couple of callers ago, and Doug, he said there was like some hate towards the players, and you asked him, well, was it in this time spot? And I don't think he wanted to really call you guys out, or call Gator out, but Gator said a couple of statements that confirmed that, stating that, well, he goes, these kids, they got to make big boy decisions, whatever. And then, well, it's a minor league, he said. Well, then pay him minor league salaries. Well, yeah, I have no problem with all of that either. But, I mean, if that's your kid and he knows he's not going to make it in the NFL and he's got a chance to go back to school, wouldn't you be all for it?
I'd be all for him getting an education and getting the degree if he knows he's not going to play at the next level, because that's where his life is going to start is as a former college athlete, period.
But if he's got a chance to go back and make, six figures for a year, that's your kid.
Yeah, if he made the decision to try, if he made his decision to try to chase the dream in the NFL and goes to a training camp, then that's it. That's where your life starts. What's that?
Well, and then he realizes he's not good enough. An
NFL team took a chance on him, right? Because you don't just go to an NFL camp; you're invited to go to a camp, and you agree to some sort of contract at that point. So you're taking a chance. You're chasing a dream at that point.
Yeah, kids are impressionable. Families are impressionable. People lie to them, agents. But I don't mind there being a safety net. But I also, this is one of those things. This is just so new that I feel like I'd have to sit down. You know what I'd have to do? I'd have to commission a study and figure out some of the pitfalls of this whole new world. But one more on this, Glenn and Troy. Hi, Glenn.
Hi there. How you guys doing today?
What's up?
Just calling. I've called in a couple times. My nephew, Luke Zwicky, picked from New Mexico last year, and I called in about that a few times. And it turns out that this ruling has actually helped him. His special teams coach at New Mexico went to Minnesota, and actually Luke signed for Minnesota this morning for eligible for a fifth year, and he actually went to.
So you heard the ruling.
Pardon?
You heard about the ruling now that you can't can't get that fifth year?
Oh, what do you mean?
Okay, there was the NCAA just won their case, and they the guys that were 2022 grads that were going for the fifth year can't play.
Oh, that just recently happened?
This morning, like an hour ago.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay, I don't know that. Well, like we just got the information a little bit ago that he signed with Minnesota.
Well, I'm curious, Glenn. Get in touch with Minnesota and see what they're saying to you now, and get back to us. We'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, it would be interesting to hear what the schools are saying to those players. But look, it's an ongoing story. That felt bad. It's an ongoing story. It's one that we'll continue to monitor. I'm not. Just let the game start. Let the game start. And we can
Let me ask you one more question about it.
One more.
Is there a difference for the kid that is looking to come back and that's all he wants to do is come back for the fifth year of the college football or basketball, whatever, to go for that fifth year that has no intention of being professional? Like it's not the guy that signed with the Minnesota Vikings on May 1st to compete in OTAs and training camp and then gets waived. But the guy who's like ready to begin his career working as an accountant, but all of a sudden this ruling comes down. Does it matter between the two of those?
I don't know, Dave.
Oh, wow.
Actually, I don't. It takes a lot of thought.
Because it matters to me.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Okay, there's something percolating right now in Detroit sports that we haven't heard yet. We're efforting it, and it will be on the air here shortly. Let's just say it's, I'll tell you exactly what it is. Apparently, there's some insider reporting on the Duran contract with the Pistons. So we'll play that.
The negotiations?
Yeah. In the meantime, I mentioned this and we got sidetracked.
Do you want to shout out Norm, by the way?
Yeah, let's do that. Our guy Norm that just called, who played football at Akron and then transferred to Grand Valley State.
Nice little career.
Was a hell of a running back.
Yeah, way to go, man.
Looked him up.
Yeah.
You got his stats in front of you?
I do, actually.
All right, tell us about Norm.
Last 2 years at Grand Valley, he averaged over 7 yards a carry.
Nice.
Had some monster games there when he was at Harrison. Almost 1,600 yards rushing as a senior with 20 touchdowns to go with 500 yards receiving.
Wow.
And 8 more touchdowns. So 28 touchdowns, over 2,000 yards of offense at Harrison his senior year. Nice job, Norm. And played defense.
At Harrison or at Grand Valley?
At Harrison. Had 51 tackles, 3 sacks, and 3 picks his senior year.
Wow.
Not bad.
All right, good for him.
Yep. Anyway, there's the shout out.
Yeah. Well, way to go, Norman. Thanks for calling and providing your telling us your story. Okay. So, Kang, there was a promotion yesterday, and you wanted to take advantage of said promotion and pulled the plug on the promotion. Yesterday, August 20th, 2026, was what?
It was a Spirit Day for Chipotle.
Spirit Day at Chipotle. And Spirit Day at Chipotle meant what?
So it meant that if you wore any kind of school shirt or sweatshirt or hoodie, you would get a buy one, get one free. And that's from elementary school to middle school to junior high to high school to college. If you just wore something that was whatever your elementary school was, Gator, what was your elementary school?
Lone Pine.
Sure. If you had Lone Pine Elementary shirt on, you got a buy one, get one free. If you had a Michigan State shirt on, because you went to Michigan State.
That's true.
You get a buy one, get one free. So buy one burrito bowl, get another one for free.
And what did you put on? What did you throw on?
I threw on my Macomb College t-shirt.
Nice.
From, back in the day. Still fits. That's right.
Does it still fit?
Yeah. Well, I put it on.
I've never seen you wear this Macomb College shirt to work.
I've worn it before.
I think I've seen it.
Yeah, it's a gray shirt. It's pretty generic. Macomb Monarchs.
I want to see it.
Okay.
So anyway, you wore your Macomb College shirt and you went to Chipotle to get the buy one, get one free.
So what happened was me and the family were out. We were leaving my brother's house and then we're going on the way home. It was around dinner time. And I thought, all right, I told my wife about the deal. I'm like, hey, there's a Chipotle up here. I'm going to see if I can get this deal because you had to go in and you couldn't just order online, right? So you had to go in and do this. And it was kind of later in the day, so I knew promotions get people like myself. Mm-hmm. So I knew it might be busy, but it's later in the day, so I'm like, maybe it's died down. It should be okay. So I parked the car, and I'm like, I'll be right back, hopefully. And I left, closed the door, left, and turned around 30 seconds later. Because as soon as I walked up to the Chipotle, the line was out the door.
Oh.
Like the door was open. You know how that's how bad it gets where they hold whoever's standing at that door is holding the door open for everybody else. This thing's not moving. I see a bunch of kids that look like with their college shirts and high school shirts on. And yeah, I said, this ain't happening today. It's okay.
How long do you think the line would have taken you?
I don't know. Chipotle's pretty good. I mean, we've all had Chipotle before, right?
Quickly, yeah.
Doug, I know you and your kids love it, right? Yep. It moves pretty quick. They're good at what they do. You know, I mean, it's an assembly line. As long as the person ordering isn't one of those
I don't.
Dude,
can you tell me about the difference between the black beans and the pinto beans?
It's just Do you have any tofurkey left? No.
How many times do you rinse them? When was the guac last made?
So as long as you're
what is El Pastor? What is it? What?
Can I get the regular pastor? Do I need the L?
I saw some hacks online where I could just keep putting more and more toppings on it. Can you make like a triple burrito? You know what? I don't want to do that. I'll have a burrito bowl instead. White rice or brown rice.
Yeah, it's one of those.
These are big decisions.
Yeah. But everyone
should know before they get into line.
Oh, everyone that's been Chipotle at this point, I think they know their own order.
I feel like that person, if they start having a on like that, the customers turn on you, and you just your body surfed out of the building.
Okay, so you saw this line. What how long was too long to wait?
Okay, so everyone's got that limit,
If
right?
you figured out it was going to be...
See, since I had the family in the car, it was going to be like 10 minutes. But without the family, I got a longer threshold. Like, I can stand there. I don't care. But the wife and the kids, nah. It was like, if it wasn't going to be like one of those, maybe like 4 people in front of me, 4 or 5, you know? But
Right.
this was 20 deep, I think. So it just wasn't happening. What about you guys? Do you have a limit, Doug, when you go to Chipotle?
Yeah, I'm not standing in any line that's more than 4 people deep.
Yeah.
I'm like, forget this. Seriously, I pull the plug on the...
4?
Yeah, dude, I pull the plug. I'm not standing there. I'm
You
not.
don't take that.
No, if it's not quick, I'm not. You know what? I'll go to food Fast AF.
Yeah, there you go.
Like you want to... Kang wants to start a grocery store called Fast AF where the whole point is to get in, get out, and... Everything is catered to the quickest possible grocery shopping you could possibly have, like scanning the food as you put it in a basket type of deal. But to me, it's Fast AF. I just don't have the patience for it. It's a flaw, okay? And I'm not blaming anybody. It's me. What about you, Gator? How long would you wait in line for a buy one get one burrito bowl?
It's probably going to be, I mean, if I know the time, if it's going to be 20 minutes, that's fine. If I can look ahead in the line and see
20 minutes? Sorry, this is your answer.
I feel like I'm being really harshly judged right now. Yeah, I don't have kids, Doug. Nobody's waiting in the car for me. It's ready when it's ready.
Right.
And if I know that ahead of time, whatever. Okay. And,
Uh-huh.
Oh, by the way, I would probably use the app. I do have the Chipotle app.
Yeah, I know, but you can't in this promotion.
Yeah,
That's
I
why.
got to be tough. So if I saw the line was out the door, I wouldn't do it. But I can gauge a line. If there's like 20 people, I know it moves relatively quickly. It's fine. Depends how hungry I am. Also, what else is in the area? And if I made the decision to walk into Chipotle, have I turned down things that are in that same strip mall area, or is this like this is it? If this is an outpost, then I'm going to stay there longer.
One other story.
20 minutes?
20. I can't imagine.
I don't know, Dave.
I can't possibly imagine going, this line's only 20 minutes long. I'll stand in it.
I mean,
I'm not sure I'd stand in line for 20 minutes for a free burrito.
Why not? Your time's just too precious to you?
No, I am too impatient. This isn't it. I mean, like I said, it's a personal flaw. But I can't imagine.
So you won't give in to the crave. You'll end up going somewhere else and get something
And
of
paying.
lesser interest just because you can get quicker.
Well, I don't, not necessarily lesser interest, equal interest, but I'll pay for it. Yeah.
Doesn't sound like it. Doesn't sound like it'd be equal interest.
Well, hold on. Chipotle is not the be all and end all.
No, it's actually, and I know it's not even your fast casual.
What about
from
Boston
that-
Market?
Doug's
Doug?
a
How long would
Qdoba
you
guy.
wait? No, but he also loved Boston Market.
I
That
do
was
love
another one.
Boston Market.
But if the line were out
I
the door
might
for
wait-
Boston Market,
I
you're
might
not
wait.
waiting.
I might wait 5 minutes at Boston Market.
Love.
That's the sign of my love.
Says someone who's never been in a lunch rush, I guess, with the crash at lunchtime, because we have jobs.
Well, I'm
where we
talking
work.
about Doug circa 2026. There was probably a version of Doug that would stand in line for a free burrito for hours. Dude,
We're
there's
getting
definitely
text.
yeah.
My girl is a district manager for Qdoba. When they have buy one get one days, those are the worst. Her stressing out about it 3 weeks ahead of time before they come and blow your mind. My best friend spent an hour in line at Chipotle yesterday. Unreal.
Wow.
Yeah, this is people do it, man.
We're in his elementary school shirt. Go Pioneers!
I have the sound, by the way, Doug.
Oh, from about the During contract.
Yes.
All right, let's play that next. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Really, 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you'd have to have the time to do it. I mean, if I'm in a rush, I'm not going to wait 20 minutes. But if I'm not in any kind of hurry, if it's casual after work today, if I felt like let's go try to get BOGO Burrito Bowl or BOGO burritos, and I get there and I know it's going to be a 20-minute line, that's fine. That still gives me plenty of time to get home before the dog is, getting really impatient to go outside. I got time. But if there's a time restraint, then no, I'm not going to wait that long. But I'm way more patient than you, obviously.
There's no doubt about it.
I think most everybody is way more patient than you.
There are only 16 Boston Market locations open nationwide. And if I saw one, I would be so fired up.
But you'd only wait 5 minutes.
5 minutes max.
That's crazy.
That's unbelievable.
That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. I mean, that is absolutely somebody who's been talking about Boston Market since we've been doing the show, and knowing that they're down to the last 20 stores.
16.
16, and they're probably all on the East Coast. And you're like, oh, I finally saw one. It's like, an oasis.
Yeah, Gator, he's like, oh my God, is that a
This is
Boston
that
Market?
Whoa! There's golden aura around it. Walks in. All right, here we go. Okay, sir, it's going to be about a 6-minute wait. I'll see you later.
Right, exactly.
What? Oh, it smells so good. That smells so good. Should I wait the extra 2 minutes? No, can't do it. I got to go. I'm sorry. I got to find something else.
Sir, it's going to be about 6 minutes for the next rotisserie chicken. I'm out.
Yeah.
I can't wait that long.
Are you sure you don't mean 5?
Well, there's a Del Taco right up the street, so I'll probably go there.
Next time I'm in Duncanville, Texas, I'll see how long the wait is at Boston Market. Patrick on a cell. Hi, Patrick.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
What's up?
Look, I'm going to tell you, if you ever see me and my 4 daughters who are under 13 in line at Chipotle, you better turn around and go away, because each of my kids wants to order one by one, and they take forever.
Oh, God. Do you apologize to the people behind you in line by chance?
I used to be real self-conscious about it and whatnot, but I just started praying, and it is what it is now. But it used to bother me a lot.
Did you say you started praying?
Yeah, sometimes you need the Lord's help. That Chipotle line is big.
Hey, let me tell you something.
Really,
as a
people
parent,
behind you that are doing more praying than you are.
as a parent, no truer words have been spoken. And sometimes you do need the Lord's help. Yeah.
But if it's a free promo day, like on 7-Eleven when they give free Slurpees or whatever, I'm not even going. It's a zoo, and I don't even need it. I'd rather just come back the next day and pay full price.
There you go. All right, Patrick. Thank you. All right.
Really feel for the people behind him.
Yeah.
He would not be allowed at Fast AF.
No.
No kids at Fast AF.
No, there are no
Too
kids
slow.
at F.
Yeah.
You have to show your ID.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm not even sure you can get into Fast AF before you're 30 years old.
And I'm not sure once you're past a certain age, you're allowed to shop there.
That's
either.
a great point.
That's true, too.
Only people between the age of 30 and 45 can shop here. That is it.
And males.
Yes. 100%.
We have a no return policy, too.
Oh, yeah.
No returns, no exchanges. I'm sorry.
Excuse me. I bought this yesterday, and it's sorry, we don't do returns.
All sales are final.
Yeah.
Dude, we were moving my son into college Wednesday. We had to go to Target. My wife stops at every end cap.
Well, yeah, that's what the good stuff is. They get the good bargains.
I mean,
we plastic tumblers for like 50 cents.
We had to leave Target and go to Walmart. And before we walked in, my son and I were like, we're here for one thing.
Yeah.
We're establishing the rules now. One thing and one thing only.
Good luck with that.
So funny. All right, here we go. We haven't heard this. What is this?
Good transition.
What are we about to play here?
What the hell is going on?
This is from the Hoops Collective, NBA writer Tim McMahon and our very own Vince Goodwill, our former very own intern of Vince Goodwill. We're talking about the Pistons and the over-under and whether they'll achieve that. And then Tim McMahon starts talking about the Jalen Duren negotiations and how they affect the Pistons over-under win total.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right, so a couple things there that, I'm not sure I believe him when he says the Pistons obviously think Asar Thompson's their second best player. I don't know if I buy that. And the other part is when you say words like nasty and ugly with these negotiations, I haven't heard anybody else describe it as that.
That's why this is interesting.
Which is weird. And okay, if you're going to say words like that, like you've got the inside knowledge, then you got to spill a little bit. What do you mean it's nasty? What do you mean it's ugly? Like, just pontificate on it a little bit. Like, as if to say, well, they are so far apart on the numbers, and the Pistons are just undressing Jalen Duren for what happened in the postseason and how he's not worth the money he's. But there's none of that. It's just, it's nasty, it's ugly, and yeah, what?
Okay, so you're in Jalen Duren's camp, and for the purposes of the conversation, if what Tim McMahon there said is true, that the Pistons think Asar Thompson's their second best player. And Asar Thompson last year was first team All-NBA defense, led the league in steals. Jalen Duren, however, was the All-Star and third team All-NBA. Would Duren's camp have a legitimate argument? He's a good player. I'm your second best player. He didn't get named All-NBA third team. He didn't make the All-Star team. We want to be treated as and compensated as the second highest paid player on this team.
If things are truly ugly between the two parties, if you really feel like you're that far away or whatever, and you're being disrespected by the Pistons, if Jalen Duren feels, then Jalen Duren should just agree to what's been offered for 1 year and bank on himself and become a free agent at the end of the season and get out of there. Because it's clear the Pistons aren't doing any sign and trade because no other teams are offering it. So if that's the case, Duren's got to bet on himself. Now, he could bet on himself in another way, too, which is simply accept whatever 4-year deal the Pistons are offering up. And the thing is, we don't know what the money is. I don't know if the Pistons are offering a 4-year, $120 million deal, and he's looking for, the max deal out of that. I don't know. But, the fact that he is still so young and could agree to a 4-year extension that gives him life-changing money and then comes out of that as a 26-year-old,
right,
unrestricted free agent in the NBA, which if you're banking on yourself and you think you're a damn good player, guess what you're going to get 4 years from now? It'll be another 4 or 5 year contract that at that point might pay you in excess of $50 million a year.
This would be you from a perspective of advising Jalen Duren. Yeah. Kang, what do you make of this story?
I mean, you don't like to hear something like this, because this is like a day after the Hollinger report where he speculated on his own. He didn't have any inside information, but how these things normally work out is the player and the team comes to an agreement and he'll be in camp. But if it's been awfully nasty, as McMahon quote said, you just don't want the player's feelings to affect his play on the court, right? And in the end, I do think cooler heads will prevail. And I think Trajan Langdon, you guys and we've talked to him. I don't think he's a guy that comes in and MFs you at the table.
I can't, you know I can't see it. That's a good point.
Right? He's not going to be like, they might present their case, but I don't think this is like arbitration where you're just knocking down a guy and say, this is what you're worth. I don't think that's how it went. I think Jalen Duren's camp had a value on his player or himself, and they didn't get there. And they're probably a little butthurt and maybe saving a little face with their client as well. With that being said, I do think they come to an agreement. I don't know how. That's why I don't think it's nasty. I can't believe that would be nasty. Maybe from one side it could be nasty. I just don't see it coming from the Pistons side. All along, they've said the right things. They've said we wanted him. They allowed him to explore a signing trade, but telling everyone we don't intend to trade him. Everything they've said has been like, we want this guy back. And then under breath, like, at our price, right? Like, it's kind of like at a certain price. And so I think in the end, they'll come to an agreement. Jalen Duren may not be completely happy, but you're right, Gator. He's so young. There's another contract to play for. It ain't over yet, man. And in the meantime, you get stuck with what, $35 million a year? Air quotes. I mean, that's not bad.
No, it certainly ain't chump change. And again, we haven't heard from either side.
No.
Nobody's leaked anything, but this reporter's going to come out and say that it's been, quote, nasty and ugly. I mean,
look, it's one guy and it's one report, and I'll take it for what it's worth, which is one person's reporting. Maybe we'll hear more of this moving forward, but it's not going smooth. I would say that. And the reason I'd say that is he hasn't signed yet. Like, everybody else is signed. Is there anybody else unsigned in the same, like?
He's the biggest notable free agent that still hasn't signed his tender or, any contract.
DeRozan, I think, is another one.
Are they waiting? Do they still think somebody's going to sign him to an offer sheet? Or is this just F you, we're not talking, we're mad?
I think any team who wants to sign an offer sheet, you're welcome to. And it just hasn't happened. So I think that's maybe the Pistons' case to Duren is like, we understand it, you want it, but the market is speaking to you.
Yeah.
The market is speaking loudly, right? You thought you had, maybe the Lakers were interested or Sacramento or whatever other teams there were, and they really weren't. Not to what you wanted, what you thought you could get. And now you understand where the Pistons' position is, because clearly the Pistons have made an offer to Jalen Duren that's probably in line with the other teams did. And now he's kind of stuck. And I don't know if his agent led him astray or if his own ego has gotten in the way or if this is just completely overblown and it's just like, no, we're cool. We'll deal with it. We'll see what happens the rest of the summer and I'll sign a deal with you at some point. But right now we're just living our lives here.
All right. Have two interesting facts. I guess you can be the judge of that. One interesting fact is a Lions fact. The other interesting fact is a Tiger fact. We'll get to those coming up today at 12:46. You're on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Regarding Fast AF, Scott writes in, one of the greatest show ideas ever. Meanwhile, my maximum wait time for a nice restaurant, 45 minutes. For fast food, 10 minutes. And you really did jump all over Gator there.
You really did.
I just was shocked. It was honestly, it wasn't anything other than.
I didn't say like an hour. It was 20 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Gator would have waited in line yesterday, buy one, get one at Chipotle for 20 minutes.
Well, what happens to you when you go to like a sporting event as a fan and you got to wait in line for a beer? You bail?
I struggle mightily. Yeah.
He's outside his comfort zone.
I don't drink. Unnamed texter, at this point, Jalen Duren is a liability. Nobody is telling him to take pennies on the dollar, but he's showing no willingness to be a team guy. If the Pistons cater to his whims, it would be a huge mistake. The Pistons 10 years ago would sign him to keep the butts in the seats. This team has real goals and can't let guys like this derail those goals. I don't want to impugn him. I am glad, though, that the Pistons are standing their ground.
Well, again, we don't know what's happened with the negotiations. Nobody has said anything. So I think it's unfair to label him as a malcontent or anything else, or the Pistons as being, miserly or whatever you want to say. We don't know. We don't know anything. And until a deal is struck or a trade is made and people can get in front of cameras and microphones, it's just going to have to be like a wait and see.
Okay. This is actually going to be a 3-pack of interesting questions. Okay. One Lions, one Tigers, one Red Wing. We can spin the wheel and see where it lands, or you can just choose one. What do you want to start with?
One bourbon, one scotch, one beer. Let's go. Spin the wheel.
Okay. We don't have a wheel.
Just make it up, Doug.
Okay.
Clear the mind.
And it lands on the Red Wing.
Okay, here we go.
It's from a Lane James, St. James story today in the Free Press. Red Wings have gone more than a month without a GM, but the team is committed to taking its time to make the right call. From the beginning, we were never going to let the process or the timeline dictate the decision on whom to hire. A person with knowledge of the Detroit Red Wings organizational thinking told the Detroit Free Press. This is a source. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Chris challenged everyone. Let's go find the next leader that's going to bring a Stanley Cup to Detroit from whatever level they are at in the organization that they are with right now. Let's go find that person. And so we started with over 100 names. That is the quote.
Okay.
100 names?
Well, you get your list. I don't know if you interview 100 people, but you get a list, and then you can pare it down and say, okay, what's realistic here? What isn't realistic?
That's one of those classic, we're gonna brainstorm now. There's no bad ideas. Everybody shout out a name. Could you imagine how deep that list would get to be 100 names?
Well, they're working with a search firm. So the search firm will then spit out, okay, whatever the parameters are. If they come out and say, we want 50 to 100 names, or we want 1,000 names, whatever it is, and here you go. Here's your list, and based on your criteria, and here are the recommendations we can make. We think these are your top 10, whatever it is that they come out with. It's just an initial list, and then you can either, if you're going to do your true due diligence, you interview each and every one of them, which I find that hard to believe. There are probably some easy ones you can scratch off, like, oh, this guy's not. No, they clearly don't. They're not going to lose this guy or this guy or this guy, and this guy just that has no chance. Whatever.
I guess when I saw 100 names, it made me think of Wilt Chamberlain.
100, yeah.
No, 20,000.
But it's a different number.
Yeah.
For different reasons.
Which is one of my favorite all-time over-the-top exaggeration boasts of all time. Do you know how many days Wilt Chamberlain was alive?
Here we go. I don't know. It was 65 when he died, something like that, and... Yeah, you do the math on how many days
he was alive for 23,062 days, and he claimed to have slept with 20,000 different women.
Well, it was the 60s and 70s during his heyday. Orgies with Wilt.
Or math.
Yeah, that was before G. Goodshoe wouldn't do it. He was just doing it.
Yeah. Mathematically impossible.
It's not mathematically impossible.
He would have to have slept with 3 women a day for the second half of his life.
Yeah, well, Wilt got around.
He didn't do that. All right, spin the wheel again, Gator. It lands on the Lions. Gator, do you know? This wheel is
this
the
dumb?
greatest thing. I love
That's
it.
amazing. It didn't land on the wings again.
What are the odds?
Yeah, what are the odds?
Imagine what the odds are next. Do I have to spin it for the next one? It's only a 3 question. All right, what we got?
Do you know how many years the Lions played in the Silverdome?
They played from, I'm going to say 1977 to 2001. So 25 seasons.
Do you know what this is at Ford Field?
This is the 25th year.
Yes, you're close. There were 27 seasons in the Silverdome. This is the 25th year at Ford Field. I can't believe that they've been in Ford Field for almost as long as they've been in the Silverdome. That blows my mind.
No, I get it. I've had one of those moments myself when I realized how many years I've been living in my current house.
Yeah.
And then realized that it's now a few years past my first house. Like, wow, I did not think I was here that long.
You know what we don't hear? Because by the time the Silverdome had reached its 25th year, the Ford Field plans were underway.
Yeah.
There are no rumblings that the Lions are even considering a new home.
Nor should they. It's a
there
great
shouldn't.
stadium.
There absolutely shouldn't be, which speaks to two things. One, they built the thing right.
Mm-hmm.
They really did a good job of Ford Field. I mean, you can make an argument that you don't like this or you don't like that, but there's something to be said for a stadium that has that kind of staying power, and there's no rumblings of replacing it. Plus, we've gotten to host a Super Bowl, Final Fours, Frozen Fours, big concerts. They did a really nice job, and it's just hard for me to believe that we're moving in on the same amount of time at Ford Field that we were in the Silverdome.
And they keep it updated. And if there have to be some renovations down the road, they'll do them. It's a great piece of real estate. They've got all those stadiums right downtown within a couple blocks of each other. I'm a big, big fan of Ford Field.
All right, spin the wheel one more time, Scott. It lands on the Tigers.
What? Who knew?
We were really lucky we didn't get any repeats.
Yeah.
ESPN Baseball updated their prospect rankings. How many players do you think the Tigers had?
In the top 100?
I'm going to tell you that their lowest ranked guy was 60.
60. Okay. So you're going to have, is Max Clark still listed on there?
He still is.
Okay. So Max is still going to be on there. Obviously, McGonigal is not. So be Max, Rayner, Briseño, Zaire Hope is going to be on there. That's 4. The rookie, the kid they just drafted, Fluky, I think would be 5. Is River Ryan going to be on there for 6? I'll go 6.
The correct answer is 5.
Okay.
And it is Clark at 5, Bryce Rayner now at 23.
Oh, 5 straight games of the home run at West Michigan.
What did he do last night?
He had the night off.
At 37 is Zaire Hope, who isn't exactly tearing it up, but he just got here. At 51 is River Ryan, and at 60 is Josue Briseño. That's a pretty. They're still
so Fluky not there.
No, but as far as introducing players, the 2 of the guys that got back are in the top 50, 51, and Briseño and Rayner are fastly rising.
Yes. Yeah. Briseño has not gotten off to a great start at Toledo, but he was mashing it at Erie. He had to get his chance, and I think he's only been at Toledo for maybe 2 weeks at most. And Zaire Hope, since the trade, has not played well and not hit well. But he had a breakout game two games ago when he had like 4 hits and a home run and 4 RBIs or something. So he'll be fine. I have confidence he's going to be fine. I like this crop of players. I really like Bryce Rayner. I have ever since they drafted him. He looks different standing in the batter's box. He didn't look like an 18, 19-year-old kid there. He looked like he was ready for business. He's got the frame and he's got the ability.
I'm going to say it's over for this team competing at a high level. You tell me I'm right, I'm wrong. We'll get to that today at 102. It is Karsch and Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. Lions play-by-play man Dan Miller says Ennis Rakestraw's non-contact injury from practice yesterday is an ankle injury that the team does not expect to be serious. It is still to be determined if he will play in tomorrow's preseason game against the Commanders. Kickoff in that game is at 12 noon. The pregame show here on 97.1 starts at 11 a.m. High school athletes who graduated in the class of 2022 and finished college last year are no longer eligible to come back for a fifth year to college after a court ruling from the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals today. For now, athletes like Jackson Kohler will not be able to play in college this season. More legal action is, of course, pending. In golf today, a stunning report was released by Samuel Aghini and Sajid Indap at the Financial Times. It says, quote, as live golfers floundered at the Masters, Spanish star Sergio Garcia damaged the course in a fit of rage on the final round. People familiar with the matter say Yasir Al-Rumayyan's embarrassment at the sequence of events helped lead to his decision to pull the plug on the Saudi PIF's funding of the tour, unquote. Rumayyan is the governor of the Saudi Public Investment Fund, which stopped backing Live Golf earlier this summer. On the PGA Tour today, J.J. Spaun is 4 under through 7 holes at the BMW Championship, putting him in first place by 3 shots right now at 10 under. Annika Sorenstam has held her lead at Barton Hills in the second round of the U.S. Women's Senior Open. She is currently 6 under. And the Tigers face the Royals tonight in Kansas City, first of a 3-game series at 8:10 here on 97.1. With the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
It's a costly tantrum. I just went back and watched Sergio's tantrum at the Masters.
Mm-hmm.
He hit a tee shot that faded a little bit right.
Like 12 yards, maybe?
Yeah. Dude, this is... I'd be like, hell yeah. Meanwhile, he slams his driver into the ground twice and then, takes it to the advertisement on the side of the tee box.
Yeah.
And that was the final straw for Liv, according to this report?
I'll tell you what, though, I love it. I loved reading that. That made me so happy.
Really?
Yes.
Well, I'm a noted Liv hater.
Same.
I'm already happy.
But I add pre-Liv Sergio Garcia into the mix. Hated Sergio forever, too.
Yeah, I was going to say, you must not have liked Sergio.
No, his whining his entire career and all the stuff with Tiger, and I'm never going to win a major, and then he does win a major, and he's just done what he did at Augusta. He's done his entire career, and it's been extremely annoying. And then he becomes a Live guy, and then he ends up being perhaps the downfall of the tour. I mean,
he was the darling of golf because he was young and talented, and everybody loved him. Everybody loved him, and I think the pressure got to him, where it just became too much, where, hey, man, why aren't you winning majors at this point? I mean, and he was a contemporary of Tiger at the time, clearly not the same level. And I think eventually the pressure got to him, and then he just exploded within and became this temperamental figure on the golf course, which is what he is now, and not very likable as it is.
It was kind of like Scooble. It was like the more he talked, the more annoyed you got with him. It was like, dude, just stop.
Yeah, I mean... interesting. I've never had that big of an issue with Sergio, but I had a huge issue with Liv, which made me have a big issue with Sergio, and I want all those guys to fail.
I believe I don't remember specifically, and all those guys talked at the time of, the split, but I vaguely remember Sergio was one of the louder Live golf speakers at the time of being against the PGA Tour and just saying dumb stuff and not being complimentary to the tour guys and just dumb quotes left and right. And so the fact that he's the one who perhaps caused the end of the league.
Oh. And these guys are under such scrutiny, too. I mean, every shot you take is filmed. Every reaction you take or you have is filmed. It's tough. Like, think about if you, in your own game as an amateur, getting out there and things that you say, things that you do. Although I don't do as much. For me, it's more what comes out of my mouth. I have a filthy mouth.
I don't know that I've ever...
I am absolutely horrendous. Yeah, it
Savage.
really, it is absolutely, it should be censored.
I don't know that I've ever reacted, though, like things you do physically like Sergio does in that clip. And that's just one of like dozens.
I've got friends that have, and they've gotten better at it.
Those people are lunatics. Like, you don't belong on the golf course,
Well,
man.
what
Like,
happens-
you can't control it.
What I came to realize is that when somebody in your foursome is losing their mind, it takes away from the fun everybody else is
so
having.
much takes away.
And so I've moved beyond.
And those people are inconsolable. You can try to say, hey, man, really, let's have a beer, relax. And then they get pissed at you, and you're like, all right.
I'll say smart ass things like, well, good hustle. And that just makes it worse.
You and I, when we play golf together, typically one of us or both of us are playing horribly.
Do you remember the round we played with Stoney 2 months ago?
Yeah, it was horrible.
And remember, like hole 14, I suddenly couldn't hit the ball at all.
Yeah.
And I went through 4 holes where I picked up repeatedly, and I just went over to the cart and sad drank.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, forget it. I'll just sad drink.
But better than ripping up the tee box.
Yes, well, 100%.
Right.
And
Yeah.
it was because they're still playing well. I'm now slowing down the group. This is terrible. Hey, is that a course? And I just, that was it. You know?
So
look,
you
another
hit
beer.
a little baby fade to the right side of the fairway and you were pissed about that?
Yeah,
Is that what
right.
it was?
Yeah, like Sergio. Yeah.
295 off the tee and 12 yards offline.
Damn it! We try a lot here to not give people to set their agenda. Set your own agenda. However, I will just say this: if you throw temper tantrums on golf courses, you make it uncomfortable for the rest of the group. And that was a lesson for me. The first time I was with somebody really losing it, I'm like, okay. And then nobody talked for like 4 holes.
Right.
And I'm like, all right. So this is the impact of temper tantrum.
I think you need to reset your expectations as well. Like, it's one thing for Sergio to be upset, and I think the shot he hit is not worthy of the reaction that he had, but he's a professional golfer who's been doing this his entire life for 6 hours a day, right? If you are a 20 handicapper going out there, there is never in the world a shot that would ever garner that type of reaction. Because you're not good at golf.
Right.
And nobody's good at golf. That's what I always say. You know, you tell people you play golf, they go, "Oh, are you any good?" I say, no one's good at this game.
Does Rieger throw temper tantrums?
Yes. But he's gotten better at it, but he still does. Yeah. It's not, I mean, I've played with him before where he's been terrible with the temper tantrums. This last time when we played and Brendan was with us, I don't think he was nowhere near as bad.
I would say it was pretty normal for someone who had as bad a day as he had.
Yeah.
Eventually on the back nine, he was struggling to just hit the ball, and it was just a couple bleep words here and there, and some frustrations and whatnot. But
Gator, all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Update, kid. Gator, I'm going to read you 4 stories.
Sure, money out of his pocket. Yeah, okay.
I'm going to read you 4 stories. You tell me which one took place in Florida.
All right, here we go.
Your story.
Florida stories.
Yeah, here we go. 16-year-old girl stormed a middle school football field, tackling a player and shoving him down a second time after he stood up. The incident occurred Tuesday night. Video reviewed by TMZ captured the confrontation, which appeared to target a player involved in a brief end zone scuffle following a touchdown. Officials stopped play, cleared the field. The girl was arrested on assault and disorderly conduct charges.
Okay.
A woman faces serious charges after allegedly biting off her husband's ear during a domestic dispute on an interstate highway. Authorities say the couple had attended a boat party before arguing while driving home. The woman allegedly bit her husband's right ear, severing part of it. He was treated at a medical center and later underwent reattachment surgery.
Oh. Are they still together?
Story 3, a suspicious object outside a firehouse triggered a bomb squad response and snarled rush hour traffic Wednesday morning before authorities identified it as a sex toy. Police were called around 7 a.m. after an electronic device was exposed with wires spotted outside the building. Witnesses said the person who left it had briefly spoken to a firehouse employee before fleeing the scene. The police explosive ordnance disposal unit investigating the object, shutting down surrounding traffic until 9 a.m. A police report ultimately described the device as an electronic sex portable pump device. And finally,
a
man was arrested for allegedly robbing a Shake Shack where he worked, then returning to the location to work 2 days later. He allegedly entered through the rear delivery door on August 3rd, forced a coworker into a walk-in cooler at gunpoint, direct the manager to open a safe, stealing $2,800. He then destroyed everyone's phone by submerging them in water. Investigators say his knowledge of the store layout, his voice, and physical characteristics helped identify him. Surveillance footage and cell phone records placed him at the scene. A firearm and cash consistent with the stolen amount was recovered at his home. He was arrested August 5th, and it was while still wearing his Shake Shack uniform and held on a $100,000 bond. One of these stories is in Florida.
Okay. So glad you're saying that. It's not like, hey, guess what? They're all from Florida.
No, it's not a trick question.
So I don't think the first one is because you start with a 16-year-old girl and tackling somebody in the end zone, waiting for them to get back up and tackling them a second time is awesome. But that strikes me as other SEC country, not Florida.
Okay, what state?
I'm going to think that's, I'll say Alabama.
Okay.
Or Georgia, one of those two. The third story, what was the third story? That was the
third story was the bomb that they thought it was a bomb. It was a
right,
sex
but it was
toy.
a sex toy.
Yeah.
I mean, look, sex toys are coming back in a big way in the news. You see more stories. Wow, I saw another one today about sex toys being thrown on the court at a WNBA game. We remember what it was like at the Buffalo Bills. They were throwing them out in the end zone. I mean, football season is going to ramp up again. It doesn't, because it's an item rather than a person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to rule that out because all the good Florida stories are Florida man does this, Florida
Right.
woman does this.
Okay,
So that's out.
Where do you think that took place? Just make a guess.
Yeah, sure. I would say that one took place. I'll go California somewhere. The fourth story, the most recent one you read,
The Shake Shack employee.
I'm tempted with this one because I've been to a Shake Shack in Florida, in Central Florida, but I don't know if the story sounds as just crazy enough to me. Could it happen in Florida? Absolutely, it could happen. But I'm not going to go with it. I'm going to go with the other story. This story I think happened maybe somewhere more in the Midwest. I'll go with
Shake Shack?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shake Shack story, I'm going to say took place Ohio. I don't know. I don't know if Ohio has Shake Shack. So that leaves me with the second story. And my reasoning in thinking that the second story is in Florida is because it involves a crazy couple that what did they leave? They were leaving.
They were leaving a boat party.
Leaving a boat party. So boat party means you got to have water, and clearly Florida has water, whether it's inland lakes or if it's the intercoastals or the ocean. But yes, they've got plenty of water in the state of Florida. But for someone to lose their mind so much that they're going to snap at their husband by literally biting part of his ear off screams to me, Florida woman arrested for biting husband's earlobe off.
Okay. Your reasoning for all these, solid. Teen girl charged after tackling football player. You said down south, but not Florida.
Right.
You said Alabama or Georgia. The correct answer is Tennessee.
Okay, SEC.
But I give you partial credit for that. Bomb squad called over sex toy thought to be a bomb. You said California. It was Washington, D.C.
Oh, total opposite side. Washington, D.C.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
Third
Well, that
one.
makes sense. You know, they're a little repressed there.
Shake Shack employee arrested for robbing his own store. You said Ohio. Correct answer, Arizona.
Okay.
And Gator, a Boca Raton woman faces serious charges after allegedly
she's from
biting part of her
Boca?
husband's ear off during a domestic dispute. Amy Arlene Baker was arrested August 15th and charged with aggravated assault. Authorities say the couple had just attended a boat party in Fort Lauderdale. For arguing while driving home, Baker was booked into a Broward County jail. The case remains under investigation. You nailed it, my friend.
What part of that description do you think that you just read makes me laugh the most?
Of that I just
That
read?
you just read.
Amy Arlene Baker.
100%. Hundo P, Doug. Hundo P. Amy Arlene. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Amy Arlene Baker? Amy Arlene?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's fantastic. We don't have enough Arlenes in this world. And for them to bust it out for the middle name, that's awesome. Now, that tells me it's like a family name, and then because you went with Amy for the first name, but we got to honor the family. We got to honor Grandma Arlene, Nana Arlene. I love it.
Wasn't that consistent with what Ted from the movies Ted used to say about multiple names?
Ted Clubberlang?
Is that the name of the bear?
That's what he wanted in Ted too. He wanted his name to be Clubberlang.
Oh. Didn't he have a theory about that?
Where Mark Wahlberg was going after all the names, trying to figure out who was
yeah.
Tamulin. I don't know.
Yeah. Does Amy Arlene fall into that category?
Kinda.
Yeah. Well done, Gator. And not at all surprised that you got this right. Spin the wheel one more time. And it lands on Sarah Chevrolet Live Read. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. It's time for summer send-off savings on your new Chevy. Pay $199 a month for 24 months on a Trailblazer LS with only $999 down, $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount, current lease in the household, and GM Rewards MasterCard, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Okay, Tigers in action tonight. Troy Melton looking for a bounce-back outing after not so great against the White Sox. Joe bounced back nicely. He wasn't great, but he bounced back nicely.
What, 1 run in 5 innings? Yep. I'll take that.
Some ducks on the pond, but got out of jams, and he's a third start of the year. Very glad for that. So now it's Melton's turn. You are glad they're facing a lefty.
Yeah, because I want to see. Basically, it comes down to Eduardo Valencia. I wanted Eduardo Valencia to be in the lineup almost the rest of the season, even though I know that they're not going to give him as many opportunities against righties, despite the fact that his splits are almost dead even with at-bats and batting average and OPS and all that stuff. They're almost dead even against righties versus lefties. I'd like to see him play a lot just the rest of the way, because I want to know if he's a guy or not. Is it just a flash in the pan here, or is this guy building off of what he had done the last year and a half that he was in the minors? Because he really burst on the scene last year and carried it over this year, and you couldn't ignore him. I want to see him. I want to see Hao Yu Lee. Again, another guy. I'm not sure, because I didn't think Hao Yu Lee had a high ceiling, and yet he's playing at a high level right now. I want to see him continue to do it. So you got a left-handed pitcher, right-handed infielder, play him wherever you're going to play him. Ben Malgiri, does he probably get a chance? Because they need right-handed hitting outfielders, and he's one of those. I like what we've seen out of Ben Malgiri.
Looking forward to them being back in action and trying to bounce back from what has been a rough week. The Tigers, but hey, man, it's August 21st, and we're still talking about meaningful games in spite selling Scooble and Mize. I'll take it. In the meantime, I mentioned it before the break at 1 o'clock, and then we had the whole story about Sergio throwing a tantrum at the Masters, and that was the final straw, apparently, for Liv pulling the plug, which is hysterical and funny and probably an excuse. But I said, I think this team's days of competing at the highest level are over. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, no. You didn't just do that. You're doubting Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
I don't know if I would do that just yet. I'm not going to write him off just yet. I appreciate that you've done it. I mean, that takes some huevos to do that, particularly after they've added Kenneth Walker, and now they have a running game to help take the burden off of Patrick Mahomes. However, he is coming off, what, an Achilles injury?
Knee.
Is it knee?
Yep.
So he's coming off that. Is he going to be 100% ready to go for game one? I mean, he'll be healthy enough to play, but is he anywhere near 100%? Is that going to hinder him at all? And then, of course, you're never 100% during the season. It's a fair question to ask. You're calling your shot early. I'm less inclined to do that with him because of the addition of Kenneth Walker. I think I can make big difference for Kansas City in their fate.
See what the offensive line is. I got questions about their pass catchers, Rashee Rice.
Yeah.
First of all, there's been some question about what kind of shape he is in. I think their stud tight end has got some distractions in his life. And yeah, I got questions about Mahomes and his. I wonder if losing maybe half a step is going to make a huge difference with him. But I am. Kang, you reacted back behind the glass.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bold call. I mean, I made the bold call last year that they wouldn't make the playoffs, but I'm not going to continue that streak this year. I think they get back in. So I'm on the opposite of you, Doug. I think, but you said elite, right? Did you say?
I said their days of competing at the highest level are over.
I don't think so. I think as long as you have Patrick Mahomes, I think he is the closest we'll probably see to a Tom Brady type of successful quarterback as far as, championship games, Super Bowls, things like that. I think as long as you have Patrick Mahomes, you got more than a chance. And I think he alone enough carries them to get to the playoffs. Now, how far they go into that high level competing that you're talking about, yeah, it's gonna matter a lot about a supporting cast, but I think they know that. And so they made some moves this offseason, whether they work out or not, we'll find out. But I think they're not done, Doug.
Okay. Well,
but it's a bold call by you.
Just sitting around getting ready for football season, and I'm like, I think it's over for them.
They went heavy on defense in the draft. The first 4 picks were on defense, including Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU, who is awfully talented. Their 5th pick, the first offensive pick, was a running back, Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska. We know about him. He's pretty good. And they finished up their draft with Garrett Nussmeier, the quarterback, in the 7th round to get Garrett Nussmeier. Interesting. And they have Justin Fields as the backup.
If Garrett Nussmeier is a factor,
he's not.
Then I'm going to be right.
No, but that's helped me also to say that Justin Fields is the backup, and they may have the best backup quarterback in the National Football League.
Probably better than Detroit's. And final thing here, Gator.
Yeah.
You're going to love this. Joe Lunardi just updated bracketology.
All right, that's it. I got to go. Don't. Come on.
Here are your 1 seeds.
Oh, I don't.
In the East, Duke. In the South, Florida. In the West, Arizona, and in the Midwest, Illinois. Michigan State is a 2 seed.
Oh, look at that.
Guess which region they're in?
Oh, I don't. Midwest.
No, they're not in Illinois' bracket.
The Duke bracket, whatever. That's how I should have said this right off the bat. They're in Duke's bracket, aren't they?
Duke is the 1 seed in the East. Michigan State is the 2 seed in the East.
Yeah, got to be that way. That's just how life is.
We actually did the data. It feels like they're always in Duke's bracket. They're really not, but it feels like they are.
August 21st, he's got bracketology.
He's got bracketology.
Of course he does.
They'll take on St. Thomas in round 1, being played in Pittsburgh. Michigan is the 2 seed in the South. It will take on Central Arkansas in Louisville.
Who's number 1 in the South?
That would be Florida.
Of course.
Well, I thought you might find it interesting that Michigan State is aligned with Duke. Because out of all the bracketology predictions, you actually might get on board on this one being true on August 21st. 248-539-9797.
I can't believe you just did bracketology in August. I really, that might be an all-timer for you.
It might be an all-timer.
And I know part of it's just a troll job because I hate the bracketology.
Part of it? By part of it, you mean 100% of it? I guess that does qualify as part of it.
Well, you have to take consideration of what you think the audience will enjoy too. So,
Final thing here. Did you see it lands on BYU football? Pete Sampson from
my inner child is anticipating this answer because I'd love BYU football.
Well, BYU fan now, according to Pete Sampson, who covers Notre Dame for The Athletic, for the BYU Notre Dame game in Provo, fans can bid on a press box pregame meal experience.
In Provo?
Yep.
Okay.
It's for $802.15. Before the game, a fan can go eat the pregame media meal in the press box.
Just to eat the meal? They get to stay in the press box and watch the game?
No, it's just a press box pregame meal experience.
I'm going to pay $800 to get the press meal?
Yep.
In Provo?
Yep.
No, I'm not. Why would anybody do this?
Here's why. Because I remember going to games as a fan, sitting there looking up at the press box and thinking, that must be the coolest thing ever.
Okay, it's been I'm not going to say it's been a minute since I've been in a college press box, because that's not true. But the meals in the college press, there's nothing to them, for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in Wisconsin, they give you a brat. At Michigan, what are they? They had the hot dogs for a while.
They have better food now. Pre-game meals catered by Tucanos, which sounds like a Mexican restaurant.
Well, now I'm interested.
Incredible panoramic view of the field and stadium. Access to Lavelle Edwards Stadium press box for 30 minutes, beginning 90 minutes prior to kickoff.
So now, not only is it $800 and I get the meal, but I only got 30 minutes to really enjoy it.
Participants must be 8 years of age or older, non-refundable, does not include game ticket, and must wear BYU or neutral gear.
Doesn't include your ticket.
No.
And I have to wear neutral gear or BYU. Well, I wouldn't have any problem wearing BYU gear if that were the case, if I were to do this, being the Jim McMahon fan I was as a kid. But this seems ridiculous. That's way overpriced. But it just goes straight to the athletic department. It's like an NIL.
Yeah, it's going to pay for a
it's going to pay for the next punter from Australia.
Straight ahead, let's talk some Lions. 97.1.
Hey, we've all seen it lately. You got local companies that are being bought out by big private equity firms from out of state, and then suddenly you're just a number on a spreadsheet. But when it comes to your home, you deserve better than that. You deserve Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. Shaner is truly family-owned, and they've been serving Michigan homeowners for over 30 years. And when they say they treat it like family, well, they mean it. Because they actually are one. They don't answer to distant investors. Instead, they answer to you. And here's what I really like about them. They've got the no pressure promise, which means you're not going to get that high stakes sales pitch. Instead, you get an honest assessment of what your roof, windows, or sidings needs actually are. Meaning they go up into the attic. They'll take a look at the roof from all angles and determine if it's just a simple repair or if you need a tear down or anything in between, they're going to be honest with you. And that's that kind of integrity that's earned them a 4.9 star Google rating from literally thousands of your neighbors. Plus, you get total peace of mind with a lifetime transferable warranty that comes with every roof installation. Don't settle for a corporate middleman. Trust the name Michigan has relied on for 3 decades. Shaner Roofing. Get your quote today at mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com.
Hey, your garage door works harder than you think. It goes up, it goes down, and after thousands of trips, it deserves a little TLC. Call the pros at M&M Garage Doors, located right here in Michigan since 2011. I'm a paying customer. I'll vouch for their customer service. It's outstanding. They got a complete care tune-up for your garage door for $59, so small problems don't become big ones. Save you a bunch of money in the long run. You don't think about your garage door until it's not working, right? The experienced technicians arrive ready to work and stand behind every job. Call 844-ONLY-DOOR or visit garagedoorrightnow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional license. 210-220-6147. So next week, we probably go 50% in season mode. And that we'll have a college football blitz thingy. We'll have If I Bet It this time next. Do you want to do If I Bet It for week 0?
No.
You won't.
No.
Gang burst out laughing behind the glass.
I know Gators' answer. Come on.
Gators anti-week 0.
Well, I mean, there's no games.
Well, there's no great games.
There's no good games. There's no mediocre games.
I would describe them as mediocre.
I would not.
You would not?
I like it, Gator. 0 games.
North Carolina versus TCU.
That's the best it has.
I think there's one more. NC State's at Virginia.
And how many games are on the schedule total?
8.
So
Sacramento State at Eastern, dude.
Uh-huh. So you got 2 out of 8 that might be marginally entertaining.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it all. I'm going to watch it all.
That does not surprise me in the least.
So you don't want to pick games next week?
No, I do not.
We will do a college football blitz thingy next week.
Well, that's different.
Yes. We are getting close, and of course we've got Lions football tomorrow, and some position battles to speak of as the Lions got backup quarterback Palooza tomorrow, Josh Dobbs and Luke Altmaier.
Yeah, I liked what I saw at Altmaier in the first game. I know he wasn't great, but I thought that he handled the offense just fine. I thought he threw the ball where it needed to be thrown and had some bad luck throwing to Tesla. But I kind of like what I saw.
Well, what's crazy is I was never a big Hendon Hooker fan. I know you were, but it feels for me, it's been a long time since I thought they've had a young quarterback, a developmental guy that you just never know about. And you're like, okay, I thought we saw enough in week 1 to think,
Yeah, I don't know if I'm there. I'm not excited about Altmaier.
Well, I was a huge Altmaier fan in college.
Okay, well there's a difference there. But hey, I'm looking forward to see how he plays tomorrow. Dobbs is going to get the start. He's going to have to show something. He hasn't practiced a ton since he's become a Detroit Lion, but he's also going to learn the playbook. Yep. Got some studying to do, so he'll get his opportunity tomorrow, and we'll see how that goes. But there's so many players that you are looking forward to seeing how they play. Derek Moore is the guy I want to see. I'm curious how the tight end is going to be played out there because people are battling for positions. I mean, we don't know. There's no update on Laporta. Burkett isn't pestering Dan Campbell enough apparently to get that. But there's I want to see what Juice Scruggs looks like, and hopefully things just calm down a little bit because when they made that trade, when they traded Montgomery and they got the draft pick and they got Scruggs, we talked about it at the time, like, okay, this guy, he's got versatility to play center, he can play guard, and then they had also went out and signed Cade Mays as the free agent. Like, okay, well, they just got an upgrade over the upgrade. So This is the depth part coming in, and now that Scruggs is healthy enough to be back in training camp participating, all right, let's see what you got, big fella. And at the same time, McLaughlin has this great pedigree of playing at Alabama and at Ohio State in college and was quite good. Had a couple of bad snaps to go viral, but beyond that, was actually quite a good center. How is he going to handle this the second time around as in a game in the preseason here? And I'm going to look at that.
I don't think this guy's in trouble, but I think it's important that he has a good game. And if he's back and healthy, and I think he is, Kang, your guy, Sione Vaki. I think he probably could use a good game.
The Terminator? Did you see his eye?
I thought he was the Truth.
Yeah, well, he's the Truth Terminator.
So he got poked in the eye and they broke his nose.
Yeah, but
he did kind of look like the Terminator.
Yeah, he's still got a voice of an angel. But yeah, he needs to step up, and he's kind of been living off of, he's good on special teams too. But now that Jacob Saylor has, he's done pretty well the first preseason game, and he's done pretty well in practice. I think he definitely has competition, but I think they can both make the roster. But Vaki's got to show something.
Yeah, and I don't think he's in trouble, but Saylor had a good game last week.
He looked good.
They love Vaki, though. They really do love Vaki. So, anyway, have a great weekend, everybody. Gator, Mike Valeni, I think he might be solo today. Do you have any idea what he might be talking about?
There's a story out of Melbourne, Australia about trying to clone or genetically enhance seahorses to actually ride them.
Oh, interesting. That'll be next. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
There's a lot of love in this building right now. Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Wow, that finger doesn't mean love. After leaving practice limping with a non-contact injury yesterday, Ennis Rakestraw could still play in the preseason game tomorrow. Dan Miller shared he has an ankle injury, and it's not serious. Rakestraw fell while trying to change directions, defending a pass to Jackson Meeks. The Tigers start a series against the Royals tonight at Kauffman Stadium, riding another low streak. 5 losses in their last 6. Troy Melton starts for Detroit. He lasted just 4 1/3 innings, allowing 8 hits, 3 runs, but just 1 earned run with a walk. He'll face Noah Cameron, who has a 4.16 ERA. Join us at 8:10 right here on 97.1 for First Pitch. You will. Less than 24 hours after former Spartan basketball forward Jackson Kohler found his next landing spot at BYU, the courts are taking back that year of eligibility.
Less than 24. Try less than 12.
It's my time now. You were earlier. The 10th Circuit Court of Appeals has granted the NCAA a stay and reverses the 5th year of eligibility granted to all the athletes who began college in the 22-23 season. ESPN's Dan Murphy writes, quote, the stay does not wipe out the dozens of athletes who have successfully petitioned for restraining orders. Yada, 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 yada. All right, Detroit Mercy basketball is set to play both MSU and U of M for the first time since the late 90s at the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, welcome in on a Friday. I'm going to ignore everything Otto just said regarding college sports. We are very excited. I think I'm most excited. I learned something new today. Paul Serra was offered as a sacrifice to the Gators in the Everglades as a child. What a heartbreaking story.
It really was. I mean, when you really boil this down.
The guy goes on a fan boat ride as a child with his dad and his sister, and they break down in the Everglades, which is horrifying.
Maybe the last place you want to break down.
The first thing his dad does, instead of saying, are you okay, Sonny? Switch with your sister in case a gator gets up here. Poor Paul it was like Michael Jackson's baby. Poor Paul was held for sacrifice.
Are you being serious?
Yes.
He said, Paul, sit on the edge.
Unbelievable. And then Paul was about to go to a very dark place, and we changed subjects.
Mike was like, okay, I'm out of here. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
I just wanted to give Paul a hug. I felt so bad. All right, so.
Because we were in the middle of a conversation, and Paul just goes, well, and Mike was like, whoa, hold on.
So let's go to something different, because we're all crying on the inside for Paul today. So you have something you're hyped up about. And
there's like 10 things.
I know, but this is a good place to start because I think you speak for many of Metro Detroit today. It's gorgeous outside. You don't want to be here. I respect that. And you'd rather be golfing.
This is absolutely
And I
true.
think these are all very fair and acceptable statements, but you have a story that I think anyone who's golfed could relate to. So I wanted to start with this because Paul's heartbreak would take this show to a dark place, and I don't want to go there.
Well, we've had so much golf going on in the sports news here in the state of Michigan this summer. And one of those storylines is, of course, Live Golf, which was supposed to come to Plymouth for the Michigan Team Championship. It was going to be their season finale. It was supposed to take place next weekend, right? They lost the funding. Saudis backed out. They have no money. Players are leaving the tour. They canceled the Michigan Team Championship.
You hate to see it.
So people are doing a lot of reporting on Live, right? And for those golf fans that watch and follow and play the sport avidly like myself, can we hearken back to April of this year when a noted Live golfer by the name of Sergio Garcia was on the tee box at Augusta National in the final round on Sunday. He hit what I'm not kidding, Mike, 99.5% of anyone who has ever played golf would constitute this as a good drive. They'd be extremely happy. Sergio Garcia hit that.
Okay.
And his reaction to this said drive was to slam his club into the most hallowed ground in golf 3 times and then kick the little advertising tee marker on his way by and throw equivalent to a 3-year-old having an absolute temper tantrum.
And he did it at Augusta, which is even worse because they're the snootiest people on the planet.
literally the most hallowed ground in golf. And he received discipline from Augusta, and I'm sure he got fined and had a nice talking to, whatever. But Sergio is a Masters champion, so if there's any leeway anyone gets from Augusta, it's someone that has won there before.
All right, but what did he do now?
Well, he didn't do anything now, but we learned today that Sergio, who is one of the champions of the LIV Tour and one of the most outspoken golfers to leave the PGA Tour and defect to LIV for a number of reasons, we learned. Have you ever heard of Yasir Al-Rumayyan?
No.
He's the governor of the Saudi Public Investment Fund, i.e., he decides
PIF.
where the money goes.
Mm-hmm.
The Saudi PIF is what was funding in terms of like $4 billion is what was funding the LIV Tour almost entirely.
And Sergio did this in front of this cat?
Well, no. Sergio just did this at Augusta National in a major tournament that had players from LIV and the PGA Tour,
All
right? Yasir Al-Rumayyan, according to a report today from the Financial Times written by two reporters, a source close to the situation said Rumayyan was so embarrassed by what Garcia did, it helped lead to his decision to defund the LIV Tour. The reason LIV will not be back next year, most likely, is due in part to one of its champion players and one of my least favorite golfers in the world throwing a temper tantrum.
But isn't
at
temper
Augusta
tantrums
National.
what golf is all about?
No.
Isn't that what happens on the
No.
course every weekend for the average guy?
If you do this, like, it is easy to get frustrated at the game of golf. We all do it.
Oh, you're above it, though.
No, not at all. I'm not above getting frustrated. Absolutely. Everyone does. No one is good at golf, but you want to be good, and you can hit one good shot around and think, why can't I do that every single time? And when you don't, you get frustrated, you get upset. But there are levels to how you react to the bad shot. A lot of people, like myself, maybe curse, maybe get a little frustrated and grunt or grip the club a little tight and stuff it in the bag or whatever, right? Sergio took it to the next level. If you do physical damage to the golf course, that is completely faux pas in the world of golf. It is a cardinal sin to do it at Augusta National.
Okay, but the people you're talking to have not played Augusta and will never play Augusta. The guys listening right now that are at the course, come on, man. You telling me these dudes aren't wrapping clubs around a tree?
They are, but this is your local community. And I do think
Isn't that the only reason to play golf, to
no.
just eventually go Axl Rose on your equipment?
No,
Because
no.
the game is impossible.
No.
You just said nobody's good at it.
Exactly.
Like,
right.
are you terrible?
Yes, everybody's terrible, right?
But are you Rieger bad?
No, I'm better than Rieger.
How much better? All right, are you as good as Powers?
On average, me and Jimmy are probably pretty close.
All right, so
Jimmy's probably a little better.
So you're a good golfer.
Yes.
But you're still bad.
Right. No one, this is a debate in the golf community. What does it mean to be a good golfer?
To me, if you can get anywhere near 80, you're good.
Yeah, if you ask a pro, if you said that to a pro, they'd laugh at you.
Yep, they're pros.
I understand.
And most of them are spoiled rich kids.
Yeah, but
I don't care about that.
What does it mean to be a good basketball player? You can score 5 points in a pickup run?
I think golf.
It's kind of similar, though.
If you can go to the end of a round and it's like a half a dozen shots that kept you from being par, man, I think you're awesome at golf. Most people are never going to break 100. They're terrible.
Right.
It's like, I don't even know why most people play.
And this, I threw this report in the update, and I had this conversation about an hour ago with Doug and Gator. Because of that idea that no one is ever going to break 100, you need to reset your expectations if you're going out to your local community and you're wrapping clubs around a tree. All right, dude, let's get one thing straight. If you're a 20 handicap,
What does that mean for the average person?
That means on average, for the handicap system is flawed, and explaining it is difficult. It means on average you shoot 20 shots over par.
So you shoot 92.
On average, right?
Rieger's worse than that.
Rieger's probably around a 20. I think he was a 25 in the golf outing.
Oh, God.
Right.
All right.
If you're a 20 handicap, you should expect to hit probably 5 or less really good shots in a round. Everything else is probably going to be less than what you want. You cannot be damaging a golf course like this.
All right. I think I know where I'm interested in. First of all, Sergio's meltdown costing Liv their funding is hilarious.
It's so funny because
That's
I hate
funny.
Liv, and Sergio has always been one of my most disliked golfers. He was such a whiner when he was on the PGA Tour. He had the whole thing with Tiger, the rivalry that was never really a rivalry because he got his ass kicked basically the whole time he played Tiger other than in the Ryder Cups, and he's the result of Liv
But here's my
basically getting
question.
defunded.
What you described him doing, it doesn't, like I need him to go.
You got to watch the video.
I need him to go Happy Gilmore. Now, if he went I would love to know the worst meltdowns people have seen on the course. That's the stuff that I laugh at because, look, I respect anybody who tries to golf. I do not. I know I wouldn't be good at it. Ergo, I'd be upset. I'm too old to do things that upset me. It's a non-starter. But man, oh God, like you're playing a great round and all of a sudden you fall apart like Van de Velde. You're breaking a club. You're coming home with a lighter bag. There's just no world it's not happening.
Yeah.
That part, that's where I don't know how you don't do that. But I want to see this meltdown by Sergio. I'll see it in the
You
break.
have to look at because when you watch it
It's worse than I'm
for
thinking.
an adult human. I mean, Sergio, I would say is probably almost your age, a little bit younger. Do you have any recollection
Of Sergio?
Sergio's age.
I just remember Sergio was like, wasn't he 19 when he hit tour and he was El Nino and he did the
he was
whole
really
thing
young.
down
This
the
says he's
fairway?
46.
Yeah, I'm 45.
So, yeah, exactly. So someone your age, when you watch this video of Sergio during the break, someone your age acting the way he did, overhitting a golf shot that lands in the fairway.
Yeah, but his
in the
standards are
biggest tournament of the year.
I'm saying a 45-year-old melting down on the golf course, I could totally see that happening. I can. Him, you're right. It's a little irrational. You got all the money in the world. You're at Augusta. He hit a tee shot that you're saying was acceptable.
It's
Maybe
good.
to
It's
above
like-
acceptable.
It's like a 5-yard fade. It lands in the fairway.
I speak English. What the hell does that mean?
It moves a little 5 yards right to left.
Okay.
It's not these big banana hooks that land
All right.
100 yards in the other fairway.
I just wanted to
I
make
got you. I know. I'm
Damn.
sorry.
But people, I want to throw a number up. I mean, this Sergio Garcia story, it's wild to think that the wrong person saw this and was so put off by it that it either got the wheels moving or sped up the machine into pulling the funding for an entire tour. But two, isn't Sergio Garcia all of you? Isn't this what you do every weekend on the golf course? I'm asking. It's 80, it's sunny. You'd rather be golfing. Brendan would rather be golfing. But my question, if you were, aren't we all, Sergio? Aren't you doing some form of egregious anger fest? There's no world you don't.
You got to take it out on the golf ball, man, not the course.
Okay, well, I'd like to know from the people. 248-539-9797. What is the worst tantrum you've seen on a golf course? I mean, obviously, it's going to be worse than Sergio. But to Brendan's point, you do that at Augusta, that's blasphemy. That's an absurdity. But here, locally, we do have some very nice courses. Don't tell me some ratchet behavior don't happen on those courses.
Yeah, yes, but you do what Sergio did at Oakland Hills, you were in big trouble. I'm telling you. At like a private course like that, big trouble.
It's not my purview. I don't belong to a course.
Yeah, and you'll watch the video. You'll see.
I'll watch this next. I want to hear from the people on this, though, because to me, I show a little bit of grace because I don't know how anybody plays that sport and doesn't melt down. I don't. You're accepting. I want you to think about something. Nothing in life do you attempt that you know you're awful at and then willfully keep paying to be awful. Only golf fits that space.
We could do 4 hours on this, Mike. I mean, I could,
No, we're not going to do 4 hours.
I know. I'm just saying.
But I'm happy to do this because, again, I know today, people driving around, there's not a soul out there who wouldn't rather be golfing. I don't even golf. I'd be happy to drive the cart. I'd
caddy
relax
for me. Or
I would do that
Powers.
for you.
Yeah.
I would do that because I'd have an iPad. I'd have Saratoga on.
Mhm.
I could get beverages and
You get to laugh at us.
and I can enjoy the weather. Honestly, it's a totally.
Should we just do that?
Listen, don't give me any ideas. It's already been a fantasy for years to just walk out unannounced. Don't give me any ideas on a beautiful Friday. But what is the ultimate Sergio Garcia meltdown you've seen, or if you're man enough to admit you've done? But Garcia getting their funding pulled. Well, that's just funny. I can't help it. Mommy and Daddy saw what you did. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the Lions a little bit later. Also, we got the media sucking up to the Tigers again. Oh, let me show you my surprise face. We also have the latest on the Jalen Duren, whatever this negotiation is. We'll get into that. We got fair or foul. Hopefully no more heartbreaking Paul Sarah childhood stories. And we will get to, can we say that? Brandon, you okay, man?
Yeah, I'm
His pain was so real.
It was really it was a lighthearted, fun story until it wasn't.
That's explaining a lot about Paul. There's a lot of pain behind those eyes. All right, 97.1. All right, I've seen the video. I want to tell you, I don't think it was that bad.
Come on.
No, I'm good with it. I'm totally okay. I think that could have been much worse. But my bar for bad would be Happy Gilmore. Like, it would need to be something insane for me to be like, okay, you got up in here and you were like the dude from Caddyshack in the Red Admiral coat going, how dare you desecrate
Judge Schmales. But there's a reason Happy Gilmore's reaction is in a fictional movie, Mike, because nothing like that. I mean, that
Real
is
to me.
That is complete, like, lunacy.
All right, my point is,
the closest thing we've had to that in professional
all I
golf,
think
Powers
is
brought it up, is Wyndham Clark.
Sergio was all of us. I get it. You're going to say, well, look, he ended up in the bunker and he broke his driver and like you can't do that at Augusta. All those are true points. My point is, all he did was become human in that moment. That's the human reaction to your stupid game. Your game.
I'm not going to refute that it's stupid. It is.
So your game ruins people.
Yes.
And it looks awesome. It beautiful weather, beautiful courses. I totally get 4 or 5 hours being away. The game itself, psychological mind bleep.
That's why it's so hard to not react like this, and why it's impressive when most of these guys, when they truly shank a shot, don't.
Well, then all they do is glance at their bank account.
Well, yes, that's the easy part.
A lot easier to tell. Here, I'll use a term. Oh, he faded it. He's got $38 million in the bank. It don't matter. David, early text, and then I want to get to the people for the meltdowns on the course. Because right now, Shabath is already mentally, he's on the fourth hole. He's already rocking and rolling golf-wise.
Guys, I've snapped several clubs. I've thrown my buddy's bag into a water hazard. Another one comes in and says, I had a buddy that was playing at a local course with all crown greens. What does that mean, Brendan? Crown greens?
I don't actually know.
Okay. And he got so mad at how many 3-putts he had, so he javelined the pin out into the fairway. That is from Ray.
Oh, my.
My golf pad app says that I'm a 34 handicap. Yes, and I actually play to have fun. But yes, Sergio is all of us.
Thank
you.
you.
This one here says the biggest meltdown I've seen. So my buddies and I were playing at the course next to the zoo in Royal Oak, and this group behind us kept hitting right up on us. When we were on the green, my buddy got so upset he turned around and hit one of their balls right back at them. Almost got into a huge fight in the middle of the course.
Dude, you could kill somebody. You can't do that. Like smashing a club or yelling words that rhyme with duck or amongst other things, that's fine. You can't, dude, that's like the movie Falling Down. You can't just try to kill someone with a golf ball.
I saw a video this one time of these, like, had to be like middle school age kids, like young teenage boys who were fighting on the golf course. They're clearly like friends in a group. And physical fight, and they're throwing punches and whatnot. And one dude starts walking away. The other plops a ball down, drills him in the back from like 40 yards away.
You can't be doing that. Let's go to Matt, 97.1. Matty, how you doing, buddy?
Yo, what up, Mikey? So, I went golfing with my uncle and a couple of his friends. I'm not a golfer. I suck. But one of my uncle's friends, he was having a bad day. He kept hitting like the grass, or I don't know what it's called.
Junk.
But he got so mad, like he was slamming his club into the ground, and then he just whipped it like a stick across the green. It was so funny to me. And then I just wanted to, so I know you don't believe in childhood memories. But,
Didn't say that. I just think Rico's lying when he says he has a memory at age 2. It's an absurdity.
Well, that's why I bring it up. So I remember something when I was 2, and there's documentation of it. I had snuck away at 2 years old because I was hungry. My mom was at work, and I hopped on my big wheels to go to McDonald's, and it was across the street. And the cops picked me up in the middle of the street. They took me to McDonald's, but, I wanted a hamburger, man. I didn't know what I was going to do when I got there. I was 2 and didn't have any money. But.
Oh, my God. A big wheel across a city street? You're lucky you didn't get hit by a truck.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was told. But, I was 2, so that was like, 20, 25, almost 30 years ago.
Good heavens.
Yeah, it was crazy.
All right, the golf meltdown deal, yeah. I mean, the other part, my deal. Rico's telling us about memories while he was, I don't want to, you know what? If I say the last part, it would turn into a drop. I'm going to leave it alone.
Okay.
Yeah, now trust me. I know, David. I know what would happen if
I was waiting for it.
Yeah, I know what you were doing because I saw you back there. You were either doing card tricks or you were adjusting the board, and you were about to get me. I know you. We'll go over to Dean, 97.1. Dino, what's good, buddy?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, Dean.
I'm the guy you don't want to go golfing with. I saw that video and I went, "That's all he did?
That's it?
Just a second hole." Like, legitimately, I don't know how. I grew up an athlete. I was never really the worst guy on the field court, whatever. It's not a pat on the back. I'm just saying. So when I get to golf, I'm like, you can hit a baseball so far. You can hit this so far. Why doesn't it ever go straight? And then, I know what 40 yards looks like. Why'd you just hit it 80? Like, now you're on the other. Like, I can't do it. I've broken clubs. I've thrown pins into ponds. Yeah, I do all of that because I want to have a little decorum, and I feel like screaming on the golf course is inappropriate.
Damaging the property is less decorum than screaming to yourself. If you're chucking pins in the water,
got a little bit wet. It rains. Take it out, you put it back.
All right, as long as you go and get it, that's fine.
Yeah. But the golf club, I'm adding to the mystique of the place. I have a golf club now in your tree. People get to see that and go, "Hey, someone got mad." I feel that.
Look, I stand with Dean on this. I don't know how anyone plays this game and just would remain calm. It's why I don't play. It's not good for me.
It's not easy.
No,
I love a good club throw. I think that is the most.
Isn't that beneath you there, the caddy shack?
No, listen, relax. That is the most common reaction that you see from even like tour professionals when they get upset. Is you wind up and you just sling a good frisbee with your.
Doesn't that break
iron.
the club too?
Well, it could break the club, but you are breaking your property, and more often than not, if you throw it in the right spot, it's not going to do any damage to the course or hit anybody.
What's the right spot exactly?
If you don't throw it on the green or into a bunker or the pin or the clubhouse window or the golf cart, you're fine. You chuck it up the fairway that you're about to walk up and it just lands in the short grass, that's no big deal.
Now you're going to tell me you've never melted down? Is that what you're going to
No. Absolutely I have. I have gotten a lot better and grown into less meltdowns, but I love a good club throw.
How much does alcohol affect people's meltdowns?
I think a decent amount.
I don't know why you drink
on the
and
place.
golf. It's hard enough sober. Why the hell would you be cranked and try to play?
Well, you're not trying to get cranked. You're just trying to get a little loose. They call it swing oil, some swing juice, because your brain just shuts off a little bit. You're not thinking as much. You find that happy medium. It can be really beneficial. I tell you what, I played really well in the back nine when me and Powers played in the outing. Couple pops.
That's what did it?
I felt like it.
Fascinating.
You know what I'm going to do next? When we hit a break, I'm gonna go ask Jimmy if I can have some swing juice to start the show.
Yeah, Jimmy, I'm feeling a little tight today.
Dude,
voice is a little tight. Can I get some swing juice?
My God, I've always said it to Evan. Like, Evan, have you ever? You haven't. Back when we would go to Vegas every year for the tournament, Evan would come out with us, run the show. Evan's been my right hand here for 20 years. I love Ev, but man, when Evan is out and about and he's off the clock, you got to see that kid gummied out of his mind. I mean, I don't know how many hundreds of milligrams of weed are coursing through his veins, but you get Evan gummied, and he plops up to a blackjack table or a slot machine. You would think it's what it's like if you arrive in heaven. He just has a stupid smile on his face. His eyes are barely open, and he's just. It's the funniest thing.
There are a few people that are on the course like that.
That's
too.
what I'm saying. So you're basically saying you get to an altered state, you get a shot to play better.
Yeah, you got to find the right meat. There's
sweet
you can
spot.
go too far, and
All right.
then it's detrimental.
Look, people want to rap about it. I'm here for it. I sure as hell don't want to talk about this baseball team. I'm done with the Red Wings. I'll give you a Duran update a little later. I'll give you a Lions update a little later. What do you want me to say? This is more interesting. Plus, I know how desperately the guy to my left wishes he was on the course today. I mean,
I'm going to work on my swing in the break.
Oh, God, don't start doing that crap again. He does. David, have you seen him do his standing windmill crap? Whatever that thing's called.
Oh, yeah.
The real golfers will know.
What is it called?
At some point, as a young man, you've gotten old when you go from Euro stepping around the house to working on your swing around the house. That's the stage that I'm at right now.
God help us all.
You've done the Euro step through the hallway in your house, right?
No.
You haven't done that?
What the hell is that?
This is a common. Yes, David, got it. You're walking through the house, you walk past your sibling or your girlfriend or whatever. Hey, You've never done this.
No.
Mike's not a real athlete. I think we just learned that.
No, I don't understand. Why would you Euro step your dog?
You're just
going to freak them out.
It's just something you do.
No, and you also walk around swinging your arms all over the place.
That's the natural
you look like
progression
one of those
as you get
inflatable
older.
balloons in front of a car dealership half the time in the office. I'm going, what the hell are you doing?
Is my swing that bad?
I don't know. I've never seen you play. All right, FanDuel, I'm just moving on. FanDuel, new customers up to $1,000 in bet resets. Here's how it works. You bet $5 daily, unlock up to $200 every day. New customers can place a $5 bet each day, receive up to $200 in bet resets, up to $1,000 total. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. FanDuel, your home for home runs. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Minimum $5 wager required for 5 consecutive days. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bet reset tokens. Refund from token issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $200 per day. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See full terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get to the people. Sergio Garcia's meltdown caught on video. It turns out what happened in April was one of the root causes of why the Live Tour crumbled, because the wrong people saw the meltdown and said, we're not funding this jackassery anymore. But it got us to talking about the meltdowns on the golf course. Shabath is a very good golfer, wishes he was golfing right now. I think you're very good. If you're like Powers is very good. It's just Powers has no life. No, I don't. Hold on. Let me walk that back. I don't mean that as an insult. I mean the dude is just incredibly busy. He's got 2 really good athlete kids. He's a husband, and he works here. Like, dude, there ain't no time. Plus, he's got the shoulders of like James Earl Jones. He's 100. Jimmy can't golf that much.
When we played, he was reminiscing about the days when he was, quote, really good.
Yeah, no, he's a real good golfer. If you're like him, you're really good, even if you're not under par. You're a sub-10 handicap.
If you're under par, you're in like the 1%.
Okay, my point is you're good. But the meltdowns, I just believe what Sergio did was humanize himself. He's all of us. I don't know how you play that
He's
sport.
been humanizing himself for 20 years
all right.
now.
I know you don't like the guy. Can we just at least call a spade a spade?
Yeah,
you don't like
it's what it is.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Let's go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. Happy Friday to you guys. Couple things before I get into my meltdown here.
Okay.
Number one, Shabath, you are absolutely getting cranked when you're out there playing that stupid game. Number 2, golf requires goofy pants and a big bottom. Number 3, to the guy that drove the big wheel when he was 2, I want to see that documentation, because that's like me coming out of my mom and being like, I remember my dad cutting my umbilical cord. Going to my meltdown, your average golfer, Mike, I'm with you, is probably about a par golfer. I have a guy that I work with, plays on the golf league with me, missed a 3-foot putt for par, tossed his club, his putter, right into the pond. The very next hole, that kind of pond slashes into a river, broke out his driver, right into the frickin' river. Snapped it in 2, tossed it. Unbelievable.
But again, that game will drive you to it. Dan,
I agree with you.
That's why I can't yell at Sergio, because I just don't understand. Look, Dan, I admit it. I totally it's like both things can be true. I totally understand why people play. It looks incredibly. You can relax. It's beautiful weather. You're hopefully with people you like. But the other side of it is, if I just wanted to feel bad about myself, I don't. Why am I doing this?
I agree with you, and I think golf needs a little bit more Happy Gilmore. Long live Happy, because I'm going to be on the beach with some suntan lotion and a blanket, because I'm never getting off it. That's why I play darts. Gentlemen, have a great day.
You got it. Appreciate it. What?
No, golf is, I think part of the reason that you view golf the way you do is because you are thinking of the people that do have these meltdowns that are so in their head about the game. And to Dan's point, a lot of people can play better golf if you just don't think so much, and if you don't really take it so serious. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. You have to find the happy medium. And you got to start Euro-stepping, Mike. The texters are on you for this one.
No, I understand what it means now. I mean, you meant in a literal sense, like a James Harden Euro-step.
Yes.
I'll do that occasionally, like when Rieger's not paying attention, and I'll scare the living hell out of him. It's like I'll just step in front of him and then go the other way, and like he goes flying and drops his phone. Yeah. But, like, I'm not doing that to my dogs. What are you, crazy?
Yeah, but that's different. We're talking right here, Mike. You got to Euro step the dog and lay it up over the doorway. Like, it's what you do. Yeah.
Dude, one of my dogs is such a spaz, and I love him, but he's such a nervous Nilly. If I did that, forget it.
Oh, if you want to rile him up, you could do that.
I don't want to rile him up.
Come on, you got to rile your dog up every so
Dude,
often.
He was already,
look at David
he was already riled. He was a rescue. My job is to have him have a happy life.
Yes.
I'm going to Euro step this dog who's already scared of his own shadow. Yeah, awesome. No, let's go to Ed, 97.
Fair.
Eddie, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, not much. How's it going, guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
Just a few things. First of all, thank you so much, Mike, for rescuing dogs. That's awesome.
Thank you. No, listen, it's, everybody can make their own choices. I've done it both ways. I've gotten dogs from a breeder, and I've gotten several dogs from rescue. I don't judge anybody.
Yeah, well, we have 2 rescues, and I mean, that's definitely needed for the canines out there. My wife always says she wants to win the lottery. Not for herself, just so she can adopt all the homeless dogs.
Yeah, there's a lot of good dogs that need a home. It's very sad.
But at any rate, talking about throwing a fit on the golf course, I'm 62. I've been playing serious golf for 40 years. And like you said, there is no good golfer. There's good rounds every once in a while, but I went from, first of all, he said, you're getting old when you stop Euro stepping and practice your swing. To tell you when you're really getting old, I recently had to move to the forward tees. Most humiliating thing I've ever done in my life. But I was a 4 handicapper, now about an 8 handicapper from the forward tees because of a bad back.
Still.
Once playing with a guy that owned a driving range, I watched him hit a bad shot. Now, this guy was a +7 golfer.
Yeah, you own a driving range. You better be good.
Yes. Best golfer I've ever played with personally. But I watched him hit a bad shot and progressively snap all but 3 clubs over his knee and throw them into the pond.
Oh, my God.
No, I mean, it's for him to reshaft clubs, very cheap.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
I don't throw my clubs. I don't break my clubs because you're talking a driver's $800. A good putter's $400, and every other club is $100 to $200. So I'm not going to trash my own equipment just because I'm upset.
Exactly.
And I do agree. What would Mike think if a Lion missed a tackle, threw his cleats, threw his helmet right in the middle of the field?
I'd love it.
You're a
He steps on his face mask, rips it off the helmet. He chucks it at the next guy. He goes and grabs the field goal pole, and he's bringing it down. Nobody. Now we can't play football anymore.
Yeah, you are a professional athlete, and by being so, you're making a ton of money, and you have a certain decorum you have to maintain on the golf course.
That's fair.
standard.
All I was, and you're both right. Let me say this. You can't do what Sergio did at Augusta. No doubt. No. All I'm saying is when Shabath comes in here, like that guy from Caddyshack in the Admiral uniform, you got to understand my reaction to it is Sergio, Sergio became human in that moment. And that's the average guy on a course right now is pulling a Sergio.
That's Rieger.
Well, maybe guys I play with don't.
Yeah, but hold on, Ed. Let me say this, and I mean this as a compliment. You're upper crust. You are a really good golfer, man.
+7.
Right, and your friends. You know what you are? You're essentially a pro. Of course, you're not out there doing this. You get the best out of the game.
Like I told my son, he's trying to learn how to play. It is the hardest game ever invented, by far.
There's no question. And it's why I won't start.
Well, it's fun. It just you have to have different levels of it.
And it's fun for you. See, Ed, you get to leave the course and feel great about yourself. Oh, honey, I shot a 78 today. Now, for the rest of us, you'd be a step from drinking gasoline because you shot a 112.
No, because that's not how it works.
That
though.
is
Because
exactly
Ed said
how
Ed said he was a 4, right? So Ed is quote unquote supposed to shoot 76. He goes out and shoots 79. You think he's happy about that?
He still can enjoy the game.
There's levels, and it's all about perspective, though.
Then no one's happy, and it's even better I don't play.
If I go out and shoot an 89 or a 95, that might be a good score for some people. I would like a better score than that, though. So I'm going to be upset. But some people might be happy with that.
But you already said you don't have
best.
meltdowns. You don't get upset. You're above it all.
That is not what I said,
How
Michael.
dare you desecrate my course? David, I want to continue with this, and we will mix in. I can mix in the Duran update. I want to keep it a little bit loose on a Friday here and have some fun. Plus, I know it. I know he'd rather be on the course, and so would half our audience. And I will say this. There's another reason it's good I didn't start with golf. I'll tell you why after the Blitz. Ooh. I got something for you. There's something else about golf, and I would be in real trouble. I'll explain. We'll get to it. This is a good start today. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. Brand new warehouse, absolutely fantastic. If you are a contractor, you're not using Northville, you are missing out. You're costing yourself money. No one's going to beat these guys on selection, service, and price. Nobody. So stop on by, take home some samples, or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Well, with Brendan here, this is a treat. This is a lot like Can We Say That When Rico does it. I really like fair or foul. David, music. Let's do this. And I'd like to start.
Oh.
Fair or foul? Paul Serra's father's decision to use him as gator bait on the outside of a broken down fan boat in the summer of 1999.
You know, despite Paul, are you older than your sister? That's the vibe I got.
Yes.
Okay, despite the sadness, fair. It's fair. Younger daughter, older
didn't
son.
even ask if
He's
Paul's
got to be the protector.
They're stranded in the Everglades, and he goes, change seats with your sister in case a gator comes up here. I mean, my God. Paul's such a sweet man. There's psychological damage associated with that decision.
How old were you when this happened?
I might have been 8.
Oh.
Yeah, nice.
That might be
8 or
foul.
9.
Nice job, Dad.
My sister was 6, I think, at the time.
See, there's not a huge age gap. So if the gator came up there...
so she's expendable? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, luck of the draw.
I think it's just easier to explain the son being eaten by the gator than the daughter to the cops if there's a situation.
True.
All
Sir,
I can
you
tell
let
you
your
is
daughter sit on the edge of the boat? Who's this guy?
a fan boat breaking down in the bayou is absolute nightmare fuel.
Oh, God.
That's all I will say. All right, let's move on. I know this causes a lot of psychological stress for Paul. Let's move on.
All right. Let's start with we'll do one that goes back to our alma mater, Mike. I'm wondering if you saw this headline from yesterday. There was a local establishment, as we call it, a local jaunt, that is accepting memberships for next year, so you can skip the line and not pay cover. You can pay $900 for a year to have a membership to this bar, and then you can skip the line and you don't have to pay cover, and you can take 10 people with you every time you skip.
We've lost the plot. First of all, I didn't have any money as a college student. I was broke. I mean, we collected pop bottles so we could attempt to buy beer. This is a sign that this is turning into just a rich kid establishment. 2, waiting in line for the bar is part of the college experience.
Yes.
The idea that you can pay $900 and bring 10 of your idiot friends, just stop all of this. Foul. This is completely foul.
It's foul. You should just wait in line with your buddies like a normal person.
$900.
You don't get to skip the line.
If I had $900 in college, I would have felt like Rick Ross.
Oh
my God.
When people say like, oh, you need a subscription for everything now, I didn't think we were literally going to be talking about the bar where you need a membership.
No, because
it's crazy.
We've lost our minds as a society.
Could you imagine you go up to the front, they're like, you didn't pay your monthly. Like, you owe us the $200 this month or whatever it is, and then we'll let you in.
$900. Oh,
Yeah,
my God.
It's wild the way things are now. I've seen pictures circulating of people setting up their dorms for this semester, and their dorms look amazing. Better
David.
than my house. I'm like, what are we doing here?
It's totally changed. It's just a completely different experience. I know. Here comes Shabbath. Oh, you're old. Yeah, I guess I am.
No, I'm in agreement with you.
It's a disgrace.
Absolutely.
No college kid should have access to an omelet bar. This isn't a Marriott. It's a cafeteria.
All right, moving on to...
It's unbelievable.
Something that I experienced yesterday that has really stuck with me. Not what I experienced yesterday, but perhaps more offensive. Fair or foul?
Yes.
End of the show yesterday. You were gone for a minute, bathroom break, whatever it was. Mike, David had a question for me. And he goes, hey, Jeremy. I guess all us update guys look the same,
what, do we
don't
all look
we,
the
David?
same over here? Is that what we're doing? Hey,
Pretty
random
interesting.
white guy. That's foul.
I thought I saw
You look
unseasoned
nothing
meat.
like Jeremy. You are like a foot taller
What
than
did you
him.
just say?
Wait,
I
what?
saw unseasoned meat.
Foul again.
It's all foul.
You're 2 for 2.
It's all foul. Again, David, what you did with him would be the equivalent of misidentifying Steph Curry and Mr. T. 2 completely different
They
people.
look totally different.
Like, Brennan is a foot taller than Jeremy. He doesn't wear glasses. He doesn't wear Homer Simpson's khaki shorts. He does a different thing. You can't misidentify. How could you call him Jeremy?
Look. When I did it, I knew immediately I messed up. It's like you say something, you're trying to grab it in the
Pull it
air.
back.
I was like, oh, that's not Jeremy.
Foul.
It's bad. I'm sorry.
Next.
Paul?
It is foul, obviously.
Yeah.
You don't
Thank
really
you.
look anything like Jeremy.
Yeah. Up next, he's going to look at Paul and call him Powers. I mean, like, come on, man.
All right, moving on. Fair or foul? This is the one that I was talking to you about pre-show that might be sports. I'll leave it up to you.
Okay.
Recreational cycling groups. Saw this leaving yesterday after the show, was driving home. I'm not great with numbers. It had to be 70.
Yeah.
Like these hardcore cyclists, they're in the aerodynamic suits and the helmet. 70 of them in the road, taking up the entire right lane for like 50 yards.
I'll tell you why I'm okay with it. I want people to live their life, be happy. There's too many miserable people. They're in a group, so it's easy to see. It's easy to identify. It's easy for you as a motor vehicle driver to navigate the situation.
Mm-hmm.
What I hate more is the singular biker, the singular pain in the ass.
Yeah.
I'm good with the groups. Easy. It's like a herd of buffalo. You know, you can't say, "Oh my God, I'm shocked I got trampled." What did you miss? There's 700 of these things.
See, that's the thing. You just said it, Mike, and I know it's cruel to do this, but people may hit one biker. But if you have a group of bikers, you're not going to mow through the entire biker. You can see them.
You would hope
it's
not.
great. But I've seen people get real close to a single biker. It's like, why are you even doing that?
That's right. Yeah. I'll wait until a car passes in the opposite lane, and I do a complete loop-de-loo around the bike. I don't want to be nowhere near the bikers.
I'll tell you what, though.
I want to just stay away because I always fear in my mind it's like Final Destination, and somehow the guy's going to fall off his bike,
he's gonna get
and I'm
swept
going to
under.
roll over him. So I stay. It's like a blast radius. I put a bubble around bikers.
Just try to stay in the bike lane, though.
The bike lanes annoy me more than the bikers. Enough with the bike lanes.
I think that's safer. If you're just in the lane and
It's an
there's no
annoyance.
designation here and you're just in front of me and I got to wait for you. Like the one thing yesterday is this is rush hour traffic and we're taking up like
Listen, the
5 or
bike
6
group,
car
they
lanes.
had a jaunt to
No,
go
I
on.
get it.
What do you want?
I
I'm
get
not
it.
here
I
to
mean,
stop
they all
them.
probably, had jobs and had to go after work. I get it.
I'm not
it's the
mad
same
about
thing.
it. Let
Yeah.
people live their life.
All right.
I don't know.
David, did you
I don't-
answer?
That's the thing. I don't bother anybody outside of work. Do whatever you
Just me.
want. Just leave me alone. No, I'm easy. Yeah, you want to bike? Do your thing. What do you want from me?
Yeah, fair is what I said.
It's fair to me.
It's fair. I don't mind the groups. I despise the guy that thinks he's in his own personal Tour de France
Mm-hmm.
and he's out there with $1,000 worth of gear. He's waving his hands around to turn signal him. It's like, stop it, guy.
Yes. That's fair foul.
Paul's been set off by the Okeechobee story. 97.1
All right, brought to you by he's off today. Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Lions radio voice Dan Miller says that corner Ennis Rakestraw has a non-serious ankle injury. His status for tomorrow's preseason opener at Ford Field is still TBA. We're expecting to see a lot of the starters play in that one, though, or at least more than we've seen. Per ESPN, a second investigation has been opened on former Arizona Cardinals scout Ryan Gold, who was fired after sports betting allegations. An article in ESPN states, quote, the Massachusetts Gaming Commission is looking into unusual betting patterns made in the state. A spokesman told ESPN investigation comes after an investigation as well by the Arizona Department of Gaming was opened in July. Ex-Michigan State forward Jackson Kohler just committed to BYU yesterday. Now this morning, his extra year of eligibility, along with all the other fifth-year players in the same situation, has been taken away by Court of Appeals overall. Don't worry, it could still change again. The Tigers start a series against... Why are you looking at me like that?
I don't want it to change again.
But it could.
You said don't worry.
Don't worry. The Tigers start a series against the Kansas City Royals tonight. Detroit holds a 4-2 edge against them this season. They've got Troy Melton on the mound. If he had more innings under his belt, the 1.49 ERA would be the best in baseball. He'll face Noah Cameron, who's coming off a 9-inning, one-hit shutout against the Angels as well. 8:10 the first pitch. You're on 97.1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Good to have you with us, and we're having some fun on a Friday. We'll get to a couple updates on Wings, Tigers, Lions, but it's a gorgeous Friday afternoon. And if you don't know Brendan Shabath, he's an avid golfer. This is torture because for any of you at work, for him at work, this is the day you want to be on the course. Any course would do. It's gorgeous. It's idyllic. It's why we live in the state of Michigan. You get certain good weather, and we are in one of the windows, mid-August through mid-October. This is the honeypot. So there was a story. Part of the reason Liv collapsed was Sergio Garcia's meltdown at the Masters, breaking his driver, damaging the course, yada, yada, yada. Now, I've watched the video. All I did was, wow, Sergio's a normal human. Because anyone who plays golf, I imagine you just melt down. It's built in. It's an impossible sport. Even if you're good, you're bad. It's exceedingly frustrating. It's why I don't play. So we started with that portion of it, and we asked for the worst meltdown you've seen. But I said something to you before we got into fair or foul and took a dark turn into Paul's childhood. The whole, it was almost eaten by an alligator on a fan boat. That's horrifying. The point is, the point is,
Mike's getting choked up over here.
I feel so bad.
There was a crackle in your voice there.
Because there's a lot of pain behind those eyes. Now listen, there's one part of this that I think if I ever got into golf, it'd be a disaster. It's beyond meltdowns or frustration or being bad at the sport. It is in 2026 where the ecosystem of golf has taken you, not only through equipment, but apparel. I'd be a dead man. A dead man. Dude, golf apparel's the nicest stuff on the planet. The shirts, the shorts, it's crazy.
I know why you think that, absolutely.
I love it.
What you are wearing right now, you could get up from your seat and go to the golf course. I like these shirts. You put on a hat, I like to golf in a hat, but that's optional.
I'm just saying, so I have a friend who he belongs to a country club in Florida, and great guy. Now, he has a thing he's got to spend X amount each month. Go into that pro shop, and you're like, this is heaven. If you like polo shirts or Q-zips or comfortable shorts, this is like Kevin Costner in Field of Dreams. Is this heaven? No, it's the pro shop. This is like, oh my God, this is amazing. I would be dead because I would find stupid reasons to spend stupid money to buy more stuff. You'd be like, I got to play more.
You go broke on the stuff.
You go broke on the stuff, and you're shooting 112.
Right.
So I just... That part, keep me out of those pro shops.
Well, that's why there are levels to the world of golf, and the country club pro shop minimum level is a level that I aspire to, but I'm not anywhere near yet. But what do you always say about me and money?
You're cheap as the day's long.
That's why golf it makes no sense for me. Basketball can be a poor man's game. You need a milk crate and a ball that you can shoot on. Golf, there's not really a poor man's way to do it.
No, and it's why I wasn't exposed to it as a kid. And again, I can appreciate what it is. I'm jealous. Like, I've got a buddy in New York. I worked with him doing the NFL show that I do. Wonderful guy. He's an excellent golfer, okay? Excellent. His kid is excellent. And his kid's like 15.
Yeah.
So they golf together. I mean, that's magical. Like father, son, and they're both good at the sport. Dude, I'm jealous. But for the average guy who's out there right now playing, maybe they're leaving the course listening to our show, he probably just shot 102 and his 2 clubs light in the bag because he's furious. That does not sound
Jeff
like
Rieger, that's at you.
Does Rieger have meltdowns? Is that his
A
bit?
Gator said yes. I've only played with Rieger the one time, and he was getting frustrated, and rightfully so. He had a rough day, but he was getting frustrated to like the level that you cuss yourself out a little bit, and maybe a club toss here or there, and a little pouty. But
your rule, the thing where you're saying Sergio crossed the line, and if you were with somebody in the foursome crosses a line, if you do anything to the course.
Yeah, because it's not yours. It's not your person. If you want to damage your own club, you want to chuck your $800 driver in the water. Fine.
Now, are you allowed to go get it?
Go ahead. I don't know. I think in some places, yes. Some places, if it's a little muni course, a little public course, I think it'd be fine. But do you want to go get your nice golf clothes soaking wet?
No,
and then swim in the pond. Like,
no, I don't.
You don't get help to go get it. Like, you're on your own if you chuck it into the pond,
so.
right?
Yeah. Jeez.
But I'm assuming most places will let you go get it. I don't know. And we've seen texts on this too. I'm not gonna chuck. Again, this is not a poor man's
you're
sport.
above
I'm
it
not
all.
going to chuck. No, I'm not throwing my $800 driver in the river. I need that. I'm not going to just buy another one because I got upset that I hit a bad shot. I hit bad shots all the time. I expect it. I'm not good. That's the point of expectation.
All right, Judge Smales.
Okay.
Take it easy.
All right.
Listen, so let's text real quick, and then I want to get to the people because what is the worst meltdown you've seen on a golf course by you or a friend? And then the other side of it is just, why do you play again? Because it's so, I feel for people who play.
This one's good on the topic we were just discussing. Unnamed texter, Shabath isn't even a real golfer. He doesn't have a GIN handicap.
I don't know what that means.
GIN stands for Golf Handicap and Information Network. It's a way that golfers around the country
I thought that was David shortening an ethnic slur he likes to use with me.
Unseasoned meat. It's a way that golfers can enter their... It's a way that us golfers around the country can... It's a network, quite literally in the name, that you can use to enter your scores at any course you play, and then it calculates your handicap for you, because actually calculating your handicap is rather
complicated. Do you need that in order to
complicated.
gain access to courses, or why would you pay to do that?
You need to have a GIN handicap, yes, to play some courses, also to play in some tournaments. Like we talk at some of these country clubs and private clubs, they have members or member guests. You need a handicap for the strokes because there's money involved and people are... It's
what
a
an
whole
ecosystem.
thing. Here's the thing, though. This texter is correct. I don't have a GIN handicap. Do you want to know why, Mike?
Because you're cheap.
Because it costs $50, and I'm not paying that for something a free app can calculate for me.
Okay.
Now, is it like GIF, where you could pronounce it gin or gin?
Actually, yes, it is. That is. There's some discourse among that in the golf community. I think it's gin. GHIN. You saying gin? That's what we sound like to Mike. That's what I sound like to Mike right now.
How does you're going, Judge Smales? Yeah, let's go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, how you doing, pal?
Hey, guys, at last. This is kind of ironic because I just got off the golf course where I witnessed this. This is a true story. This guy's coming down 18, obviously having a bad round, hits the bridge, which is over the creek, whatever it is, Clinton River, picks up this walking cart and his clubs and throws the entire mess in the creek. The entire mess. I'm not exaggerating.
I mean, depending on the person, we're talking like $2,000 or $3,000. Depending on, you throw the bag in there, all the balls, all the clubs.
This was before the $800 drivers, but still, when you think about the collection of clubs and whatever, it was just disgraceful.
I mean, if this guy's playing
actually
Pro Vs, that's $60.
I don't know what the hell he's playing, but he wasn't playing them anymore because it was gone.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Down and it was just, I couldn't believe it because I was a hole behind him, and I looked over the bridge, and there it was, sitting in the middle of the creek. So, good night, Irene.
Have you seen these walking push carts, Mike?
No.
So you've seen a golf cart.
Yeah.
So it is more expensive to use a golf cart than it is to walk with your own golf bag. So some people will choose to walk. I also think it's a better way to play the game. I've become a big fan of it this year. But you can buy or rent at a lot of courses these little carts. It's basically a stand. You set your bag in it and it's on wheels.
Okay.
So you don't have to literally carry your bag on the shoulder between shots. You just get to push it.
Or throw it in a lake.
Yes, he took the whole ensemble all in one piece and chucked it over the bridge.
That's a commitment to rage.
That's what he tossed. I paid $100 for my cart, so yeah.
Yeah, some of the carts are not cheap.
Damn.
Well, mine's nice.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, guys.
Dave,
Have
appreciate
that.
you,
Thank
buddy. Thank you. I mean, see, I told you it'd resonate with people. You got a lot of people if they maybe got the day off, or if they're just leaving the course, or I don't know. I know you're like trembling. You wish
Yeah,
you
I don't
would
want to
play.
offend you, but I feel like I'm in prison.
No, I'm not offended.
Okay.
Golf is your favorite thing to do. And
Yeah, we
it's
got the
beautiful
bars
out.
on the windows. It's
No,
just
I know.
sunny out.
I'm not mad in the least, man. Like, what do you want me to tell you? Want to leave it? Why don't you schedule a tee time and I'll do the back nine of the show. What do you want me to say? You
All
want to
right.
go play?
I'll play 9 while you do the back.
Whatever.
There we
What
go.
am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
I can't fix this for you. How do you even get a tee time this late in the day?
Oh, you got to get lucky. You got to get lucky.
Is there an app for that?
No, tee times are a lot usually made by phone call, or you got to be a member. Be a
What is
member
this,
at some
the
point.
1980s?
I
There's
like
not
a good
some-
phone call. It's so much easier. So much easier.
What do you
Go
mean?
online and book a.
Hold on. You can book a restaurant in
Right.
Timbuktu for 3 months from now.
Would you rather order a pizza online or you got to call somebody? Because you call someone, let me get a large with ham and pepperoni.
Never.
15
No.
minutes? All right, I'll be there.
Call an app.
Hang up.
Use the app.
No, I don't want to talk to anybody.
Bro, the
So I'd rather-
Wi-Fi's slow. They got the ads on the page. You got to enter the credit card. You got to do all.
Wait a minute, but hold on. There's no app where it just takes every course in the state of Michigan within let's say a 50-mile radius.
No,
Come
not
on.
every course. The Golf Now is pretty good for that. I mean, you kind of just once you live in somewhere for a while, you just kind of just know your local courses. And also,
excuse me, Judge Smales.
What? That's not even Judge Smales.
Do you show up in a red coat with an admiral crest on
No,
there?
I show
too?
up like this.
Jesus.
Stroll in, put on the shoes, and let's
My
go.
whole point is use that golf thing and find out where you can play. Like, hold on. Do you have plans later?
Yeah.
Can you? Well, what do you got that's more important than a little Twilight?
I'm going up north, actually.
Oh, what a loser.
You know what I'm doing up north?
Golfing.
Golfing.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I get it, but the whole leave me out of the up north stuff. All right, we'll get more to people. I don't you're driving 4.5 hours. You're out of your mind. All right, IRS collection or audit. Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems over 30 years, and their extensive experience means when you're facing the IRS, you can rely on them. Maurice and Jerry, best in class. Their experienced team ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. Just visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, here's David. I have no idea what's happening.
Fan Cash Fridays are powered by Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest growing sportsbook. Be the 10th caller at 248-539-9797 contest line for your chance to win $100 in Fan Cash from Fanatic Sportsbook every Friday. Winning hits different here.
Man, you're not Rico. What the hell you doing his stuff?
Apparently, I look like him, right?
Whoa.
Brendan and Jeremy.
Whoa,
Right.
whoa, now. Let's be civil. All right.
He's projecting.
This is not an eye for an eye, David, okay?
My God.
I know you feel bad about your mistake.
Damn. Couple of texts. Jeez.
Brendan Shabath needs to stop talking about golf. He is not a golfer if he thinks there's no apps. Anybody who calls for a tee time is ridiculous. There's numerous texts like these, and just like this idea that, oh, you're not a real golfer if you don't use the golf. Everybody's bringing up the Golf Now app. I just don't want to use it that way. And second of all, the Golf Now app is known for having great discounts and last-minute deals, and it actually doesn't. And third of all, you look at the Golf Now app versus you go to the actual site of the courses, and the tee times don't match. There's more availability on the site of the courses.
Why are you yelling at me? I didn't do this.
I'm not yelling at you, but you are the person in the room when I'm yelling at the texters.
This is worse than golf.
It's so easy.
Here.
It's so easy to just call the pro shop. They tell you they say, hey, when do you want to play? I want to play at 2:00. Closest thing I got is 2:15. Good. Here's my name. Book it. See you then.
Okay. That really triggered you. All right.
But yes, to answer your question, just to make sure the texters feel validated, yes, you can book tee times on any course you want on the Golf Now app, Mike.
I feel like the app would be a better way forward. All right.
I use the app.
Is there anything else?
There's a lot of the app. John in Florida says, hey guys, I could see Shabath going full Judge Smales on someone like Al Cervic. Also, Brendan, come down to Florida for some good golf. There's some good golf down there. I haven't played, but
the problem with Florida is you could spontaneously combust.
Right.
The heat is just lethal.
Yes. I've been on golf courses there for work, and it's unbelievably hot. Playing golf is even different because then you're actually doing some sort of activity.
Okay. Let me go to Shane, 97.1. Shane, how you doing?
Hey, good afternoon, boys.
Afternoon, sir. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. Thank God it's Friday. So I don't play golf like for the competition. I played just for like entertainment. But my brother, my God, this guy, he's good. So I have a really bad slice, and I couldn't even play my slice. But I am ambidextrous because I've played multiple sports. So I gave my grandfather's golf clubs a shot, and it's left-handed. And the same day, my brother and I went and picked up his $2,200 of tailor-made irons and a $1,200 tailor-made driver.
So that's 34.
So I lost only by 4 strokes that day, but he was so mad that I was so close to him, my first time playing left-handed, that he snapped that driver when we got back home because he was just going over the scorecard and he was just angry.
You got home?
Yeah.
You were away from the course and he was still that upset? Once you remove yourself from the golf course, the emotions got to stay there.
Yeah, and he bought the clubs, bought the driver. We stayed there for 2.5 hours because he got the brand new the wind grips on the shaft, and I was just like, his behavior has always been aggressive, but like I could never golf with him again. Every time he would text me or call me like, you want to go golfing, and I'm just like, I can't because I couldn't enjoy it because I'm just going out there for entertainment and just to let loose, but. I just knew that, there's going to be just...
Shane, can I ask you a question?
Only imagine.
Just stepping away from the golf course for a minute. What's your brother do for a living? Is he okay? I mean, this doesn't sound like the most balanced individual.
No. I am right there with you, Mike. I have had so many conversations with him about just like decompressing in like certain ways, and I even told him like maybe you should just admit yourself into like some therapy or something.
No, but like your brothers, it's my God.
It's supposed to be competitive.
Yeah, I know.
To a point. Yeah. Shane seems like a nice guy. He was out there with his grandpa's clubs.
Left-handed.
What's the problem?
And he was like, F it, let's try this.
Damn.
Did you ever stall out on a fan boat?
Well, Shane, I hope this makes you feel better. Congratulations on winning the $100 in fan cash.
Oh, yeah. Woo-hoo. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, look out. His brother's going to be driving over here in the next
Brother's
20
on his
minutes.
way right now.
Thank you, Shane. Appreciate you, buddy.
That $100 is going towards his brother's new driver.
Oh, my God.
$1,200 driver, same day.
But when you're at home,
I know,
it
that's
wasn't
the
even
crazy.
in the moment.
You got to leave the emotions at the course.
Damn.
And it's hard, but like that many hours later, going over the scorecard, burn it.
Let's go over to DJ 97.1. DJ, how you doing?
What up, though, man? I'm out here doing what you said, man. I'm enjoying this beautiful day, so you're spot on with that.
Thank you.
So,
I'm living
way to make us feel great,
Living
DJ.
vicariously
Jeez.
through you.
So the thing is, man, like back when I played golf a few years ago, you know what I'm saying? You are spot on, Mike. Today is an 80-degree day. The sun is out. Me and my buddies, man, you know, we're all ex-athletes at some level. So we all like, man, it's a nice day. Let's go out, get some beers, get some vodka, get some sandwiches, ride the course, talk a little bit, chill, have some fun. But then that turns into you get to question yourself mentally because that competitiveness comes out and you stink. And because you're a former athlete in whatever sport that you were playing, you were once upon a time decent or good, the golf course makes you start questioning yourself. Like, am I this bad? Like, you get what
You're
I'm saying? That's how it
gaslighting
turns-
yourself. You are basically slamming your head off a toilet seat. That's what golf is. I salute anyone who tries.
But the flip side of that is, though, I can honestly say that's the only sport that I've ever tried and stink at and stunk at, but that's what makes me continue to want to play because it's a constant challenge you against the golf course to become good, and I can't accept failure. Like, that bothers me not being good at something.
Preach,
Like, it drives me nuts.
DJ.
It drives me absolutely nuts that I'm not good at something. That's why I play. Now, it starts out, just go get drunk and have some fun, but then, like, come on, man, I'm Darnell D. Jackson, man. I can't stink this bad. I just can't.
You know what?
And then that's
Honestly,
when you-
DJ, I'd like to add your name to the 100 names on the Red Wings GM list. We need a little bit more of you with them. I'm tired of being terrible.
Yeah, man, like, dude, it's so like, even, okay, the greatest basketball player of all time, MJ, he said that's why he plays, because it's the constant challenge you against the course. And that's why guys do it, and that's why you see guys throwing the clubs and all that, because they just can't accept that they stink. Mike, before I go, can I comment on Durant real fast, man?
Yeah, what's going on?
Durant is killing me from the simple fact that the league and the GMs are trying to pay him and play him like he's just a lob guy who catches alley-oops and dunks. But that's what you are, Durant. So the fact that you want money like you're a number one option, like last year in the playoffs, you get the ball in front of the rim 10 times, right in front of the rim, but you pass it out 8, and you just can't do a simple drop step or hook, and we can't rely on you to make fundamentally plays. You ain't leading the league in rebounding like Drummond did at least. You're just a lob guy. They're playing you like a lob guy, but you're acting like you're more than that, and that's driving me nuts, man.
How about we'll do you one better? I'll play some audio for you as an update to the situation. Why don't we just get into it next? We'll mix it in. It's the perfect time to do it. DJ, I got you. Sit tight. You got it, brother. Well, let's do this. We've got the Tim McManaman sound.
I just love the visual of DJ. You know, at the turn, he's in the bathroom, he's looking in the mirror and just play effing golf. Todd McClellan. That's DJ to himself.
That sounds like a great way to use the discretionary time we have.
He is right, though. The idea of it's you against the course and it's you against yourself, and you got to be in a good state mentally, and it's a challenge, and you can always get better and always improve. It's fun.
We'll get with the people, but also I want to play this audio for you. An update from an NBA insider on the Duran saga. You can do with it what you like. We'll get to it next. 97.1. Okay, let's give you the Duren audio. I promised it to you. We're going to do it right now. So this is from Tim McMenamin. This is about the situation. You can take it or leave it, do whatever you want with it, but the saga continues. It's August 21st, and at least from this ESPN insider, this does not sound like it's going to be easy or end well. David, go ahead. So I want to give you first crack at it. I've made my opinion pretty well known on this, and I've been consistent about it. I've been given no reason to change. But where are you at with this, that report, the process, and really where you stand with Langdon and Duren? Because this is nasty.
I genuinely am not trying to do the like I told you so thing, but I brought this up really before it started picking up traction this summer, because when you could read the tea leaves with this situation where Duren wants the max. Nobody besides he and his camp think he is worth that. And then when right at the end of the major part of the offseason, where all the moves were made, the Pistons made some of their trades. They didn't get the big move that we were talking about. They had all this cap space, and there was nobody left to go get, even with that cap space in the free agent market. And we learned that Duren, because the Kings made their move, the Lakers made their move, those were the two teams he was looking at. The Kings report honestly sounded kind of fake, and there was no one that was going to sign and trade for him. The Pistons said they weren't going to do it. It was like, where do you go from here?
There was the mistake by the Pistons. You never close doors. You had to keep your options open. It has been no secret. Duren has been disillusioned with his value since before last season. They were trying to negotiate a deal last season. He wanted north of 30. They didn't want to go there. This is not news. So you know who your enemy is. You know who your target is. Why they shot down every overture at a sign and trade, I will never understand. Because now you're sitting here, and here's what's interesting. In the report, they consider Ausar Thompson their second best player. So if you consider Ausar your second best player, first of all, you're effed as far as winning a championship. That there's no world he can be your second best guy and you're winning the title.
Hey, he was knocking down some jumpers in those shoot-around clips.
The point I am making is the following. Nothing has materially changed. And the things you're hearing out of Duren's camp, the fact that there is reporting that he is considering the qualifying offer. Ergo, $9.5 million, leave as much as $140 on the table just to get up out of here. I think that's a bad job by the organization. If I got to hear another person, I'm so proud of Trajan for holding the line. Okay, that's good in a vacuum. But to what Brendan just said, you cost yourself the offseason we needed. Oh, but they have so much cap space now. And what are you doing with that? At best, you're suggesting that you're going to play this season and then do a blockbuster at the deadline where you would get rid of Jalen Duren and then have to integrate someone on the fly. That's not how it works. So I can have a lot of problems with Duren because I think he's out of his mind. My problems reside with the franchise. In a vacuum is not how we do these things. I don't think Duren and this organization played their hand correctly because now nobody can trade for Duren. Right. All the money's been allocated. Teams are about to report to camp, and it's done.
I would agree with you on the offseason as a whole that they didn't play their hand correctly. I think Trajan Langdon had moves planned for larger pieces than what they already got, and they fell through. or he got beat or bested on some of those, i.e. the Austin Reeves deal or the Tyler Hero trade or the Jaylen Brown trade, whatever. The Pelicans were not going to play ball. Did you see they finally made was it a trade or a signing? They finally made one. Anyways.
That franchise should be contracted.
They're unbelievable. But I agree that Langdon misplayed his hand in the offseason as a whole. I was one of those people saying I'm glad he's holding the line on Duren, but it is a very thin line to toe because the leverage immediately flips in the situation that he accepts the qualifying offer. And you have to give him the qualifying offer, otherwise he's not a restricted free agent. But if he accepts the qualifying offer, you now have an all-NBA third-team center on your team who is willing to tell the public and his teammates to their face, I am leaving. I am willing to sacrifice millions and millions of dollars to get out of here as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's why I think it was a bad job by Trajan.
And that is not going to go well on the floor next year.
I'm glad we had a middle ground because you're right. In a vacuum, he's holding the line. He's doing the right thing.
You can't pay him $57. You just cannot.
No, you can't pay him $47. You can't pay him $37. And that's my point. Why did they shoot down all the sign and trade stuff when you knew what he was asking for and you knew you were never going to get there? You needed to keep all options open, and they didn't. And now they're stuck.
I agree that the public shooting down of the sign and trade was a misstep because then all the other teams are gun shy about even going for it. But the key thing about a sign and trade is all three parties have to agree.
Yes.
The Pistons, the team they're trading with, and the player. And if it's not a deal that Duren likes, he's probably not going to agree. And I don't know that another team is going to agree because Duren, it sounds like, is only going to agree to a max deal.
Well, then you're screwed.
The biggest report that scares me the most is actually not this one, and it's the one from John Hollinger, former Memphis Grizzlies executive turned writer for The Athletic that we had earlier this week.
I had a nickname for him back in the day when he was here. It was not John Hollinger. It was, oh my God. Go on with your story. I'm sorry. Carry on.
But it's,
I apologize.
But it's the idea that Duren could accept the qualifying offer and then the Pistons are really screwed. That's what I'm most worried about because then you lose all the leverage.
Look, I think this is a story that, baseball season took over, the Red Wings drama this summer, Lions training camp. This has flown under the radar. But the Pistons are built on a culture. They're built on trust. They're built on that locker room playing hard when most of the league is on spring break. This, to me, impacts everything they're built on. And the minute that Jalen Duren didn't value that culture, that he was delusional about his value, I said early on in this, get him up out of here. I saw what I needed to see in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I've been steadfast about it. Now, I am fine if you want to bring him back and pay him $30 a year. AAV, the average starter in the NBA, is making about 23. I'll pay you 30. I'll give you 5 at 150. But that's it. That's my problem. And that's why this report scares me, is that if he comes back, I don't think everything's copacetic. I think he comes back with a very bad taste in his mouth.
Oh, yeah.
And then that, again, now you can call the ambulance. We as fans, we're going to look at this and go, all right, so then is he all in or not?
Well, but then we're doing the Dylan Larkin thing, too, and the Tarek Skubal thing, and it's just all over again.
No, and that's why I don't like our GMs in this town. That's why I don't respect it.
The thing that irks me also about the Hollinger report in The Athletic the other day is he said that the Pistons don't have an incentive, and he didn't really give a reason why, to sign Duren to a short-term deal. And that's what I've been advocating for this whole time. If he thinks he's worth the max, at some point, someone has to sit down and tell him, you're an adult, dude, okay? You average 10 points in the playoffs. You're not going to get $60 million this year. But if you think that's what you're worth, go out there and prove it. Here's 1 year at 30, 1 year at 35. I'd even do 40 for 1 year if he wants a prove-it deal. But in the Hollinger report, the Pistons would not be incentivized to do a short-term deal. I was under the impression that it's because they want Duren long-term.
They do, but they want him at a price that he clearly disagrees with. And this is dragging into a point. Feelings have been hurt. The qualifying offer's in play. This is where a real GM, you got to know when to pull the ripcord. And unfortunately, we're sitting here on August 21st. The rest of the East got better. You didn't. I think you got marginally better. You got better in the margins. You did exactly what Langdon is famous for saying. But I don't think you're at the top of the East. I don't think you're number 2. I don't think you're number 3. I don't think you're number 4.
Nope.
So now you're sitting here, and I'm going, look, this is the question, I guess, for you guys. Have you had enough with Duren? Like, have you had enough? Or are you still taking up for the player that you believe he's an all-star, you believe he's an all-NBA guy, and you believe the team is at fault here? But I don't know, man. Like, I can tell you I think they misplayed their hand, but I've had enough of him. Because I think you just said it best. Dude, you're an adult. Like, we have to be able to talk realistically with each other. You know, neither of us is George Clooney. You have to accept that as a fact. Jalen, you're not getting 287, okay? You're not good enough. You are not that guy. I don't know what to tell you. I've had enough of him. And I don't want to watch him anymore.
Imagine Jeremy Otto fumbles an update, stutters 10 times, doesn't get his out cue right.
So it's a Tuesday.
Screws it up, and all of a sudden he comes back and he's like, "Hey, Mike, I want $500,000 next year."
I take that to Powers. Don't look at me.
But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm trying to make equivalence
Honestly,
here.
I would pay to see that conversation. I'd like to see that. I want Jeremy Otto in a dramatization playing the role of Jalen Duren.
But that's the difference in value. The difference in value, like the idea that you can underperform and ask for more than that performance is worth, and he's just stuck on that. Like, you have to be an adult.
Well, maybe they're waiting till the last second, but Ramona Shelburne's report seems to be the most accurate. This is going to drag into September.
I won't be surprised if we reach holdout status.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
And again, Hollinger seems to think something, history says cooler heads will prevail, and they'll reach
But
a
if you're
multi-year
Duren,
deal.
every day you're walking the planet without that guaranteed deal, you are incurring risk. Think about this.
Yes.
If I repped him and I had 150 on the table, 140 on the table, look, is it everything we want? Clearly not. What can't you do with this that you think you can do with 220, with 250? What are we talking about? You're 25. You've got multiple deals left. This sets up you and the next 10 generations of Durens. What are we talking about? I think it's insane behavior. I think he's out of his mind. And if he takes that qualifying offer, he's saying up front, I don't want to be a Detroit Piston. Awesome. Let's put that guy in our locker room. I leave it to the people. Like I said, I didn't think we had front page news today, but I like a little update here with this. Got a little something on the Tigers, a little something with the Lions. This, I've had my fill. I don't ever need to see Duren in a Piston uniform again because I'm being an adult. Like, I'm tired of this. But I'm also tired of the team because they've played into this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you don't want to take our deal? Do me a favor. Shop one. I dare you. Go produce a sign and trade. We'll participate fully. You want to cash your chips in? You want to go to Sacramento? We'll help you.
And they were denying sign and trade rumors, but he still went out and tried to find one and couldn't.
His
even early in the
representation,
offseason.
I'll go to my grave believing his reps leaked that Celtics thing. The Celtics were never signing this cat. 10 minutes after that report, it was like a circuit court judge who was college football. Oh, yeah, Jalen Duren wants to go to the Celtics. Cutscene. They signed Mitchell Robinson for $10 and a Sleep Number pillow. Give me a break. He tried everything to get out of here. Why would I want him back? I don't care if you're here or not. Oh, but his regular seat. They were playing teams, not trying. They were in the most god-awful Eastern Conference we've seen. Oh, wow, he bullied some 8-year-old. Cool, and Miggy bullied a fat kid back in the day. It's the same thing. That's during season, what Miggy did to the kid at the restaurant years ago. Honestly, that's all he did. Duren showed up against bums and bullied him. And then when the playoffs happened, what happened? Wendell Carter took his girl and put him in a locker. We're done. I don't need to see anymore. I get so tired of this crap. The playoffs are the only thing that matters. You failed. End. I don't know what they're going to do, but I'll tell you, for me, sitting here, I've had enough. You can go. But I'm not going to get my wish. They'll, I don't know what they're going to do. Can you imagine he signs a deal for 130 and he's miserable? Awesome. Can't wait. Will Reed again. We'll get to the people next. 97.1. All right, let's get to it. David, couple of texts on Duren, and we go straight to the phones. We still got to get to another fair or foul. We got blitzes. We've got who said it. We got a little Tiger update. Lots to do. Just a couple texts on this Duren thing. What are people saying?
Duren is what the NBA has turned into. Garbage regular season play. The NBA as a whole is trash. That's from Gary in Royal Oak.
Okay.
He's not even 25. He's 22. Take the $30 million a year and lay off the Delulu pills, young man. Dom in Detroit.
Dom, thank you. And I misspoke. You're right. And that was my point about multiple contracts. Like, if you do this right, by the time your next deal comes up, you're going to be paid $500 million. I want to let that sink in for a minute. It's truly insane behavior right now.
Duren doo-dooed his pants in the playoffs.
Okay, then.
Nobody wants a player they can't rely on.
We're just going to go to Tom on a cell, 97.1. Tommy, what's good?
Hey, TGIF.
What's going on, pal?
So, I think I'm done with Duren. And my thing is this whole summer, and we're in the dog days here, it's almost over. The only thing I've seen from Duren is him wanting to get paid, which is fine. But I've seen nothing about him trying to become a better player. There's a lot of former Pistons out there that he could get in the gym with and try to get an offensive move, learn how to shoot. I've seen that from other guys that want to win, working out in the offseason. I've seen nothing from Duren from that. I've just seen him want to go to the Kings and get paid, try to go to the Lakers. It's all about the money. He's not trying to become a better player.
Look, I'll tell you this, Tommy. We don't know the work that's going on behind the scenes. You're right. There hasn't been anything forward facing. What I'd like to, if I were advising him, I'll tell you the thing I'd do. I'd remind everybody, no, I want to be a Piston. This is a business thing. I love my teammates. I love this town. See, that's easy to say. I don't need some video of you shooting over a broom or an empty chair, like Yao Ming's workout.
Or getting scored on by an 8-year-old.
Right. But Tommy, it would help. It's the same thing with Dylan Larkin, by the way. Would it kill either of these guys to talk?
I got something on Larkin for you later.
Oh, God help us. But yeah, Tommy, I'm with you. I'm done. I'm done. But ultimately, this town, there's no accountability. Every team locally wants to pay all their own guys. Maybe they will get something done, but I don't think it's gonna be this perfect ride, Tom. I don't. What?
No, I agree.
Oh, all
I
right.
absolutely agree. That was the topic that I did with Stoney. I don't know, a week or two ago, one of these shows said, what do they do? And I'm asking you, because I don't have an answer. I don't know where this goes, where it ends. Mm-hmm. And I wish I did.
What are you asking me?
I'm just in agreement with you. I have no idea where this goes.
No. And they've put themselves in this position because
what a poor situation it is.
The window to pull the ripcord from a negotiation that you had knowledge of already hadn't gone well the first time. They've missed that window. Mm-hmm. So what are you going to do, a training camp deal? That'd be rare. Can't name the last big deal that went down like that. Then your next offload point becomes what? The middle of a season you're chasing a championship? Come on. That's where I think it's a bad job. Go to Mark, 97.1. Marky, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, Mike?
How are you, sir?
Mike, you know what would have happened? This would have helped everything in these negotiations with Duren. Just like you, I wish we would have lost the Orlando series.
Oh, yes.
I wish we would have lost it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it would have been the classic topic. Wendell Carter works you. You would have been lucky to get $25 million after that series. But the thing is, it would have got blamed on Cade, so that didn't happen.
No, and Duren didn't play well in the Cleveland series. But them losing in the first...
You're right, Mike. You're right. But, Mike, if we lost the Orlando series...
It might have shaken them up.
You want $50 million?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Mark, I think...
Wendell Carter?
I think organizationally, had they lost the Orlando series, it would have been more of the reality check they deserved. Maybe they would have gotten a move done of substance this offseason versus just the margins.
Mike, Detroit didn't want to hear that. You know Detroit. We were excited.
I know.
I mean, we like winning. We like it, but we got to suffer the pain to get the game. And Detroiters don't understand that. They do not.
No, Mark, I think in a lot of ways, that escaping because Wagner got hurt, it's kind of like the Tigers with 2024. It's poisoned the mindset of a franchise. Yep. Makes you feel like you're closer than you are. You make some decisions that you probably shouldn't make. And look, neither team is bad. The Tigers are having a rough year, but I don't think their core is bad. I don't think their future is bad. But 2024, allowed Scott Harris to do some of the things he did, including not fully sell this year. We call that the daiquiri two-step. Oh, we're going to keep some of these guys so we can thread the needle and get some of those parking bucks, get some daiquiri money, stay in it. To what end? Versus just do what's right. Why is Torres here? Why is Jansen here? Why is McKinstry here? I would have liquidated. Same thing with the Pistons. They are allowed to have an offseason where they give you John Collins and Isaiah Joe, and they can be chesty about it. Well, we're close. You sure about that? Anyone with a brain knows if Wagner doesn't die, your season does. And that, to me, that tells a pretty bad story. 97.1.
I can't do it. Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. After leaving practice limping with a non-contact injury yesterday, Ennis Rakestraw could still play in the preseason game tomorrow. I don't know what I am. Dan Miller shared he has an ankle injury and he's not serious. Rakestraw fell while trying to change directions, defending a pass to Jackson Meeks. The Tigers start a series against the Royals tonight at Kauffman Stadium, riding another low streak of 5 losses in their last 6. Troy Melton starts for Detroit. He lasted just 4 1/3 innings, allowing 8 hits, 3 runs, but just 1 earned run. Or 1 earned along with a walk. He'll face Noah Cameron, who has a 4.16 ERA. Join us for the 8:10 first pitch right here on 97.1. Less than 24 hours. I know he really likes this wording. After former Spartan basketball forward Jackson Kohler found his next landing spot of BYU, the courts are taking back his years of eligibility.
Today, Junior. Inaccurate reporting.
Let's move on. According to Shab Sharania, nothing to see here. Klay Thompson is expected to sign with the Miami Heat. The Mavericks are buying out his remaining $17.5 million. Red Wings beat writer Ted Colfin reiterated today that since the team still doesn't have a GM and training camp is just a few weeks away, Dylan Larkin is expected to show up for camp. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Now imagine Higo asks for a raise right now.
What a moment in time.
I already did before that. That's the key.
Jalen Duren in an update guy.
Part 2 of Fair or Foul. David. This is exciting.
Yes. Mike, I promised you something on Dylan Larkin.
Yeah.
Fair or foul?
Mm-hmm.
The Red Wings not including Larkin in their Player NHL 26 ratings post. You know, they do this with NBA 2K. And then they post, the Red Wings did this, and they posted, here's our guys' ratings. And there's John Gibson at an 85, and Simon Edvinsson at an 89, and Lucas Raymond and Mo Seider. And there's one notable person who's not on that post.
Dylan Larkin?
He ain't on there.
It's fair. He's currently demanded a trade. It's unclear if he'll be here. Why would I let the gotcha police come back and get me? And he's no longer my captain.
I put it on here because I think there's an avenue for foul in that it seems like this guy's going to be at training camp in a couple weeks. He's on your team.
Maybe. But I wouldn't put him on there. He said he doesn't want to be a part of the team. I'm not going to use you as a part of the team.
They also wished him a happy birthday on Twitter like 2 weeks ago.
They did what?
Yes.
What are you, 12? Well, happy birthday, Spank. I mean, what are we doing?
Well, every team gives their guy a happy birthday post. I mean,
you serious?
You have to. I just thought, if we're in the realm of not including Dylan Larkin in social posts, why even bring light to the fact that if you didn't post it was his birthday, nobody would have known.
Thank you.
I think it's fair. He has to be gone. He can't be the captain anymore. He shouldn't even be on the roster right now. If you had a competent GM, he would have traded him. So yeah, they shouldn't mention him.
Yeah, it's definitely fair, and I noticed that earlier. It makes sense though. They don't know if he's going to be part of the team this year, so don't put his ratings on the list. I like it. It's fair.
Valid.
Foul is wishing a grown-ass man who's an employee a happy birthday. What are we doing? Carry on.
Fair or foul? I saw this today in a post on social media. I'm not sure you've seen this, Mike, so I think I might be breaking news to you.
Okay.
The Charlotte Hornets did something. They gifted something to Kobe White.
What?
It was a framed net from their play-in game.
Oh, my God in heaven. Can I go home?
No, I got a tea time in a couple minutes.
Are you serious?
Yes. For him re-signing with them, they knew he had a bunch of suitors in free agency, and he wants to stay there, and he's invested in that team. Mm-hmm. So for that, here's the net from the play-in game.
That's as foul as what a dog drops in the grass. You got to be kidding me. Talk about being a loser organization. A foul, the highest foul. That's a flagrant 2.
All right.
Mike, they didn't even make the actual playoffs.
No, they made the play-in.
They won one play-in game and then lost to the Magic.
My God.
It's foul.
That's worse than what happened to Paul on that fan boat.
It is foul, yes.
What happened on the fan? Oh, no, you mean the net. Sorry.
The
okay.
net.
Carry on.
All right, fair or foul, this Tennessee high school footballer's name. David?
Did he just say? Oh, my God. Look, we had this conversation when Stoney was in here the other day. We do this all the time. Now, clearly, his middle name is not really Cornbread. There's no word.
That's what I said to David. I sent it to him, and I said, this cannot be his real name.
When we do the annual all-name team in college football, there's a kid who played for Bowling Green last year. His middle name was ESPN. No, I'm serious. There are also people on there named Clay Oven or Mobility. This is a real thing.
Or All Right.
Sure, but Cornbread has to be a nickname. I'm going to say fair. I will say fair. That's clearly a nickname. It's like Mookie Blaylock or Spud Webb. It's a nickname. If his actual middle name is Cornbread, his parents should be thrown in prison.
Go ahead, David.
I also think it's a nickname, but this is a high school game.
Yeah?
Why are they using it for his name?
Well, because the kid's probably making more money than the coach.
In high school, probably.
I mean, this is Peyton Manning's son, high school.
Yeah.
All these kids probably have NIL. If that kid were committed to Georgia, he's making 25 G's a month to stay committed.
Cornbread Adams.
Can I do a devil's advocate for it not being a nickname?
Sure.
Wouldn't you just call him Cornbread Adams? He does. He gives the full 3 government names.
Okay, maybe. But not everybody.
What was Spud Webb's real name?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I just know him as Spud.
Right.
But again, not everybody's comfortable with that. I don't know. I mean, look, South Alabama had a running back named Fluff Bothwell. Not everybody wants to go by Fluff, but he decided that was my move.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he likes his first name, but wants to tell you he's got some swag to him with Cornbread as a nickname. I don't know.
All right.
I'm saying
it has to be a nickname. Because why even say 3 full names anyway? Who says everyone's full name every time they complete anything?
Paul Gatorbait Sarah.
But what if it's hyphenated?
His Twitter page just says Cornbread Adams.
Okay. Well,
Is there a hyphen?
Okay, hold on. Then maybe the announcers wanted to steer clear of being accused of being funny or
And
not
just say
being
the whole
respectful.
name, yes.
And we're just going to say the whole damn name. Now
Correct.
watch. He'll go to college. He'll be Cornbread Adams.
Correct.
For sure.
I mean, it was Adam Pac-Man Jones.
He's right, you know.
That's true.
Carry on.
Valid. All right. Moving on to let's do a non-sports one. I thought this was really funny from a coworker today.
Okay.
Fair or foul? Haggling for a lower price to one of your subscriptions with AI robots.
Foul. All of it's foul. That's just not for me.
There's a coworker who had a price for a subscription that he paid most of the time. Whoa. And that price was about to go up. So he decided to complain with this company and haggle. And turns out you're just talking to the AI chatbot.
This was cookies, wasn't
and they said it wasn't. No, actually. And they,
Shocking.
And they said, well, the price is going to be $5.99, whatever number, right? And he said, how about $4.99? And the AI said, well, you drive a good bargain, sure. And he got the lower price.
I think it's foul because I'm not a fan of AI. So I'll just say foul.
But
on
this
all
is
levels.
getting the better of
It's
AI.
not. You're being extremely needy doing that. If you want to sit there and negotiate, do it your damn self.
I don't think he had an option to negotiate with a human. He was like, he wanted to negotiate the price.
And he
they
saved
took
himself $1 a month?
They took him to a chatbot. Hey, that's $12 a year.
For $1?
That's like halfway to a tea time.
I'm out. Foul.
So he got into an argument with an algorithm.
I was told it was an AI chatbot, yes.
Okay, that's foul.
Yeah, it's foul, and I'm going to guess it's someone on the other side of the building, so just kick that entire side of the building out of the building. Ridiculous.
All right, moving on. Fair or foul? We've been doing a lot of golf today, Mike. I'm sure you're very aware of the pin locations at the BMW Championship today.
What are we doing here?
Okay, so every single day at every golf course in America, if they're doing it right, they change.
I understand that.
Yes.
So
and
what do you want me to? What do they put them in tough spots?
This is egregious. every single, when they do the pin sheets, the way they show you where the pin is, they don't just put a little dot. They actually have to have measurements. And so it tells you how many paces it is from the front of the green and from the nearest side.
What
right?
what a snooty sport. It's so snooty. I
How
can't
is
help
it
it.
snooty?
How many paces?
Yards.
Pace
Sorry.
yourself
Yards.
right out of the
Forgive
studio.
Me, football guy. Football guy needs yards.
When they give
3
you the
feet at a time.
Hey, Paul, is the morning pin sheet out?
Yes.
Ay,
Anyways,
ay, ay.
the pin sheet, there's not a single pin at the BMW Championship today that is more than 7 paces from the an edge of the green.
Then I will say foul. You're making it artificially too difficult for them, and you're going to end up producing a tournament nobody wants to watch.
There are multiple pins that are 7 or less from 2 different edges. It's 7 paces off the left and 3 off the front.
All right, it's
so
foul.
it's literally like right in this little
You're
tiny
not being
sliver of the
fair.
green.
You're not being fair or equitable. Foul.
I'm just gonna say fair because I don't care. I don't.
Oh, David.
I don't care.
I'm going to say fair too because it just seems like it's just a bunch of guys with their Dockers in a twist.
I also think it's fair because what people like to see is professional golfers struggling. And this is harder for them.
Well, I've always said then you should adopt some putt-putt aspects, like a clown's mouth or a giant like windmill.
All right, now you're belittling my sport. All right.
Sorry.
We got time
Put a lazy river right through a green.
That's right. If you really want to see him struggle, the apparatus has been there for years.
Fair or foul from across the pond. Saw a video of a Brit doing this the other day. Fair or foul, leaving your dog behind to flee the cops.
What?
This guy was on an e-scooter over in the UK, England, somewhere over there. And I guess they're illegal wherever he was. You're not allowed to have them. So he took off running. He had his dog with him, but he took off running, left the dog behind. Lo and behold, the cop follows the dog because the dog knows how to get home, follows the dog back to the house. They find the guy up hiding in the loft. He's under arrest. He's got his license suspended for like 4 years.
And what was illegal? The dog?
No, the e-scooter he was on.
Got it. And he left his dog.
He left his dog behind and it came back to bite him.
He's a POS. Foul. Ultimate foul.
Did he also leave the scooter behind too?
I would assume.
What the hell is he doing?
I don't know. I didn't really get it.
So
I just
he
thought it
ditched
was the funniest, and I really wanted to play the audio, but it was so low quality we couldn't do it. But they go up, they find him literally in like the attic, like he's like laying on like asbestos and stuff, and they're like, "All right, come on, get down." He's like, "What are you talking about? I'm trying to take a nap," and he's like, "On the insulation, you daft bleep."
My God.
Yeah, it's definitely foul. You can't do that. You can't leave your pet, your dog. You can't do that.
Now
Not
the
at all.
dog kind of sold him out though.
Well, the dog knows how to get home. That's just knowing how to get home.
Just wanted to get home.
I hate people who do bad things to dogs. So
I pushed
just
a button here.
Leave me out of it. You just go to the next thing. It's just much easier.
Fair or foul, trading your star receiver, then getting cooked by him in a joint practice for everyone to see.
Fair. Relax. Come on, man. It's a joint practice. What are we doing? The A.J. Brown thing?
I just know how much you love preseason football.
Yeah, it's all meaningless, but meaningless isn't a selection. This game is called fair or foul. I'll say it's fair.
All
it's
right.
just preseason. Relax. Now, that happens in November in a game you need. Oh, boy. That's different.
Yeah, it's fair. I know the ones are going against the ones, but he wanted to embarrass his old team. It's fair.
It's fair, and also in one-on-ones, the receivers have the edge. Yes. It's not like you're playing a coverage or you have any help over the top. It is what it is.
Very true. All right. Fair or foul, David, we got time?
Yes, we do. Go.
All right.
He's not the boss of you.
Okay. Well, sorry.
No, he
David,
was mean to you.
David, are you going to take that?
He was mean to you earlier. He called you Jeremy Otto.
Fair.
Thank you.
Fair or foul, accepting Venmo payments for your drug trafficking ring under your real name.
Oh, the Penn State thing?
Yeah.
It's foul, but it's really just dumb. I can't believe how brazen they were. But my God, why is that story getting so much coverage?
Because it's unique.
It's like an international incident, but it's like, it's dopey college frat bros dealing drugs. I mean, what do you think? That's new? I don't know. It didn't surprise me.
It's definitely foul. Have you ever heard of not leaving a paper trail? Why would you do the digital
Spoken like a
payment?
true Michigan man.
You do
take
not-
those hard drives and take them to the
Put
lake.
them in the lake.
No paper trail.
Delete all the messages.
What
It has
happened to
nothing do with
Blake's
me
car?
knowing
248.
David,
fine.
you teed yourself up.
No, it had nothing to do with Michigan. He made it about
If anybody
Michigan.
knows how to get rid of evidence, it's a Michigan man, and I'm proud of you for suggesting it.
Tom Brady took it with him to New England.
That's fair or foul. All right, we're going to get to set at bottom of the hour. I know we got a lot to catch up on with texts. We'll get to a little Tigers update, a little Dylan Larkin news as well on a Friday. Either of you want to read the text? I don't know if you've got – Dave, you guys have hand selected? Go for it.
I got one that says, it just says, foul golf courses.
Why?
Come on, man. It's hurtful.
I'm not going to say that.
No, golf courses are great. That's why we don't tear them up by throwing temper tantrums.
All right, you got to let it go. I know you hate Sergio Garcia, but enough.
Best old school nickname was Cornbread Red. He was a pool player, and there was a pool hall in Westland in the 90s where they had flyers up on the wall for lessons with him. Of course, we took one of the signs, and Cornbread Red became famous among our friends for having such a gangster name. It's from DB in Royal Oak.
That's something you don't hear at a pool hall.
I know.
That's
Talk about the 90s, yeah.
Talk about just eons ago.
I am mostly on Larkin's side because he blew this team up, but if he really wants to be traded, he would say trade me anywhere. That's Cooper.
Not how it works when you grant him a no movement clause. You ceded the power to him. I'm not the one who signed the deal. Your personal Jesus is.
I'm not totally sure what this one is in relation to. This just in, Shabath is older than Stoney.
Well, because you are acting like the guy from Caddyshack. Judge Schmales. Like you this golf thing, you're getting very uppity.
Well, it's not just a golf thing, too. I've been told I'm an old soul, and I feel I have similar takes about similar things.
Yeah. And Stoney's more childlike. So this all works.
So, yeah, if we
it's like a Benjamin Button
if we were
situation.
just one human, we'd be like one normal person, probably.
If you somehow combine the two of you, yes.
Let's see. Clemson had a pitcher named Drew Titsworth. He was from Frankenmuth.
Okay. Moving on.
All right.
Oh boy.
Yeah, those. I can't say that word. Best nickname was.
Nope.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Go ahead. I just want to make sure we're good on text.
Yeah, those are the highlights we got.
So then here's what I want to do. So we have a couple of things we can kind of get to, and one of them is, look. I want your take on what happened in college sports today. We can do 6 minutes on this.
Okay.
How are we living in a world where a circuit judge in a random town, in a random jurisdiction, can make a ruling that somehow, I mean, we've seen this block presidential orders. Now we're seeing this with college. Like this ruling yesterday was then overruled by a different circuit judge. And all of a sudden, yesterday, you had teams introducing players. Today, they're doing posts of they're not eligible. Isn't this in real time, everything I'm angry? Like, tell me I'm not wrong. Tell me I'm not going to be labeled a boomer.
No.
This is the stupidest stuff I've ever seen.
No, you joke about the bottom of the chili pot, and this is quite literally as bottom as it gets.
Yes.
Because I spent my whole morning updating the good people of the city of Detroit that a former Michigan State center has transferred to Brigham Young University.
Except he hasn't.
Cutscene, that guy can't play. In the next update. Like, it's absurd. Louisville posted at 8:45 this morning. Seth Trimble signed. Cutscene, 9:55. 70 minutes later, he's ineligible. And the thing is, it's like, it's this big sweeping, well, all fifth years are ineligible. And then the reporting comes out, well, it's not all, actually. Those that have been granted their temporary restraining order or whatever term we're using now by specific state courts, they're still allowed to play. But everybody else is not. So you got some fifth years that are going to play and some that are not. So, like, do the kids in Louisiana from the football players from the other day, are they allowed to play?
I'll say
that
yes.
was a Louisiana judge?
They'll play because
sounds like it.
Louisiana, Texas, it's just different down there.
They'll figure it out.
You'll find a judge that'll do whatever you want if it means LSU has a better team.
But isn't that kind of what the NCAA did? Like you mentioned, this is a random circuit court. Like, did the NCAA filed and asked for a stay on the ruling that granted this sweeping fifth year of eligibility, and they won. They got the stay. That's why it's like not even permanent. This is they're temporarily ineligible.
That's the problem with caring about any of it. You don't know what's going to happen the next moment. We truly have to get the courts out of sports. I'm not saying that to rhyme. It just happens to.
Yeah.
It's just enough. If I have to hear about another circuit judge, another golf course judge, another stay, another restraining order, stop. Somebody has got to take the reins and let's manage ourselves. Like, I understand certain conferences don't want governance. I get it. But my God, We are about to play games. Yesterday, we're doing a show where guys who are in NFL training camps are going to go back to college. You don't know what's going to happen there. Now, today, you had players commit. An hour later, they're told they can't commit because they're announced. Get the courts out of this, please. Please.
Well, and like Cookies did the topic this morning, and he had me come on because he wanted to ask me about Kohler at Michigan State and like, should Tom Izzo have been meaner and kicked somebody off the team? And I thought that'd actually be a good topic for you and I to discuss, and then the news obviously changed.
Well, I think if the ruling came down in April, my answer would have been yes.
Absolutely.
You kick someone off the team and you bring Kohler back, but when the ruling comes in on August 21st, I can't be mad at Tom. He's already made the plan. Summer conditioning is done. They're about to hit camp.
Well, and if you kick somebody out, the portal's closed. They can't go anywhere else. There's nothing you could do. But imagine a school, and I don't know if BYU did this, but imagine you're one of these guys that is on the bottom of a Power 5 roster, and one of these fifth years comes back and transfers to your school, and coach comes and sits you down and says, listen, man, it's a business. I got to take the better player. I'm sorry to do this to you this late in the year, but we got to cut you from the team. We need to make room.
I'm good
then
with it.
4 hours later,
Welcome
you're
back.
getting a phone call.
Yeah.
Hey, actually, we have practice today. Can you come back? We need you to run with the twos.
I'm good with the principle because I don't think the players deserve anything. Because the players have no loyalty to anyone anymore. The coaches have no loyalty. This is a strictly transactional relationship. Why would you expect anything? You're going to be the first person whose pimp is going to negotiate on your behalf to get you out of your current situation. I don't care. It's all fugazi.
And that's why it is hard to care about.
That is correct.
It has become exhausting. And based on our conversation yesterday, what will get you back into the sport? If they keep doing stuff like this, it's going to become impossible. Literally.
Yeah, and that's where we've arrived at. It's just the courts, it's so exhausting seeing anytime someone has something happen that they don't like. It's the courts. And it's like, well, hold on. You're in year 9. You're a grown adult with 2 kids and a mortgage. You're not eligible. This is the other thing with college sports that's got to stop. We cannot normalize 23 and 24-year-olds playing college sports.
No.
I hate that we're normalizing this. That is not normal. No, that is not a shot at U of M, you sensitive little bitches. That is a statement of reality. I don't like grown-ass adults playing college sports. That's a nationwide issue. Yes, you happened to win it last year doing just that. I don't like anyone doing it. I don't like it in football. I mean, you've got a collection of 22 and 23-year-olds on a football field against 18 and 19-year-olds. I mean, that's like playing basketball against your dad when you were 8 and he had old man strength. It was a problem. It's just all ridiculous. And you get guys who just want to hang around like the losers reminiscing about their high school and they're 24. Hunter Dickinson, go get a job. You know, Bob McClanahan or whatever his name was for Miami. You've been in college for 9 years, bro. Get a job.
Greg Hargrave brought this guy up to me today. I actually don't think he's playing in football this year unless he's on a different team. You remember the starting quarterback in the 2021 Michigan State game for Michigan?
Hold on. 2021. So that would have been the kid that went to Iowa, McNamara.
Cade McNamara. He played football last year. And unconfirmed, he might be playing football this year. He played football last year at East Tennessee State. He's not currently on their
Shout
2026 roster.
Great logo.
Yes, good one. But Cade McNamara was the starting quarterback at Michigan my sophomore year of college.
All right, you want a better
and
one?
was still in college last year.
Give you a better one. I think he was a top 5 player in the class of 2019. He was a linebacker, and he went to Oregon. His name was Justin Flo. All right? Played for Oregon for 3 years. He blew out one of the years. Transfers from Oregon and goes to Arizona. Transfers from Arizona, and he blows out. He then goes to UNLV last year, if you're keeping up. He was just awarded a 7th season. He's going to play for UNLV this year. He was in the 2019-2020 class. That's the problem. You got to get rid of the Al Bundys. This is college, man. I can't stand it. Oh, but they can make more money and you can't deny them. The hell I can't. You imagine a kid hanging around high school when he's 21 years old and he's going to go play high school football? You'd never allow it. Why are we allowing 24-year-olds to play college football, college basketball? AJ Storr, 5 schools, 5 years. Get out. Here's an application. Fill it out. That's your future. Enough. 97.1. All right, no time to waste. Let's get to it. It's time for Who Said It. All right, our coworkers say things. We just have to find out who's eligible, and then we play the game. David?
So it's been another week. It's the summertime, another week of subs, so which means a lot of people have been talking. Different voices you've heard this week. So let's get to it here. Dan Campbell didn't do this 2 years ago when they won 15 games. So why is this the right choice now? because I often thought it was better and believed the coaching staff when they said it was better to have teams come in for joint practice.
I know it's not me because we haven't wasted 10 seconds talking preseason crap.
There's been a lot of Lions in
mornings and middays.
The middays and mornings. John was here earlier this week, correct?
Yes.
John was in
And
earlier this week.
Stoney was in the last 2 days.
Yes.
With Jim.
Yes.
My original inclination is Doug or John.
Why? Elaborate.
It sounds like Doug at the start of the clip talking about reasoning as to, like, I almost see this as a texter or a caller being upset there's no joint practices, and Doug giving the other side of the coin as to they didn't do this when they won 15 games, so what does it matter?
Read it again, please.
Dan Campbell didn't do this 2 years ago when they won 15 games. So why is this the right choice now? Because I often thought it was better and believed the coaching staff when they said it was better to have teams come in for joint practice.
See, I don't think Doug would criticize Dan Campbell. Just don't think it would happen.
You take that as criticism.
Feels like it. Paul, what do you got?
Well, I definitely think it's criticism of Dan Campbell, and I think I also have to not participate because I think I know who it is.
Got it. Noted. I'd say cookies. That would just be my guess. I'm throwing it out there.
Paul was in the morning one day this week.
Oh. All right, so you're saying
But
Doug.
he's been I'm going to stick with Doug.
I'm saying cookies, and Paul has used the Jenkins clause. Got it. David, go ahead. Yes. God, what an inane topic.
So of
That's
the 5
why I
days,
thought it was cookies.
Of the 5 days, Jim said it the one day Paul worked. Great.
Yeah, he said it the one day I ran the morning show.
It's just the type of inane babble he's been specializing in this week. All right, number 2. Well, the 7th string guard really flashed.
If Tom Izzo's happy, then I'm happy, I guess, because I trust Izzo. If he gives a stamp of approval on something, then I'm going to be okay with it.
Nope, he isn't here this week. It is not Rico. And it sure as hell ain't me. So, those two are eliminated. You begin. Who said it?
I think it might be me.
Really?
I don't know that I said the word stamp of approval.
That's such a slap opinion. It is possible. And you love state hoops.
But no, I am okay with the idea of not bringing Jackson. I was okay with Tom Izzo not bringing Jackson Kohler back. And this is the only time that his name would have been brought up this week.
Paul?
I'm going to say it was Brendan.
Read
I'm
it
just
one
gonna
more
go
time.
out there.
Read it one more time.
Stoney was also in defense of Izzo.
I'll read it one more time.
Let me hear it.
If Tom Izzo's happy, then I'm happy, I guess, because I trust Izzo. If he gives a stamp of approval on something, then I'm going to be okay with it.
I think it's me. I guess. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just going to go with it. These two there's confidence in these opinions.
We've got a bad look from David.
I don't know, man. I'm just going to go with it and move on. Go ahead, David.
Who said it?
Wow.
I hate you.
It was Gator.
I didn't
what
hear
you
it.
did, Brendan, was you got stuck on the Jackson Kohler stuff. Remember your update from earlier in the week. What else happened in Michigan State land?
Oh, where he gave Bartholomew
AD.
Sagittarius and long walks on the beach.
Stamp of approval on the
and
AD.
that should have been because I didn't think I said that, but everything else sounded like me.
So I blame you and Paul for careening this right off a cliff. All right, next.
The 2025 Seattle Seahawks, who went on to win the Super Bowl, have way more questions than the Lions do going into this year.
Jesus. I mean, that sounds like cookies. I just don't know if he'd go to the cookie jar twice. Jim's blind spot is the Lions.
Paul, are you going to Jenkins this?
I think I have to because I think I know who said it.
I feel like I do too. I think I know who said this.
Rule
I'm
number
sorry.
76, leave no crasher behind. What the hell? I'm not by myself?
I'll say I think it was Doug.
I need a point, Doug.
Well, then I'm sitting this one out. I mean, I don't have the insider trading here. All right, just go ahead. Who said it? Yeah. No, they
It's
don't.
also not
here's
true.
that's
But,
cheap,
Well, here's-
Brendan.
yeah, it's
I
just-
need a point.
Well, Paul went for it. I mean, I knew we were on the same page. We both knew it was Doug.
Damn.
Because they opened the show. I swear to God, Doug goes, Gator, watch this. Scott, whoever it was, you're on 90. The open of the show, 6 seconds in, he goes, Steve, you're on 97-1. And the caller's point was about the Seahawks had 60-1 odds and nobody thought they were going to win the Super Bowl. And Doug supported that point after the call, so I figured it was Doug. And I listened to that part.
There's really nothing for me to add.
it's also objectively not true, but
Correct. But again, you know what? I'm not going to get in trouble.
the
Why don't we
Seahawks,
just move it on?
the Seahawks had a question mark at quarterback, and that's literally it. Their roster was really good.
Yeah, the caller rattled off like 6 position groups.
Okay. Well, you can do the same thing for you know what? Just move on. It's only going to upset me if I go down that road. David, last one.
You can be a bad team and still operate in a professional way. This isn't professional.
Got to be talking Red Wings, right?
It just feels like me again from yesterday.
Oh, come on. You doing this again? Paul, go ahead.
I honestly I don't know, so I'll say Rieger said it.
Read it again.
You can be a bad team and still operate in a professional way. This isn't professional.
Bad team, operating a professional way. I just don't see Midday saying that. I could see Jim saying that.
There's a good one.
I don't think I would say it that way, so I don't think it's me. I have a tendency to be a little bit more acerbic. I'm going to go Cookies.
I'm lost here. The only one I got is I cheated. So,
But if this is you, you're going to be very upset. So you should say you.
Okay, fine, me.
There you go. Paul?
I think I might switch mine from Rieger to Stoney because I know he filled in.
That's actually a good point, too.
Yeah.
And that is something he would say. Like, you could still, I could see him doing it.
You could what?
See, he does the whole, like, he gets his hands into it and the whole bit. It could be stunned. You know what, David, who said it? We're up against it. Damn it. I did.
Good pull, Paul.
That's a nice job. And that's who said it. All right, everybody's on the road, including distracted drivers. People flying up north. We know Shabbat's headed up to north to play some golf. Bottom line, be careful because if crashes happen, the insurance company's going to be 3 steps ahead of you. Call David Femininio, the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back. And David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH, or you can go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Well, with Brendan here, this is a treat. This is a lot like Can We Say That When Rico does it. I really like fair or foul. David, music. Let's do this. And I'd like to start.
Oh.
Fair or foul? Paul Serra's father's decision to use him as gator bait on the outside of a broken down fan boat in the summer of 1999.
You know, despite Paul, are you older than your sister? That's the vibe I got.
Yes.
Okay, despite the sadness, fair. It's fair.
It's foul.
Younger daughter, older
He didn't
son.
even ask if
he's
Paul's
got to be the protector.
They're
Gotta
stranded
do it.
in the Everglades, and he goes, change seats with your sister in case a gator comes up here. I mean, my God. Paul's such a sweet man. There's psychological damage associated with that decision.
How old were you when this happened?
I might have been 8.
Oh,
yeah, nice.
That
Nice.
might be
8 or
foul.
9.
Nice job, Dad.
My sister was 6, I think, at the time.
See, there's not a huge age gap. So if the gator came up there.
so she's expendable? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, luck of the draw.
I think it's just easier to explain the son being eaten by the gator than the daughter to the cops if there's a situation.
True.
All
Sir,
I can
you
tell
let
you
your
is
daughter sit on the edge of the boat? Who's this guy?
a fan boat breaking down in the bayou is absolute nightmare fuel.
Oh, God.
That's all I will say. All right, let's move on. I know this causes a lot of psychological stress for Paul. Let's move on.
All right. Let's start with we'll do one that goes back to our alma mater, Mike. I'm wondering if you saw this headline from yesterday. There was a local establishment, as we call it, a local jaunt, that is accepting memberships for next year, so you can skip the line and not pay cover. You can pay $900 for a year to have a membership to this bar, and then you can skip the line and you don't have to pay cover, and you can take 10 people with you every time you skip.
We've lost the plot. First of all, I didn't have any money as a college student. I was broke. I mean, we collected pop bottles so we could attempt to buy beer. This is a sign that this is turning into just a rich kid establishment. 2, waiting in line for the bar is part of the college experience.
Yes.
The idea that you can pay $900 and bring 10 of your idiot friends, just stop all of this. Foul. This is completely foul.
It's foul. You should just wait in line with your buddies like a normal person.
$900.
You don't get to skip the line.
If I had $900 in college, I would have felt like Rick Ross.
When they,
oh my God.
When people say like, oh, you need a subscription for everything now, I didn't think we were literally going to be talking about the bar where you need a membership.
No, because
crazy.
We've lost our minds as a society.
Could you imagine you go up to the front, they're like, you didn't pay your monthly. Like, you owe us the $200 this month or whatever it is, and then we'll let you in.
$900. Oh my God.
It's wild the way things are now. I've seen pictures circulating of people setting up their dorms for this semester, and their dorms look amazing. Better than my house. I'm like, what are we doing here?
It's just it's totally changed. It's just a completely different experience. I know. Here comes Shabbath. Oh, you're old. Yeah, I guess I am.
No, I'm in agreement with you.
It's a disgrace.
Absolutely.
No college kid should have access to an omelet bar. This isn't a Marriott. It's a cafeteria.
All right, moving on to...
It's unbelievable.
Something that I experienced yesterday that has really stuck with me. Not what I experienced yesterday, but perhaps more offensive. Fair or foul?
Yes.
End of the show yesterday. You were gone for a minute, bathroom break, whatever it was. Mike, David had a question for me. And he goes, hey, Jeremy. I guess all us update guys look the same,
what, do we
don't
all look
we,
the
David?
same over here? Is that what we're doing? Hey,
Pretty
random
interesting.
white guy. That's foul.
I thought I saw
You look
unseasoned
nothing
meat.
like Jeremy. You are like a foot taller
What
than
did you
him.
just say?
Wait,
I
what?
saw unseasoned meat.
Foul again.
It's all foul.
You're 2 for 2.
It's all foul. Again, David, what you did with him would be the equivalent of misidentifying Steph Curry and Mr. T. Two completely different
They
people.
look totally different.
Like, Brennan is a foot taller than Jeremy. He doesn't wear glasses. He doesn't wear Homer Simpson's khaki shorts. He does a different thing. You can't misidentify. How could you call him Jeremy?
Look. When I did it, I knew immediately I messed up. It's like you say something, you're trying to grab it in the
Pull it
air.
back.
I was like, oh, that's not Jeremy.
Foul.
It's bad. I'm sorry.
Next.
Paul?
It is foul, obviously.
Yeah.
You don't
Thank
really
you.
look anything like Jeremy.
Yeah. Up next, he's going to look at Paul and call him Powers. I mean, like, come on, man.
All right, moving on. Fair or foul? This is the one that I was talking to you about pre-show that might be sports. I'll leave it up to you.
Okay.
Recreational cycling groups. Saw this leaving yesterday after the show, was driving home. I'm not great with numbers. It had to be 70.
Yeah.
Like these hardcore cyclists, they're in the aerodynamic suits and the helmet. 70 of them in the road, taking up the entire right lane for like 50 yards.
I'll tell you why I'm okay with it. I want people to live their life, be happy. There's too many miserable people. They're in a group, so it's easy to see. It's easy to identify. It's easy for you as a motor vehicle driver to navigate the situation.
Mm-hmm.
What I hate more is the singular biker, the singular pain in the ass.
Yeah.
I'm good with the groups. Easy. It's like a herd of buffalo. You know, you can't say, "Oh my God, I'm shocked I got trampled." What did you miss? There's 700 of these things.
See, that's the thing. You just said it, Mike, and I know it's cruel to do this, but people may hit one biker. But if you have a group of bikers, you're not going to mow through the entire biker. You can see them.
You would hope not.
But I've seen people get real close to where a single biker is like, why are you even doing that?
That's right. Yeah. I'll wait until a car passes in the opposite lane, and I do a complete loop-de-loo around the bike. I don't want to be nowhere near the bikers.
I tell you what, though.
I want to just stay away because I always fear in my mind it's like Final Destination, and somehow the guy's going to fall off his bike,
he's gonna get
and I'm
swept
going to
under.
roll over him. So I stay. It's like a blast radius. I put a bubble around bikers.
Just try to stay in the bike lane, though.
The bike lanes annoy me more than the bikers. Enough with the bike lanes.
I think that's safer. If you're just in the lane and
It's
there's
an
no
annoyance.
designation here and you're just in front of me and I got to wait for you. Like the one thing yesterday is this is rush hour traffic and we're taking up like
Listen, the
5 or
bike
6
group,
car
they
lanes.
had a jaunt to
No,
go
I
on.
get it.
What do you want?
I
I'm
get
not
it.
here
I
to
mean,
stop
they all
them.
probably, had jobs and had to go after work. I get it.
I'm not
it's the
mad
same
about
thing.
it. Let
Yeah.
people live their life.
All right.
I don't know.
David, did you answer?
That's the thing. I don't bother anybody outside of work. Do whatever you
Just
want.
me.
Just leave me alone. No, I'm easy. Yeah, you want to bike? Do your thing. What do you want from me?
Yeah, fair is what I said.
It's fair to me.
It's fair. I don't mind the groups. I despise the guy that thinks he's in his own personal Tour de France
Mm-hmm.
and he's out there with $1,000 worth of gear. He's waving his hands around to turn signal him. It's like, stop it, guy.
Yes. That's fair foul.
Paul's been set off by the Okeechobee story. 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. Lions radio voice Dan Miller says that corner Ennis Trakestraw has a non-serious ankle injury. His status for tomorrow's preseason opener at Ford Field still TBA. On the Red Wings GM beat, Max Boltman tweeted yesterday that there continues to be buzz about Jeff Greenberg as a potential hire. Boltman shared the following with me minutes ago. The Tigers start a series against the Kansas City Royals tonight. Detroit holds a 4-2 edge against them this season and have Troy Melton on the mound. If he had more innings under his belt, the 1.49 ERA would be the best in baseball. He'll face Noah Cameron, who's coming off a 9-inning one-hit shutout against the Angels. 8-10 the first pitch here on 97.1. Ex-Michigan State forward Jackson Kohler just committed to BYU yesterday. Now this morning, his extra year of eligibility, along with all the other fifth-year players in the same situation, has been yanked away. Yeah, a little bit. Detroit Mercy basketball set to play both MSU and U of M for the first time since the late 90s. The Dallas Mavericks are buying out Klay Thompson's contract. He's reportedly heading to Miami. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock. Great to have you. God willing, your workday's over and we get you home. We have got a couple news items for you, including I'd like to file it as state's evidence. This is example number 10,738 of this town caping up for the Tigers for no good reason. I give you Brendan Phosphorus Shabath, the whitest man at the station.
Whoa, there's the whiter one in the room.
Nah, Otto earned his chops. He cussed you out. All right. Well, I tell you, the sleeves on that T-shirt, what are you, in Greece? Not the country, the musical. Look at those things.
Listen here. It is a New York T-shirt, so I thought you would like it.
You give me grief if I wear like a State of New York hat.
You caught me on a bad day, okay? You're allowed to wear your New York hat.
Thank you.
But yes, this is a little bit shorter than my normal sleeves, but it doesn't reveal my farmer's tan. Yes.
It does. It's alluring.
Yes.
Congratulations.
I'll go to a pool this weekend.
No, you're fine. Listen, you're good.
Just don't take a video like Stoney.
Don't.
Yeah, I won't do that.
Don't be Stoney. Don't ever be Stoney.
I am working with him tomorrow morning. Will you tune in?
Working with Stoney's great.
Yes.
Being Stoney.
Don't let him rub off on you, personality-wise.
You stay you.
All right.
All right, let's get to this, because you are going to read something to the people.
Yes.
I think it's a complete absurdity. I think it's almost as if Kelvin Shepard wrote it. If you take away all the bad things, we're good. Kelvin, you're not. They average 6 yards a carry. Go ahead.
Well, this is a piece from the Detroit Free Press, and writer Christian Romo says why the Detroit Tigers bullpen has been better than you think. And it goes through the idea that the bullpen has been much to blame for the Tigers this season, and people point to the 28 blown saves, and it says, so has Detroit's bullpen been that bad this season? The answer is complicated, which pretty much defines the Tigers season. It talks about there's no chance getting past the blown saves, puts a lot of the blame on Kenley Jansen, and then turns its attention towards Kyle Finnegan.
You mean your top two relievers in high leverage situations?
Yes.
Interesting.
Points to both those two guys. And then it talks about how the rest of the bullpen has been pretty good. They have some positive minus ERA or ERA minus stats, which is just ERA adjusted for the ballpark that you're playing in. They talk about some of their fan graphs, WAR, guys like Ty Madden, Drew Summers with a positive 0.5 WAR. And then it gets into the bad luck. It says a key stat in Detroit's decline from 2025 to 26 is the Tigers' 12-22 record in one-run games this season.
That's because your bullpen sucks.
That marks the lowest winning percentage among MLB teams this season, with the Tigers having the fewest wins and a tie for the most losses in such games. On the surface, it seems the bullpen should be blamed for Detroit's struggles in close games this season, but that may not necessarily be the case. By ERA, the Tigers' bullpen has been better than it was in 2025, but that team was 21-12 in one-run games.
It's not about the overall. It's about the high-leverage players in close games are ass. I don't care if you're up 11-0 and Drew Summers, old Rosy Cheeks, gets in there and gives you 2 scoreless. This is stupid.
And then it goes on to say, how is this possible that the record can be so bad and flip so much? Quote, a typical analytical conclusion about one-run games is that they are more a product of luck than skill. Put simply, a team with a bad record in one-run games is probably just unlucky, which is admittedly not very useful in trying to figure out Detroit's putrid one-run record. One-run games are not solely controlled by pitching performances, however. The Tigers have lost an MLB high 19 games after leading in the 7th inning, much of that coming down to relief pitching.
Yeah, the bullpen that you're glazing, 17 games, you're up after the 7th. Your highest leverage players are your biggest liability. I don't care if the long man's good. This is exactly what I mean about this effing town and its media. You can't cape up for a team with 28 blown saves. You can't cape up for a team who's horrible in one-run games, who can't hold a lead after the 7th. It's right there. It's the most important guys in the pen are terrible. And why even write this?
I have one last graph for you, and I want you to pick a singular word that stands out the most from this graph. It's impossible to say for sure whether the Tigers are getting the wrong end of a coin flip more than any other team. But if luck is a factor, the Tigers can hope that luck will veer in their direction as the last month of the regular season approaches. But with only 35 regular season games left, there isn't much time for the Tigers to fix what is ailing them, whether that be bullpen troubles or getting on the better side of fate. There's a key word that I noticed in that I wondered if you picked up on it too.
You've really upset me.
I didn't write it.
But you read it. You're guilty by association.
I don't make the news. I just report the news, David. Isn't that how it goes?
It is. You're right. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What's the word?
Hope. The Tigers can hope that luck will veer in their direction as the last month of the regular season approaches. A, what? B, you could argue, because you have talked about this a number of times this year, Mike, that the Tigers have been on the better side of luck, i.e. a 4-game series that you split against the Royals without Bobby Witt Jr., i.e. a sweep of the Yankees without Aaron Judge, i.e. every player that they seem to go against either stinking compared to what they're used to, Paul Skeens, or being hurt, or teams on or players on other teams that they're competing with getting hurt, i.e. Michael Garcia.
If you want to play the bad luck thing, I can absolutely make a case on the offensive side where, let's say, you hit 110-mile-an-hour seed and it's right at somebody. It's bad luck. That is a part of – look, like Riley Green early in the season was very lucky. He had a BABIP of like 500. No, Ted Williams wouldn't do that. And what happened? He regressed. Still having a nice year. I'm not dogging Riley. I'm making a point. Players can get really lucky or really unlucky. The Tigers offensively, I would say there is some bad luck there. I have no problem with that. But when you get into just look at the game the other day, there's no bad luck when you give up 2 ninth-inning home runs, and they are moonshots. Like, what? How are we talking about this?
And the thing with luck in the game of baseball, these guys will get hundreds and hundreds of plate appearances over the course of the season. They play 162 games. They play for like 27 months. Luck contributing to the entire derailment of a season does not happen. On a game-by-game, at-bat-by-at basis, yes, you will get lucky or unlucky certain times. Like you bring up about sculling a ball right at some dude's glove, right? But when you look at the numbers, they even bring it up in this article. Kyle Finnegan's 3.27 ERA is actually better than his career average, but his 5.22 expected ERA, luck, is by far the worst of any Tigers reliever with at least 20 innings this season.
And it's like back in the day, and I know it's not as popular now, there are other metrics, but there's a, fielding independent pitching versus your ERA. And again, when those two numbers are out of whack and one is disproportionate to the other, we can talk about luck or bad luck. I'm not saying luck is not a part of sports or baseball. That would be ignorant of me. What I'm saying is we know the issue with this bullpen. We know this team's issue in holding leads after the 7th. That is a very distilled, finite issue. You can't. The reason I said the Kelvin Shepherd thing, I'm referring to the Rams game. And it was this idea of, look, if you take away the 2 60-yard runs, we did a good job against them.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, we don't get to do that. And second of all, Kelvin, 16 of their runs still went for at least 6 yards per run. You were not good against the run. Stop it. This is the problem I have in this town. That article is something you could write postseason. I don't want to hear that when they've lost 5 of 6. They just absolutely fell down the stairs in Pittsburgh.
Their most recent loss.
Please don't do that. But in this town, that article or it'll get written about that team. You'll never get that with the Lions. You'll never get it with the Wings. You won't get it with the Pistons.
No.
There is this childlike romance with the Tigers I don't get. They are approaching 50, not 50. They are over 40 years without a World Series. Full stop. Should they have had one during the golden era between 06 and 2013? 100%. It's criminal that team didn't get one, but they didn't. Why on earth are they treated like they're the Dodgers? I don't get it. I don't know why the media does this. I don't even know who this person is, nor do I want to. I don't get that piece appearing in what was once a very good newspaper. I don't even understand why it exists.
And I can appreciate that the article does make an effort to bring up counterpoints to its own point. But what ends up happening is it's just a bunch of counterpoints, and the main point is like, well, they're unlucky. And that's not the case. You don't blow 28 saves, which is tied for a franchise record of this historic ball club that's been around for 125 years or whatever it is. 28 blown saves. You don't do that just by being unlucky.
No.
And you look at, a shout out to Evan Woodbury, who some numbers have been circulating about this bullpen and the leverage situation, which is something you brought up off air and just a passing conversation about the Tigers
high leverage
yesterday.
is all that matters. When you're putting up numbers up 8-0 or down 8-0, I understand that in the aggregate they can make a bullpen look good or bad.
Yes.
In this instance, the low leverage spots, there's no problem. It's when the pressure's on, this pen stinks. Anyone watching sees it. They know it. I mean, you're lucky you haven't blown 30 saves. Kenley twice in the last month loaded the bases and needed miracles to get out of it. And I get it. Not every closer is going to have that perfect year. Not everybody's going to pitch clean innings. I'm just making a point. He's been flying close to the sun on a number of things. When you're throwing 93-mile-an-hour discos up there that are supposed to be cutters, I can't help you.
He's also your 5th highest paid player. Ahead of
But what are these numbers?
Kyle
Woodbury
Finnegan's number 6. So Woodbury in high leverage situations for Tigers relievers, 7th inning and beyond, even into
the
extras.
stuff I care about.
Yes. In baseball, they rank 30th in ERA, 30th in weighted on base, 30th in opponent batting average, and 30th in opponent slugging.
Bad luck.
Right.
Right? See, that's the problem. If you wanted to write a piece explaining why the Tigers bullpen is perceived to be terrible when the numbers are telling you they're not, that's a piece where you're doing a public service. Hey, not every inning's the same. Here they are in low leverage. Here they are in high leverage. See, now you're doing the job. That right there, you may as well sell roasted almonds at the ballpark.
You could have written the same piece and just do what you're talking about and make the point that as a whole, the bullpen is not bad because of the low leverage.
Right. Well, because I'm interested in telling the truth, they're interested in selling you a Disney movie. I have no patience for it, but I understand a lot more people will probably like that piece than loathe it. I know I'm different. I'm from a different era of sports. I'm from a different part of the country. Stuff like that, I wouldn't line Costa's cat's bed with it. It's ridiculous. It's bullpen after the 7th inning. You got to stop. Your most important players have been terrible. And by the way, a name you didn't mention was also absolute trash this year was Will Vest. Those are all your most important guys. They all stink.
Yep.
There's your piece. Could have wrote that in 17 words. Man, you really upset me at 5 o'clock. 248-539-9797. We will get to the people next. I know we went over time, David. My bad. 97.1. All right, I want to get some of the text. David has nothing to add. He anything he adds involves a curse word on this topic, so we're going to leave it alone.
The Federal Communication Commission is listening, David.
They would not appreciate David's monologue during the break, but give me some of the what do people have to say about it?
Robin Grand Blank says analytics have a place in sports, but in many situations they are meaningless. Many years analytical stats are hypothetical in nature and are designed to be predictive. I choose to focus on the actual results. I don't buy into good luck or bad luck.
I mean,
the actual results are 61 and 66.
Right.
Here it is.
I think you need to buy into bad luck and good luck, but this particular piece is a horrific application of that. I want to state that. Analytics can show you this guy's getting incredibly unlucky. They're not unlucky in the high leverage spots. They're terrible.
Stoney and myself and Paul Serra over there had this completely stupid argument one Saturday, arguing about basketball analytics because these two guys seem to think Klay Thompson's a better defender than Duncan Robinson. And I brought this up about analytical stats. Every stat, but analytical ones in particular, need to be put into context. You can't just say his BABIP is this or his expected ERA is this, or it's the context of high leverage and low leverage and the specifics of these one-run games.
That I agree with.
And within a lot of in a lot of those 22 one-run losses, you had the lead and it was given up by a bullpen pitcher.
That isn't bad luck.
That is a pattern. It has continued over and over and over again. Every time we have a blown save, we get on these airwaves the next day and say, well, that's a microcosm of their season. They've had like 7 microcosms of this season.
No, I know. And look, you can say the injuries are a bit of bad luck, or you can say signing JV and having them blow out, bad luck. I'm not mad at any of that. There's good luck and bad luck. Hey, good luck. Dylan Dingler turned into one of the best players in the league, or Kevin McGonigal outpaced any expectation he had. There's some luck there too. The reality is you are not 28 blown saves and 17 or 19 leads after the 7th.
19 after the 7th.
That's not bad luck. You got bad players. And I don't need some article trying to sell a fantasy to people. Like, don't do that. You don't need to do that. Damn it.
And Paul, Klay Thompson sucks on defense.
Oh, dear.
He's a better defender than Duncan Robinson.
No, he ain't. Next text.
What is this, the Hoop Collective?
We were trying to figure out this Pistons offseason. The article isn't worth the paper or the print, but I do like that since it's Friday, Mike raised his voice.
I don't want anyone to be upset. It's 80. It's sunny. I hope all of you have an incredible weekend. Things like this just bother me because it's not lying. It's misleading, and there's no reason for it. You can call a spade, and it doesn't make you a hater or unfair or ill-informed. The data is there for you. What did you say? Was it Evan Woodbury? Is that who you said?
Yeah.
Evan Woodbury presented better data than the writer. Why? The writer has all day to do it. Woodbury goes high leverage, low leverage. Here's the data. Done. That's it. The article would have served so much more purpose if you just write it and say, listen, despite this pen looking good, numbers-wise, here's why it's not. You could illuminate what's actually happening for the average fan. And instead, as we often do in media now, we just want to sell a narrative and sell hopium. Buddy, I'm from a bygone era.
That's the word that stood out. If they are relying on luck, then we should fire the manager and the entire office staff. Thank you for making me dumber for reading that article. LOL, there's only one fact, and that's the bullpen is not getting it done.
I'm with you there.
Analytics of players are skewed by quality of teammates as well, from Mark.
I think there's an element too, and that's why there's some pitching analytics that will incorporate defensive rating to it. I agree, or ballpark factor. Look, I think, Brendan, you said it best. I like analytics up to a line, okay? We've gotten to a very scary place in sports where people want to shake their fist in the air with some obscure analytic to explain away why their team lost or why this guy isn't good. Or how about you just watch the game? This is happening a lot in football. I'm going to tell you the most dangerous thing to football is Pro Football Focus. Because, and again, you want to tell me that 13 kids in Bangladesh who are grading the O-line are going to provide me an accurate... No, they don't even know the scheme. They don't even know what every guy's individual responsibility is. You know, this is... Talk to TJ Lang about PFF.
Yeah, I've heard it.
They don't know whose responsibility is who. Now, you want to give me analytics in football I like. I like air yards, right? I like some of the defensive metrics like...
TTP.
Or like... Time to pressure is an interesting one. And then when you match it with the secondary, like the Lions case, the reason I was able to effectively shred the D-line and not the secondary last year is the Lions secondary was actually pretty good at preventing separation, meaning their coverage and proximity was where it needed to be. It's that the Lions D-line was ass. Like, that's how you can pair analytics together and go, okay, wait a second. This group's at fault, not this one. But man, when you just want to use them as this childlike onesie, like it's your plushie toy, that's what bugs me. Don't do that.
And putting things into the context of the quality of your teammates, the article does go to, and we can't sit here and read the whole thing verbatim, right? But the article does talk about the Tigers' offense and how that too seems to disappear in clutch situations. And I think not just the bullpen and high leverage, but there are also high leverage at bats. And when you extrapolate the team's record and performance as a whole, I think it's a pretty fair assessment to just say they're not very clutch.
Hey, also, you want to do good luck, bad luck? Okay, we'll play that game. Is it good luck or bad luck you're in the worst American League in history?
Good luck.
I'll take my answer off air. Love the show, guys. All right, let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Mike, thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir.
This article bothers me. But I also want to get into something what I find fascinating about this bullpen. So this bullpen is a more pitch for contact bullpen and a not control the strike zone bullpen, because it seems like every time they get to 2 strikes, they just nibble. They don't have guys in the pen who have swing and miss and that can put guys away. And I think that, to me, would be more interesting to write about, because the lack of swing and miss in this pen has killed us. How many times have we given up the game on 2 strikes? 3 times, at least, I can think of, for sure.
You don't have swing and miss. I think you've nailed it. And that's critical to today's game, where, if you've got a guy that's got an elite sinker, a guy that's producing, something obscene like, 60% ground balls or something, we can talk about pitching to contact. But, yeah, Joe, in the late innings and high leverage and you got guys on base, you got to be striking people out. That's just today's game, and they don't have it.
Absolutely. And so I guess my question would be, why is Harris's philosophy different for the lineup than the bullpen?
No, it's not. It's just that he's not good at this. It is like he's fantastic at drafting and player development. He's terrible at acquisition. His ML, just go look up and down his pitching acquisitions, his positional acquisition. He's not good at this. So that's really just what it boils down to. It's not a philosophical difference. I don't think he's out there going, let me get a collection of contact-oriented guys. He's not good at this.
And quick question before I go. Which situation for the winter teams has bothered you more, the Duran saga or the Larkin saga?
Duran,
really?
Yeah, because Larkin at least had the balls to say, I want out. If you're Duran, you're just you're doing this delusional thing of, I want a number, and the team's like, sir, this is Wendy's. It's insanity. Like, they're offering him a legitimate deal. You could take the deal. For Dylan, he said, I'm done. I want out. I've given you a decade. You gave me a contract. I have a no movement clause. Get me out. I will respect someone taking the flack that comes with that. For Duran, he hasn't even said he wants out. He's just silently done every action that is suggestive he does, or he's so delusional, he may end up getting himself out. I'm way more bothered by that.
You want me to rattle off the Scott Harris pitching acquisitions when we come back?
Buddy, you can do whatever the hell you want to do. We've still got to get the fair foul. But the Maedas of the world and all the rest.
But I did it for, I had a solo show a couple weeks ago, and I did it because the topic was,
do it right now, real quick.
Okay. Tell me which one you think is above a B+, right, of these. Framber Valdez,
no.
Alex Cobb,
no.
Paul Sewald,
no.
Tommy Kahnle,
no.
Justin Verlander,
no.
Kenta Maeda,
no.
Rafael Montero,
no.
Charlie Morton,
no.
Chris Paddock,
no.
John Brebbia,
no.
Jack Flaherty.
Yeah, I'll say yes.
Kyle Finnegan.
No.
Tyler Holton.
Oh, boy. Push.
So B+. Emmanuel DeJesus.
No.
Jacob Waguespack.
He's okay.
Yeah. There's 2 we got right.
Yeah.
Drew Summers.
He's been okay. Again, but this is what happens. This is why I got to mute the broadcast. I talk about Drew Summers like he's a Aroldis Chapman. I can't do it. But how about this? I consider acquisition cost too. He was next to free. I'll say yes.
And the last 2 are Chasen Shreve
no.
and Michael Lorenzen.
No. And oh, by the way, Kenley Jansen. No.
Well, yes. I think Michael Lorenzen I count as a good one because
he netted something in a deal. Okay.
And he was not as good as he was when he got here.
Okay.
They built him up, and now he's Hao Yu
The point is there's a hell of a lot of bad there.
Yes.
And it's not exclusively bad, but it's nowhere near good enough for where this team wanted to go and what they needed to be. And it's a continual failing. And I'm not telling you it's easy. Building a bullpen is not easy, but he ain't good at it.
It's largely hit or miss.
97-1.
Imagine Higo asks for a raise right now.
What a moment in time.
I already did before that. That's the key.
Jalen Duren and an update guy.
Part 2 of Fair or Foul. David. This is exciting.
Yes. Mike, I promised you something on Dylan Larkin.
Yeah.
Fair or foul? The Red Wings not including Larkin in their Player NHL 26 ratings post. You know, they do this with NBA 2K. And then they post, the Red Wings did this, and they posted, here's our guys' ratings. And there's John Gibson at an 85, and Simon Edvinsson at an 89, and Lucas Raymond and Mo Sider. And there's one notable person who's not on that post.
Dylan Larkin?
He ain't on there.
It's fair. He's currently demanded a trade. It's unclear if he'll be here. Why would I let the gotcha police come back and get me? And he's no longer my captain.
I put it on here because I think there's an avenue for foul in that it seems like this guy's going to be at training camp in a couple weeks. He's on your team.
Maybe. But I wouldn't put him on there. He said he doesn't want to be a part of the team. I'm not going to use you as a part of the team.
They also wished him a happy birthday on Twitter like 2 weeks ago.
They did what?
Yes.
What are you, 12? Well, happy birthday, Spank. I mean, what are we doing?
Well, every team gives their guy a happy birthday post. I mean,
you serious?
You have to. I just thought, if we're in the realm of not including Dylan Larkin in social posts, why even bring light to the fact that if you didn't post it was his birthday, nobody would have known.
Thank you.
I think it's fair. He asked it to be gone. He can't be the captain anymore. He shouldn't even be on the roster right now. If you had a competent GM, he would have traded him. So yeah, they shouldn't mention him.
Yeah, it's definitely fair, and I noticed that earlier. It makes sense though. They don't know if he's going to be part of the team this year, so don't put his ratings on the list. I like it. It's fair.
Valid.
Foul is wishing a grown-ass man who's an employee a happy birthday. What are we doing? Carry on.
Fair or foul? I saw this today in a post on social media. I'm not sure you've seen this, Mike, so I think I might be breaking news to you.
Okay.
The Charlotte Hornets did something. They gifted something to Kobe White.
What?
It was a framed net from their play-in game.
Oh, my God in heaven. Can I go home?
No, I got a tea time in a couple minutes.
Are you serious?
Yes. For him re-signing with them, they knew he had a bunch of suitors in free agency, and he wants to stay there, and he's invested in that team. Mm-hmm. So for that, here's the net from the play-in game.
That's as foul as what a dog drops in the grass. You got to be kidding me. We're talking about being a loser organization. A foul, the highest foul. That's a flagrant 2.
All right.
Mike, they didn't even make the actual playoffs.
No, they made the play-in.
They won one play-in game and they lost to the Magic.
My God.
It's foul.
That's worse than what happened to Paul on that fan boat.
It is foul, yes.
What happened on the fan? Oh, no, you mean the net. Sorry.
Yeah,
okay.
Carry on.
All right. Fair or foul? This Tennessee high school footballer's name. David?
Did he just say? Oh, my God. Look, we had this conversation when Stoney was in here the other day. We do this all the time. Now, clearly, his middle name is not really Cornbread. There's no word.
That's what I said to David. I sent it to him, and I said, this cannot be his real name.
When we do the annual all-name team in college football, there's a kid who played for Bowling Green last year. His middle name was ESPN. No, I'm serious. There are also people on there named Clay Oven or Mobility. This is a real thing.
Or All Right.
Sure, but Cornbread has to be a nickname. I'm going to say fair. I will say fair. That's clearly a nickname. It's like Mookie Blaylock or Spud Webb. It's a nickname. If his actual middle name is Cornbread, his parents should be thrown in prison.
Go ahead, David.
I also think it's a nickname, but this is a high school game.
Yeah?
Why are they using it for his name?
Well, because the kid's probably making more money than the coach.
In high school, probably.
I mean, this is Peyton Manning's son, high school.
Yeah.
All these kids probably have NIL. If that kid were committed to Georgie's making 25 G's a month to stay committed.
Cornbread Adams.
Can I do a devil's advocate for it not being a nickname?
Sure.
Wouldn't you just call him Cornbread Adams? He does. He gives the full 3 government names.
Okay, maybe. But like, not
Like,
everybody.
What was Spud Webb's real name?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I just know him as Spud.
Right.
But again, not everybody's comfortable with that. I don't know. I mean, look, South Alabama had a running back named Fluff Bothwell. Not everybody wants to go by Fluff, but he decided that was my move.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he likes his first name, but wants to tell you he's got some swag to him with cornbread as a nickname. I don't know.
All right.
I'm saying
it has to be a nickname. Because why even say 3 full names anyway? Who says everyone's full name every time they complete anything?
Paul Gatorbait Sarah.
But what if it's hyphenated?
His Twitter page just says Cornbread Adams.
Okay. Well,
Is there a hyphen?
Okay, hold on. Then maybe the announcers wanted to steer clear of being accused of being funny or
And just
not
say
being
the whole name,
respectful.
yes.
And we're just going to say the whole damn name. Now
Correct.
watch. He'll go to college. He'll be Cornbread Adams.
Correct.
For sure.
I mean, it was Adam Pac-Man Jones.
He's right, you know.
That's true.
Carry on.
Valid. All right. Moving on to let's do a non-sports one. I thought this was really funny from a coworker today.
Okay.
Fair or foul? Haggling for a lower price to one of your subscriptions with AI robots.
Foul. All of it's foul. That's just not for me.
There's a coworker who had a price for a subscription that he paid most of the time. Whoa. And that price was about to go up. So he decided to complain with this company and haggle. And turns out you're just talking to the AI chatbot.
This was cookies, wasn't
and they said it wasn't. No, actually. And they,
Shocking.
And they said, well, the price is going to be $5.99, whatever number, right? And he said, how about $4.99? And the AI said, well, you drive a good bargain, sure. And he got the lower price.
I think it's foul because I'm not a fan of AI. So I'll just say foul.
But
on
this
all
is
levels.
getting the better of
It's
AI.
not. You're being extremely needy doing that. If you want to sit there and negotiate, do it your damn self.
I don't think he had an option to negotiate with a human. He was like, he wanted to negotiate the price,
and he
they
saved
took
himself $1 a month.
They took him to a chatbot. Hey, that's $12 a year
For $1.
That's like halfway to a tea time.
I'm out. Foul.
So he got into an argument with an algorithm.
I was told it was an AI chatbot. Yes.
Okay, that's foul.
Yeah, it's foul, and I'm going to guess it's someone on the other side of the building, so just kick that entire side of the building out of the building. Ridiculous.
All right. Moving on. Fair or foul? We've been doing a lot of golf today, Mike. I'm sure you're very aware of the pin locations at the BMW Championship today.
What are we doing here?
Okay, so every single day at every golf course in America, if they're doing it right, they change.
I understand that.
Yes.
So
and
what do you want me to? What do they put them in tough spots?
This is egregious. Every single when they do the pin sheets, the way they show you where the pin is, they don't just put a little dot. They actually have to have measurements, and so it tells you how many paces it is from the front of the green and from the nearest side.
What
right?
what a snooty
Listen.
sport. It's so snooty. I
How
can't
is
help
it
it.
snooty?
How many paces?
Yards.
Pace
Sorry.
yourself
Yards.
right out of the
Forgive
studio.
Me, football guy. Football
Oh.
guy needs yards.
When they give
3
you the
feet at a time.
Hey, Paul, is the morning pin sheet out?
Yes.
Ay,
Anyways,
ay.
the pin sheet. There's not a single pin at the BMW Championship today that is more than 7 paces from an edge of the
then I
green.
will say foul. You're making it artificially too difficult for them, and you're going to end up producing a tournament nobody wants to watch.
There are multiple pins that are 7 or less from 2 different edges.
Seven
it's
paces?
7 paces off the left and 3 off the front.
All right, it's
so
foul.
it's literally like right in this little
You're
tiny
not being
sliver of the
fair.
green.
You're not being fair or equitable. Foul.
I'm just going to say fair because I don't care. I don't
Oh, David.
I don't care.
I'm going to say fair too because it just seems like it's just a bunch of guys with their Dockers in a twist.
I also think it's fair because what people like to see is professional golfers struggling. And this is harder for them.
I've always said then you should adopt some putt-putt aspects, like a clown's mouth or a giant like windmill.
All right, now you're belittling my sport. All right.
Sorry.
We got time for
Put a lazy river right through a green.
That's right. If you really want to see him struggle, the apparatus has been there for years.
fair or foul from across the pond. Saw a video of a Brit doing this the other day. Fair or foul, leaving your dog behind to flee the cops.
What?
This guy was on an e-scooter over in the UK, England, somewhere over there. And I guess they're illegal wherever he was. You're not allowed to have them. So he took off running. He had his dog with him, but he took off running, left the dog behind. Lo and behold, the cop follows the dog because the dog knows how to get home, follows the dog back to the house. They find the guy up hiding in the loft. He's under arrest. He's got his license suspended for like 4 years.
And what was illegal? The dog?
No, the e-scooter he was on.
Got it. And he left his dog.
He left his dog behind, and he came back to bite him.
He's a POS. Foul. Ultimate foul.
Did he also leave the scooter behind too?
I would assume.
What the hell is he doing?
I don't know. I didn't really get it. I just thought it was the funniest, and I really wanted to play the audio, but it was so low quality we couldn't do it. But they go up, they find him literally in like the attic, like he's like laying on like asbestos and stuff, and they're like, "All right, come on, get down." He's like, "What are you talking about? I'm trying to take a nap," and he's like, "On the insulation, you daft bleep."
My God.
Yeah, it's definitely foul. You can't do that. You can't leave your pet, your dog. You can't do that.
Now, the dog kind of sold him out, though.
Well, the dog knows how to get home. That's just knowing how to get home.
Just wanted to get home.
I hate people who do bad things to dogs. So
I pushed
just
a button here.
Leave me out of it. You just go to the next thing. It's just much easier.
Fair or foul? Trading your star receiver, then getting cooked by him in a joint practice for everyone to see.
Fair. Relax. Come on, man. It's a joint practice. What are we doing? The A.J. Brown thing?
I just know how much you love preseason football.
Yeah, it's all meaningless, but meaningless isn't a selection. This game is called fair or foul. I'll say it's fair.
All
it's
right.
just preseason. Relax. Now, that happens in November in a game you need. Oh, boy. That's different.
Yeah, it's fair. I know the ones are going against the ones, but he wanted to embarrass his old team. It's fair.
It's fair, and also in one-on-ones, the receivers have the edge.
Yes.
It's not like you're playing a coverage or you have any help over the top. It is what it is.
Very true. All right. Fair or foul? David, we got time?
Yes, we do. Go.
All right.
He's not the boss of you.
Okay. Well,
No,
sorry.
he
David,
was mean to you.
David, are you going to take that?
He was mean to you earlier. He called you Jeremy Otto.
Fair.
Thank you.
Fair or foul? Accepting Venmo payments for your drug trafficking ring under your real name.
Oh, the Penn State thing?
Yeah.
It's foul, but it's really just dumb. I can't believe how brazen they were. But my God, why is that story getting so much coverage?
Because it's unique.
It's like an international incident, but it's like, it's dopey college frat bros dealing drugs. I mean, what do you think? That's new? I don't know. It didn't surprise me.
It's definitely foul. Have you ever heard of not leaving a paper trail? Why would you do the digital
Spoken like a
payment?
true Michigan man.
You do
take
not-
those hard drives and take them to the
Put
lake.
them in the lake.
No paper trail.
Delete all the messages.
What
It has
happened to
nothing do with
Blake's
me knowing
car?
them.
248.
It's
David,
foul.
you teed yourself up.
No, it had nothing to do with Michigan. He made it about
If anybody
Michigan.
knows how to get rid of evidence, it's a Michigan man, and I'm proud of you for suggesting it.
Tom Brady took it with him to New England.
Wow. That's fair or foul. All right, good talk. Rieger's here. Get plugged in. Hey, where's your partner? Oh, wait, drunk. Okay. Any texts before you go on your 3-hour nap up north?
Fair or foul sounded like Heather's news reports from the morning show. A man leaving his dog to run from the police.
Yeah, but Heather's news is also they could be having a good time, and it's like, all right, here's Heather with the news. Hey, a priest got cut in half by a chainsaw, and you're like, oh my God, what the hell just happened?
And then John would say, is she hot?
I tell you, there was some peak droppage this morning where
what'd they do?
The topic was something teachers came up in the cookie jar or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah. It was like who at this place would make the best teacher?
Would be a good teacher. And John Sexters brought up John Jansen with sex ed. And I said, that would be interesting. Like I would like to see a lecture just because it would be so unique. And Jim literally just rifled off, I think, 15 drops in a row.
I happened to hear that.
Of Jansen, and it was hilarious.
Okay, I'm gonna need to listen to that. We'll take it.
Don't you have the Jansen drops in there? You can't hit us with like 6 quick ones.
I don't
quick
have
hitters?
well, he doesn't talk enough to produce 6.
Hey boys, remember the hockey player? Remember the hockey player who beat the crap out of that annoying drunk guy and chucked him into the
golf
water?
course.
Wasn't that long ago?
That was incredible.
That was like last year.
Yeah.
And dude, even his friends were
It was
like,
a viral
dude,
video, right?
Yeah, like, dude, stop trying to hit this guy. Like, this isn't going to work.
He
and eventually
was-
he got launched into the lake or whatever
He
it
was plastered, man.
And that guy
was-
didn't even want to fight.
No.
And the idiot would not stop.
Yeah, that was rough. Have you ever gotten like that on the golf course?
No, I don't drink on the golf course. I just
At
throw
all?
temper tantrums.
No,
yeah.
you drink a little. You had a beer or two.
I mean, maybe. I usually don't.
That's the sweet spot. Give me like 2 or 3. Let me play 4 holes, and we'll re-up, and then play another 4 holes.
Yeah.
Just keep that steady baseline.
I like to bet on the golf course, and I
Yeah,
lose
we
a
know
lot
that.
of money on the. Yes, I know you know that.
Yeah, it lost me $20.
Yeah. You had something to do
Don't
with that.
act like
I'm
you were
just
not
saying. I wasn't very
the
good.
main
but
reason.
when you play as a team,
we're
you're a team.
terrible on the front nine, Mike. Me and Rieger are partners. We're terrible on the front nine. We had to be down 10 strokes to Gator and Jimmy. We get to the back nine. I start playing a little better. Rieger starts playing a little better. Jimmy and Gator a little bit worse.
Then we find out.
No. We don't find out. We have an inkling. We have a suspicion. We might be a little bit closer than we thought.
Close. Going into 18.
Going into hole 17.
Or 17, yeah.
And Rieger goes, hey, Jimmy, how many strokes are we down? And Jimmy goes, no, you guys are only down a stroke. Oh, my God.
Wet in the tape. That's
and he went full
We
Finnegan.
completely fell apart.
He turned into the Tiger's pen in a close
Henry
game.
Jansen,
only down a
0-2,
stroke.
middle, baby.
Rieger immediately started playing in the social media video he was going to film after.
Okay.
Oh, I beat Gator.
What's next? Quickly.
It's something Doug Karsh said about a topic you guys actually had that really triggered me, and maybe I'm a bad person, so we're going to lead with that. We're going to talk about that ridiculous propaganda-filled Free Press report as well, and we'll get you up to Tiger baseball.
Brendan, nice job, buddy.
Thank you.
Enjoy your weekend.
Appreciate you having me.
All right, we will talk Monday. See you, guys.